My daughter smirked after stealing my $150,000 inheritance with her husband. She didn't know my late husband spent his final year building a legal trap. My daughter Chloe sat in my living room, perfectly poised, and smirked as she told me she had transferred the entirety of my dead husband's visible estate into her husband's private accounts. She thought she had left me utterly destitute and entirely at her mercy, but she had absolutely no idea that my late husband had spent the last 10 months of his life anticipating this exact betrayal and building a financial fortress her greed could never breach. I need to start by explaining the kind of man my husband, Robert, was, because none of the nightmare that unfolded or the absolute devastation that followed it makes any sense without understanding him. Robert was a man of quiet, deliberate action. He spent 42 years in commercial real estate in the greater Seattle area. He understood zoning laws, structural integrity, and the undeniable truth that the most dangerous thing a man can leave behind is money without a fortress built around it. We were married for 36 years. He was not a man prone to dramatic declarations of love. Instead, he expressed his devotion through meticulous, ironclad preparation. He was the kind of man who quietly upgraded my car's brake pads before winter, who remembered exactly how I liked my tea even 3 decades into our marriage, and who, when something truly mattered to him, became terrifyingly thorough. When the diagnosis came, it was delivered by Dr. Eris Thorne at Seattle Medical. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Dr. Thorne had the specific, weary kindness of an oncologist who knows that false hope is far crueler than a hard truth. He gave Robert 10 months. Maybe 12 if he fought hard, but the end was written in stone. Robert simply nodded, shook the doctor's hand, and on the quiet, rain-slicked drive home, he only said one thing: "I have a lot of phone calls to make, Eleanor." Over the next 10 months, I watched my husband systematically organize his life. I assumed he was simply tying up loose ends, organizing the estate in the standard way dying men do. What I did not know, what he deliberately kept from me to protect me, was the elaborate, lethal architecture he was building in the shadows. He knew I could never convincingly play the victim if I wasn't genuinely ignorant of his master plan. The public will was read by our family attorney of 25 years, Arthur Pendleton, 3 weeks after Robert's funeral. It was clean, straightforward, and seemingly left me the house, the primary checking accounts, and what appeared to be the entirety of Robert's liquid estate. Prominently listed in this public will was a joint account containing exactly $150,000, which Robert had moved exclusively into my name 3 months before his death. It was visible. It was highly accessible. And, as I would later learn, it was pure bait. Over his final months, Robert had subtly made sure our 29-year-old daughter, Chloe, knew that specific account existed. In the agonizing weeks following the funeral, I was entirely consumed by grief. I was 61 years old, sorting through 36 years of clothes, photographs, and memories, completely oblivious to the target painted on my back. The first red flag appeared 4 weeks after we buried him. Chloe called me on a gloomy Tuesday evening. Her voice had that specific, over-sweetened tone she used whenever she wanted something, a tone I had learned to identify when she was a teenager trying to manipulate her way out of trouble. "Marcus has been looking over the estate documents, Mom," she said, her voice dripping with manufactured concern. Marcus was my son-in-law of 5 years. He was a man who spoke entirely in financial buzzwords, crypto, leveraging, synergy, but had never actually built a single thing of value in his life. Robert despised him, though he rarely said it out loud. "We just want to make sure everything is in order," Chloe continued. "You shouldn't have to stress about the legal side of things right now. You just focus on healing." I thanked her. I stupidly told myself that this was her clumsy way of showing love, that I was being deeply uncharitable to my own grieving daughter. I swallowed my unease because I desperately needed to believe my family was pulling together. The trap was sprung exactly 2 weeks later. Chloe and Marcus arrived at my house unannounced on a Thursday afternoon. Marcus carried a thick, leather-bound folder. He sat at my kitchen table, taking up too much space, and launched into a heavily rehearsed speech. He used careful, pacifying words designed to soothe rather than explain. He told me that estates of this size were incredibly vulnerable to probate taxes and creditor claims. He insisted that, to protect my assets, it was standard practice to consolidate management authority under a younger, more active family member. "It protects you, Eleanor," Marcus said smoothly, sliding a heavy silver pen across the table. "It just gives me the ability to handle the tedious banking bureaucracy so you don't have to." I looked at my daughter. My own flesh and blood. She looked back at me with wide, reassuring eyes and nodded. I signed. I didn't have the documents independently reviewed. I was 61, utterly broken by the loss of my soulmate, and my daughter was telling me I was safe. I signed 5 pages of legal jargon and felt a brief, foolish wave of relief that someone else was carrying the burden. That relief lasted exactly 9 days. On a Monday morning at 9:15 a.m., I received an automated email from Meridian Private Wealth Bank. A transfer had been processed from the account ending in 8,802. The amount was $150,000. The recipient account was completely unknown to me. I stood in my kitchen, the silence of the empty house suddenly deafening. My coffee went cold. I called the bank, my hands shaking so violently I could barely dial the numbers. After being transferred 3 times, a representative named Sarah confirmed the transaction with brutal, bureaucratic neutrality. The documents I had signed for Marcus included a sweeping power of attorney provision, granting him unilateral authorization over that specific account. From the bank's perspective, the transfer was entirely legal. I hung up the phone. A cold, heavy dread settled into my stomach. It wasn't grief anymore. It was the absolute, clarifying sensation of a veil being ripped away. $150,000. Gone. Stolen by my own daughter on a random Monday morning. I called Chloe immediately. It went straight to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I sent a text. Call me right now. 4 hours later, she finally replied with a single, chilling text. Everything is fine, Mom. Marcus explained this in the documents. We're managing it now. I didn't sleep that night. I laid in the massive bed I had shared with Robert for over 3 decades, staring at the ceiling, trying to find any logical universe where my daughter hadn't just robbed her widowed mother. By Tuesday morning, the shock had completely burned away, leaving behind a cold, sharp fury. I walked into Robert's study, the one room I hadn't been able to bring myself to clean yet. I sat at his massive oak desk and began tearing through every single drawer, every folder, every piece of paper. In the bottom right drawer, hidden beneath a stack of old property tax records, I found a thick manila envelope. On the front, in Robert's unmistakable, sharp handwriting, were the words, "For Eleanor, open only when the illusion breaks." My breath hitched. I tore it open. Inside were 3 pages of handwritten text, dated 8 months before he died. I won't share the deeply personal things he wrote to me about our marriage, but the legal and financial instructions were a revelation that made my blood run cold. My beautiful Eleanor. The letter read, "If you are reading this, it means Chloe and Marcus have made their move. I am so profoundly sorry that I have to be right about this. I spent the last year hoping my instincts were wrong, but money always reveals who people truly are. I have spoken with Harrison Vance. He is expecting your call. The account they took from you is not the account that matters. The money I left visible was left visible on purpose. I wanted to give them exactly enough rope to hang themselves. Do not panic. Call Harrison. I have built a fortress they cannot breach." Attached to the back of the letter was a sleek black business card. Harrison Vance, JD, Estate Planning and Ironclad Asset Protection. A Seattle phone number. Edit. A lot of people in the comments are asking why I didn't suspect Marcus earlier, given his crypto bro nature. The truth is, Robert shielded me from a lot of Marcus's financial failures. Robert would quietly bail Chloe out of minor jams, and I always assumed it was just normal young couple struggles. I never knew the depths of Marcus's greed, nor did I realize Chloe had adopted his complete lack of morality until the money was actually gone. Update 1. I called Harrison Vance at exactly 8 a.m. the next morning. He answered on the first ring. "Mrs. Hayes," he said, his voice deep, calm, and utterly unbothered. "I have been waiting for your call. Robert told me this day would come." Harrison was not a warm, fuzzy family lawyer. He was a legal shark who specialized in impenetrable asset protection for high net worth individuals. He had met with Robert privately 7 times during the last year of Robert's life. Over a 2-hour meeting in his downtown Seattle office, overlooking the gray waters of the Puget Sound, Harrison walked me through the absolute masterpiece of financial architecture my husband had built in secret. The $150,000 Chloe and Marcus stole was nothing but a decoy. It was a fraction of Robert's actual wealth. 18 months before his death, Robert had established an irrevocable, clandestine trust. It completely bypassed the public probate estate. I was named as the sole, untouchable beneficiary. But Robert didn't stop there. He knew Marcus would try to use power of attorney tricks. So, Harrison had structured the massive investment accounts through a private wealth management firm that required times biometric verification, times my physical fingerprint and voice authorization, along with my physical signature in the presence of a bank officer to authorize any transaction over $1,000. No power of attorney document, no matter how broadly written, could ever override it. The papers Chloe and Marcus tricked me into signing were completely useless against the real fortune. Furthermore, Robert owned 5 highly lucrative commercial rental properties. No matter AT. 2 years ago, he had quietly transferred all of them into an LLC. I was the sole managing member. These properties were generating a combined $9,200 a month in pure, passive rental income, which had been quietly accumulating in a heavily encrypted account I hadn't even known existed. The total protected assets? Just over $2.5 million. The $150,000 was bait, Harrison explained, steepling his fingers. Robert specifically instructed me to leave it highly visible and easily accessible. He said, "If they are going to betray her, I want them to do it early, for a relatively small amount, so Eleanor can see their true faces before they can dig into the real estate. He gave them a test. They failed. I sat in Harrison's office, weeping, not out of grief, but out of sheer, overwhelming awe at the magnitude of my husband's love. He had spent his dying days exhausted, in pain from the chemotherapy, quietly building a legal bunker to keep me safe from our own child. What happens now? I asked, wiping my face. Now, Harrison smiled, a cold, predatory smile. We let them think they've won. And when they realize the $150K is all there is, and they come back for the rest, we drop the hammer. They moved exactly 3 weeks later. Chloe and Marcus realized $150K wasn't going to fund their lavish lifestyle forever, especially once they realized the house and other assets hadn't transferred to them. Chloe hired a notoriously aggressive inheritance litigation lawyer named Victor Thorne. His website was covered in words like relentless and results-driven. Victor sent a vicious, threatening letter to my home. It was filled with psychological warfare masquerading as legal jargon. It claimed that Robert had not been in his right mind due to the cancer medication when he drafted his public will. It demanded a full, transparent audit of all estate assets and threatened to drag me into a grueling, public court battle if I didn't surrender total control of the estate to Chloe. I read the letter at my kitchen table. My hands didn't shake this time. I felt absolutely nothing but a cold, clinical detachment. I scanned it and emailed it to Harrison. Harrison called me 10 minutes later. "This is exactly what we prepared for," he said smoothly. "Allow me to respond." The response Harrison drafted was a masterpiece of legal devastation. I read it before he sent it, and it was glorious. It completely dismantled Victor Thorne's threats. First, it provided ironclad medical documentation from Dr. Eris Thorne, ironically, no relation to the lawyer, proving Robert was perfectly lucid until his final breath. Second, it informed Victor that I had no legal obligation to disclose private trust instruments to hostile parties. But the absolute genius of the letter was the final paragraph. It revealed the existence of the irrevocable trust, but explicitly pointed out the poison pill clause Robert had insisted on including. The clause stated that if any heir attempted to legally contest the validity of the estate or the trust, it would trigger an automatic, immediate dissolution of all assets. Every single penny, every property, every investment would instantly be liquidated and donated to 3 specific cancer research charities. Anyone who sued got absolutely nothing. Not a settlement. Not a compromise. Nothing. Mathematically, suing me was entirely pointless. Harrison also informed them that a preemptive financial restraining order had already been filed against Marcus, citing the predatory power of attorney execution, and warned that any further contact outside of formal legal channels would be met with immediate harassment charges. "We are entirely prepared to proceed at whatever pace Mr. Thorne finds comfortable," the letter concluded. Then, the waiting began. It was the hardest part. The silence in my house was suffocating. My best friend of 40 years, Eleanor, came over one evening with a bottle of wine and a massive tray of lasagna. We sat on the back porch, looking out at the rain, and I told her everything. She listened with the quiet, simmering rage that only a true friend can muster. "Can you handle this?" she asked softly. "She's still your daughter." "I have to," I replied, staring into the dark yard. "Robert built this for me. I will not let his final act of love be ruined by my weakness." Update 2. The collapse of Chloe and Marcus's master plan happened with breathtaking speed. 10 days after Harrison sent our response, Victor Thorne officially withdrew as Chloe's legal counsel. Harrison called me with the news, sounding incredibly smug. "Thorne dropped them," he chuckled. His withdrawal letter cited irreconcilable differences regarding realistic expectations. Translated from lawyer speak, Chloe promised him a multi-million-dollar estate to pillage. And when he read my letter, he realized there wasn't a single cent for him to win. He dumped her rather than waste his time on a mathematically impossible case. With their legal threats neutralized, the reality of their situation began to set in. The $150,000 they had stolen, which I initially thought was a life-changing sum for them, evaporated in a matter of weeks. I found out later through mutual family acquaintances that Marcus had been hiding catastrophic debts. He had been heavily involved in leveraged options trading and offshore crypto investments that had completely tanked. He owed dangerous amounts of money to very unforgiving creditors. The $150,000 didn't buy them a new house or a luxury vacation. It went straight into a black hole of Marcus's financial failures just to keep him out of bankruptcy court. Once the money was gone, and Marcus realized there was no secret multi-million-dollar trust he could access, he panicked. Sometime in late November, roughly 2 months after Thorne dropped their case, Marcus packed his bags and vanished. He completely abandoned Chloe. Left her with a lease on their expensive apartment, a mountain of residual credit card debt, and absolutely no income. The phone call I had been anticipating finally came on a freezing Sunday night in December. I was sitting in Robert's study, reading a book by the fireplace, wrapped in one of his old sweaters. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize, but I knew who it was. I answered and let the silence stretch. Mom? Chloe's voice was tiny, shaking. It was the voice of a little girl who had broken a vase and was terrified of the punishment, completely stripped of the arrogant smirk she had worn in my living room months ago. Yes, Chloe, I said. My voice was perfectly steady. He left me, Mom, she sobbed, her voice cracking. Marcus is gone. The money is all gone. I can't make rent next week. I have absolutely nothing. I listened to her cry. For 36 years, my immediate instinct had always been to rush to her rescue, to absorb her pain, to pay off her mistakes, to soften the blows of the real world. I thought about the thousands of nights I had stayed up with her when she was sick. I thought about helping her pick out her wedding dress, genuinely believing Marcus would cherish her. And then I thought about the heavy leather folder, the silver pen, the smirk on her face as she told a grieving widow that her financial security was gone. I thought about my dying husband, spending his final, agonizing months sitting in lawyers' offices to protect me from the monster we had raised. The $150,000 you stole from me, I said, my voice cutting through her sobs like a scalpel, is the absolute last thing you will ever receive from me, Chloe. She stopped crying instantly. The silence on the line was profound. It wasn't a shocked silence. It was the suffocating silence of a reality she couldn't manipulate her way out of. I am not saying this out of anger, I continued, and I meant it. The rage had completely burned out of me weeks ago. I am saying this so you understand exactly where we stand for the rest of our lives. Your father left that money there specifically for you to take. He knew your greed would blind you. He spent the last year of his life ensuring that the person who tried to ruin me got exactly what they deserved. He was far more precise and ruthless than I ever could have been, because he loved you enough to finally let you face the consequences of your own actions. Mom, please, she whispered. When you are ready to be a decent human being, you know my number. I said coldly, the door is not permanently locked, but I will not open it for you. You are going to have to figure out how to open it yourself. I hung up the phone. I didn't block her number, but I didn't save the new one either. I sat in the glow of the fireplace for a long time. The house felt incredibly quiet, but for the first time since Robert died, it didn't feel empty, it felt safe. It felt like a fortress. I realized then that Robert hadn't just left me money, he hadn't just left me an irrevocable trust, 5 rental properties, and a shark of a lawyer. He had left me the gift of clarity. He had given me the exact circumstances I needed to finally stop being afraid of my own daughter. I had spent 3 decades softening the edges of Chloe's cruelty, constantly recalibrating my expectations, and making excuses for her selfishness. Robert had watched me do it, patiently, without judgment. And then, he built a system that forced me to see the truth. It has been 8 months since that phone call. I am 62 years old now. I live in a beautiful, paid-off home. The restraining order against Marcus is still active, though I doubt he'll ever resurface. Harrison Vance handles all of my legal affairs, which require very little attention these days. The $9,200 a month in rental income arrives like clockwork on the first of every month. I have a new financial advisor, a brilliant woman who manages the trust with ruthless efficiency and never wastes my time with unnecessary jargon. Last week, I had a proper sit-down meeting with my banking team to review the year's yields. The senior banker looked at me across the mahogany table and shook his head in sheer admiration. Mrs. Hayes, he said quietly, in my 25 years in wealth management, I have never seen a husband plan for his wife's protection with such surgical precision. It is, without a doubt, the most profound act of financial love I have ever witnessed. A profound act of financial love. That was Robert. Eleanor comes over every Tuesday for coffee. We sit on the porch and talk about everything and nothing. Last week, she asked if I had heard from Chloe. Not since December, I told her honestly. Do you think she'll ever reach out? I looked out at the garden Robert had planted for me a decade ago. Maybe, someday, if she ever truly hits rock bottom and decides to climb up instead of digging deeper. I meant it. I am not a woman who has entirely closed her heart to her child, but I am a woman who has finally learned the difference between an open door and a self-inflicted wound. One you leave unlocked for the future, the other, you stitch up and protect at all costs. Robert understood that distinction. He built a fortress for it. And now, I live in it. Completely untouchable. Top comments. User 1. A profound act of financial love. I literally got chills reading that. Your husband was an absolute mastermind. He knew exactly who your daughter and son-in-law were, and he played them like a fiddle, letting them steal the $150K so they'd expose themselves before they could get to the $2. 5M Trust is genuinely one of the smartest, most badass things I have ever read on this app. Rest in peace to a real one. User 2. The fact that your daughter literally smirked at you while she thought she was leaving her recently widowed, grieving mother penniless is sociopathic. She and Marcus deserve every single ounce of misery they are currently experiencing. Marcus fleeing the second the money dried up is the cherry on top. He didn't love her, he loved the bank account he thought she had. You handled this with absolute grace and titanium spine, OP. User 3. As an estate lawyer, I am standing up and clapping for Harrison Vance. The poison pill clause triggering a complete dissolution to charity if contested is a textbook scorched earth tactic, and it is beautiful. It completely paralyzes predatory heirs because it turns a lawsuit into a suicide mission. Your husband didn't just protect you, he legally obliterated them. Enjoy your fortress, OP. You earned peace. My stepmom kicked me out. At 16 while my dad watched. 18 years later, she demanded $410,000 to save their house. So I made a single phone call that destroyed them. My stepmom literally threw me into a freezing rainstorm at 16 while my father silently ate his dinner, leaving me with nothing but a backpack and a dead cell phone. 18 years later, she sat in my CEO office demanding a $410,000 loan to stop her foreclosure, so I picked up my phone, put it on speaker, and bought my aunt a $550,000 house right in front of them. My name is Maya Vance. I grew up in a standard, suburban split-level house in Columbus, Ohio, in a family that looked entirely normal from the outside but operated on the inside like a system designed purely for emotional and financial extraction. My mother died when I was 8 years old. It was breast cancer, brutal and fast, leaving a void in our house that my father, Arthur, was completely unequipped to handle. He checked out entirely, retreating into a shell of permanent, low-level exhaustion. 11 months later, he remarried, which to an 8-year-old still crying herself to sleep, felt like a betrayal of the highest and most irreversible order. His new wife was Evelyn. She came with 2 sons from a previous marriage, Kyle and Trent, a talent for redecorating the house in ways that erased any trace of my mother, and a set of sharp acrylic nails she would tap on countertops whenever she was making a point. I am not going to tell you Evelyn was a cartoon villain. She wasn't physically abusive. She didn't lock me in cupboards or scream at me. Her cruelty was far more architectural. She built a household dynamic where I was strictly adjacent to the family rather than a part of it. I was a useful shape in the background, present enough to be assigned the chores her sons refused to do, but invisible enough that my basic needs were treated as optional inconveniences. The financial extraction started when I was 14. I got a part-time job at a local diner called the Rusty Spoon, smelling of stale coffee and fryer grease, making $8.50 an hour for 20 hours a week. I was desperately saving for a used laptop because the shared family computer was constantly monopolized by her sons playing video games. 3 weeks into my job, Evelyn sat me down at the kitchen island. She tapped her nails on the granite and explained that since I was contributing to the household's mess, it was only fair I contribute to the household's finances. She demanded $75 a week for groceries and utilities. I was 14 years old. I had no framework to understand how deeply abnormal and exploitative this was. My father sat right there during this conversation. He stared at his coffee mug and simply nodded. I handed her the cash every Friday. I told myself this was normal, that this was responsibility, that I should just be grateful I had a roof over my head. The exploitation only escalated. When I was 15, Evelyn's sister had a baby, and suddenly I was the unpaid weekend nanny. I spent every Saturday and Sunday watching an infant while they went to brunches and shopping sprees. When I timidly asked if I could get a small allowance for the hours, Evelyn laughed, tapped her nails, and said, "We don't charge family, Maya." I was family when it saved them money. I was the hired help when it didn't. Then my birthday money started vanishing. The first time, it was $150 from my paternal grandmother. Evelyn intercepted the card, said she was putting it in a safe savings account for me, and I never saw a dime. The second time, it was $250 from my Aunt Sarah, my mother's younger sister, who had driven up from Cincinnati just to take me to dinner. Knowing Evelyn's habits, I hid the cash inside an advanced calculus textbook on my bottom shelf. 2 weeks later, the money was gone, and the textbook was suspiciously moved to the top shelf. I didn't scream. I didn't confront her. I knew my father wouldn't defend me. I just absorbed the reality of my situation and realized my only way out was absolute, undeniable academic success. School became my sanctuary. It was the one place Evelyn's architecture couldn't reach. I threw myself into coding, learning Python and C++ in the school library until they kicked me out at closing time. I took every AP class available. I applied to out-of-state universities in total secrecy, using a P.O. box I rented with tip money I had hidden inside my locker at school. The acceptance letter from the University of Texas at Austin arrived on a rainy Tuesday in April. It was a full-ride Turing Scholars Scholarship. Tuition, room, board, everything covered. I sat on my bed clutching the paper, feeling like I had just been handed the keys to my own life. But I made a critical mistake. I was 16, overwhelmed with relief, and for one stupid, naive second, I thought my family might actually be happy for me. I brought the letter to dinner. The table was set for 5. Kyle and Trent were arguing about a video game. My father was at the head of the table, looking at his plate with that same dead-eyed exhaustion. I slid the letter onto the table. "I got a full scholarship," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "To UT Austin. Everything is paid for." Evelyn picked it up. She scanned it for maybe 10 seconds. Then she didn't hand it back. She dropped it onto the table like it was a piece of trash. She looked at me with an expression I will never forget. It was the pure, unfiltered resentment of a parasite realizing its host is leaving. You think you're better than us? She sneered. Moving halfway across the simplicities here. Kyle is starting college next year and we need your income to help with his tuition. You are declining this. I earned this, I said, my voice rising. I looked desperately at my father. Dad, please, it's a full ride. It's my future. My father finally looked up. He looked at the letter, then at Evelyn, and then at me. Listen to your mother, Maya, he mumbled. You should have discussed this with the family. We need you here right now. Something inside me snapped. She is not my mother, I said clearly, and I am not staying here to fund your son's life while you steal my money. Evelyn stood up so fast her chair tipped over. She pointed a sharp red nail toward the front hallway. Pack whatever fits in that bag and get out of my house. Now. She meant my gray, fraying North Face school backpack. I looked at my father. He went back to eating his mashed potatoes. He didn't say a word. I walked to my room in a state of absolute dissociation. I packed 2 pairs of jeans, 3 shirts, my laptop charger, my social security card from my hidden stash, and my mother's silver locket. I shoved the UT Austin acceptance letter into the front pocket. I walked out the front door into a freezing, torrential Ohio downpour. I sat on the porch steps for exactly 15 minutes, waiting for the door to open, waiting for my father to realize what he had just done. The door stayed shut. The kitchen lights flicked off. I pulled out my phone and called the only person I could think of, Aunt Sarah in Cincinnati. She answered on the second ring. I couldn't even form a coherent sentence, I just sobbed into the receiver. Maya, where are you? She asked. I told her I was on the porch in the rain. I'm sending an Uber right now, she said instantly. Walk to the end of the driveway so they don't see you. I've got you. The Uber ride was 2 hours of silent, blurry streetlights. I arrived at Aunt Sarah's small townhouse at 11:30 p.m. She didn't ask for explanations. She didn't tell me to apologize to my dad. She just wrapped me in a warm towel, made me a grilled cheese sandwich with tomato soup, and pointed to the spare bedroom. You stay here as long as you need, she said fiercely. No rent, no chores. You just focus on that scholarship. Edit. A lot of you in the comments are asking how my dad could just sit there and let a 16-year-old be thrown into a storm. The truth is, my father is a coward. When my mom died, he broke. Evelyn came in and offered to run his life so he wouldn't have to make any decisions ever again. Defending me would have meant confronting Evelyn, which would have shattered the comfortable, passive existence he had surrendered to. He chose his own comfort over his daughter's safety. It's that simple, and it's that unforgivable. Update 1. I stayed with Aunt Sarah for 8 months until I left for Austin. She drove me to my high school graduation, sat in the front row, and cheered so loudly she lost her voice. My father called exactly once during that time, left a pathetic voicemail saying he hoped I had learned my lesson, and never reached out again. College was a grueling, beautiful grind. I worked 20 hours a week at the university IT help desk while maintaining a 3.9 gigapascals in computer science. In my junior year, I met 2 brilliant engineers, Liam and Chloe. We spent our nights eating cheap ramen and writing code in a cramped, unair-conditioned apartment. After graduation, we stayed in Austin and officially launched Lumina Analytics, a B2B software platform designed to optimize supply chain logistics using predictive AI. The first 4 years were pure survival. We nearly went bankrupt twice. We slept under our desks. But in year 5, we landed a massive contract with a national shipping conglomerate, and suddenly, Lumina was the hottest tech startup in Texas. 2 months ago, after a grueling 10-month negotiation, we sold Lumina Analytics to a major tech giant. The acquisition price was $82.4 million. My cut, after taxes and investor payouts, was enough to ensure that my future children's children would never have to look at a price tag. Forbes featured me in their 30 Under 30 alumni spotlight, complete with a professional photo shoot and a headline that read, "From homeless teen to $82 million tech visionary." I knew the moment that article dropped, the countdown had started. It was a rainy Thursday in March. I was sitting in my corner office in downtown Austin, looking out over the skyline, when my executive assistant, Julian, knocked hesitantly on my glass door. Julian is a professional who handles high-pressure investor calls without blinking, but right now, he looked visibly distressed. "Maya," he said softly. "There is a couple in the lobby. An Arthur and Evelyn Vance. They are claiming to be your parents. They are demanding to see you." Leet. I felt a cold, calm wash over me. The kind of absolute clarity you only get when a storm you've been tracking for 18 years finally makes landfall. "Let them wait 45 minutes, I instructed, not looking away from my monitor. "Offer them tap water. If they complain, tell them I am closing a deal." And 45 minutes later, Julian escorted them in. My father walked in first. He was 63 now, but he looked 80. His shoulders were slumped, his hair entirely gray, his eyes constantly darting around my massive office like a frightened animal. Then came Evelyn. It was genuinely surreal. She looked exactly the same. The same arrogant posture, the same sharp, calculating eyes scanning the expensive furniture, the same fresh set of blood-red acrylic nails. "Maya, darling." Evelyn beamed, her voice dripping with a fake, sugary warmth that instantly made my skin crawl. "Look at this place. We always knew you were destined for greatness. We are just so incredibly proud of you." I didn't stand up. I didn't offer them a seat. I just leaned back in my leather chair, folded my hands, and stared at her. I have learned in business that absolute silence is the most terrifying weapon you can use against a narcissist. Her smile faltered slightly under my deadpan gaze. She cleared her throat, opened her designer handbag, and pulled out a thick manila folder, dropping it onto my mahogany desk with a heavy thud. "We wouldn't be here if it wasn't an absolute emergency," Evelyn sighed, playing the role of a distressed matriarch. "Your father's business investments took a terrible hit. We are drowning, Maya. We have credit card debt, medical bills, and the bank is threatening to foreclose on the house in 60 days. We need your help to save the family." I slowly reached forward, opened the folder, and flipped through the documents. It was a masterclass in financial illiteracy. 4 maxed out credit cards, totaling $85,000. A second mortgage they had defaulted on. Notices from a foreclosure attorney in Columbus. At the very back was a handwritten ledger on a yellow legal pad. The total at the bottom was aggressively underlined, $410,000. Next to the total, she had written, "Loan to be repaid upon market stabilization." $410,000, I read aloud, my voice completely flat. "It's just a drop in the bucket for you now, sweetheart," Evelyn said quickly, her nails tapping nervously on the edge of my desk. "The magazine said you made tens of millions. This is nothing to you, but it saves our lives. It saves your father's home." I looked at my father. He was staring at the floor, unable to meet my eyes. "Did you come here to apologize?" I asked him directly. Evelyn answered for him. "Oh, Maya, please. Are we really going to drag up ancient teenage drama? You were a difficult kid. We made some tough parenting choices, but it built your character. You wouldn't be this successful CEO if we hadn't pushed you to be independent. You should be thanking us." The sheer, unadulterated audacity of her statement hung in the air. She genuinely believed her cruelty was a service she had provided me. She thought throwing a child into a freezing rainstorm was a favor she could now cash in for nearly $500,000. "You threw me out into a storm with a backpack when I was 16 years old," I said softly, the temperature in the room dropping to absolute zero. "You stole my birthday money. You extorted a child making minimum wage. And you," I pointed directly at my father, "sat at the dinner table and ate mashed potatoes while your wife threw your only daughter onto the street. He was under a lot of stress." Evelyn snapped, her sugary facade completely dissolving into the vicious sneer I remembered so well. "You owe us. We raised you. We put a roof over your head for 16 years. "You're right," I said, picking up my phone. "Someone did put a roof over my head when it mattered. Let's talk about family." 1. Update 2. I unlocked my phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone, setting it right next to Evelyn's extortion folder. It rang twice before a familiar, warm voice answered. "Maya, honey, I was just reading the Forbes article again. I bought 5 copies." Aunt Sarah's voice echoed through the massive office. Evelyn and my dad froze. They stared at the phone like it was a live grenade. "Hi, Aunt Sarah," I said, my voice softening for the first time. "Listen, I have a quick question for you. Do you still hate the plumbing in that townhouse?" Sarah laughed. "Oh, you know I do. The pipes groan every time I turn on the shower. But it's home. Ask." "Not anymore," I said, looking dead into Evelyn's widening eyes. "I just wired the funds to my real estate attorney in Cincinnati. We closed on that beautiful 4-bedroom house in the Hyde Park neighborhood you fell in love with last year. The one with the wraparound porch and the new garden. I bought it in cash. $550,000. It's fully in a trust in your name, taxes and maintenance paid for life. You can move in next month." The silence on the line was profound. Then, I heard Sarah gasp, a choked, tearful sound. Maya, no. That's too much. I can't let you do that. You made me a grilled cheese sandwich at midnight when I had nowhere else to go," I said, my voice thick with emotion but entirely steady. "You gave me a bed with clean sheets. You told me I was safe. You came to my graduation. You were my mother when the one sitting in my house decided to throw me away. You are my family, Sarah. Enjoy the house." I hung up the phone. The silence in my office was deafening. Evelyn's face had turned a shade of mottled, furious purple. Her jaw was actually trembling. She looked from the phone, to me, to the folder on my desk. "You just spent $500,000 on a house for her," Evelyn whispered, her voice vibrating with pure, unhinged rage. "While your own father is about to be homeless? You spiteful, Ungrateful little bitch. Evelyn, my father finally croaked, reaching out to touch her arm. She violently slapped his hand away. Shut up, Arthur, do you see what your daughter is doing? She is robbing us. She slammed her hands onto my desk, leaning over. You will write us a check right now, or I swear to God I will go to the press. I will tell everyone how the great tech CEO treats her starving family. I didn't blink. I reached under my desk and pressed the silent security button. Go ahead, I said calmly. Tell them exactly what happened. Tell them why you're really here. But you are not getting a single cent from me. Not today, not tomorrow, not when you are living in a motel. Your foreclosure is not my problem. It is the consequence of your own useless, parasitic life. The office door swung open, and Julian stepped in, flanked by two of our building's massive security guards. Is there a problem, Miss Vance? The lead guard, a former Marine named Troy, asked perfectly. Yes, I said, sliding the manila folder across the desk so it fell off the edge and scattered across the floor. These two trespassers were just leaving. Please escort them out of the building. If they ever show up here again, call the police. Evelyn lost her mind. She started screaming, actual guttural shrieks, calling me every name in the book. She lunged forward, but Troy stepped between us effortlessly, grabbing her arm and turning her toward the door. My father didn't fight. He just looked at me, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. I'm sorry, Maya, he whispered, his voice cracking. I am so sorry. You're 18 years too late, Arthur, I replied, turning my chair around to look back out at the Austin skyline. I didn't watch them get dragged out. I just listened to Evelyn's screaming fade down the hallway, until the heavy glass doors sealed shut, leaving me in absolute, beautiful silence. The fallout was immediate and exactly as chaotic as I expected. By 6 p.m. that evening, my phone was blowing up. Evelyn had gone on a rampage, calling every cousin, aunt, and uncle in our extended family, spinning a hysterical narrative about how I had mocked my father's poverty, and deliberately drove them into homelessness out of petty teenage spite. I read about 5 of the hateful text messages from distant relatives before I decided to end it. I drafted a single, comprehensive message and sent it to the entire family group chat. For the record, when I was 16, Evelyn demanded I decline a full-ride college scholarship so I could work at a diner to fund her son's tuition. When I refused, she threw me out into a rainstorm. My father watched and did nothing. Aunt Sarah took me in, fed me, and housed me with 0 conditions. Today, Evelyn and Arthur demanded $410,000 to fix their own financial incompetence. I declined, and instead bought a house for the woman who actually acted like a mother to me. If any of you feel so passionately about Arthur and Evelyn's housing situation, you are more than welcome to pool your money and pay off their $410,000 debt. Do not contact me again. The group chat went dead quiet. Not a single person replied to defend them. The flying monkeys instantly scattered the second they were asked to open their own wallets. Later that night, around 11:30 p.m., my phone buzzed. It was an unknown Columbus number. I let it ring 3 times before answering. It was my father. She left, he said. His voice was hollow, completely drained of life. Evelyn packed her bags and went to stay with Kyle. She said she's filing for divorce because I didn't control you today. I sat on my balcony, watching the city lights. I felt no joy, no triumph, just a profound sense of closure. I can't help you, Dad. I know, he said softly. I'm not asking for money, Maya. I swear to God I'm not. I needed to tell you that you were right. About everything. When your mom died, I just wanted someone to make the pain stop. Evelyn took over, and it was easier to just let her run things. I traded your childhood for my own peace and quiet. I was a coward. I sat at that table and watched my baby girl walk out into the rain, and I have hated myself every single day since. A heavy silence stretched between us. It was the apology I had fantasized about for almost 2 decades. But hearing it now, I realized it didn't magically heal the wounds. It just acknowledged the scars. You were a coward, I agreed quietly. And you let her destroy our family. I accept your apology, Dad. But I cannot have you in my life. You need to figure out your own mess now. Kated, Dad. I understand, he whispered, his voice breaking. I am so proud of you, Maya. Your mother would be so proud of you. Goodbye, Dad. I hung up the phone and blocked the number. The next week, my attorney, Jessica Vance, no relation, finalized the airtight legal trust for Aunt Sarah. The $550,000 house in Hyde Park is completely protected. Evelyn cannot touch it, sue for it, or claim any familial right to it. Sarah sent me a photo yesterday. She was sitting on her new wraparound porch, drinking coffee, looking happier and more relaxed than I have ever seen her. I printed that photo and framed it on my desk, right next to the Forbes magazine cover. I still have the silver locket my mother gave me. I keep it in my top drawer. Sometimes, when the pressure of running a multi-million-dollar company gets heavy, I hold it in my hand. It reminds me of the cold rain on that porch in Ohio, the absolute terror of being completely alone, and the undeniable truth that family isn't blood. Family is the person who answers on the second ring when you have absolutely nothing to offer them. Evelyn and Arthur's house goes up for public auction next Tuesday. I won't be bidding. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying piece of corporate, personal revenge I have ever read in my life. The fact that you put the aunt on speakerphone and bought a $500,000 house right in front of the stepmom is legendary. You didn't just reject her, you weaponized your wealth to show her exactly what loyalty buys. Evelyn thinking her kicking you out was a tough parenting choice that she deserves credit for is peak narcissist delusion. Enjoy your millions, Queen. User 2. As a mother, my heart broke reading about you standing on that porch in the freezing rain at 16. Your father's apology at the end was so pathetic. I traded your childhood for my peace and quiet. At least he finally admitted exactly what he did, but you were 100% right to cut him off permanently. An apology doesn't pay for the 18 years of trauma he put you through. Aunt Sarah is an absolute angel and deserves every square inch of that beautiful new house. User 3. Lawyer here. Setting up the house in an irrevocable trust for your aunt was incredibly smart. Evelyn sounds unhinged enough to try and sue for alienation of affection, or some other nonsense just to get a piece of the pie. Also, your mass text to the family was a masterclass in shutting down flying monkeys. If you care so much, pay their $410K debt. Notice how fast they all shut up when it became their financial problem? Brilliant. After my father's death, my family became toxic. I took a job offer, uncovered my mother's financial misdeeds, and gained custody of my brother. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposefully sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I am currently dealing with. I'm 23 female, and my mother, 46 female, and sister, 20 female, have just forced me to decline a great job offer at a major tech business in San Jose. I am still trying to digest all that has transpired. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning, we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss. It was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom became emotionally dependent on my younger sister, Sophie, or perhaps the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Sophie became the focus of Mom's universe, and I was consigned to the role of the responsible one, expected to give up everything for the benefit of the family. I should talk about Sophie. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Sophie's every desire, but now he was gone, there was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Sophie's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss class for a week and maxed up a credit card on comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice college, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the institution. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4 gigapascals in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help with costs, and cared for my younger brother, Lucas, 10M. Lucas is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still sees me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $math BB Phi, $125, $0, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job, it was an opportunity to establish a legitimate career and possibly even aid my family financially. Once I was established, I could finally repay all of my student loans, which Mom couldn't co-sign for because she was too busy paying off Sophie's shopping bills. But last week, Mom walked into my room with that expression on her face, the one that implies she's going to deliver a bomb that will destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin Dad got me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Emma, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach fell quickly. She went on to tell me that Sophie was struggling with her first year of college and wanted to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead so that I could help with the finances and care for Lucas. Sophie's worry manifests itself mysteriously whenever things go wrong for her. Last month, she had no trouble performing in a 3-hour dancing showcase, but when her teachers wanted her to attend morning courses, she got crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting everything on Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for examinations. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I could send money home after I was situated, and even offered to help Sophie get resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first. She kept stressing. As if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. The worst thing was that Sophie was in her room, uploading images of her recent buying binge on Instagram while I was talking with Mom. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to complete college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $math BB $5,876 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Sophie is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she told me. You've always been the strong one, Emma. You can handle disappointment better. That's when it dawned on me, being the strong one, in this family meant being the one whose feelings and dreams were unimportant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Sophie cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Lucas to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. How did Mom respond? Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish. It stung more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. That's when something unexpected occurred. My uncle, James, 42, Dad's younger brother, arrived abruptly at our doorstep yesterday. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Sophie's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram, Uncle James, and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about stars on clear evenings. I told him everything, the job offer, Mom's demands, Sophie's spending habits, and how I felt like I was letting my future slip away. Lucas came out to join us as I was talking, cuddling up next to me as he always does when he notices I'm sad. He's very smart for a 10-year-old, whereas Sophie looks like her mother and is dramatic. Lucas inherited his father's calm intelligence and empathy. Since Dad's death, he has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. Your dad would never have wanted this for you, he replied, his voice firm yet gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the sole adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of leaving my family, called me selfish, and then dropped a bombshell I didn't see coming. "You're just like your father, always putting yourself first." Uncle James intervened immediately, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked himself to the bone to provide for this family. Taking a late shift at work, the one he was driving home from when he was involved in the accident to pay for Sophie's dance classes. The dispute that ensued was heated, with Sophie joining in to call me selfish, and Lucas crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I was always troublesome, even as a child. My emphasis on academics over socializing was abnormal. Even my decision to study computer technology, rather than something more appropriate for a girl, was proof of my defiance. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James insisted I start packing just in case, while I figured out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow, at 5 p.m., Pacific Standard Time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me if I decide to move out. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Lucas left a note under my door a few minutes ago in his shaky handwriting. He wrote, "I love you, Emma. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry while writing this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to keep the family at peace, or should I accept Uncle James's offer and risk losing my connection with Mom and Sophie? I've spent my entire life being responsible, dependable, and willing to make sacrifices. For once, I want to choose myself, yet guilt is consuming me. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. If you've read this far, I appreciate it. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the overwhelming reaction. I read every remark, even if I can't respond to all of them. Uncle James is assisting me in evaluating my alternatives, and I will provide an update as soon as possible. Update 1. In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who provided favorable feedback on the previous post I made. Because of your comments, I was able to determine what course of action to take. I made the decision to accept the job offer and seek assistance from Uncle James, but what transpired after that was not what I had anticipated. Following the conclusion of my decision, I got up early the following morning to start the process of moving my stuff. I was surprised to find that neither Mom nor Sophie were talking to me. I was taken aback when I saw that my laptop had vanished from my desk. It was in Sophie's room that I found it after a frantic search for it. She made an attempt to send an email from my account that rejected the work offer I had received. To my great relief, she was not aware of the two-factor authentication system that I had established. When she was confronted, Mom stood up for her. All Sophie was doing was attempting to safeguard our family, she explained to me. It was at that precise instant when I realized I had made the intelligent choice. While Mom and Sophie watched from the window, Uncle James assisted me in loading everything into his vehicle. They did not even come down to say farewell to me. Lucas was the only one who came out to give me a hug, and he tucked his favorite action figure into my pocket while whispering, "Good luck." On the way to Uncle James's house, there was a considerable amount of tranquility. He did not coerce me into communicating. Rather, he simply let me evaluate everything while my preferred indie rock station, which was playing softly in the background, was playing. When I needed to get my thoughts organized, I would go on rides with my father. This brought back memories of those times. While settling inside the guest house, I experienced an odd sensation. My studio is a little space, but it is perfect for me because it has a small kitchen and a workstation that is located near the window. Uncle James had previously prepared a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors, and I was able to use it. "Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup." According to what he said, while I was in the process of organizing my documents for the new job, I experienced the most profound shock. An old envelope was found in the briefcase that my father used for work. In the storage area, Uncle James had placed it. Letters from Dad to each of us children were contained within, and they were meant to be opened when we reached the age of 25. Because of all that was going on, I needed to have some kind of connection with him, even though I know that I shouldn't have opened mine so early. The letter brought about a complete change. Father spoke on his own experiences with the pressure that he felt from his family when he was younger. Despite the fact that his parents had planned for him to take over their small business, he ultimately chose to pursue a degree in engineering instead. At his letter, he expressed his delight at my interest in technology, and expressed his desire that I would have the courage to pursue my goals, even if it involved making choices that were potentially challenging. On the other hand, the envelope contained other documents, which were bank statements emanating from a second savings account. I was completely unaware of the account that my father had established for my future schooling. It had sufficient funds to pay the cost of education for at least 2 years. There was a noticeable change in Uncle James's expression when I showed him these. After making a number of phone calls, he came to the realization that Mom had, in some way, gained access to this account after Dad had passed away, and had completely depleted it. Yesterday was the first day of my new job. I was surprised to find that the projects are much more intriguing than I had anticipated. The staff is wonderful. I was personally introduced to everyone by my manager, who also took me around the office. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been rooting for me ever since my interview, particularly when I solved a particularly challenging coding problem in an innovative way. She said that she had been pulling for me. Since my departure, my mother has not stopped calling, leaving voicemails that range from accusations of guilt to expressions of anger. Sophie vented her frustrations on social media by writing a lengthy rant about how I had forgotten about the family. At this time, I have blocked both of them. For me to be able to concentrate on my new beginning, I require space. My Uncle James assisted me in opening a bank account that is distinct from my mother's, and I am currently receiving instruction on how to become financially independent from a coworker who also provides seminars on personal finance. In addition to this, I am investigating the many forms of therapy that are covered by my new health insurance. What is most difficult is the absence of Lucas. During the time that Mom is attending her nightly yoga practice, we engage in a video chat every night before he goes to bed. When I volunteered to assist him with coding a straightforward game for his science project, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had been telling me about his project with science. Whenever I am experiencing feelings of guilt, I continue to read the letter that my father sent. One phrase in particular stands out as particularly courageous. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. I still have to make some contributions to the college fund, and Uncle James is helping me to collect information on those contributions. In the event that I obtain additional information, I will publish another update. At this point in time, I am concentrating on acquiring the skills necessary for my new job and constructing my new life one day at a time. Update 2. 3 weeks have passed since the last time I provided an update. My apologies for the delay. However, in order to feel comfortable disclosing what I found, I would first need to conduct a comprehensive investigation and seek legal advice. The college fund that I described finding in Dad's papers is something that you may remember. We have spent the past few weeks attempting to figure out what happened to that money, and Uncle James has been my partner in this endeavor. What we found out was even more terrible than we had anticipated. What we found out was that Mom had not only accessed one account, but she had also systematically drained multiple accounts that Dad had set up. This was discovered with the assistance of Dad's former bank colleague. A college fund for me, a second fund for Lucas's future education, and even a general emergency fund were all emptied within a few months of Dad's passing. All of these funds were used to cover expenses such as college expenses. The previous week, my mother wrote me a lengthy email. She made an effort to get ahead of the story, which was an indication that she was aware that we were conducting an investigation. A half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh was included at the beginning of the email. Nevertheless, as time went on, the email started to become something quite different. In her letter, she stated, "There is something about your father that you need to know. During the time that I was carrying you, he was having an affair." More information was included in the email, including how she found out about the affair, how her father begged for forgiveness, and how she graciously accepted him back. As a result of the fact that I brought up memories of that trying period in her life, she explained that this was the reason she had never been around me. In conclusion, she suggested that if I discontinued my investigation into the accounts, we might concentrate on healing our relationship. However, I declined her offer. Here's the thing, her account did not make any sense at all. In the process of searching through Dad's old records, my Uncle James and I came across an unconventional item. In reality, Dad was working double shifts in order to pay off Mom's credit card debt throughout the time that Mom was making allegations that he was having an affair. During our investigation, we came across old credit card bills where Mom had made all of the big charges from that time period. When we discovered that Dad's previous email address was still active, that was the moment that took us by complete surprise. We came across years of email between his attorney and himself, in which he expressed his concerns regarding his mother's spending habits. For the purpose of his children's futures, he had been keeping meticulous records, protecting assets, and opening separate accounts for each of them. It was not that he was having an affair, rather, he was striving to protect us from the irresponsible spending habits of our mother. The emails also revealed a heartbreaking truth. Dad had planned to leave Mom, but not for another woman. Rather, he was concerned about the impact that she would have on us children. It was only 2 weeks before he intended to file for divorce when the accident took place. I brought all of this information to the attorney who Uncle James suggested should handle the case. It was shocking to her. According to the evidence, the actions that Mom took with the money after Dad passed away were not just unethical but also illegal. For the purpose of gaining access to accounts that she was not authorized to access, she had manufactured fraudulent documents. In addition, the attorney found something that was concerning: Sophie's purported college fees, which Mom explained as the reason why she was looking for my assistance. The vast majority of that money was spent on extravagant shopping extravaganzas and other luxury items. While Sophie was supposedly too anxious to attend lectures, we found credit card transactions that indicated purchases at high-end merchants, spa treatments, and even a concealed spring break vacation to Cancun. All of this occurred while Sophie was allegedly making these purchases. I made a point of documenting every costly purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree that Sophie made while browsing through her social media posts, which took me many hours. The period of time matches precisely with the time when Dad's accounts were depleted of their funds. Not only was Mom permitting Sophie to behave in a certain way, but she was also financially supporting it with funds that were legally supposed to be for all of us. As far as the attorney is concerned, we have a strong case of financial fraud. A clear image of systematic theft and deception is created when the data that Dad left behind, in conjunction with the paper trail of Mom's activities after his death, is taken into consideration. At this moment, my primary concern is over Lucas's situation. Even now, he continues to reside in that poisonous environment, where he watches his mother and his sister Sophie spend money that ought to be used for his future. The alternatives that we have for getting custody are being investigated by Uncle James. The attorney is of the opinion that we might have a case, especially considering the financial misdeeds that have occurred. The reason I have not yet answered Mom's email is because the attorney has told me to refrain from having any kind of direct interaction at this time. However, Mom and Sophie must have realized that something is wrong because they have begun a social media smear campaign against me. They are presenting me as the ungrateful daughter who left her family in order to pursue a high-paying career in technology. The reality is that the news of Dad's imminent divorce has been both upsetting and reassuring to me. The fact that Dad passed away before he could protect us from Mom's toxic behavior is a source of sadness, but it is also a source of validation since it demonstrates that he was aware of what was going on. It was not impossible for him to be manipulated and abused financially by his mother. He was making a concerted effort to put a stop to it. I am currently filling out all of the necessary paperwork for the legal case. Throughout the entirety of this process, Uncle James has been an incredible help to me, spending many hours assisting me in constructing our case. In spite of the fact that my job is going well, my coworkers have been understanding of the fact that I require periodic personal time in order to deal with everything. When it comes to moving forward with legal procedures, the upcoming weeks will be quite important. I will provide another update as soon as I am able to, but for the time being, I need to concentrate on establishing our case and maintaining my emotional health throughout this process. Due to the fact that my employer's health insurance plan included therapy, I started going to see someone to assist me in processing everything. The fact that Dad was not the adversary in Mom's story is at least something I am now aware of. To the very end, he made an effort to be our hero. Update 3. In the past half a month, there has been a whirlwind of court proceedings, changes in life, and choices that have been finalized. Beginning with the unearthing of Dad's hidden letter, our lives have been completely transformed as a result of this discovery. Due to the substantial evidence that we possessed, the court case proceeded forward quite swiftly. Specifically, the judge was worried about the progressive depletion of Lucas's education fund that was being administered by Mom. The evidence that was the most incriminating came from Mom's meticulous record-keeping. She had documented every illegal transfer in her personal planner, and she had most certainly never expected anyone to find out about it. In the courtroom, When Mom was finally confronted with the proof, her facade was finally broken. In her confession, she admitted to everything, including the fabrication of documents in order to get access to Dad's accounts, the waste of insurance monies, and the systematic concealment of financial information. The judge's decision was uncomplicated. Any and all funds that had been misappropriated would be returned in full, along with interest. There are currently criminal accusations being brought against Mom for fraud. The manner in which Sophie responded was instructive. Rather than showing sympathy for her mother, she instantly removed herself from the situation and asserted that she had no idea where the money for her shopping spree got from. When the court ordered her to return all of the things that she had purchased with monies that had been plundered, her ambitions of becoming an Instagram influencer were destroyed. The acquisition of custody of Lucas was the most major achievement, with the financial agreement being the least crucial. As a result of the judge's recognition of Mom's history of financial abuse and deception, as well as evidence of her ongoing harmful behavior, she gave me interim custody of the child, with Uncle James serving as a co-guardian. A week ago, Lucas moved in with me, and the difference between the two of us is immediately noticeable. In addition to smiling more, he is sleeping better, and he is enthusiastic about the coding projects that we are working on together. My professional life has fast-paced in ways that I never anticipated. Because of my initiative, senior management has taken notice of me, and as a result, I have been promoted to the position of team leader. My employment and income were both consistent, which was a significant factor in the decision about custody of my child. One more attempt at persuasion was made by Mom, who promised that she would forgive everything if I withdrew the accusations and returned Lucas. Following the presentation of recordings of her threatening phone conversations, her attorney gave her the instruction to cease. Since she was compelled to return her expensive dress, Sophie's popularity has been on the down, despite the fact that she has been making passive-aggressive postings about manipulative members of her family and betrayal. Following the depletion of the funds, she has decided to move in with a friend rather than continue living with her mother. Throughout all of this, Uncle James has been my firm support. He has assisted Lucas in setting up his new room, is in the process of locating a wonderful school in the vicinity, and has even established a new college fund for him, which his mother is unable to access. We have dinners together as a family every week, and during those meals, we talk about the happy memories that Dad has, which are finally healing after years of being manipulated. The inn has turned into our permanent residence. We collaborated on the creation of science posters and flowcharts for programming, and they are now displayed around Lucas' room. At his new school, he has joined a robotics club, and his enthusiasm reminds me of my father from my childhood. I decided to analyze everything by going to therapy, and it is assisting me in coming to the realization that none of this was my fault. My father made an effort to safeguard us, and now I am carrying on what he embarked upon. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come from almost giving up on my goals to now fully accomplishing them while providing Lucas with the safe and secure home he deserves. I can't believe how far we've gone. The true nature of Mom and Sophie was exposed, but the loss of them provided us with something more valuable: the truth and the freedom to be ourselves. If you find yourself in a position similar to this one, you should trust your gut instinct. If something does not feel quite right, it most often is. The family that you choose to be a part of might sometimes be more crucial than the family that you are born into. It is because of you that I was able to conduct study even while my entire world seemed to be falling apart. The support and encouragement I received from you gave me the confidence to fight for justice, not just for me but also for the memory of Lucas and Dad. Our lives have been changed by you. My parents called me a failure and threw me out. What they didn't know was that I had built an empire worth millions. 3 weeks later, I took control. Ethan is my name. As a 3-4-year-old, I can tell you that having money does not automatically protect you from family strife. Since I left college at the age of 18, I have been employed, starting my own company from the ground up. My parents believed that I was making the worst error of my life at the time. My mother warned me, "You'll never amount to anything without a degree," as she stirred her coffee as if she were trying out for a soap opera. My dad dismissed what I said with his typical grunt of assent. They were unaware that I had already launched my first internet business, a specialized e-commerce site that would eventually develop into a network of businesses that brought in millions of dollars annually. However, all they saw at the time was a careless, innocent child who didn't want to put in much effort. Our family was never tight. My parents were the kind that valued status and looks. Their pride and pleasure was my older sister, Rachel, a corporate lawyer with a spotless LinkedIn profile, seasonally appropriate designer purses, and the kind of calculating, chilly assurance that could silence a room. They showcased her accomplishments to their relatives and friends. The cautionary story was me. They had been able to sneak insults under the appearance of concern every time I came over for supper. My dad would inquire, laughing, "Still doing that little internet thing?" As though it were a passing fad, similar to collecting comic books. With a courteous smile, Rachel would remark, "You know, it's never too late to get a real job." I ignored it for years. I reasoned that there was no use in self-defense. In any case, they wouldn't believe me. To be honest, I was preoccupied with starting a business from scratch. It requires all of your resources, and I lacked the stamina to prove myself to those who had already concluded that I was a letdown. I therefore had a tranquil life. I didn't boast about how much money I made. I didn't say that I could afford to travel anywhere in the world at any time or that, at the age of 29, I had paid cash for my own house. I simply went home to the life they thought I didn't have, smiled through the family dinners, and put up with their remarks. One wet Thursday night was the tipping moment. My mom texted me to ask if I could help with something, so I went to my folks' house. My dad was pacing the living room when I arrived. Rachel was smirking as if she already knew I was in trouble while she sat on the couch with a glass of wine. With her arms folded, my mother stood by the hearth as though she were going to break some terrible news. "Ethan," began my dad, "we've been talking. You're 34 years old and it's clear this online nonsense isn't going anywhere. You've had enough time to figure your life out, but you're still wasting your potential." I saw my jaw getting tense. "What exactly are you getting at?" He halted his pacing and gestured to the door. "You've been living in that apartment for years, and you're still here asking for help with small things. We can't keep enabling you." Bewildered, I blinked. "Enabling me? I've never asked you for money." "Not once." Rachel chuckled briefly. "Oh, come on, Ethan. You've been coasting. You think anyone believes you're making a living off your little business? It's sad, honestly." With a strong voice, my mother intervened. "We've decided it's time for you to stand on your own 2 feet for real. No more coming here when you need help. No more expecting us to bail you out." Stunned, I gazed at them. "I don't need you to bail me out. I'm doing just fine," my father spoke out. "If you're doing so fine, then you can prove it by surviving without our help at all. In fact, you can leave now. Go live in the streets if you have to. Maybe that will wake you up." With the exception of the rain pounding the windows, the room became silent. I looked at Rachel, who was enjoying her wine as if it were a show she had been anticipating all week. I could feel my chest getting hotter. But I made myself maintain my composure. They believed they were giving a tough reality check. They assumed I would plead. Perhaps make a commitment to improve. Or land a legitimate job. They were unaware that I could use my savings to purchase their home 3 times over. I grabbed my coat off the chair and put it on. "All right," I answered quietly, with a faint smile. "If that's what you want." I interrupted my mother before she could say anything more hurtful. I closed the door behind me as I left. I saw my image in the rearview mirror as I climbed into my car, a black sedan they thought was a second-hand model that I had just about managed to acquire. I wasn't upset. I was unharmed. Because I knew something they didn't and that they would discover in a way they would never forget, I was almost amused. And knowing that their entire perception of me and of themselves would be destroyed in 4 weeks, I drove off into the night as the rain continued to pour. It was oddly silent for the first week after they kicked me out. Not silent on an emotional level. Though silent in the sense that there were no calls, texts, or follow-ups from them, I had a lot of ideas racing through my mind. Even though I didn't anticipate an apology, I kind of hoped they would at least ask how I was doing. Nothing. I felt like I had been completely removed from the family roster. Although the term home office doesn't really capture it, I worked from home during those days. With floor-to-ceiling windows and a study stocked with leather-bound volumes I'd accumulated over the years, it was a contemporary penthouse with a city view. I was constantly reminded of how far I had come from the child they once labeled a failure by the skyline that stretched into the distance as I sat at my desk. By the second week, I began to hear clues from common acquaintances that Rachel and my parents were worried about me. Not anxious about my health, but troubled enough to shake their heads and let people know that I'd finally reached my lowest point. It seems that my mother had informed her church acquaintances that I was now living out of my car due to the failure of my small online endeavor. It seems that Rachel told a friend from high school that I was finally learning the hard way how to live. Not all they were doing was portraying me as a failure. The story was being actively constructed. My cousin Ryan, one of the only family members who had always treated me equally, texted me one evening. "Ryan. Hey man. I overheard something tonight. You okay?" "Me? Define okay. Ryan, your mom was telling people at dinner that you're basically homeless. She said, you'll probably come crawling back soon. Me? Interesting. Ryan. Also, Rachel made a joke about maybe letting you do odd jobs for her firm when you're desperate enough. She said, you'd look good fetching coffee. I took some time to look at that final message and allow the words to fully register. It was not unexpected. Even though Rachel had been making those types of jabs for years, it felt different to hear them now that I had been expelled. It was similar to witnessing someone burn a bridge you had previously made the decision to never cross again in order to ensure it was gone. When the third week arrived, I made the decision to attend my folks' Sunday dinner. Not as a visitor. As an observer, I was not invited. Since my departure, Ryan had indicated that these dinners had become a weekly routine. I arrived in my vehicle. This time, it was my other vehicle, the one they were unaware I possessed. A beautiful silver coupe that naturally attracted attention. In order to avoid them seeing me come, I parked a few homes down. I could see them through the dining room window from the sidewalk. Rachel is seated next to my parents, who are grinning at the head of the table. It was an animated conversation. Plates are filled, wine glasses raised. I could picture the screenplay. My parents were beaming as Rachel talked about her most recent case, and then, just as she should have, she mentioned how ungrateful I had been, and how I had wasted my potential. I had lost my anger. No, I sensed something sharper and colder. There was more to this than just me abandoning their home. This has to do with their attempt to improve their own image by portraying me as a cautionary tale. Because it made them feel superior and in control, they were rewriting my life as a failure. 2 days later, my mother called to beg for a favor rather than to make amends. She spoke in a light, even contemptuous tone. Next weekend, your father and I will need your assistance moving some old furniture. Ethan, sweetheart. You should have the time because you don't have any other obligations. To stop myself from laughing, I had to bite the inside of my cheek. I apologize, but I'm occupied. She let out a sigh as if I were intentionally being challenging. What are you busy with? Work. She laughed a little. Knowingly. Your business. Of course. Try to find time for your family. Shall we? One day you may need us. I became aware of how deeply ingrained their arrogance was at that point. They sincerely thought that when life finally crushed me, they would be my safety net. The idea that I might not require them was beyond their comprehension. It had been years since I needed them. Nevertheless, a tiny part of me chose to cooperate for a short while longer despite their denigration of me. Because the impact wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as it could be if I told everyone now. No. I would allow them to continue to dig themselves further into the hole they were creating by hurling insults and fabricating stories. Because I wanted the truth to hit them so hard when it did come out that they would never be able to get over their disgrace. And much sooner than they had anticipated. That moment was approaching. I had become somewhat detached and peaceful about the whole thing by the time the fourth week arrived. I was no longer having trouble sleeping because I knew exactly where I stood with them. However, they managed to reach a new low just when I believed I had witnessed the worst of their petty behavior. It began with an email from my bank on a Thursday morning. Unusual account activity is the subject line. Attention must be given right away. I initially believed that it might be a phishing hoax, but I was frozen when I went into my account. From one of my older accounts, 2 sizable withdrawals totaling more than math BBS, $80 had been made. Although I no longer used the account frequently, it remained open since it was linked to a joint savings plan that my parents had set up for me when I was a teenager. Years ago, I had intended to close it, but I had forgotten. Both withdrawals were from a bank 2 blocks away from my parents' home and were identified as in-person transactions. I initially tried to come up with a plausible rationale. Perhaps identity theft, or a banking blunder. However, my stomach fell when I called the branch and received the information. The teller had a vivid memory of the withdrawal. She claimed that on both occasions, my mother had entered, claimed that I had given her permission to access the money for a family emergency, and left with a cashier's check. I'm not sure if the crime itself or the fact that she had done it so carelessly, as though my money was hers to steal whenever she chose, made my hands shake more. I didn't immediately give her a call. I had to relax. And I wasn't at that moment. Rather, I gave Ryan a call. I told them, "You're not going to believe this," as I described what had occurred. A long pause ensued. "I believe I know where that money went, Ethan." "Where?" I said hesitantly. "Rachel and Ryan recently made a down payment on a brand new, high-end SUV. She boasted that the family had given it to her as a thank you for all of her hard work. The words were like freezing water to me. Treating me like a failure was insufficient. In reality, they had cheated on me in order to give Rachel something. My mother had physically gone into a bank, taken money out of my account without my consent, and sent it directly to the golden child, possibly while convincing herself that it was totally acceptable. I took a car to my folks' house that evening. I stayed out of the house. I parked across the street and sat there gazing at the warmly illuminated windows, not yet prepared for the confrontation. I could see them in the living room inside. My mom was snapping a picture, which she will likely post online, as Rachel held up a pair of car keys. My father was smiling and giving her a shoulder clap as if she had just received a prize. I recall the sensation in my chest changing. But I can't recall how long I sat there. I had been prevented from moving too far up until now by a thin, lingering thread of loyalty. However, that thread snapped clean as I saw them celebrate with my money. My mother texted me later that week. I hope the savings account hasn't disturbed you. Your sister needed assistance. And it was just sitting there. One day you'll earn more money. Family comes first. I spent a lot of time looking at that message. There was only a haughty, even condescending explanation, no apology, and no admission that it was stealing. I didn't respond. I didn't have to, because something inside of me changed from silent endurance to icy resolution at that very moment. This was no longer about showing them how successful I was. The purpose of this was to demonstrate to them that the bridge they destroyed wasn't just destroyed. It had been swapped out for a stronghold they would never again approach, and they were going to find out just what that meant. The air around me felt heavier after the SUV incident. It was like the atmosphere before a storm. Not that I was falling under it. I no longer felt burning, impetuous anger. It was a more subdued type of weight, the kind that lodges in your bones and prevents you from forgetting. I kept what had transpired from other people. Not buddies, not coworkers, not even business associates. I had no desire for pity. To be honest, I felt ashamed that I had put myself in a situation where they might easily take advantage of me. I was expected to be intelligent, cautious, and strategic. They went straight through that account, though, because I had left it open like an unlocked door. I withdrew from everything for the following few weeks. I stopped going to some meetings. I turned down several social invitations. To avoid having to respond to inquiries about my family, I even skipped a quarterly networking event that I had never missed. I was shut up in my penthouse, letting the silence envelop me, while I pretended to be engaged with major work. I wasn't depressed, at least not in the sense that most people associate with that word. I continued to get up early, work out every morning, and maintain the seamless operation of my businesses. However, I had a raw, almost hollow feeling inside. It was like seeing the same movie over and over again with the same ending every time I thought about my parents and Rachel. Their inside joke uses me as the punchline. One evening, while sipping a glass of whiskey at my kitchen island, I browsed through old pictures on my phone. There was one from 6 years ago, where I was partly in the picture and half off to the side, with my parents and Rachel grinning for the camera in front of a rented beach home. When they invited me that year, they had neglected to explain that the vacation was already scheduled and completely booked. Rachel got the master suite, and I ended up sitting on a couch in the living area. I became increasingly aware of something as I continued to gaze at that image. This was nothing new. The public humiliation, the theft, and the lies. It was merely the latest episode in a tale that had been unfolding over my whole life. I had always been expected to make concessions, give more than I received, and discreetly take in whatever they threw at me. Perhaps this explains why they were so certain they could steal my money and get away with it. They assumed I would pout for a while, perhaps ignore them, but then return for the following Sunday meal as if nothing had occurred. My thoughts began to change at that point, not in the direction of promptly confronting them. I had no intention of coming over and demanding my money back. No, I began to consider time, leverage, and how much better the outcome would be if I destroyed their entire self-concept rather than just calling them out. It was a delicate first step. In order to ensure that there was no remaining vulnerability for them to take advantage of, I had my attorney discreetly begin the process of locking down every account, property, and asset in my name. Simultaneously, I contacted a private person who was an expert in obtaining financial and legal documents that were not readily available to the general public. I informed him that I needed a complete financial picture of my family. I felt that the information will be helpful in the future, not because I needed it right away. I could see the irony. I kept her card in my wallet, but I didn't confirm anything at the time. It wasn't yet time. In the meantime, I was receiving updates from my financial contact, and the image they provided of my family's circumstances was instructive. I was surprised to learn how little money my parents had saved for retirement. Despite having a well-paying work, Rachel was deeply in debt due to a combination of poor investments and an unfulfilled desire for luxury. She had surreptitiously taken out a second mortgage on her condo last year, and the first costs were barely paid by the SUV, or at least the down payment they had stolen from me. Knowing wasn't the only satisfaction. They were at risk. This implied that my future actions would have more than just an emotional impact when the time came. It would be palpable and useful. On the surface, however, I avoided contact. The family continued to have Sunday dinners, talk about me in the past tense, and perpetuate the myth that I was drifting away from reality. However, I started to hear tiny cracks appearing in their assurance through mutual contacts. It seems that a friend of Rachel's had seen me in the middle of a meeting with a bunch of well-dressed executives at a posh hotel in Singapore. The hairdresser for my mother reported that she had heard someone discussing a CEO by the name of Ethan closing a huge deal abroad. They were beginning to hear the rumors, and even though they avoided me directly, I could see the tension and interest growing. I took my time. I didn't want to waste power on an early confrontation because power is best displayed in moderation. No, I wanted them to be unsteady and question everything they believed to be true until the day I completely turned the tables on them. And it wouldn't just be about disproving them when that day arrived. It would be about permanently altering the relationship and ensuring they knew without a doubt that whatever part they believed they played in my life was over. The problem with revenge is that it has nothing to do with speed. It has to do with accuracy. You don't just attack when you have the opportunity. You wait until your action is so flawless and seamless that it cannot be reversed or disregarded. My contact had finished compiling the information by this point. And what I had been suspecting for months was verified by what I saw on paper. For the most part, my family's appearance of stability was smoke and mirrors. My parents were about to have to downsize, but they wouldn't openly acknowledge it. I had underestimated Rachel's financial predicament. High interest loans, a lease on that SUV she could hardly afford, and maxed out credit cards. On her second mortgage, she had even begun to miss payments. However, I was particularly interested in one piece of information. A letter regarding an early investment in a small property development company that had been circling the drain for the past year was hidden in my father's financial documents. The worst part was that a loan for the business was personally guaranteed by my father. He would be responsible for the entire sum, far into the six figures, if it failed. According to the reports, it was approximately 3 months away from collapsing. I realized how to set the scene at that point. I didn't have to ruin their finances. I would appear vengeful if I did that. No, I had to let them walk straight into a situation where their preconceptions and haughtiness would cause them to fail, and I would be in a position they could never have envisioned. The editor of a business journal that I had met in Manhattan months earlier called me at about the same time. She wanted me to be the focal point of her underappreciated entrepreneur's feature. A multi-page spread with expert images, not just a brief article. My entire story, with a focus on the early years when I was told I wouldn't succeed. I instantly agreed, but I had one requirement for her. The release date had to coincide with the month that my father's failed investment was scheduled to fail. Just as everything was coming together, I was presented with an unforeseen chance. An offer was made by a real estate investment company I had previously worked with. They required a reliable source of funding because they were purchasing troubled assets from smaller developers. They were giving me first dibs on the deals because I had previously been one of their top investors. I nearly burst out laughing when they sent me the list of properties. My father's struggling real estate company held a block of partially constructed townhomes that were sitting there in the portfolio, marked in red as high risk. I didn't immediately commit. I studied the documents, asked questions, and discreetly positioned myself so that, should the company fall, as the report predicted, I could purchase the entire project through the investment firm for a little portion of its worth. That meant I would be the owner of the project without ever having to deal with my father directly, in addition to his firm losing the project. The nicest part is that, on paper, it would appear to be just a wise business decision on my part. No overt assault, no identifiable grudge. I stayed away from the family while those things were happening, but I made sure my name continued coming up in their discussions. Ryan told me that my mother had asked him whether I had been fortunate because she had heard that I had been traveling abroad in first class. Apparently, Rachel had questioned a mutual acquaintance about whether I was genuinely doing better or perhaps putting on a show. Their curiosity was eating away at them, and I knew that curiosity would soon give way to shock. I wasn't merely assuming a position of authority. They had no idea we were playing on the board until I was ready to take possession of it. And when the time came for me to move, it would be visible, indisputable, and time to arrive just when they needed me. Everything I had been putting in place over the previous 6 months was arranged like dominoes, ready to fall in order. When the month finally arrived, I just needed to tap the first one. On the first Monday of each month, the business magazine feature was available for purchase. The cover had my face on it. A polished suit, a skyline background, and a big title. From uncertainty to control. Everyone was proven wrong by the self-made visionary. My family wasn't specifically mentioned in the story, but it wasn't required. The story was obvious. Despite being undervalued by those closest to me and told I would never succeed, I had secretly amassed an enterprise worth tens of millions of dollars. The timing was impeccable. In a matter of hours, the article was making the rounds on social media, in business groups, and even in LinkedIn circles that my sister frequently visited. My phone kept buzzing that same day. I received congratulations from coworkers, longtime friends, and even faraway strangers. And just in time, my mother sent me the text I had been anticipating. "We noticed the magazine, Ethan. We didn't realize how large things had gotten for you. You have our admiration. Feeling proud?" Like a sour pill, the words lingered in my head. They had been stealing from me and been dismissed for years, but suddenly they were proud. I didn't respond. My father's real estate development business formally fell behind on its debt 2 weeks later. The real estate investment company I had partnered with immediately rushed in to buy the project at a deep discount when the bank made fast decisions. As anticipated, I was able to acquire controlling ownership of the entire development using my funds. On paper, it seemed like just another wise purchase. In actuality, without my father's knowledge, I held the deed to his greatest possession. Before moving forward, I had to wait 3 days. Then, at a neutral venue, a posh restaurant downtown, I had my assistant set up a meeting with my parents and Rachel. Under the pretense of discussing a business prospect, the invitation was sent. They were also ready to accept, considering their abrupt change in attitude following the magazine article. They were all grinning when they got there. For the first time in years, my mother gave me a hug. As if we were longtime business associates, my father shook my hand. With a voice full of a civility I had never heard from her before, Rachel complimented my suit. I slipped a folder across the table midway through the main course after we placed our dinner order and engaged in light chat. The ownership document for the development they had been holding onto as their major investment was contained within. As he read it, my father's smile wavered. "This is our property," he murmured softly. "Correction," I said in a composed tone. "It was your property. It's mine now." In startled stillness, they gazed at me. I simply stated the facts without raising my voice or gloating. Their business was in default. The project had been offloaded by the bank. I had purchased it lawfully from a reputable company for a reasonable price. I described it as exact, emotionless, and definitive, much like a surgeon might describe a clean cut. My mom's face turned red. "How could you, Ethan? How could I?" I interrupted, slightly hardening my tone. "The same way you walked into my bank account and took my money without permission. The same way you gave it to Rachel like it was yours to give. The same way you kicked me out of your house and told people I was homeless. I just learned from the best." Rachel's mouth constricted, but she remained silent. With his gaze flickering between the papers and my face, my father reclined in his chair. He appeared small to me for the first time, not in terms of size, but rather in terms of presence. I rested my elbows on the table and leaned forward. "The difference between you and me is that I didn't have to lie or steal to make this happen. I played the long game, and now when this development turns a profit, and it will, not a cent will have your name on it." The clink of silverware from diners adjacent was the only sound coming from the table. They didn't quarrel. They made no apologies. The weight of what had transpired descended upon them like a thick mist as they sat there. Silently, I paid the bill, finished my meal, and got up. I said, "Enjoy your evening," in a courteous but somewhat informal tone. "Oh, and don't worry about the staff at the development site. I've already told them the change in ownership won't affect their jobs, just yours." With that, I left them seated in the cozy light of the restaurant's chandeliers as the harsh truth of their new place in my world began to set in. I didn't see the backlash coming so quickly. Ryan called me 4 days after that supper. He spoke softly, as if he was unsure whether to sound impressed or worried. His words? "Your parents are losing it. Your dad hasn't left the house in 3 days. Mom's been calling around trying to fix things, But everyone she talks to already knows you own the property. And well, people are talking. It turned out the story had spread beyond the family circle. My father's failed investment wasn't just a quiet embarrassment. It was public knowledge in their social sphere. The same people they used to boast to at dinner parties now whispered about how their reckless son had somehow outmaneuvered them in business. To make that happen, I didn't have to do anything. People enjoy a good twist, and this one was too good to ignore. Rachel's situation was not much better. Her SUV lease was up for renewal, and without my parents covering her emergencies longer, she had to downgrade to something modest. That was a social death sentence for a person whose reputation was based on luxury. Later, I learned that she had discreetly listed her condo for sale in an effort to pay off her obligations. In the weeks that followed, my parents contacted me twice. My mother texted me the first time, "Can we talk? We're still family." I disregarded it. My dad left a voicemail the second time. His voice was strained. "We need to find a way forward. You can't just cut us off like this." Without hearing the conclusion, I erased it. The problem is that I wasn't angry when I cut them off. I had just realized there was nothing to be saved. They had demonstrated their identity by robbing me, lying about me, and celebrating my alleged demise. I just answered back. However, I maintained my integrity throughout. The development endeavor started to make money a few months later. My portion of the returns was more than sufficient to make the theft they had perpetrated seem like a rounding error, and the townhomes sold more quickly than anticipated. Occasionally, as I pass by the finished site, I see families moving into the houses and children playing on the recently paved streets. It was now mine, created by my patience and their conceit. I didn't see them again at Sunday dinners. Actually, I never saw them at all. Occasionally, rumors made their way back through Ryan. How my parents sold their holiday home. In order to survive, Rachel had taken on additional cases at work, but these were only fragments of a life that was no longer relevant to me. My mother sent me a brief, nearly brittle email the last time I heard from her. "You've changed." After reading it again, I shut down my laptop. She was mistaken. I was still the same. I had just quit acting out the part they had written for me. And that night, when I stood on the balcony of my apartment overlooking the city, I understood it was the true triumph. The fact that they finally realized I didn't need them, their approval, or their idea of who I should be, was more important than the money, or the land. The last time I considered it, I grinned to myself and remarked aloud. Just once for my own satisfaction, I didn't just live in the streets. I bought the whole block. My husband thought he'd won the divorce until he realized the debt he just inherited. His attorney leaned in and whispered 5 words. Just 5. And Nathan's face, that smug, self-satisfied countenance I'd seen across the breakfast table for 17 years, turned absolutely white. His hands began trembling. The documents he had been eager to sign were shaky as leaves in a storm. I grinned for the first time in 3 years. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, because you need to know how we got here. How a woman who everyone thought had lost her mind played the longest, most patient game of her life. My name is Grace Turner. Dollar operator name I'm Mathram M, $36 years old, and had been married to Nathan Grant until 3 months ago. 17 years of marriage. That's longer than most Hollywood romances, several small countries, and certainly longer than my patience should have allowed. But I am a stubborn woman. I got it from my granny. I met Nathan when I was 19. I had graduated high school early. Not because I was a genius, but because I was practical, determined, and really wanted to get out of my parents' home. Henderson and Price law firm hired me as a file clerk. Minimum wage, maximum paper cuts, but they were mine. By the age of 20, I had advanced to the position of legal assistant. I was adept at details, arithmetic, and keeping my mouth shut and eyes open. Nathan was 25 years old when we met at a client event. He was personable, ambitious, and had big goals of developing a real estate empire. He spoke about the future as if it had already happened, as if success was simply waiting for him to step there and grab it. He claimed he was going to develop something great. I offered to help him file the paperwork. Romance. Correct? We married when I was 21. I met Ethan when I was 22 years old. I continued to work part-time at the law company while raising our son, contributing to my 401k and saving every spare dollar. My grandma always thought that women should have their own money. She would stress that it wasn't secret money, but rather her own. Something no one could take. At the age of 25, Nathan's business finally took off. He requested me to leave the legal business and help him full-time. He wanted someone to manage the books, deal with clients, and coordinate with contractors, someone he could entirely trust. So I became his unpaid everything. Bookkeeper, office manager, client liaison, interior designer for model homes, marketing coordinator, and event planner. I did it all while raising Ethan, running our household, and keeping everyone fed and relatively content. My formal title was wife. My unofficial title included everything else. For 13 years, I dedicated myself to realizing Nathan's goal. And for 13 years, he received credit, prizes, and accolades. I attended every industry gathering as Nathan's wife. During each celebration, he acknowledged his staff, mentors, and vision. But they never got around to thanking me. Somewhere along the way, things changed. He began making judgments without consulting me. I started staying late for work more and more frequently. I began criticizing minor details, such as how I looked, the foods I prepared, and my lack of ambition. I was operating his entire back office for free while raising his son and keeping his life in order. But certainly not ambitious enough. Then, 3 months ago, he dropped the bomb. He arrived home on Tuesday evening. I was making dinner. His favorite, actually, because I seemed to be a glutton for underappreciated effort. He placed me down at the kitchen table, with this expression on his face. Not sad, not sorry, but businesslike. I want a divorce, he stated. Then I want the house, vehicles, business, and everything. You can keep Ethan. He spoke it as if he were ordering from a menu. I will have the assets. Hold the child. Thanks. Keep Ethan like if he were a leftover pizza, an annoyance who had been graciously allowed to stay with me. I simply stared at him. After 17 years of marriage, this is how it ended at our kitchen table, between the salt shaker and the butter dish, as if I were just another thing he was dumping. Nathan had been planning this for months, something I didn't realize at the time. He already had a lawyer, Samuel Brooks. Expensive and experienced. He'd been devising his getaway strategy while I was preparing meals and scheduled his dentist visits. I'd been taken aback by a man I'd trusted with everything. The next day, his mother arrived. Diana Grant, a woman who had treated me like a servant for 17 years, arrived with her neatly groomed hair and perfected sympathy face. She rubbed my hand and told me I should have worked more to keep him satisfied. Men have needs, dear, she murmured, as if she were explaining something complex to a sluggish kid. Diana's counsel on marriage was always amusing, given that her husband spent 7 days a week on the golf course, deliberately to avoid being in the same room with her. But, yes, I was the problem. The first week was a haze. Nathan moved me into the guest room. He had documents drafted, settlements proposed, and dates established. Everything was flowing so quickly that I felt I was drowning. Everyone saw a woman whose world had recently fallen. A wife is thrown aside after 17 years of service. A victim who was unprepared for what happened. But, here's the deal. Nathan had no idea, and no one else did, that I had discovered anything 3 years before. Something concealed in his own financial documents. He thought something had been concealed forever. And I had been silently and patiently preparing ever since. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I read every comment. Thank you. Return to the disaster. Within a week following the announcement, Nathan had entirely taken over. The guest room became my permanent residence in our former home. My closet went from walk-in to 2 small portions. He gladly let me keep. The message was plain. This is not your house anymore. Within 2 weeks, he began bringing her around. Megan Pierce, 27 years old, works for his company. Of course she did. She had the Instagram perfect appearance. Blonde highlights, flawless nails, and yoga trousers that cost more than my weekly groceries. She strode into my kitchen as if she owned it. I wore my grandmother's apron while preparing smoothies with my blender. She was younger than my marriage and my favorite purse, but she made delicious smoothies, so that's something. Nathan paraded her around like a prize. They would sit on my couch, watch TV, and eat from my plates. He wrapped his arm around her directly in front of me, as if I were furniture and had already vanished. The shame became more severe with each passing day. First, he canceled my personal credit card. We need to separate finances, he replied, seeming reasonable. Then the joint card. Then he advised that I find another place to stay while we straighten things out. I have my own home. And I was asked to leave. Diana came over to help me pack. And by help, I mean she sorted through my possessions and determined what I deserved to keep. Old clothing are fine. Some family photographs. My grandmother's recipe box. She hesitated on that one, as if she was pondering taking it for herself. What I was not permitted to take. Any jewelry Nathan had purchased for me over the course of 17 years. Any furnishings I had chosen. Anything with value. Diana emphasized that those were marital assets. And Nathan was entitled to them. She packed my belongings in trash bags, not in boxes. Garbage bags. I felt like I was being hauled away as trash. Through it all, I had one person I believed I could trust. Laura Bennett. We'd been friends since high school, for 22 years, through lovers, breakups, babies, and everything in between. She was the first person I called following Nathan's announcement. She was incredibly supportive, often checking in, asking how I was doing, and always willing to listen. She'd come over with wine and let me to cry on her shoulder. She said I deserved better. She told me Nathan was making a terrible mistake, but something seemed odd. Small things. At first, Nathan appeared to know my plans before I did. When I suggested to Laura that I was considering battling for the house, Ethan returned home the next day and said, "Dad told him it wouldn't work." When I told Laura I was looking at apartments in a specific neighborhood, Nathan commented that the area was too pricey for me. Then it clicked. Looking back, I should have noticed it years ago. Laura would always light up when Nathan entered the room. She'd compliment him too much and laugh too heartily at his jokes. She usually inquired about him first whenever we spoke. "How's Nathan doing? How's business going? Is Nathan happy?" She had carried a torch for my husband for 17 years. Nathan, who gathered admirers in the same way that some people collect stamps, understood just how to utilize it. He made her feel special and significant, unlike other women. He presumably hinted that they'd reunite after the divorce. He gave her just enough hope to keep her devoted. My best friend was his spy. 22 years of friendship were sacrificed for petty flirtation and hollow promises. Laura, at least, charged more. But the worst part was not Nathan. It wasn't Diana. It wasn't even Laura. The worst thing was Ethan. My youngster saw everything. The girlfriend, the grandma preparing my bags, and his father's dismissive attitude toward me. And Nathan was working on him, trickling poison into his ear every day. "Your mother is making this difficult. I simply want everyone to be happy. She's dragging this out. I'm trying to be fair, but she's not cooperating." Ethan began pulling away from me. Not furious, precisely, but distant and puzzled. He wasn't sure who to believe. And his father was quite persuasive. I could lose my house. I could lose my money. I might lose everything I had spent 17 years building. But watching my son stare at me as if I were the problem. That was the knife. That was the wound that bled. I hired an attorney. Rachel Matthews was suggested by my former firm. 52 years old and sharp as a razor. I have no tolerance for foolishness. She assessed my circumstances and devised a battle plan. "You helped build this business," she remarked. "You're entitled to half of everything. The house, the company, the accounts. We fight." I stared at her for a long time. What if I do not want to fight? Na looked at me as if I had started speaking another language and recommended we send Nathan a thank you card and a fruit basket. She assumed I was broken, depressed, and too beaten down to speak up for myself. She had no idea. I relocated to a little flat with Ethan. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a kitchen as big as my previous pantry. Half of our crates didn't fit. They were stacked in the corner of Ethan's room, like a memorial to how far we'd fallen. Meanwhile, Nathan shared images with Megan. "New chapter, new energy. Blessed," he wrote. Diana said underneath, "So happy for you, sweetheart. You deserve joy." My sister yelled, and raged. "You need a shark lawyer. Take him for everything he's worth." Everyone had suggestions. Everyone assumed they knew what I should do. Everyone observed a woman who had given up, was unable to fight, and was allowing her husband to walk all over her. Everyone was mistaken. Here's the trouble with being underestimated. People cease looking at you. They stop being cautious around you. They quit keeping their secrets. And that is exactly when you will discover everything you need to know. 3 years. That's how long I'd kept this secret. That's how long I'd known the truth about Nathan Grant, and his gleaming, gorgeous, entirely fabricated empire. It began on a random Tuesday night, 3 years before the divorce. Nathan was working late again. By that point, he was always working late, but I had no idea what it meant. I was looking through the corporate books, reconciling accounts, and doing the unglamorous tasks that kept his business running. And I discovered something unusual. A transfer to an account I did not recognize, followed by another, then a pattern. Money was streaming out of our accounts to areas I'd never seen before. I dug deeper. I stayed up until $3.00. Mathram. A.M. Following the route. What I discovered made my blood run cold. Nathan had taken out loans against everything we owned. Everyone admired our gorgeous house, which had 3 mortgages. The original loan totaled math BBS $400. 4 years ago, math BBS $350 second mortgage was taken out. A third mortgage of math BBS $350 was taken out 2 years ago. Total amount owed, math BBS $1.3 million. The actual worth of the house is math BBS $900. We were math BBS $250 underwater on a home I assumed we owned fully. The business was significantly worse. Lines of credit were maxed out at T math BBS $220. Back taxes are outstanding in the amount of math BBS $90. Vendor debts total math BBS $120. Loans for equipment totaling $80,000. Nathan brags about the company at every function. The company that was meant to be booming was drowning in debt totaling over $500,000. Even the cars were not real. All 3 were leased. With balloon payments coming due. We did not own anything. We just had some very pricey monthly obligations. I sat in my kitchen at $3.00. Mathram A.M. Surrounded by printouts. And performed the arithmetic. Total debt is roughly math BBS $2.1 million. The total actual asset worth is approximately math BBS $1.7 million. We were math BBS $350 in the hole, possibly more. But where did all the money go? I kept digging. Over the next few weeks, I traced every transaction I could locate. And the image that emerged was awful. Cryptocurrency investments totaled math BBS $200, all lost. Math BBS $80,000 was lost while gambling. I didn't know about this apartment. I rented for a woman I had no idea about. Math BBS $65. $0 for rent and furnishings. Lifestyle spending that never came home. Watches, suits, and excursions I was never asked to. An additional math BBS $90. $0. My husband was not creating an empire. He was constructing a house of cards using borrowed cards that were also on fire. We looked wealthy in the same way that a mannequin appears alive. From a distance, it looks convincing, yet up close it is entirely hollow. My immediate instinct was to confront him, shout, weep, and demand explanations. But I knew Nathan. I'd been watching him operate for years. If I addressed him, he would try to manipulate me. He'd explain things away and make me feel ridiculous for questioning him. He'd undoubtedly find some way to blame me for it. Worse, if he knew I knew, he might try to seize my separate money as well. See, I had always kept a little something for myself. My grandmother's voice is in my head. A lady should have her own money, my IRA from my law firm days. I rolled it over after I quit, but I never touched it. By then, it had risen to around math BBS $200. That was my earnings from my job are considered separate property under the law. And then there was grandmother herself. She died when I was 28. And she left me math BBS $340. Her will was specific. This money is for Grace only. I'd kept it in a separate account for 6 years, never combining it with Nathan's money and never spending it for household needs. My granny had her own account for 50 years. She would constantly say that it wasn't secret money, but rather mine. The smartest woman I've ever known. I had approximately math BBS $540 that was entirely legally Mine. So I did not confront Nathan. Instead, I shielded myself. I worked with my uncle, a retired accountant, to set up an irrevocable trust for Ethan. That trust held both my IRA and my inheritance. My name wasn't included as a beneficiary. Nathan's name was obviously not on it. It was about Ethan's future. College, a first home, emergencies, and it remained untouchable. I then documented everything. Every mortgage document, hidden account, every suspicious transaction. I printed copies and stored them in my sister's home. I stored copies in a safe deposit box. I saved everything on an encrypted drive. Then I waited. I knew Nathan would go eventually. Men like him are always doing this. They become bored, meet someone younger, or realize they deserve more. I just needed to be ready when it happened. 3 years of waiting. 3 years of watching him dig a deeper hole. 3 years of smiling at dinner parties while realizing our entire life was constructed on quicksand. I became extremely excellent at waiting and pretending I didn't see my husband was financially drowning us both. When Nathan ultimately sought for a divorce and demanded the house, vehicles, business, and everything, I almost laughed out loud. He was not asking for any assets. He was demanding a debt. He just didn't realize it yet. Back in the present, I sat across from Rachel Matthews and put 3 binders on her desk. 3 years of evidence, including every mortgage document, loan statement, and hidden account. She read silently for almost an hour. When she looked up, her countenance had entirely changed. You've known about this for 3 years. I waited for him to go. I knew he'd do it eventually. When he demanded everything, he demanded the entire debt. He just does not grasp it yet. Na reclined back in her seat. Her eyes lacked pity. The concern was gone. What replaced it was a sense of amazement. So, when you sign over the assets, walk away clean. He gets the mortgages, the business debts, the lease obligations, all of it becomes his sole responsibility. And your inheritance, your retirement account, separate property, never commingled, legally protected, sitting safely in a trust for my son. Rachel was silent for a long time. Then she grinned. A lazy and dangerous smile. Mrs. Turner. She began. I believe I owe you an apology. I thought you'd given up. I smiled back. Everyone thinks that. That's kind of the point. Na's expression changed from one of a lost cat to that of a chess grandmaster. I prefer grandmaster. Better outfit. The trap had already been built. The numbers were validated. The documentation was tight. All I had to do now was make Nathan believe he was winning. Nobody does gracious loser better than a woman who has been practicing for 17 years. The following 3 months were a masterclass in acting. I became exactly who everyone expected me to be. Broken, dejected, and barely holding on. I arrived to mediation sessions with burning eyes and shaking hands. I talked softly and hesitantly, like a lady who had lost her confidence. I requested so little that even the mediator appeared uneasy. I just want enough to start over. I explained during our second mediation. I am not trying to be tough. I know the business is his life's work, and I know the house means everything to him. I don't want to further divide our family. I asked for $1, Math BBS, 55. $0 financial settlement. My personal items, and shared custody of Ethan. That was it. Nathan consented quickly. He undoubtedly expected me to battle for half of everything. That is what any reasonable lawyer would demand. Instead, I asked for crumbs. He gazed at me across the mediation table with almost pity, as if I were a wounded animal he was kindly putting out of its pain. I earned an Oscar or a Golden Globe for that performance. I was given the opportunity of a lifetime, and my only audience was my lying, cheating, soon-to-be bankrupt ex-husband. Nathan became more arrogant with each passing week. He stopped being cautious, stopped pretending to be the sensible one. He began informing everyone who would listen that I had not even fought. She just gave up. He informed his golf pals. Diana was much worse. I offered her a fair settlement, and she took it without a word. She brags at her book club, church group, and every social event she attends. Nathan is keeping everything. That woman received no monetary compensation. I'd always known she wasn't strong enough for my son. Nathan purchased a new watch for $Math BBS 18, $0 to celebrate his imminent victory. I know because I noticed the charge on my company account. He was still spending business money for personal expenses. Still digging that hole deeper. He wore it to our next mediation session. Making certain I noticed. He also brought Megan to dinner at La Maison, the French restaurant where we had previously celebrated our 10th anniversary. He shared photographs on social media. He wrote, "Life is good when you're with the right person. The correct individual." He was referring to someone who was unaware of his obligation. Meanwhile, Megan had begun refurbishing my home, including new furnishings in the living room and new artwork on the walls. She even repainted my kitchen gray. She painted it gray. I spent 3 weeks selecting the sage green. 3 weeks of paint swatches, lighting tests, and drove myself insane trying to find the right hue. She then painted over it with builder-grade gray. Like it was nothing. Gray liked her personality and her future with Nathan after she discovered he was broke. It's actually quite apt. Laura continued to contact, posing as a friend and asking for information. I played along brilliantly. "How are you holding up?" She'd ask, her voice full of phony concern. "I just want it to be over," I'd tell her, my voice cracking slightly. "I can't fight anymore. I don't have the energy." Nathan would know within hours. I could almost see him relaxing, letting his guard down even more. Laura believed she was playing me. She was simply providing a messenger service. It's also not particularly pricey. However, while the adults were playing their games, Ethan was watching. And my son, my smart, perceptive, amazing son, began to see inconsistencies. He observed his father's new Math BB S18, $0 watch, but Nathan told him they couldn't afford the school trip to Washington, D.C. He also saw Megan's shopping bags piling up in the foyer, but Nathan complained about money being tight. He observed the contrast between the luxury his father projected and the justifications he kept making. Ethan came into my modest apartment one evening and sat at my second-hand kitchen table. He gazed at me with those serious eyes, so similar to his father's, but with something Nathan had long forgotten. Honesty. "Mama," he murmured quietly, "is Dad really wealthy?" I looked at my son for a long time. "What are your thoughts?" He remained quiet, processing. "I believe something is wrong. I believe he is pretending." I stretched across the table to squeeze his hand. "Just wait a little longer." My 17-year-old saw something was wrong before 2 lawyers and a qualified accountant did. I should charge his education fund for consultation fees. Behind the scenes, Rachel was meticulously planning our legal strategy. The main divorce agreement plainly stated that I was giving up all claims to marital property. Nathan would inherit the house, the business, and all of the vehicles. In exchange, I would accept a minor cash settlement and walk away. However, an amendment with a full liability disclosure statement was appended to the agreement. Every debt, mortgage, loan, and obligation is linked to those assets. When Nathan signed for all assets, he legally assumed all responsibilities. The mortgages would be his full burden. The business's debts would be transferred totally to him. The lease obligations for the autos would be his responsibility alone. Everything was there in black and white. Legal, proper, and destructive. Legal documents are like poems. Nah. He told me. Boring. Expensive poetry that can destroy someone's life. My fave kind. 2 weeks before the final hearing, Nathan's lawyer, Ho, called Rachel to express his concerns. "My client is assuming significant assets," Samuel explained carefully. "I'd like to request a full financial audit before we finalize everything," Rachel said, her voice remaining neutral. "Of course, we'll supply any evidence you require." But when Samuel presented this to Nathan, my soon-to-be ex-husband shut it down right away. "No audits," Nathan informed him. "I established that company. I know exactly how much it is worth. I am not paying for an accountant to tell me something I already know." Samuel pushed back. "I strongly advise that we verify the asset valuations before you sign. This is a significant no." Nathan cut him off. "Megan wants it done. I want this finished. No more delays." Samuel had been practicing law for more than 30 years. He recognized when a client was ready to make a mistake. He also realized he couldn't force anyone to follow his advice. He handed Nathan with a waiver, which acknowledged Samuel's recommendation for an independent financial examination, and Nathan's refusal to go against counsel's advice. Nathan signed without reading it. Never underestimate the ability of an impatient woman to make a man ignore the tiny print, just as he would sign anything else without reading it. Megan was worth millions to me in legal strategy. Anyway, The night before the hearing. Nathan texted me. Thank you for not making this ugly. I stared at the message for a long time. After 17 years of marriage, 17 years of growing his business, raising his son, and managing his life, he thanked me for not making things difficult for him while throwing me away. I replied back, I just want what's best for Ethan. What was best for him? His trust fund, his future assured, and a father ready to learn the most costly lesson of his life. Rachel called me Thursday evening at 9 a.m. Final hearing. Judge Emily Collins, are you prepared? I gazed around my modest apartment, at the used furniture, the unpacked boxes in the corner, and the tiny kitchen, which I had painted sage green to represent hope. I've been ready for 3 years. After 3 years of waiting, it finally arrived. I felt like a kid on Christmas morning, if Christmas morning included divorce court and financial retribution. Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Nathan would enter the courtroom expecting to collect his prize. He had no notion he was about to inherit a financial landslide, which he had signed for himself. The finest thing was that he had requested it in writing, with witnesses. If you've made it this far, you're probably expecting something good to happen. Click the like button if you want Nathan to get what he deserves. And if you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? I have more stories where this came from. Trust me. Let's end this now. Thursday, April 17th, at 9 a.m., courtroom, 4B. I recall every aspect of that morning. The way the sunshine filtered through the tall windows, the aroma of ancient wood and floor polish, the hushed murmur of lawyers shuffling files. This was the official termination of their 17-year marriage, and where 3 years of patience would eventually pay off. Nathan arrived first. Of course, he was dressed in his nicest suit, a charcoal Armani that I had helped him choose for a client dinner 3 years earlier. His new watch caught the light as he shook Samuel's hand. He appeared confident and relaxed, like he was ready to seal a really good deal. Megan waited in the corridor. She wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but she wanted to offer moral support. I got a peek of her through the door. Perfect makeup, fancy bag, and she scrolled through her phone as if this were just another boring appointment. She wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but she wanted to offer moral support. I got a peek of her through the door. Perfect makeup, fancy bag, and she scrolled through her phone as if this were just another boring appointment. Diana Grant was also present, seated in the gallery. She dressed up for the occasion, possibly intending to take Nathan to a celebratory lunch afterwards. When I stepped in, she gave me a small smile like you give someone you've already beaten. I arrived a few minutes after Nathan. Simple navy dress, no jewelry, and hair pulled back into a low bun. I appeared exhausted and beaten, like a woman with nothing left to fight for. Perfect. I looked like someone who had given up on both life and fashion. Very convincing. Judge Emily Collins entered. I should definitely teach acting classes. Everyone rose. She was in her early 60 seconds, with silver hair, reading spectacles perched on her nose, and had served on the family court bench for 30 years. She had witnessed every trick, manipulation, and lie that divorcing spouses could throw at each other. Nothing astonished her anymore. She quickly studied the case paperwork before looking up. Turner versus Grant. Final dissolution hearing. I understand that the parties have achieved an agreement. Samuel was the first to stand. Yes, Your Honor. My client Nathan Grant is taking over all marital assets, including the family home, the real estate development company, and all associated cars. In exchange, Mrs. Turner gets a cash settlement of $math BBS $55,000. Rachel rose alongside me. That is right, Your Honor. My client agrees to give up all claims to these assets and accepts the suggested settlement terms. Judge Collins' eyes shifted to mine. She looked at my face for a moment, looking for evidence of coercion. I envisioned signals that I was being coerced into a horrible agreement. Mrs. Turner, she said, I need to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to today. You are giving up your right to considerable property, such as the family home or the stock firm you helped develop. Are you sure this is what you want? I kept my voice mild and slightly wobbly. Yes, Your Honor, I do understand, and you are freely entering into this agreement? Is no one putting any pressure on you? No, Your Honor. I looked down at my hands and then up at her. I really want my husband to get everything he has asked for. I want it to be over. The judge gave me another long look. I could virtually feel her internal conflict about whether to push harder, order a continuance, or shield me from what appeared to be a bad decision. However, I was represented by counsel. I answered clearly. I was an adult lady making her own decision. Very well, she responded last. Let us proceed. The clerk issued the final documents, page after page of legal language, with signatures necessary on every third page. Nathan signed eagerly, scarcely looking at what he was consenting to. He wanted it done. He wanted to return to his new life with his new partner and his newfound independence. I signed slowly and deliberately. Every stroke of my pen was meticulous and exact. This was the moment I had waited 17 years for. I planned to savor it. Nathan smiled as he looked across the courtroom at Diana. She nodded in approval. In the corridor, his phone buzzed, most likely from Megan providing him support. He checked his phone in court throughout his divorce proceedings. That is the type of man he was. Meanwhile, Samuel Brooks was doing what good lawyers do, examining the entire document package one last time. The main agreements have been signed, as have the asset schedule and settlement terms. He then reached the addendum. Disclosure of liability declaration. I observed his face as he read. The perplexity flashing across his features, as he flipped back a page and then forward again, as if praying he had misinterpreted something. He had not. Samuel's face became pallid. He leaned in closer, Nathan, attempting to be subtle. Sir, he muttered. We need to talk, Nathan said, still ecstatic about his win. Sir Samuel's voice became more agitated. Not now. We're almost done. You're assuming all debt, Nathan said, turning to face him. What? The liability disclosure? Samuel said quietly, papers rustling as he pointed. The mortgages, the business liens, it's all here. You're assuming personal liability for everything. For the first time, Nathan read over what he'd signed. I watched his eyes search the figures, and the color faded from his face. House owes $math BBS, $1.3 million. Market value, $math BBS 900, $0. The business has a collective debt of $math BBS 500, $0. Vehicles with lease liabilities of $math BBS 120, $0. Math BBS 220, $0 in additional personal obligations. Total debt is roughly Math BBB S $2.1 million. The net value of all he just claimed. The amount is negative Math BB S 350, $0. He had not won the lottery. He had won the bill for it. Nathan rose hastily, his chair scrapping against the floor. This isn't correct. He looked at me, then at the judge, and finally back at the documents. She kept this from me. This is fraudulent. Judge Collins' voice was harsh. Mr. Grant, please sit down. These figures are false. Nathan insisted. His voice raised. She manipulated the paperwork. This is Mr. Grant. The judge's tone left no space for disagreement. He sat down, but his hands shook. His confident smile had vanished, replaced by something that looked like panic. Judge Collins examined the paperwork in front of her before looking at Nathan. Mr. Grant, I am reviewing the liability disclosure statement that is attached to this agreement. These are debts related with the assets you're claiming. Assets in your name, including your business and property. She fixed him with a steely look. Are you telling this court that you do not understand your own financial situation? Silence. Watching Nathan try to explain why he wasn't aware of his own debts was like watching a cat explain why there's a shattered vase on the floor. Fascinating, yet entirely unconvincing. Samuel cleared his throat. Your Honor, I should point out that I urged my client to perform an independent financial analysis prior to this hearing. He declined. I have documents. He showed the waiver Nathan had signed without reading, which stated in plain legal language that Samuel had advised a comprehensive audit, which Nathan had refused. Judge Collins reviewed it briefly. Mr. Grant was encouraged to verify these data. He decided not to. He signed a waiver recognizing his decision. She looked at Nathan. Is this correct? Nathan stared at the waiver, as if it were a snake that had just bitten him. Is this your signatu prolonged pause? ICS. Then you took this danger freely. Judge Collins spoke in a straightforward tone. You were given the opportunity to explore. You decided not to. The deal stands. Nathan looked at me, desperation breaking through his calm. You knew. His voice crackled. You were aware of the entire situation. I met his gaze gently. I was your bookkeeper for 13 years, Nathan. I knew everything. His visage shifted between emotions faster than I could count. Confusion, wrath, betrayal, dread. And then the one I had been waiting for. Realization. The realization that he had done this on himself. Nathan turned back to face the court and stated, "I want to withdraw the agreement." I did not understand what I was signing. "This is not fair." Judge Collins shook her head. "Mr. Grant, you signed documents before this court indicating that you understood and agreed to all provisions. You were represented by a skilled attorney. You declined an extra review. Your wife didn't hide anything. These are your debts, mortgages, and responsibilities." She paused. "The agreement is final." The gavel came down. "Mrs. Turner, you have received your payout. Mr. Grant, you have the agreed upon assets and obligations. This marriage has been dissolved." I adjusted my outfit, and grabbed my handbag. Then I stared at Nathan one more time. He sat slumped in his chair, papers scattering in front of him, his entire world collapsing around him. "You said you wanted everything except Ethan," I replied quietly. "I gave you exactly what you asked for." I walked out of the courtroom, not looking back. In the corridor, Nathan's voice rose, yelling at Samuel, demanding to know how this happened, and threatening legal action. Samuel responded calmly. "I advised you to seek an audit. I have it in writing. You refused." Megan's expression changed as I watched her listen through the glass doors. I saw her looking at Nathan. Really? Look at him. Look at him. And see anything different than the successful businessman she was expecting. She was gone before I got to the elevator, going quickly, heels clicking on the marble floor, and not looking back. Megan left faster than she entered my marriage. At least she remained constant. I strolled out into the April sunshine. The sky was blue. The air was warm. Behind me, my ex-husband was yelling at his lawyer about fairness and fraud, and how none of this was his fault. A fresh start awaited me, smaller than before, simpler, but entirely mine. The collapse occurred faster than I anticipated. Within 2 weeks, Megan had left the house, packed her belongings in the middle of the night, and left a note that said, "This isn't what I signed up for." The gray kitchen sat vacant. Within a month, Nathan attempted to sell the home. However, when you owe more than it is worth, there are no purchasers, only banks calling about missing payments and realtors recommending short sales. Within 2 months, the company began defaulting. Vendors filed suits. The line of credit was frozen. Nathan had spent the previous 17 years establishing this company. My 3-year-old company was falling into dust. Within 3 months, Nathan was meeting with bankruptcy attorneys. The man who had previously boasted about his empire was now considering which assets he could shield from creditors. The answer was practically nothing. Diana's perfect son was calling family members for loans and showing up at their homes with excuses and explanations. Nobody knew about the debt. Grace must have kept it hidden. I was deceived. But the documents revealed a different story. The mortgages were under his name. The loans, gambling debts, cryptocurrency losses, secret apartment, all of his choices, and signatures were in his name. Diana's Christmas newsletter that year was reportedly fairly short. Nathan is seeking new opportunities. Yes, opportunities exist in debt restructuring. Parallel conflicts end with beautiful symmetry. Laura called me approximately a week after the hearing. Her voice shook. I had no clue it was this nasty. "I'm very sorry, Grace. I never meant for Nathan." And I didn't answer. Reply. Or provide her with the closure she sought. Certain bridges are not meant to be repaired. Some friendships aren't worth a second chance. 22 years of history were betrayed for a smile and bogus promises from a man who abused those around him. She called 3 more times before stopping. I guess she is still waiting for Nathan to notice her. She will be waiting a long time. Diana took a different method, going via Ethan. Tell your mother I was unaware of the financial troubles. Tell her I apologize for how I treated her. Tell her you want to discuss. Ethan glanced at his grandma, the woman who'd put his mother's possessions in rubbish bags, labeled his mother worthless, and blindly supported his father, and said, "Mom's busy establishing her life." Ethan, my wonderful, smart, observant son, finally understood everything, not because I explained it to him, but because he figured it out on his own. He saw the court documents, heard his father's excuses, and watched Megan leave. Diana wanted forgiveness, And I wanted peace. Watch Diana scramble. Watch the whole facade collapse. One evening, about a month after the divorce, he sat with me in my small apartment, the one with the sage green kitchen, the one with the second-hand furniture, and the boxes finally unpacked. "You waited 3 years, he said quietly. "You knew all along and you just waited. I wanted to make sure you were safe, and I told him that whatever happened between your father and me, I needed to know you'd be okay." He was quiet for a moment, then hugged me, the kind of hug I hadn't gotten from my 7-year-old son in months. The trust fund was $math BBS, $550, $0 safe and untouchable. The kind that said, "I understand." The kind that said, "I'm proud of you." 7-year-old boys don't usually hug their mothers voluntarily, so I knew I'd done something right. My math BBS 55, $0 settlement went toward getting established first month's rent, security deposit, basic furniture that wasn't falling apart. I enrolled in interior design courses at the community college, a dream I had put on hold when I was 25 to help Nathan build his empire. It wasn't luxury, but it was stability, and the trust fund remained intact. Ethan's future included college and possibly a first home, a safety net that no one could take away from him. My first genuine client was Sandra, a 52-year-old lady who had recently ended a 30-year marriage. She was standing in her empty new apartment, looking forlorn, when she asked me, "How do you start over?" I paused for a moment, thinking about it. One room, one color, one day at a time. We painted her kitchen sage green, and she cried when she saw it. "Happy tears," she said, "the color of new beginnings." About 3 months after the divorce was finalized, Nathan showed up at my apartment, and I barely recognized him. He'd lost weight, not the healthy kind, and had dark circles under his eyes. His suit was wrinkled. His watch was gone, and he looked like a man who had been through a war and lost. He stood in my doorway, and for a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. "I didn't know it was this bad," he said, his voice shaky. "I made mistakes, I know that now, but I didn't mean for anything to happen." I leaned against my doorframe and looked at him. "Can we talk?" he asked. "Maybe we can figure something out." I could. "I don't know. Maybe we could." He couldn't even finish the sentence. This man I'd loved for nearly half my life, this man who had thrown me away like garbage, this man who was now drowning in the consequences of his own choices. He couldn't bring himself to ask for what he really wanted. "Help. My help. After everything. You asked for everything except Ethan," I said calmly. "You got exactly what you wanted. Grace, please. Goodbye, Nathan." I closed the door. He stood in the hallway for 10 minutes. I know because I watched through the peephole while eating ice cream. It was the best show I had ever seen. That evening, after Ethan had gone to bed, I sat in my small living room and looked at my grandmother's photo on the shelf. The recipe box was next to it. The one thing Diana had almost taken, the one thing that mattered the most. "You were right about everything, Grandma," I said quietly. "Know your worth. And never let anyone make you feel small." The apartment was quiet. Small, and nothing like the house I'd lived in for 17 years, but it was mine. Every paint color, every piece of furniture, every decision was mine, and I was free for the first time in longer than I could remember. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most fascinating stories are already on your screen. Click on one now and don't miss the greatest part. You'll enjoy it. See you next time. Mom fed me expired food while my golden brother ate like a king. Now she wants $9,000 a month for a retirement home. My mother fed me and my sister outdated food for 17 years while my golden kid brother ate fresh. She wants us to pay for her retirement home. My mother provided me and my sister expired food my whole life while my bigger brother Max got fresh food. I started at 7 and my sister Lily was 5. Mom's favorite was 2-year-old Max. He played football. Looked like Dad before Dad left. And got straight A's without trying. Saturdays were Mom's grocery day. Bring home bags of fresh meat, veggies, bread, and milk for the main kitchen. She then took out a bag for Lily and myself. Moldy bread, dense in cans, and milk 1 day old. The yogurt was expired. She put our food in the basement fridge and told us. The upper kitchen fed Max. Food came from the basement. She'd yell at us for taking Max's meals if we took anything from upstairs. Expiring lunch meat gave me stomach illness at 9. I gave up for 4 days. Mom felt I was overdramatic. Lily was sick from poor milk at 8. Mom stated she probably got sick during school. Mom explained that we were finicky eaters who only preferred aged cheese and fermented items when teachers wondered why our lunches smelled bad. Max brought friends home and Mom cooked steak dinners while Lily and I ate outdated soup in the basement. She told everyone we required special food for sensitive stomachs. But Mom didn't expect this. Frequently getting sick boosted my immune system. I never missed school until high school. Perfect attendance earned me scholarships. To make outdated products taste good, I learned to cook everything from scratch, obsessed with food safety, nutrition, and preservation. Full ride culinary school entry. Lily became a pediatric nutrition nurse. She wanted no child to experience what we experienced. Max peaked in high school, failed college, returned home at 24, and never left. He's 40 and lives with his mother, working part-time at a hardware shop. I was chief chef at a 5-star restaurant by 30. I opened my own at 35. Try location times review. A full pediatric nutrition program is managed by Lily at the hospital. Mom was cut off when we turned 18. I haven't visited that house in 17 years. Mom never phoned or apologized. Last week, she visited my restaurant. No food, no congratulations. She needs cash. Max cannot support her longer. The house needs work. Her social security is inadequate. She wants me and Lily to buy a retirement house. A good one. She chose it in advance. $1 math BBS. 9. Mathroom. 000. Mathroom. Mo. $. She thinks Lily and I can divide it. Since we're successful. I reared you. She says. I housed you. You were fed daily. You should now look after me. I laughed in my restaurant. Fed us? She fed us trash and treated Max royally. John the sous chef looked worried. I dismissed him. Mom, I needed to check something in the kitchen. Instead, I called Lily, tell her to meet me at Mom's place tomorrow with her spouse. Then I called my lawyer friend David. Asked him to compose something special. Lily. Adam. David. And I visited Mom the next day. Max answered the door in his bathrobe at 2 p.m. The house smelled mildewy. Mom was discussing retirement home payment plans in the living room. David prepared the document I gave her. What? She asked. An invoice, I said. Lily's food poisoning, eating disorder treatment, and malnutrition-related dental work total math BBS 92, $0. Pay it, and we'll discuss retirement. She turned white, ranting about ungrateful kids and her sacrifices. Cut her off, Lily. Max ate like a king while you fed us old food for 17 years. You know what I found at 15? Your grocery bills. You intentionally bought expired food from a discount salvage store. Saving on daughter feeding so Max could buy name brand everything. Max appeared confused. Got expired food? Mom never told him. He believed we had particular nutritional needs for years. I showed him photographs from my phone. Remember your 18th birthday party with friends? Steak dinner upstairs. I and Lily ate expired canned ravioli in the basement. You heard from Mom about our sleepover. We spent the entire time downstairs. Max's face changed from uncertainty to terror. He regarded Mom. You fed them expired food? Mom's face went white, red, and white. Almost tripping, Max jerked back when she went for his arm. He stared at her like a stranger. Which I'd never seen before. First, she opened her mouth but said nothing. Then the words tumbled together rapidly and frantically. She was just trying to be practical. She said. Making tough decisions as a single mother with 3 kids and no help. The food was perfectly safe, she said. Just past some random date printed on a label that didn't mean anything. We were always so picky, turning our noses up at everything, so why waste good money on food we'd complain about? Max watched her with his mouth slightly open and his eyes widening. I'd never heard my sister sound so cold and done with everything. She pulled out her phone and started swiping through photos. Holding the screen up to Max's face. Moldy bread with green and white fuzz on the crust. Bloated cans. Max gazed at each photo, his face turning paler with each swipe. Mom started talking harder, saying certain photos were phony, exaggerated, or out of context. Lily kept swiping, showing him more evidence of what we ate for 17 years. Max turned and ran for the bathroom, throwing up, and echoing through the quiet house. Mom yelled at us that we were dramatic, manipulating him, and turning her son against her with lies and made-up stories. David moved beside me, and I could feel his lawyer instincts kick in, probably cataloging everything Mom said for future reference. I spoke up, my voice steady, even though my hands were shaking. We have documentation of everything, I told Mom. Medical records from all the food poisonings she dismissed as dramatic. Hospital visits for Lily's stomach issues. Dental records showing malnutrition damage. David added that teachers noticed our lunches and remembered Mom's explanations about our supposed special dietary needs. Mom's face twisted ugly, her careful mask sliding away. Max returned from the bathroom looking like he might pass out. His skin was gray and he was breathing hard. He went straight to Mom and asked her if it was true. Did she buy our food from a salvage store on purpose? Mom didn't answer. She stood there with her mouth pressed into a thin line, her eyes darting between Max and the door like she was planning an escape. Adam spoke for the first time since we arrived. As a pediatrician, he said calmly, professionally, that he'd seen child neglect before. This was deliberate abuse because withholding adequate nutrition from one child while providing it for another showed favoritism and intentional harm. He was an outsider, she said, so he had no right to judge her parenting choices. He didn't know what it was like to raise 3 kids alone with little money. Adam didn't respond, just stood there with his hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily stood up and announced we were leaving. Mom's face went from angry to panicked as she talked about being homeless, having nowhere to go, and how we couldn't abandon her. Max asked how much money she saved in a quiet voice that cut through Mom's panic. Mom didn't answer the question. Her mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. As we approached the door, she screamed. Ungrateful daughters, she yelled after everything she sacrificed for us. David opened the door and we left one by one. Max didn't follow us. Through the window, I could see him still sitting on that couch, his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Mom's voice followed us to our cars, getting more desperate with every step. After getting in our cars, I watched Lily collapse against Adam in the passenger seat. Her whole body shook with sobs that seemed to come from deep inside her chest. Adam wrapped both arms around her and held on while she cried into his shoulder. I stood by my car door, watching them through their windshield, and felt nothing. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out without thinking. John had texted asking if I was okay and if he should cook dinner without me. Seeing his name on my screen brought everything back to reality. I texted back that I needed an hour and would be there soon. David walked over and put a hand on my shoulder. He said he'd send Mom an official cease and desist letter, making it clear that any further contact would result in a restraining order. He then suggested we report the childhood abuse to Adult Protective Services. Not for prosecution since too much time had passed, but to create an official. I nodded and got in my car before he could see my face doing whatever it was doing. Lily was still crying when I drove past their car. I tried to ignore Mom's face and Max sitting on that couch for 2 days. On Tuesday, John returned to my office, looking uncomfortable before dinner service. Max, who was at the front, asked to talk to me. I told John to handle the kitchen and went out to find Max standing by the host stand looking like he hadn't slept in a week. His eyes were red and his clothes looked worn, and something in his face made me take him back to my office. He was going through Mom's financial records and found receipts from the salvage store where she bought our food from 20 years ago. He opened the folder and spread them out so I could see them. Rows and rows of expired meat, dented cans, and outdated dairy products. She saved over math BBS, $32.00 by feeding us garbage. He cross-referenced them with other receipts and found where the money went as sports equipment, college attempts, and car. Max started crying in my office. He cried so hard that his shoulders shook, saying he never knew and if he had known, he would have done something. I watched him fall apart and wasn't sure I believed him. He liked being Mom's favorite because he got fresh food, new things, and all her attention. However, his horror seemed real, like he was seeing his childhood from a different perspective and realizing he was standing on top of our suffering the whole time. I realized he was another victim of Mom's manipulation, using him as a weapon against us without his knowledge. I asked Max what he wanted from me. He looked up from his hands and said he didn't want anything except to understand why Mom did this to us, so I told him the truth. Mom hated having daughters. She saw Max as the continuation of Dad and Lily and me as burdens after Dad left. She had 2 kids she never wanted, and every time she looked at us, she saw the life she could have had with one. Max's face went even paler. He asked if there was a way to make this right, and I told him I didn't know. The childhood was gone, and no amount of apologies or money could restore those years of hunger, sickness, and fear in that basement, Or the food poisoning, stomach problems, or shame of bringing expired food to school? Max nodded like he expected that answer, but it hurt to hear it. He was moving out of Mom's house because he'd already started looking for apartments and had applications in at 3 places. His part-time job barely covered the utilities, and now he knew where his childhood was spent. I sat in my office for a while staring at those receipts on my desk after Max left. I called Lily and told her about the conversation. After a long silence, she spoke in a hard voice, reminding me that Max had 40 years to notice something was wrong and chose not to. He ate his fresh meals upstairs while we got sick in the basement and never asked why. She wasn't ready to forgive him just because he opened his eyes. The next week, Mom started calling my restaurant constantly. John brought me a stack of message slips with increasingly desperate voicemails from her. Some begged me to reconsider and help her with a retirement home. Some threatened to tell everyone how terrible daughters we were for abandoning our mother, while others rambled about how she'd sacrificed everything for us and this was how we repaid her. John started screening my calls without my permission. If it was Mom, he'd answer and tell her I wasn't available and hang up. On a Thursday afternoon, David filed the report with Adult Protective Services. The line cooks had started giving me sympathetic looks, and the servers whispered in corners when they thought I couldn't hear them. Everyone knew something was wrong with the boss and her family. My phone called the following Tuesday during prep work, and the caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail, but I answered, and the man on the other end introduced himself as Randolph Cross from Adult Protective Services. He told me that David had filed a report about Mom's past treatment of Em and Lily, and while they couldn't prosecute child abuse from decades ago, they wanted to talk to me about Mom's current situation and Max's while he was living there. He agreed to meet me at my restaurant after the lunch rush the next day. And he arrived at 3 with a worn leather briefcase and a suit that had seen better days but was clean and pressed. We sat in my office and I spread out everything I'd gathered on my desk. The medical records from all those food poisonings, each one noting my symptoms, and Mom's explanations that the doctors had documented with increasing concern. The salvage store receipts Max had found showing years of purchases of expired and damaged food. Randolph slowly reviewed each document, remaining professionally neutral, but I saw disgust in his eyes. He made notes in a small notebook, asking me about dates and details, whether Mom had any caregivers or support system. I told him about Max moving out, Mom's refusal to accept subsidized housing, and her insistence that Lily and I owed her an expensive retirement home. After going through everything, Randolph closed his notebook and looked at me. He said Max had already contacted them, providing information about Mom's mental state and financial situation. Mom had been getting worse since our confrontation, alternating between rage and self-pity. Max had documented all of Mom's calls and messages, kept records of them, and turned them over to Adult Protective Services because he was worried about her mental state. Randolph told me they would do a home visit to assess Mom's living conditions and mental health, but their main concern was making sure she had access to appropriate services. 3 days later, my phone rang while I was at home reviewing supplier invoices. He thanked me for taking the situation seriously and shook my hand before leaving, promising to contact me after they finished their assessment. Max's name appeared on the screen, and I hesitated before answering. When I did, his voice sounded lighter, like a weight had been lifted. He told me he'd found a tiny studio on the 3rd floor of an old building downtown with cheap rent because it was small and in a bad neighborhood, even though it was smaller than his bedroom at Mom's house. He could walk to work, and the landlord let him move in with just the first month's rent because Max had worked at the same hardware store for 10 years and had good references. He'd been there a week and was still getting used to buying his own groceries and cooking his own meals. I didn't argue with her because I understood where she was coming from, even though part of me thought Max deserved a chance to make things right. We sat there eating salads and talked about therapy. Lily said we both needed it, not together, but individually, to process what we were finally allowing ourselves to feel about our childhood. She'd found a therapist named Gregory Poditz, who worked with adult survivors of childhood abuse near the hospital and had evening appointments. She made an appointment for herself next week, and suggested I do the same. I pulled out my phone right then to call his office and schedule my first session. The receptionist was kind and didn't ask questions when I said I needed to talk about childhood trauma. She gave me an appointment for Thursday evening at 7 after my restaurant's dinner prep was done but before service started. 4 days later, Max texted me to meet with Lily and me. His therapist thought it would help him to hear directly from us how the abuse affected us to understand Mom's full scope. I called Lily immediately, and she was resistant at first, saying she didn't owe Max anything and wasn't interested in helping him feel better about his guilt. But I convinced her to give him one chance to listen, one meeting where he could hear our truth without defending himself or making excuse. She agreed if we met somewhere public and neutral and could leave any time without explanation. I texted Max back and suggested a downtown coffee shop that was always full of people working on laptops and having quiet conversations. We set it for Saturday afternoon at 2. Max was sitting at a corner table with 3 coffees ordered and waiting when Lily and I arrived. He looked terrible, like he'd aged 6 years in the 2 weeks since I'd last seen him. His face was drawn and pale, and his eyes were red like he'd been crying or not sleeping enough. He stood up when he saw us, but didn't hug or shake hands. Max didn't make excuses or try to explain anything. He just looked at us and asked us to tell him what it was like growing up in that house to help him understand what he'd missed all those years. Lily sat furthest from him, her body language closed off and defensive. I sat between them and wrapped my hands around the coffee cup he'd bought me, letting the warmth ground me. Lily spoke first, her voice steady but her hands shaking around her coffee cup. She described the constant stomach aches that became so normal she stopped talking about them and the school embarrassment when other kids asked why her lunch smelled funny and she had to make up stories about liking aged cheese. Her eating disorder began in high school, when she couldn't trust any food, even when she had fresh meals. She obsessively checked expiration dates and threw away anything that seemed off. Mom stood in the doorway once and told me I was being dramatic, that I probably caught a stomach bug at school. I couldn't move without my stomach cramping up. After Lily brought me water in a plastic cup and sat with me when Mom wasn't looking, I started smelling everything before I ate it. I sniffed, examined, and held bread up to the light to check for mold spots. Mom missed when she cut it off. I'd smell milk even though the date said it was still good because I learned those dates meant nothing in our house. Meal anxiety never went away, and even now at my own restaurant with the freshest ingredients money can buy, I sometimes check expiration dates 3 times. I wake up some nights tasting spoiled food that isn't there. Max sat still while I talked, tears running down his face and dripping off his chin onto his shirt. My therapist says it's a trauma response by my brain to protect that scared kid who never knew if her next meal would make her sick. After Lily and I stopped talking, he took a shaky breath, and his voice was broken and raw. He said he was so sorry, that he had no idea, and that if he'd known, he would have done something. His words sounded genuine, but I wasn't sure I believed them. He said he was going to confront Mom and demand she admit what she did to he. He needed to hear it from her own mouth, not from excuses and justifications. Lily's response was immediate and sharp. Mom would never admit wrongdoing, that she'd spent too many years justifying her actions to herself to suddenly develop a conscience. Mom had built a whole story in her head about being a struggling single mother who did her best with limited resources. She convinced herself that feeding us expired food was practical and smart, not abusive. Lily told Max he was setting himself up for disappointment if he expected a real apology or accountability, but Max shrugged and said he needed to try for closure. After 2 weeks, Max texted us that the confrontation with Mom had gone exactly as Lily predicted. Mom denied everything, saying we were exaggerating and misremembering our childhood. She blamed Dad for leaving, us for being expensive to raise, and the world for not giving her enough money to raise 3 kids alone. She said the expired food was fine, that expiration dates were just suggestions, and that we turned out healthy, so it wasn't that bad. Max said she got angry when he pushed back, accusing him of betraying her by believing our lies. She called him ungrateful after everything she'd sacrificed for him and yelled at him to leave her house if he was going to side with his sisters over his mother. But Max changed after that confrontation. He called me a few days later and his voice was clearer. He told me he finally saw Mom clearly for the first time and saw the selfishness and cruelty Lily and I grew up with every day. He understood why we couldn't have a relationship with her and why we cut her off the day we turned 18. Watching her deny, deflect, and blame others showed him how she'd manipulated him his whole life. He served her once, made her appear good, and gave her something to brag about, so when he questioned her or challenged her version of events, she turned on him like she usually did us. Mom's landlord phoned Max 3 weeks after our coffee shop discussion. Mom had listed him as her emergency contact on the rental application years ago. The landlord explained that the house needed major repairs that Mom couldn't afford, including 2 leaks in the roof, a broken furnace, and a dangerous electrical system. Mom had 30 days to make the repairs or move out. The landlord sounded frustrated but said he'd look into it. Max texted me right after the call, asking if he'd done the right thing. I told him Mom's housing situation wasn't his responsibility anymore. Randolph called me on Tuesday afternoon while I was preparing vegetables for dinner to say they'd finished investigating Mom's living situation and connected her with low-income senior housing resources. Mom qualified for a $math BBS $300 a month subsidized apartment based on her Social Security income. Randolph said he'd personally walked Mom through the application process and helped her understand the benefits. He was optimistic that she'd accept the help. Mom refused the subsidized housing immediately. She called Randolph the same day and told him she deserved better than a cramped apartment in a building full of old people and the $9,000 retirement home she'd chosen with the fancy dining room, activities coordinator, and landscaped grounds. She said her daughter was obligated to pay for it because we owed her after everything she'd done for us. Randolph called me exhausted and frustrated, saying they couldn't force her into housing she didn't want unless she became a danger to herself or others. After 7 weeks of therapy with Gregory, I began to understand Mom's refusal to take responsibility. He explained that Mom's denial wasn't about me or Lily, but about her inability to face her own motherhood. Admitting she deliberately fed her daughter expired food while giving her son fresh meals would require her to see herself as abusive and cruel. Accepting the truth would shatter her self-image as a struggling single mother who did her best under difficult circumstances, and force her to face decades of choices she couldn't change. Gregory said some people would rather die defending their false narrative than face the truth about themselves. Max started coming to my restaurant every Thursday night about 7 to order whatever John advised and talk about food and cooking. Lily and I couldn't change that, no matter how much proof we offered. John enjoyed the company and would explain how he prepared different dishes, what ingredients worked well together, and why certain cooking methods worked better. Max told me one night that he was learning to cook properly for the first time in his life. Mom had always made his meals for him. And he had a background. He had always relied on her for food, never learning basic skills most teenagers learn. Now he was watching cooking videos online and practicing simple recipes in his tiny studio apartment kitchen, slowly building the skills he should have learned 22 years ago. Emily messaged me on Instagram 4 weeks after Max started his weekly restaurant visits. She introduced herself as someone Max had been seeing for a few months, and asked if we could meet to discuss the family situation. Max had told her everything, she wrote, and she wanted to understand the dynamics before getting more serious with him. John raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Emily was waiting at a corner table with 2 glasses of red wine when I arrived at a downtown wine bar on my next night off. She stood up to shake my hand and was tall, maybe 5'10", with short dark hair and direct brown eyes that looked at me without that fake sympathy some people give when they hear about abuse. She thanked me for coming and asked specific questions about our childhood and Max's role in it. I appreciated that she didn't play around or make small talk first. She listened as I explained the basement fridge, expired food, constant sickness, and Max eating fresh meals upstairs while we got garbage. Emily nodded and took notes on her phone, which seemed odd until she told me she was a social worker and documenting helped her process difficult information. She told me she'd been encouraging Max to keep his distance from Mom while trying to build relationships with Lily and me if we were open. She said Max talked about us constantly, about his guilt eating him alive, and about wanting to make things right even though he knew he couldn't change the past. Emily leaned forward and lowered her voice like she was sharing something private. Max had panic attacks, waking up at night thinking about how he benefited from our suffering. He'd been adding it up obsessively, she told me, trying to calculate how much of his life was built on our pain. Mom bought him sports equipment, college tuition, and a car with money she saved by feeding us expired food from the salvage store. I stirred my wine and thought about that before responding. I told Emily that Max was part of Mom's system. But he was also a kid who didn't know what was happening. Mom abused us by buying spoiled food and feeding it to her daughters while giving her son fresh meals. I called Lily the next day and met her for coffee near the hospital where she works. I told her about meeting Emily and what she said about Max's panic attacks and guilt. Lily stirred sugar into her coffee and stared out the window for a long time before speaking. She asked if I thought we were ready to have Max in our lives, not just him coming to my restaurant once a week, but as family. I didn't know if he was sincere about wanting to understand and change, but rebuilding trust after 32 years of him being Mom's favorite while we ate garbage wasn't going to happen in a few weeks. Lily agreed and said her therapist had told her that healing from this kind of childhood takes years, not months, and Max would have to prove himself through consistent actions, not just words and guilt. We decided to stay open to the possibility but keep our boundaries firm and our expectations low. Max called me 2 months later, stressed, to tell me Mom's house was going into foreclosure because she hadn't paid the mortgage. He'd warned her this would happen when she refused Randolph's subsidized apartment, but she didn't believe him. She apparently thought Lily and I would cave and give her money for the fancy retirement home she wanted. Max tried to convince Mom that we weren't going to change our minds and had been clear about our boundaries, but Mom insisted we were just being stubborn and would come around when we saw her lose everything. The bank had already started the foreclosure process, and Mom had maybe 62 days before she'd be forced out. A cash-buying investor bought the house at auction, giving Mom 32 days to leave instead of 62. Max helped her move to the subsidized senior apartment because he couldn't abandon her after everything, but he said he was keeping boundaries. The apartment was small but clean in a building with other seniors and close to a bus line. Mom complained the whole time they moved her stuff. Max said that her daughters had forced her into poverty and that she deserved better after raising us. Max didn't argue with her, but kept moving boxes and installing furniture until everything was done. Mom attempted one more manipulation. A week after moving, she sobbed and told Max she needed pricey therapy her insurance wouldn't pay. She needed Math BBS 12. $0 immediately, or she'd die, she said. He was her only hope after her unappreciative daughters left her. Max requested the doctor's diagnosis, treatment plan, and anything else to substantiate her claims. Mom was furious and told him to trust her without proof. Max insisted, but Mom had made it up and gave no explanation. She eventually admitted no illness. She lied to get money. Max's voice was shattered when he told me over the phone, like that final lie had destroyed his notion of Mom as a kind person who made errors. Max was changed by that falsehood more than earlier revelations. The next day, he called Mom to say he was going low contact and would check on her once a month to make sure she was fed and safe, but he needed time to heal after growing up in a manipulative and favoritistic atmosphere. Max stayed calm and ended the conversation as Mom shouted desertion and ingratitude. Afterward, he emailed me that it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but the most essential, and that his therapist, Melene, had helped him understand that defending himself wasn't abandoning Mom. She was setting appropriate limits she should have honored years earlier. Lily and I had supper with Max and Emily at my restaurant 4 months after our disagreement at Mom's old house. I reserved a rear table to avoid interruptions from other customers and workers. All of us sitting there with menus we weren't reading, talking about weather and traffic was odd at first. Max tried to cook her dinner and unintentionally used salt instead of sugar in the dessert, Emily said. Something broke the tension. We laughed heartily, not courteous, but sincere, like you can't breathe. Max told another pasta burning story due to forgetting water. Lily said Adam tried to make her breakfast in bed and set off the smoke alarm. We laughed and talked for 2 hours at that table, feeling like we were developing something new that wasn't defined by our background or Mom's violence but by who we were becoming now. Max announced his news after dessert. He took general education classes at community college to get back into school, to get his degree. He stated he studied business management to develop a career rather than work part-time for life. Emily clasped his hand under the table, revealing a solid partnership. Someone who helped him improve rather than keep him trapped. Max stared at Lily and me and stated he couldn't fix the past or make up for his ignorance. While we suffered, he wanted us to know he was attempting to become a brother we might desire. Lily silently gripped his other hand across the table. The gesture convinced me to meet Gregory twice a week instead of once. He suggested EMDR for my 9-year-old food poisoning. Mom said I was dramatic when I vomited for 4 days. We sat in his office with the light bar, and I watched the moving dot with my eyes, remembering the bathroom floor, the taste of bile, and how my stomach squeezed so hard I thought it was tearing. Gregory asked me to score distress 0-10. Start at 9. We conducted eye motions and he inquired what happened. I pictured myself on that chilly tile floor, 7 years old, frightened I would die and nobody cared. Extra eye movements. The memory changed to me being successful and strong, contacting the girl to say she survived. After the session, distress dropped to 3. I left Gregory's office feeling like someone had lifted a weight I'd forgotten I was carrying. John said I looked lighter the next day at dinner. My old things were being sorted, and he nodded like he understood without explanation. 2 weeks later, Lily contacted me with a joyful voice I hadn't heard since we were youngsters. Her hospital began screening youngsters for dietary issues and nutrition neglect. She led the design, leveraging everything we did to discover youngsters suffering like us. She spoke quickly about training nurses to notice indications, connecting families with resources, and how early detection may improve a child's life. I listened to her explain screening questions, intervention techniques, and follow-up in my office. My sister was using our horror to protect other kids. After she breathed, I told her I was proud. She paused, then added she was proud of us for not letting Mom destroy us. Max texted me a few days later to bring Emily to meet Lily and Adam. He said he wanted his loved ones to know each other. I called to gauge her opinion. After a long silence, she indicated she was willing to accept Max into her life slowly, but he needed to work hard. I emailed Max that Lily agreed, And we planned supper for the following Saturday at a restaurant midway between them. When I hung up, I was proud of my sister for taking that chance and not allowing our history to make her so hard that she couldn't see Max's sincere attempts to improve. I received the letter at my restaurant on Tuesday afternoon. John brought it to my office with a worried look, stating it was personal. Instantly recognized Mom's handwriting on the envelope. Opening it made my hands shake. 3 pages of cramped writing claiming she was dying from an unidentified illness, wanting to make peace before it was too late, and urging me to call her so we could talk. The letter was deceptive and guilt-ridden, mentioning forgiveness, family, and time constraints. I emailed David photos of each page. His call came within an hour. He made touch with Adult Protective Services, who checked on Mom occasionally. Randolph said, Mom's recent exam showed she was healthy. She was lonely and still attempting to get our attention and money. After dinner, I stared at a blank sheet of paper at my desk for a long time. Finally, I started writing. I told Mom that I'd constructed a decent life despite what she did to me and Lily. I told her I was successful and happy, that I had people who loved me and a career I was proud of. I told her she had no place in my future until she really admitted what she'd done and got significant professional help. I didn't sugarcoat anything or pretend the abuse was less than it was. I also didn't write with rage, simply with honesty. When I finished, it was 3 pages long. I read it over twice, sealed it in an envelope, and mailed it the next morning. David asked if I wanted him to evaluate it first. I told him no. This was something I needed to undertake on my own terms. Weeks passed with no response from Mom. I checked my mail at the restaurant every day, looked at my phone, expecting a call or text. Nothing came. One morning, I woke up and realized I was okay with her silence. I didn't need her apology anymore since I'd given myself permission to move forward without it. The letter wasn't really for her anyway. It was for me, a method of closing a door I'd left open for too long. Gregory noted during our next session that this was a big step in my healing, learning to quit hoping for validation from someone who would never supply it. 2 years went by faster than I thought. Max finished his community college program and invited Lily and me to his graduation ceremony. We sat in the bleachers with Emily and Adam, watching Max walk across the stage in his cap and gown to obtain his associate's degree. When they yelled his name, we all got up and cheered. Afterwards, Max introduced us to his classmates as his sisters. There was pride in his voice as he uttered it. Genuine gladness in having us there. One of his friends noted that Max talked about us all the time, about how we'd overcome rough childhoods to establish great careers. Max seemed ashamed but thrilled. On the trip home, I told Lily that maybe we were actually becoming a true family, the kind we should have had all along. The culinary magazine interview happened 4 months after Max's graduation. They wanted to feature my restaurant as part of a series on inventive cooks. The interviewer asked about my inspiration for becoming a chef, what inspired me to pursue this vocation. I told her a highly edited version of the truth, about learning to cook from necessity as a kid, about turning something difficult into something beautiful. I talked about food safety and nutrition, about how cooking became my method of taking control when so much of my childhood felt out of my grasp. The story came out 6 weeks later with a full layout, featuring images of my kitchen and several of my specialty recipes. The response was overwhelming. People came out through social media sharing their own stories of using cooking to recover from trauma, of finding purpose through food. The magazine editor informed me that was one of their most shared articles that year. Lily's nutrition program hit its 1-year mark at the same time my article came out. She contacted me to share the numbers. 48 youngsters were identified and supported in the first year. The initiative has connected families with resources, offered nutrition information, and in 2 cases reported suspected abuse to the relevant authorities. Those 2 examples led to youngsters being evacuated from risky conditions and put with relatives who could care for them properly. Lily's voice turned husky when she informed me about those 2 kids. She said every child she helped was like saving our younger selves, like going back in time and giving the little girl in the basement the protection she deserved. I realized exactly what she meant. We were both wanting to make sure no other kid had to live through what we experienced. Max contacted me on a random Wednesday evening, his voice anxious and enthusiastic at the same time. He'd proposed to Emily, and she said yes. He wanted to know if Lily and I would be willing to come to the wedding. I answered him. Of course we would, that we'd be honored to be there. Then he posed the harder question. Did we think he should invite Mom? I took a breath and informed him honestly that it was his choice to make, but Lily and I wouldn't attend if Mom was present. We'd spent too long developing healthy boundaries to put ourselves back in her presence, especially at an event that should be pleasant and drama-free. Max was quiet for a time, then said he understood and he'd think about what he wanted to do. When I informed Lily about the talk later, she complimented me for being direct with Max about our restrictions. Called. After years of supporting my sister, I finally realized she was using me when she humiliated me at her 30th birthday party. I heard my sister tell her friends when I arrived early to help set up her birthday party. I hate my pitiful sister thinking we're close. You just said what? My sister Lauren and her 5 best friends turned around shocked as I held the custom cake I spent 3 days making in the doorway. She had asked me to decorate her 30th birthday party, so I came in early with my key. However, she had started the party without telling me. Oh my God, you're here. Lauren's face went from laughing to worrying, but Brianna kept laughing. Tell her what you said about Christmas. Brianna continued as Lauren shook her head quickly. She said you bought her that expensive necklace thinking it meant something. The Tiffany necklace I saved 8 months for, and how you cried when she gave you a gift card. Everyone laughed again. I carefully placed the cake on the counter to protect my hand-sculpted fondant roses. You asked me to help early. Lauren rolled her eyes and poured more wine. Drop off the cake, please. Don't bother inserting yourself. Her pal Sophie nodded. She always complains about your best friend behavior. Always griping. My sister complained about me every night when she called to complain about her job. You call me daily. Angry Lauren laughed. You're free therapy. A real therapist costs money. She consulted friends. She believes I value her love life advice. Jenna added more as everyone laughed. Do you remember her offering to do your makeup for Brad's wedding? Lauren moaned. After watching 2 YouTube videos, she felt qualified. Beautiful work. You said. Lauren drank wine. Was I supposed to say? Your little hobby made you proud. Her friend Amber joined. Which sister made your weird graduation scrapbook? Yes, Lauren pulled something from under the coffee table. I spent 3 months making a scrapbook of our childhood photos. Look at this sad thing. She opened it to a page where I wrote about my pride in her. Listen to this caption. My amazing sister inspires me daily. Everyone laughed. I felt your pain. You don't have real friends, so I act close. She pointed to friends. I have real sisters. I just share DNA with you. Amber poured more wine for everyone but didn't offer me. Tell her about the wedding. Since Lauren lit up with cruel excitement. I'm engaged soon. This surprised me. Chris proposes next month. Since I chose the ring, I know. She smiled meanly at me. My maid of honor won't be you. Knowing this would hurt me. Her friend smiled. My maid of honor is Brianna. Sophie, Amber, and my college roommate are bridesmaids. She paused for effect. You're not invited to the bachelorette party. Her bachelorette party had been on my mind for years. I'm your sister. Lauren got up and approached me. Exactly. Not my friend, but my sister. Differences exist. She checked my cake. Like this cake. Trying too hard. Bakers are professionals for a reason. Fingering the frosting ruined the design. You insist on making everything about you. Sophie spoke. She threw you that surprise party you said you didn't want. My surprise party was after she said she felt forgotten on her birthday. You liked it. You cried joyously. Lauren chuckled. I cried in shame. You invited random high school friends I haven't seen in years. She regarded her pals. She thought I'd want to see them. As the doorbell rang, more guests arrived for the real party. Lauren hard grasped my arm. Leave the cake and go. The decorations I bought were examined and set up yesterday. My entire place is decorated. Lauren shrugged. A kid's party. It seems. Redoing it anyway. I spent hours arranging streamers, but her friends took them down. The worst part is? Lauren spoke loudly for arriving guests. She believes our parents' deaths bonded us. After 4 years without our parents, we promised to always support each other. That trauma bonding is fake. Real friends provide emotional support. Our Aunt Catherine arrived for the party. What's happening? She saw my face and ruined cake. Lauren immediately changed pitch. Oh. Aunt Catherine. My sister dropped the cake. No, she can't stay. After drinking too much, Amber blurted out. Lauren said she's tired of imitating her sister. Aunt Catherine darkened. Pretending? She regarded Lauren. Due to your inability to pay, your sister pays half your rent. The crowd fell silent. Lauren flushed. Aunt Catherine stood between Lauren and me, her voice breaking through the party noise enough to draw newcomers to the doorway. Lauren's red face turned white instantly. The crowd behind Aunt Catherine kept growing, and they all heard every word. Lauren tried to laugh like a joke, but it sounded fake. Aunt Catherine kept talking, and everyone in the apartment knew. I'd never seen her look at Lauren, like a stranger instead of her niece. The room was silent except for a phone buzzing and Lauren's friends' uncomfortable looks. Brianna and Megan were debating whether to speak or stay silent. Tina put her wine glass down and stared at the floor. Lauren opened her mouth to speak but said nothing. After retrieving my purse from the door, I began gathering decorations. I paid for half-down streamers and banners. While Lauren stood frozen in her living room doorway, Aunt Catherine followed me into the hallway and put her hand on my shoulder. The ruined cake was behind her on the counter. She broke fondant roses with her finger. Aunt Catherine's voice was quieter but firm when she told me to stay with her tonight and talk about this. I nodded because my voice wasn't working, right? As we approached the elevator, I heard Lauren talking to her friends. Her voice grew louder and defensive. The elevator doors closed before I heard her excuse on this occasion. I finally cried at Aunt Catherine's. Crying that makes you gasp and shakes. She made tea in her kitchen while I sat on her couch, failing to stop crying. I held the warm mug when she sat next to me. I told her how Lauren called me every night to complain about her job, coworkers, Chris, and everything. How I thought we were close, that those calls meant something, and that I was helping her. I paid half her rent for 3 years because she said her job didn't pay enough. Aunt Catherine listened quietly, nodding or making small sounds to indicate she was hearing me. I told her about the necklace, scrapbook, and other things I'd made or bought, thinking Lauren would care. I couldn't stop talking despite my broken voice. Aunt Catherine scrolled through her phone and showed me Lauren's text from the past year. Messages asking for money. Discussing expensive dinners with Chris, and planning weekend trips. The words on the screen hurt my stomach more. She said Lauren was using me. That sisters didn't do this. And hearing it out loud made it more real. I barely rested in Aunt Catherine's guest room. I just stared at the ceiling and replayed every conversation with Lauren. Almost crying in the office, I held it together until I could hide in the bathroom. Emma's apartment across town was my after-work meeting. Though older than mine and Lauren's, the building was well-maintained and had character rather than modern fixtures. I saw the empty room that was smaller than mine, but the rent was cheaper and it felt clean and simple. No memories on the walls, no furniture I bought thinking I was building a home with my sister. Emma clearly explained house rules. Simple respect for shared space. She mentioned her typical home schedule, liking quiet after 10 on weeknights. Everything felt balanced and fair, like she saw me as an equal, not a tool. I accepted and shook hands like adults doing business. She gave me an extra key and said I could move in whenever. Key felt lighter than one I left at Lauren's. I held my phone for 20 minutes in Aunt Catherine's guest room, before opening my messages that evening. Without overthinking or softening the words, I typed the text to Lauren. No, after information, just moving out and paying this month's rent. She could pay for it herself or find someone else. I sent it before I could delete and improve it. The response came so quickly she must have been staring at her phone. All caps saying I was selfish and ungrateful, and abandoning her when she needed me. More texts. Angrier than the last. Blamed me for ruining her life and being dramatic about nothing. My hands shook as I placed my phone face down on the nightstand. Aunt Catherine's front door banged at $9. C.00. Mathram PM $. Audible from the guest room upstairs. Lauren's high-pitched, crying voice repeated my name through the walls. I stayed in bed as Aunt Catherine walked to the door and told Lauren she couldn't come in. Lauren said she didn't mean those things, that her friends were drunk and encouraged her, and that I abandoned her over a misunderstanding through the floor. She repeated her text's excuses with tears. Aunt Catherine's calm voice prevented Lauren from being the victim. Lauren's car started and drove away after about 12 minutes of talking. My chest was tight throughout, almost wanted to run downstairs and fix things. The other part knew instinct was the issue. Aunt Catherine returned inside and found me on the guest bed. It was obvious that I was fine, so she sat next to me. She cut through my confusion and guilt by saying Lauren wasn't taking responsibility, just upset about losing her free ride. Clarity helped, but I felt guilty for feeling guilty, like I betrayed Lauren by seeing the truth. Aunt Catherine patted my shoulder and reminded me that real apologies don't blame or excuse. I nodded and tried to believe her, even though years of habit made me want to call Lauren to settle things. Bags, boxes, and town trips dominated the weekend. Aunt Catherine drove up Saturday morning and loaded my stuff from Lauren's apartment while she was out. We planned it that way to avoid another fight, or Lauren guilting me into staying. Most of my stuff fit in Aunt Catherine's trunk and back seat. Self-purchased clothes, books, and kitchen supplies. I didn't have energy to argue about who paid what percentage or who deserved the couch, so we kept the furniture we split costs on. Emma helped us move everything to her apartment. We three worked efficiently without talking. On Sunday afternoon, I had my clothes in the closet and books on the shelf in my new room. Space felt empty but mine. It has no shared history or broken promises. Monday morning before work, I banked. The desk clerk politely requested my ID and account numbers without asking why I was removing someone from my accounts. She quickly processed forms and showed me where to sign. Lauren's name disappeared from the household account we set up 3 years ago, which I automatically transferred rent and utilities into. I deleted that account and opened one in my name. The paperwork took less than 30 minutes, and I felt lighter after leaving the automatic doors, like cutting a rope that had been pulling me underwater. Lauren texted me from a different number since I blocked her main one. A message said Chris's mother wanted to meet me to settle things before the engagement. This was just a minor conflict to resolve. I was supposed to help Lauren look good to her future in-laws and pretend everything was fine. After blocking the new number, I blocked Brianna, Megan, and Tina in my contacts. Every number from the party night. Everyone who laughed as Lauren tore me apart. After hovering over the delete button, I watched each name disappear from my phone. I was tired of being controlled and made smaller so Lauren could feel bigger. As I removed names from my life, my chest felt lighter. Emma left for her hospital shift at 6 a.m. most mornings. Her hallway footsteps were quiet as she tried not to wake me. Though I usually heard her, I stayed in bed, grateful for the consideration. I had the apartment for long periods after work because she worked 10-hour shifts 4 days a week. She took off other days. After I returned, she'd be cooking dinner or reading on the couch and ask if I wanted to join her without pressure. We settled into a rhythm of being together without interacting. Some nights, I worked on my laptop at the kitchen table while she watched TV, and the silence was pleasant. Emma would stop what she was doing to listen when I needed to talk about Lauren, the party, or my anger. She only gave advice when asked. Let me vent until I ran out of words without offering any solutions. Having someone who gave me space but supported me was different from Lauren. A stranger called 2 weeks after I moved out. Something compelled me to answer. The landlord of Lauren and my apartment, Carly Jackson, spoke. She seemed tired and annoyed when she asked if I'd quit the lease without notice. My stomach dropped because I knew what Lauren told her. I said I gave written notice, paid my rent through the month, and left a forwarding address for any deposit return. Carly paused before asking why Lauren said I'd disappeared and left her with the full rent. I inhaled and told her that Lauren was financially capable of paying the full amount and that I'd been covering half because she said she couldn't. That was BS. Carly made a note and said she'd seen Lauren driving a new car in the parking garage last week. A BMW, she said, wondering how someone with little money could afford a luxury car. Confirmation hit me hard. Lauren was lying about her finances and taking my money to buy herself expensive things, but I was too trusting to question it. When I thanked Carly for calling and hung up, my hands shook. My anger was sharp and hot, unlike my hurt. Lauren wasn't simply cruel at the party. She stole from me for months, possibly years. Aunt Catherine called me that night to recommend Dr. Olivia Davis, a therapist. She said Dr. Davis specialized in family trauma and helped several friends through difficult relationships. Aunt Catherine suggested the appointment for the following week, and I was tired of being angry all the time. My other cousin said Lauren made weight-related comments to his girlfriend at Thanksgiving, which made everyone uncomfortable. My uncle said Lauren borrowed money from him last year and never paid it back, then got angry when he asked. As others shared their stories, I realized Lauren's cruelty wasn't unique. Multiple family members were dismissed and mistreated by her. Because she was my sister, I thought I had to put up with anything. Everyone had distanced her, set boundaries, and stopped expecting her kindness. I was the only one trying to have a close relationship with someone who'd repeatedly rejected me. Rachel stopped me after eating to tell me Lauren had called her 3 days earlier for money. Lauren claimed I abandoned her and she couldn't afford rent, alleging I left without notice. Rachel said she told Lauren no and suggested she get a second job like I did when I supported us. Lauren got angry and hung up, which wasn't surprising. She called relatives for money while driving a BMW, which made my blood boil again. Despite losing me, she hadn't changed her behavior or learned anything. She wanted to use someone else who would give her money and emotional support without expecting anything in return. I was glad my family saw through her manipulation and didn't fall for her victim act like I had. 5 weeks after moving out, I woke up without a tight chest for the first time in months. I no longer had nightmares about Lauren laughing at me as I explained myself. Now they only came once or twice a week. And I could sleep afterward instead of staying awake until morning. I started cooking dinner with Emma on weekends. Not fancy, just pasta or stir fry. But it felt good to share a kitchen with someone who didn't judge my vegetable chopping or tell me I was doing everything wrong. She invited me to meet her friends at a bar one Thursday night, but I almost declined because meeting new people scared me after Lauren. Her friends were nice when I went. They asked about my life and seemed interested. Nobody tracked who bought drinks or talked more. Nobody asked why I moved or for details I wasn't ready to share. Andrew, one of her friends, told a funny story about his sister drama, and everyone laughed. Walking home that night, I realized I hadn't thought about Lauren in 3 hours. I opened my email the next morning and saw a strange address. Please read this. I opened it and saw Lauren's name at the bottom. I blocked her main account, so she must have created another. Despite knowing better, I read the 12-paragraph email. It started with a genuine apology for 2 sentences. I was tearing the family apart by not talking to her, she wrote. She claimed she was drunk at the party and didn't mean it. The next paragraph accused me of being too sensitive and not understanding that friends vent. I was making things worse by lying to family about her. She wrote. I stopped reading halfway and clicked delete. Although my hand shook. I clicked. The email vanished and I closed my laptop. Without reading the rest, I knew it wouldn't get better. I mentioned the email to Dr. Olivia Davis in therapy that week. In response to her question, I said Lauren's apology felt wrong but couldn't explain why. Dr. Olivia drew a middle line on a notepad. One side was a real apology, the other a fake. She said genuine apologies acknowledge harm without excuses. They don't say but or blame the victim. I was drunk or you're too sensitive are excuses for fake apologies. Lauren's email had both. Dr. Olivia asked me to count how many times Lauren took responsibility versus blamed or excused me. I realized the email was fake apologies stacked. This framework helped me overcome my guilt. I wasn't mean by not responding. Protection from a non-sorry person. Something strange happened when I checked my bank account that week. I had more cash than expected. Not having Lauren's half of the rent every month left me with money after bills. After years of living on a tight budget, I forgot how it felt to have extra money. My credit card account showed math BBS $800 in debt, mostly from emergencies over the past year when Lauren needed something, so I put it on there. I settled the balance immediately. I opened a savings account and put math BBS $200 in. I stared at the screen because I'd never saved. Every extra dollar went to Lauren, or paid for expenses she couldn't afford. Now I was saving money to build something instead of just surviving. Catherine called Sunday afternoon to invite me to tea. At her house, she sat me at her kitchen table with a serious face. She told me Lauren temporarily moved back in with her and Chris because she couldn't afford the apartment. It upset Chris's parents because they didn't want Lauren to live with him before getting engaged. The situation caused Chris and his family to fight. Catherine said Lauren was stressed and snapping at Chris and complaining. Hearing this made me feel good. Lauren was finally paying for taking me for granted, but I was mostly sad and tired. Hearing that my closest family member was struggling didn't help me feel better after losing her. It reminded me that our relationship was never real. I told Dr. Olivia I felt guilty for being glad Lauren was punished in my next therapy session. Dr. Olivia leaned forward and said something memorable. The sister I thought I had, the one who valued me and cared about me, was never real. Lauren showed me who she was at that party. I was grieving the sister I imagined, not the sister who actually existed, which explained why I was so confused. A month after the party, Jenna sent me a message on social media. Jenna apologized for laughing at me and encouraging Lauren to be cruel. Watching Lauren spiral after I left made her realize how toxic their friend group was. She said she'd pulled back from Lauren and was trying to be a better person. I read the message twice, then closed the app without responding. Maybe Jenna was sorry and learned something, but I didn't owe her forgiveness or my time. She humiliated me in front of a room full of people. On Wednesday, my boss called me into her office and I felt sick. When I sat down, she smiled and told me I was being promoted to senior associate. She said my performance over the past month had been outstanding, that I'd shown initiative and focus that impressed the whole team. The promotion came with a raise and better benefits. I thanked her and tried to act professional, but inside I was screaming with excitement. Without Lauren's drama, nightly phone calls, and crisis management, I could focus on my career. I was progressing and building something for myself instead of treading water while supporting someone who didn't appreciate it. That weekend, Emma and I were watching TV when she muted a commercial and started talking about getting a cat. I was surprised. After everything with Lauren, I never had a pet, so sharing responsibility for something felt scary. But then I realized Emma was asking me to build something positive with her to make this apartment feel like home instead of just a place I escaped to. She was asking us to take care of our cat together. I said yes before I could overthink it. On Sunday morning, we walked through rows of cats in cages. Most ignored us or hissed, but one orange tabby pushed his face against the bars and meowed at us. The shelter worker said his name was Marmalade and he'd been there for 3 months because people wanted kittens. Emma opened the cage and the cat immediately rubbed against her hand, purring so loud we could hear it across the room. She looked at me and I nodded. We filled out the adoption papers and the worker helped us load the cat carrier into Emma's car. On the way home, Emma suggested renaming him after his color. Back at the apartment, we set up his litter box and food bowls. Toast sniffed everything and marked territory. Watching Emma and me work together to make him comfortable, sharing this responsibility in a healthy way where we both contributed equally, showed me what balanced relationships look like. Nobody was keeping score. The next day at work, I was eating the salad I'd packed when the receptionist called my extension and said someone was here to see me. Before I could ask who, I heard Lauren's voice in the background getting louder. I grabbed my phone and walked to the lobby, where Lauren was crying near the front desk. I told the receptionist to call security and stepped back toward the hallway. Lauren followed me, saying I was being dramatic and we were sisters and she just needed 5 minutes. Security arrived within seconds, 2 guys I recognized from the building. I asked them to escort Lauren out because I didn't want to talk to her. Lauren started crying harder and reached for my arm, but one of the security guards gently blocked her path. She kept saying my name as they walked her out. My coworkers were staring at their desks, and I felt hot. I returned to my office and closed the door, sitting in my chair with my hands shaking so hard I had to put them flat on the desk to stop. Every time I replayed Lauren crying in the lobby, the shaking came in waves, but underneath it was pride. I'd held the boundary. My boss knocked on my door around 3 that afternoon and asked if I had a minute. I followed her to her office, expecting a lecture about personal drama at work, but she closed the door and asked if I was okay. I briefly explained that it was a family situation and apologized for the disruption. But she waved off the apology and said she'd already talked to security about updating their system with Lauren's photo, so she couldn't get in again. Having my workplace actively protect me from Lauren felt validating. I told my boss I didn't want to take the day off, but she nodded and said her door was open if I needed anything else. That week in therapy, Dr. Olivia and I started a new project. She asked me to talk about my parents' death and Lauren's betrayal separately to process them as separate traumas. As I talked, I realized I'd never properly grieved my parents because I was too busy keeping Lauren afloat. When Mom and Dad died, Lauren fell apart immediately, and I planned the funeral, handled the estate paperwork, made sure Lauren ate and showered, and went to work. Dr. Olivia showed me that Lauren had weaponized our parents' memory to keep me tied to her. I thought I was being strong, being the good sister, but I was just delaying my grief. The trauma bond Lauren dismissed as fake was real for me, just not mutual. On Saturday morning, I drove to the cemetery for the first time in a year. I'd avoided going because Lauren always wanted to go together and make it a big emotional thing. I parked near the entrance and walked through rows of headstones until I found theirs side by side under an oak tree. I apologized for letting Lauren use their memory to not protect what they wanted for us. The crying felt cleaner than at home, like it was washing something out instead of just expressing pain. I stayed there for almost 3 hours, talking, crying, and sitting in silence. I left feeling lighter but sadder, grieving them properly instead of through the lens of taking care of Lauren. The next week, Aunt Catherine called and invited me to dinner. I drove to her house after work and found her making lasagna, my mom's recipe. We sat at the kitchen table and she casually mentioned that Lauren and Chris had broken up. Chris expected Lauren to split expenses like normal couples. But Lauren expected him to support her like I did. When he refused and his parents got involved, the relationship fell apart. Aunt Catherine said Lauren was devastated and returned to living with her temporarily. I felt vindicated watching Lauren face consequences for expecting everyone to carry her, but I also felt sad because she was my sister, and she was hurting, even if it was her own choice. I discussed the breakup and my mixed reactions with Dr. Olivia in my next session. She helped me understand that Lauren was facing consequences, while also acknowledging that those consequences were due to Lauren's behavior. I didn't fix Lauren's problems or manage her emotions about the natural results of treating people badly. The guilt I felt was a trained response from years of being Lauren's emotional support system, not actual wrongdoing. Dr. Olivia asked me what I wanted my relationship with Lauren to look like in the future. I said I didn't know yet, that I needed more time to figure out who I was without her constant needs. 4 months after the party, I woke up on a Wednesday and went to work as usual. I made coffee, made toast, checked my emails, and drove to work. It wasn't until lunchtime that I realized I hadn't thought about Lauren all morning. In fact, I hadn't thought about her in 5 days since briefly mentioning the breakup to Emma. Lauren apologized and understood if I never spoke to her again. I read the letter twice, looking for the catch, the hidden blame or manipulation, but it seemed genuine. I folded it back into the envelope and set it on the coffee table, unsure what to do. I read parts of the letter to Dr. Olivia in my Thursday session and discussed how I might respond, if I wanted to. She asked what I wanted from Lauren, what I needed to feel okay about potential future contact. I said I wasn't ready yet, that the letter could sit while I figured out what I wanted. The letter showed Lauren was working on herself, but I didn't have to immediately welcome her back into my life. I could take my time and reconnect when I was ready, not guilted into it. Dr. Olivia nodded and said that was healthy, that I was protecting my own healing instead of Lauren's feelings, and that the letter could wait as long as I needed it. 2 weeks after Lauren's letter, my uncle's birthday party invitation arrived, and I noticed that Lauren's name wasn't on it, just mine, addressed to me at Emma's apartment. This meant Aunt Catherine had informed the family of my new address. I called my uncle to confirm my attendance, and he seemed happy to hear from me. He asked how I was doing, how the new place was going, and never mentioned Lauren. It felt deliberate, like everyone had agreed not to mention her unless I did first. On Saturday afternoon, I drove to my uncle's house with a gift I'd chosen, not worrying about Lauren's opinion or the wrapping. Walking up to the front door, I felt nervous, like I was tested, but when my aunt opened the door and hugged me longer than usual, the tension eased. Inside, my cousins greeted me warmly and positioned themselves near me, creating a buffer zone of support. The party was small, just close family, and everyone seemed eager to make me comfortable. My uncle thanked me for the gift, asked about my job, and listened instead of talking about himself. I ate lunch on the back patio with my younger cousin and Aunt Catherine, who kept looking at me. Nobody mentioned Lauren, but her absence hung over everything like weather nobody wanted to acknowledge. I appreciated the support, but it made me sad. After lunch, my cousin Lily pulled me aside near the garden, away from the others. She looked uncomfortable but determined, twisting her bracelet around her wrist. Lily told me Lauren had been calling her, asking if I was okay and what I was up to. She said Lauren sounded genuinely worried, not manipulative or fake, just concerned. I felt a complicated mix of emotions because part of me wanted to know Lauren cared, but another part realized I needed distance. Lily said Lauren had asked her to tell me she was respecting my boundaries, wasn't going to contact me directly, but she wanted me to know she was thinking about me. I thanked her and asked her not to tell Lauren about my life. Lily nodded and squeezed my hand, understanding without saying more. Lauren asking about me through family instead of showing up at my apartment or workplace showed that she was listening to me and giving me space, even though it was hard for her. That restraint was more meaningful than her 5-page apology letter because it showed she was trying to change her behavior, not just her words. I returned to the party feeling lighter, like knowing Lauren was struggling with our separation but respecting it made the boundary feel less cruel. 4 months later, I sat at my desk with paper and a pen, toast curled up on the chair next to me. I'd been thinking about Lauren's letter for weeks, reading it multiple times and checking every sentence for hidden meanings or manipulations. I wrote back to mark this moment in my healing process, not for Lauren, but for myself. I explained this wasn't forgiveness, just acknowledgement. I thanked her for her apology and her taking full responsibility without excuses. I told her I needed more time and space, maybe a lot more, but I recognized she was working on herself and that mattered. I spent 3 hours writing the letter because I kept stopping to make sure I wasn't being too harsh or soft, giving her false hope or unnecessary cruelty. I explained my boundaries, what I needed from her if we ever had contact again, and what I wouldn't accept anymore. I didn't promise anything or suggest a timeline for reconnection. After reading it twice, I sealed it in an envelope before second-guessing myself. Walking to the mailbox felt like closing one chapter of my life, and accepting that the next chapter might not include Lauren. Dropping the letter in the slot made me feel relieved and sad, but mostly clear. My company sent me to a marketing conference in Chicago 3 weeks later, my first work trip since everything happened. It was nice to be in a new city, where no one knew about my sister drama or family issues. I focused on the conference sessions, took notes, and networked with other professionals in my field. My boss chose me for this trip because of my recent excellent performance, which felt validating for reasons unrelated to Lauren. During breaks, I explored the city, ate at restaurants I chose, and enjoyed the freedom of making decisions. I was genuinely engaged in the conference's new marketing strategies and digital trends, asking questions and contributing ideas. One evening, I had dinner with colleagues from other companies and talked about career goals and industry changes. I realized I was building a professional identity and network separate from my role as Lauren's sister or caretaker. Being away from everything helped me see my life with fresh eyes. I had healthy friendships with Emma and her circle. I was advancing in my career. I was processing my grief with Dr. Olivia's help. I was okay, maybe better than okay. That realization hit me hard in a hotel room overlooking the Chicago skyline. I ate lunch with Rachel from a Boston firm on the last day of the conference. I'd spent so long defining myself in relation to Lauren, managing her needs and emotions, that I forgot I could exist for myself. She casually asked about my family, and I gave a brief, honest answer without falling apart. I told her my sister, and I weren't close right now, keeping my tone neutral and matter of fact. Rachel nodded and moved on to other topics without pressing for details or offering unwanted advice. I didn't owe strangers my trauma or story. I could acknowledge it without making it the center of every interaction. Later, waiting for my flight home, I saw how far I'd come in 4 months. From sobbing in Aunt Catherine's guest room to calmly discussing my family situation with a stranger without shaking my voice. I wasn't pretending to be okay or forcing positivity. I was building a life that worked for me, one where Lauren's absence allowed me to discover who I was without her. Toast ran to greet me at the door, meowing and rubbing against my legs. Emma had left my favorite snacks on the kitchen counter with a welcome home note that made me smile. I unpacked my suitcase and looked around at the throw pillows we'd chosen, the photos on the walls, and the plants Emma was teaching me to keep alive. I was living here because I wanted to, not because I had nowhere else to go. I was building a life I liked instead of one based on managing Lauren's needs and moods. Emma came home from work an hour later, and we made dinner while I told her about the conference. She asked good questions and seemed genuinely interested in my professional growth, celebrating my successes without making them about her. That evening, sitting on the couch with toast watching a movie, I felt content for the first time in years. This was what healthy relationships looked like: reciprocal care and support. Aunt Catherine called the next week and invited me to lunch at her favorite downtown cafe. We met on Saturday afternoon, and she hugged me tight before we went inside. Over sandwiches and coffee, she asked how I was doing, genuinely, and I told her my progress. She heard me carefully, nodding, and asking follow-up questions to show she understood my situation. Then she gently brought up Lauren, watching my face for signs I wanted her to stop. She said Lauren was doing better, working 2 jobs, seeing her therapist regularly, and taking responsibility for her life. Aunt Catherine didn't push me to reconnect or say I owed Lauren anything. She was just planting a seed, asking if I'd be willing to see Lauren eventually. I stirred my coffee and thought about what I wanted. I told Aunt Catherine maybe someday, but I wasn't ready and might never be ready, and I needed her to be okay with that. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand, saying she supported whatever I decided and wouldn't pressure me. The conversation was important because it acknowledged that reconciliation was possible without imposing its own timeline. While scrolling through my phone in bed that night, I realized I hadn't checked Lauren's social media in weeks. I used to check her posts multiple times a day, tracking her life and activities, wondering what she was doing and if she was thinking about me. I was reading books I wanted to read, taking an online photography class, and planning a weekend trip with Emma to visit her family instead of worrying about Lauren. That shift felt monumental, like I'd finally stepped out of her shadow and into my own light. In my Thursday session with Dr. Olivia, we discussed healthy boundaries with Lauren if we ever had contact again. Dr. Olivia helped me imagine limited structured interaction with clear consequences if Lauren reverted to old patterns. We discussed meeting in public, keeping conversations focused, and having an exit strategy if things went wrong. Dr. Olivia stressed that I could set the terms of any future relationship and that I didn't owe Lauren the closeness we used to have just because we were sisters. This framework made the possibility of future contact less scary and more manageable. I could imagine seeing Lauren again without absorbing all her problems and emotions. They protected me while allowing for the possibility that Lauren had changed. Dr. Olivia reminded me that I could always change my mind, that seeing Lauren once didn't mean committing to ongoing contact. I felt empowered by this control. Emma and I reviewed the lease renewal papers at the kitchen table. She asked if I wanted to stay another year, saying she hoped I would but wouldn't pressure me. I looked at the apartment, thought about the life I'd built here, and decided I wanted to stay. Signing that paperwork felt significant, like I was committing to this new life I'd created. I decided to stay in this space, this roommate, this version of my life where I came first. Emma signed her section, then I signed mine, and we celebrated with ice cream and a movie. Later that night, I thought about how much had changed in 3 months. From standing in Lauren's apartment with a ruined cake to signing a lease on a home where I felt valued and safe felt like years. I still needed therapy and had complicated feelings about Lauren and our family, but I was happy where I was. It was real because my happiness was based on my own choices, relationships, and growth, not Lauren's changing or apologizing or wanting me back in her life. I scheduled the tattoo appointment for a Tuesday afternoon so I could think about it without rushing back to work. The artist explained my design, a phoenix rising, small enough to fit on my inner wrist and remind me that I'd survived something hard. Lauren had always said tattoos were trashy and made women look cheap, and I'd listened to her even though I'd wanted one since college. The needle hurt more than I expected, but in a good way. Like it was marking something real. I watched the ink take shape on my skin and thought about how I was making this choice only for myself. When it was done and wrapped, I paid with money I'd saved from not covering Lauren's expenses. Thanksgiving came faster than expected, and Aunt Catherine called to confirm I was coming to her place for dinner. She mentioned Lauren would be there, too, and said it gently like she was giving me the option to back out, but I told her I'd come anyway. Emma offered to come with me for support. But I told her I needed to do this alone. I drove to Aunt Catherine's house with Toast's carrier in the back seat because I was dropping him off at a friend's first. The whole drive, I practiced staying calm in my head. Lauren was sitting at the far end of the living room with a plate of appetizers when I entered. We made eye contact, and nodded, a strange formal acknowledgement that we were in the same space but wouldn't pretend everything was fine. Aunt Catherine seated us at opposite ends of the table during dinner, which felt deliberate but necessary. I talked with my uncle and cousins, passed dishes, laughed at jokes, and was aware of Lauren across from me, but not consumed by it. She looked thinner, tired, and I felt a small ping of concern that I didn't let grow. After dinner, Lauren and I were in the kitchen at the same time, both reaching for coffee. She poured hers and asked if I wanted any. This tiny gesture felt huge given everything. I said yes, and we stood there for a minute, not sure what to do next. She told me she was working 2 jobs, one at a retail store and one doing administrative work on weekends, and that she had found a studio apartment she could afford on her own. Her voice was matter of fact, not asking for praise or sympathy. I was glad she was doing better, managing on her own, and I meant it without wanting to take care of her again. She nodded and said she was sorry again, quieter this time, and I accepted it without forgiveness or promises. I stared out the window at the dark streets while driving home with Aunt Catherine and felt a strange lightness in my chest. We weren't close and probably never would be again, but we weren't enemies standing in a kitchen pretending the other didn't exist. I didn't need Lauren's friendship to be okay anymore. I had Emma and Toast, and Aunt Catherine and my job and this whole life I'd built separate from my sister. Our relationship would never be what I thought it was when I was standing in her apartment holding that ruined cake. However, I had rebuilt my life from those broken pieces and was happy with it because Lauren's loss forced me to find myself. I didn't need anything else. Kicked out at 19 for refusing to share my inheritance with my entitled brother. Years later, they begged me after he cheated and their business collapsed. I was kicked out of the house by my parents because I could not bring myself to share my inheritance with my brother who was entitled to it. Finally, after a number of years have passed, they are approaching me to ask for assistance because he cheated on his wealthy fiancée, and as a result, their business is failing. The reason my parents kicked me out of the house when I was 19 years old was because they discovered that my grandfather had left me a trust fund. They wanted me to split that trust fund with my brother, who was a golden kid, but I refused to do so. This happened 7 years ago. My grandfather had passed away just a few years before that, and he had left the trust fund to me as a surprise which I discovered on my birthday. I was surprised to learn about the trust fund. I was overjoyed as a result. However, it did not last for very long since my parents reached out to me just a couple of weeks after my birthday and told me that I needed to share the money from the trust fund with my brother. They said that by doing so, they would be able to cover the expense of sending him to college without any difficulty. When I was 19 years old, I made the decision to forego attending college and instead take a gap year in order to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Consequently, it is not as if I did not require the funds from the trust fund for my own personal use. When I started college the following year, I would require it in the future, and I did require it at the time. I had no choice but to decline the offer because I was in desperate need of the money for both my present and my future. I believe that my brother has reached his limit. In no way did my parents come from an impoverished background. In the event that they desired to do so, they would have the financial means to send my brother to college. It was their own company that they ran. They were able to run it for a considerable amount of time, and it performed adequately enough for them to not require any additional assistance from anyone else. Consequently, I am perplexed as to why they felt the need to ask me and why they were so insulted when I denied their request. Nevertheless, they were quite furious when I refused, and after that, we got into a really ugly argument, and ever since then, we haven't spoken to each other. In spite of the fact that he is 3 years younger than I am, my brother has not communicated with me. This is not surprising given that my parents utilize him as a puppet for their own enjoyment. In any case, he used to be around back when we were on good terms with each other. One of the reasons I did not want to split my trust fund with him was because I do not even like the guy, and my parents have always preferred him. We never got along very well, and that was one of the reasons why I did not want to work with him. He was always treated better, and he received the most of the attention for himself. On top of that, I have always had the impression that he is more pampered and deserves more care than I do. During our most recent discussion, which was also the argument that we had, I made the accusation that my parents had a preference for him over me. They attempted to convince me that this was not the case by using a technique known as gaslighting. I am not, however, a fool. For a very long time, that had been the case. After all, I was aware of the truth, and I was not going to let myself be fooled by the lies. They accused me of a number of different things as well. They made the accusation that I was self-centered and without concern for my family. To put it simply, they are attempting to make me feel guilty for looking out for myself. On the other hand, I was aware that if I did not, no one else would. On account of the fact that my parents were entirely different from those of my brother, I do not have the same kind of parents that my brother did. As a result, I was aware that the actions I was taking would ultimately be beneficial to me, and they have been. Since that time, I have never once felt regret for delaying the release of the money. I have completed my schooling at a college level, earned a degree in business, and have been employed by a company that has achieved a moderate level of success for some time now. There is no communication between myself and my parents at all. Although we do see each other at family gatherings and other events, we do not communicate with one another. In addition, the fact that we do not have a mutually beneficial partnership is common knowledge. In addition, nobody brings them up in conversation with me. My cousins have been spreading stories that my family has not been doing well financially as of late, and I have been hearing these rumors. Evidently, since the epidemic, the company has not been able to fully take off the way it was expected to, and it has been rather challenging for them to do so. To add insult to injury, my brother doesn't really contribute anything to the cause either. This past year, he received his degree from college, and ever since then, he has not made any effort whatsoever to get employment. Despite the fact that, according to what I've heard, he has been engaged to his high school sweetheart for 2 months, he has been sitting and doing nothing but hanging out with his friends, going out to parties, and drinking. He has been doing nothing but sitting at home. To put it another way, it is what I have been hearing from other participants. In addition, my mother provided me with confirmation of it a few days ago. In other words, it would appear that my brother has made a single decision that has caused a great deal of trouble for them. And a couple of days ago, my mother picked up the phone and phoned me to let me know about it. It was a new number that she contacted me from, because I had banned all of the other ones. When I picked up the phone, she immediately began crying and apologizing, telling me that she was truly sorry for everything that had occurred in the past, and that she simply wanted to put everything aside and ask me for some assistance. She added that she was very sorry for everything that had happened in the past. Her explanation of the matter was quite clear. To put it simply, she and my father have been attempting to persuade the father of my brother's girlfriend to give them assistance in the business. So, let me tell you something. Ever since he was in his final year of high school, my brother has been in a relationship with this particular female. They were able to make it through the long-distance relationship despite the fact that she attended college in another state. Despite this, they have remained together throughout their time in college. And approximately 3 months ago, he made the proposal. And they went on to become engaged. Nevertheless, her father was not pleased with the fact that he was unable to find work. Moreover, he discussed it with my mother and father. In addition, my parents made the decision to exert influence over him and convince him to agree to make an investment in their company so that they could restore it to a healthy condition. And after that, they assured him that they were going to talk to their son, and that the fact that the company was making a comeback would serve as an incentive for their son to join them and begin working for them. And in this way, everyone would be content, regardless of whether or not her father approved of it. I don't know why, but the girlfriend of my brother is completely head over heels in love with him. She would never allow him to leave her side. That is, even if her father had a negative opinion of him. The arrangement was made in this manner. The future father-in-law of my brother was going to make an investment in the company and restore it back to a respectable position. After that, my brother was going to begin working alongside my parents, and eventually, he was going to inherit the firm. By doing things in this manner, he would be able to secure a secure career in the future, and my parents would also be able to make their business successful. Additionally, he and his fiancée would be content because there would be no issues with her father. This would make them happy. There was a situation in which everyone came out ahead. No matter how much a woman loves another guy, I don't think anyone in their right mind is going to stay with a guy who has been cheating on her for God knows how long. However, my brother had to go out of his way to make everything a mess for everyone because just a couple of days ago, his fiancée ended up breaking off the engagement. As a result, my brother had to go out of his way to make everything wrong for everyone. And it is a significant setback for him, because this young lady was willing to battle for her father, despite the fact that he was pretty much up to no good and was just another unemployed loser. She fought for him. I have to mention that because she fought for him. On the other hand, that was not sufficient for him to maintain his loyalty to her. It would appear that she made the decision to look through his phone a few days ago since she had been having misgivings for a couple of days prior to that, effectively ever since they became engaged. This is how she discovered that he had a number of dating applications installed on his mobile device. During that time, he was having conversations with a number of other ladies at the same time, and he was also in contact with a number of the girls that he had dated from his college days. In other words, this was not a more recent occurrence. Since he had departed for college, he had been unfaithful to her until he returned. Without a doubt, that marked the conclusion of the relationship. Due to the fact that my parents had rushed the gun, she decided to break off the engagement, and even the investment has been cancelled as well. This presents a significant challenge for them. Because they were banking on the investment coming through, they went out of their way to spend a lot of money, and put it into the business as soon as they had a verbal arrangement with the girl's father. They did this because they were expecting the investment to come through. Since it is not going to take place, they have wasted a significant amount of money for no apparent purpose. In addition, they are attempting to get my brother to go back to his fiancée and apologize to her in order to get her to return, but he has refused to do so for the time being. And now they are in need of my assistance because they just have to keep going in some way. In order to accomplish it, they require financial resources. In other words, they are relying on me. In addition, this is the reason why my mother ever called me in the first place. She was at a loss for what else to undertake. At the same time, I informed her that there is nothing I can do to help her because they have made a significant mistake. Furthermore, I have nothing to do with them. This is the most crucial point. For a very long time, I have not been involved with them in any sort of way. In light of this, there is no use in calling me. She made an attempt to communicate with me, but I ended the call and immediately blocked her. And ever since that time, a great number of members of the family have come out to me in an effort to convey to me that they are sincere in their desire to work things out with me and that they are in desperate need of my assistance. However, I do not feel obligated to communicate to them or even in any way assist them because during my entire life, they have never made me a priority in their lives. In addition, I do not have to fulfill the same obligation for them at this moment. As a result, I did not offer to assist my family with their financial matters. Bring it up to date. It has been a few days since I last posted on this site, and I would want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who took the time to leave a comment. Many thanks to you. My decision was actually justified by the fact that I have remained steadfast in it and I have not communicated with them. The fact that they kicked me out was a very painful experience. In spite of the fact that I pretended that it was not a significant issue, the reality was quite different. I was unable to get over it for a number of years since it was so terrible. It did become quite fierce and ugly during the time when we were fighting for the very last time all those years ago. On the other hand, I never in my wildest dreams expected that they would very literally order me to leave their home if I did not intend to contribute to the trust fund sharing. That has remained ingrained in my mind. Never in my life will I forget about that. Therefore, regardless of how much problems they are now experiencing, that is something that they are going to be responsible for dealing with on their own. Because they never showed any concern for me when I was going through a difficult time emotionally. Not once, not even once, did they make an effort to get in touch with me throughout the course of the past 7 years to inquire about how I was doing and to inquire about what I was doing. They have never given me any consideration at all. Because of this, the only thing that mattered to them was my brother. And I can see that very clearly. And with regard to the remainder of my family, I am completely perplexed as to why they anticipate that I will assist my elder parents. We do not have a healthy relationship, as is common knowledge among everyone. Nobody is in the dark about what went wrong. In light of this, I do not believe that I owe anyone an explanation. If there are other individuals who are willing to assist them, then they should probably become involved in it themselves rather than expecting me to do anything at this time. Since I blocked them, no one has attempted to get in touch with me up to this point. Nevertheless, this has not prevented other members of the family from reaching out to me on multiple occasions, telling me that my family is in need of me and that I ought to put everything behind me in order to begin a new chapter with them. What I don't know is whether or not my parents or my brother have probably put them up to this, which is something that I really don't understand because it's not like I'm going to give in to the pressure and back them. Due to the fact that they are incorporating other individuals in this matter, it is going to only serve to further strengthen my opposition to them. And I find that to be really dissatisfying. I am aware of the fact that they are attempting to exert pressure on me to assist them in their situation. In addition, it appears to be really unjust because people ought to be aware of my perspective on the matter as well. Everyone ought to be aware of my point of view. They ought to be aware of the specific reasons why I've decided not to assist them. Also, I have decided what I will do. In the event that things spiral out of control, be certain that I will not hold back any of my declarations. I will certainly go public with this and make sure that people are aware that I am not going to accept it if things reach to the point where I am unable to handle them and if an excessive number of people begin to try to guilt trip me. At this point in time, it has not yet arrived at that stage. Despite the fact that I am still putting up with things, I am hoping that members of the family would come to the realization that I have my own perspective on the matter, and I do not wish to get involved in this mess. I have simply been turning a blind eye to everyone because I do not wish to be impolite and I do not like to get into a battle with anyone. The only thing I can do is hope that they get the message and stop being a nuisance to me. It is fortunate for me that nobody from the family that I genuinely like has bothered to get involved in this situation up to this point. I believe that they are aware of the fact that I do not wish to be a part of this trouble. People that are really close to my parents make up the majority of this group. As a matter of course, it was anticipated that they would inflict harm on themselves rather than being directed at me. And it's not like folks simply have a hazy sense about what happened to me and my family, they have clear knowledge of what happened. As I had stated at the outset of the conversation, people are aware of the specifics of what had occurred since my parents had gone around talking about it, attempting to portray themselves as the victims. That being said, it is not as if this circumstance is occurring for the very first time. At the time of our initial conflict, 7 years ago, the exact same event had occurred both times. They had informed everyone about whatever had occurred, and they had designated me as the person responsible for it. Furthermore, even back then, I had been informed by others that I needed to make things right with my family. At this very moment, the identical thing is taking place. So it's almost as if I'm experiencing déjà vu. However, the point is that I am not going to back down from this position. When I was under pressure the last time, I did not give in to it, and I am not going to give in to it this time either. This is the second update. Having said that, it has been 4 days since the last time I updated you, and my mother arrived to meet me last evening. The only person who has been attempting to get in touch with me up to this point has been my mother, and I believe there is a reason for his actions. Despite the fact that I did not have a healthy relationship with my family, I did have a soft spot for my mother back when we were on talking terms. I am not quite certain of this, but I do know that I had a sweet spot for her. In addition, I am able to declare that in comparison to my father and my brother, the only relationship I had that was satisfactory was with my mother, despite the fact that she was just as biased as my father was toward my brother. While it was a problem, it was not nearly as problematic as the connection I had with my father. On the other hand, I believe that she is the only person who has been getting in touch with me because of this particular reason. In any case, I opened the door for her when she arrived. But I told her that if she came here to seek for my assistance, and to demand that I get back in touch with everyone from the family, then there was no sense. And she may as well go back now since I was not going to do it either. I told her that there was no point in her coming here. I was not going to give in to the desires of any other person, especially considering that none of them had ever shown any concern for me up until this point. I then requested her to proceed, and she responded with a number of things, all of which I will later discuss. In the beginning, she expressed her deepest regret to me for the fact that she and my father had always put my brother ahead of me. She said that she was truly sorry for this. After hearing her recognize it for the very first time, it was a pleasant experience. Mostly due to the fact that I had been told during the entire process that I was just making things up, that there was nothing of the such, and that they loved both of us equally and treated us similarly. However, all of a sudden, the truth was revealed. Since the beginning, they had shown favoritism toward my brother. It was very reassuring to hear her say it out loud because they had always treated him better than I had been treated compared to everyone else. Additionally, she informed me that my father wanted me to know that he had not come because he was too embarrassed to show himself, which is the reason why he had not done so. In addition, he was the one who held the belief that this was their karma for the fact that they had treated me so poorly over the course of all these years, and had never even bothered to check on me in the intervening 7 years. He wanted me to know that he was also very sorry, and that he would like nothing more than to get back in touch with me and mend our connection. He recognized that he had really messed things up, but he wanted to make things right again. He wanted me to know that he was truly sorry. In addition, they reaffirmed that they did not require any kind of financial assistance from me, which was a second time that they stated this. They did not anticipate that I would do it either, and the only reason they wanted to make up with me was because they felt awful about everything that had occurred up to this point. She also informed me that my brother had moved out to reside with a couple of friends after a significant argument with the family, which explained a lot of things to me. She explained that my brother had stopped communicating with the family because of the argument. As a result, I spoke with her as to whether or if they were merely attempting to get in touch with me because they were aware that things had gone down quite terribly with my brother, and because they were not on speaking terms with each other, they required the presence of at least one son to be there for them. As a result, I was their alternate child. It was pretty offensive, and she attempted to reassure me that this was not the case, yet, I was certain that this was precisely what was taking place. In addition, I conveyed to her that I did not appreciate the fact that my father had dispatched her to apologize on behalf of both of them because it presented a very strange and impersonal feeling to me. One thing that he was too embarrassed to exhibit himself or whatever else it was the other item. Nevertheless, even in that case, he ought to have made an effort. It would have been more appropriate for him to come to my aid if he had truly apologized and if he had meant what he said. The only time they were able to show me that they were sorry and genuinely be there for me was during this particular instance. And even at this moment, they were making things difficult for themselves. My response to her was that I did not believe that he was overly embarrassed. It seemed to me that he was too proud to extend an apology in person. In addition, I was not going to accept an apology that was only half-hearted like this one. I expressed to her how truly appreciative I was that she had made an effort to communicate with me and had at least shown up. After that, however, I was unsure as to whether or not I wanted to get back to them at this very moment. As a result of the many things that had occurred over the course of the previous 7 years, I explained to her that I had acquired the ability to function without them. I don't even know if this is all genuine or not, and I don't want to get back in touch with them, start trying to fix our relationship, and then find out that they were only trying to use me as a placeholder for the son that they actually preferred. I don't want to come to that conclusion. For the simple reason that, let's face it, they only got in touch with me because they were having a disagreement with my brother. In addition, I was not going to be dealt with in such a manner. Even until this very moment, when they were attempting to make amends with me and express their regret, they continued to treat me as if I were a citizen of a lower social class. My perception was that it was not fair. In addition, if I'm being completely honest, I've gotten very acclimated to living my life without them by this point. Over the course of these 7 years, I have experienced a significant amount of personal development. I already have my own life. I am surrounded by them. There are things going on in my own life. It does not seem necessary for me to accept their apologies, and I have no problem with the fact that I will not be able to repair my relationship with them. At this time, I informed my mother that I did not want anything to do with them, and that I was not interested in coming over for dinner or anything else. I also declined to come over for anything else. My mother started crying, and she began accusing me of not caring about them at all, despite the fact that I was extremely polite about it and I tried my best to be pleasant about it. It was very difficult for her to come to me and apologize in person, but she did it nonetheless. The least I could do was at least explore the thought of attempting to make things right with them. She explained that she had found it very difficult to come to me and try to apologize in person. But even if I were to commit to that, I couldn't. Not to my liking was that. Consequently, I informed her that I had already made up my mind and that I did not wish to fritter away any more of our time together. It was not in my best interest to get into a confrontation with her, and I did not want to witness her crying. She told me that she was very unhappy in my behavior and that she was even more disappointed that this was how little I thought of them. I comforted her for a while. But then I told her that she had to leave, and finally, she did leave. However, before she left, she told me that she was surprised by how little I thought of them. If I'm being completely honest, it was their own fault, but I didn't say anything about it. They had shown me the kind of people that they were capable of being. It is therefore impossible for them to blame me for believing them and having a low opinion of them. They have to come to terms with the fact that what is occurring right now is all their own fault. Exactly, that is it. Because I am not the bad guy in this situation, I will not allow myself to be made to feel like one any longer. This is the third update. A couple of weeks have passed since I last had a conversation with my mother. And following that, the members of my family who had been reaching out to me and attempting to convince me to talk to my parents physically stepped up their attempts to encourage me to do so. And it was at that moment that I became even more convinced of the fact that my parents had been the ones who had put them in this position. Their whole intention was to take advantage of the family in order to coerce me into having another conversation with them. At some point in the future, I am very certain that their intention was to make a minor improvement in their relationship with me, and then they would initiate the request for the money. Unfortunately, that is not going to work for them since I am not going to cave in to any pressure that they put on me. It doesn't matter to me, as I've stated in the past. My main concern is for myself, because I am aware that they are not doing anything to protect themselves. In addition, I have reached my limit over the course of the past few weeks. I've reached the point where I've had enough of my family trying to influence me, as well as the rest of my relatives trying to coerce me into doing something that I'm not really eager to do. Therefore, whenever any of my relatives have texted me in the past few days trying to tell me that what I'm doing is not right and that I should take this opportunity and make the most of it and all that stuff, I have responded to them and told them that I have made up my mind and that I don't want to drag this out any longer than it already has been. As a result, I would be really grateful if they refrained from becoming involved in this matter because I do not wish to engage into a heated argument with the rest of the family on this matter. In regard to it, the majority of people have shown understanding. They had no additional attempts made. On the other hand, there are a few of them who are quite stubborn and who are close to my parents. They have argued with me and picked fights with me, but I have not given it any consideration. I have eliminated them from my contact list since I do not require this kind of nonsense in my life. If I'm being completely honest, the individuals that I'm removing from my life at the moment aren't even people that I care about that much. Due to the fact that they are members of the family's older generation and since they are close to my family, I do not wish to have any interaction with them. They are all on my side, including the younger ones, who are my cousins. Furthermore, they have even provided me with some fascinating information about the situation. To give you an example, my mother has been lying about the fact that they are no longer communicating with my brother because he is still living with them and he hasn't even moved out or anything like that. I don't see why they would lie to me because it's quite possible that I would have discovered the truth at some point in the future. Taking into consideration the circumstances, it is evident that I would have learned the truth if I had consented to come over for supper. Furthermore, it would appear that I do not have an issue with my brother more than I do with them. This is the most apparent of the two. They really needed to come to terms with the truth that it was they who were the more significant issue, and not my brother. It goes without saying that I did not have a strong affection for my brother. Nonetheless, this was a consequence of the manner in which my parents dealt with me. It did not fall squarely on his shoulders. I don't comprehend why it is such a challenging piece of information to acquire. The fact that they lied to me was the most critical thing, because it completely destroyed any credibility that they had until that point. The realization that I had done the correct thing by not forgiving them and not getting back in touch with them was brought to my attention by the fact that they were going to utilize me for their own benefit in the long run. I am also very certain that they did not mean their apology or whatever else they were trying to say. As a result, I am quite relieved that I did not forgive them. Although I am unsure whether or not my mother actually meant anything that she said, I am quite certain that my father did not intend for him to show up. Which is probably the reason why he did not even bother to show up. To tell you the truth, I believe that this is beneficial for all of us. They are not someone I want in my life, and I am certain that they do not want me either. It was merely my assistance that they required, but that is not what they are receiving. The fact that we are all familiar with each other's genuine appearances is, therefore, beneficial. Moreover, I am fairly certain that after this, they will not make any attempt to get in touch with me again, regardless of the circumstances. I was slapped and falsely accused of trying to seduce my sister's husband. My family believed the lies and blames me for an affair that never happened. Sophie approached me at my parents' backyard barbecue and slapped me across the face so hard my ear started ringing. Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie stared at me and said, Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin replied, what the hell? And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. A 7-year-old had called me in front of my family, so everyone was staring at Sophie and then at me. I had no notion why. Sophie, I shook, why would you say that to me? Sophie didn't respond. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. She'd never looked that hateful before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. Get away from my daughter. Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. Emily, what is happening right now? I ask. What did I do? I ask. My father responded, girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Emily didn't listen. I was her sole concentration. You know exactly what you did, Emily yelled. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true. Immediately. Shut up, Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat, and when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, oh my God, Lily, behind me. The mob of family members seeing my life come apart whispered. None of that happened, I said. Emily, I swear to you, none of that happened. So, my husband is a liar? Emily said. Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan just made all of this up for fun? Nathan grabbed Emily's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself. He whispered. She's not admitting it. No, Emily turned him away. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. I checked Nathan, who was behind my sister with his jaw clenched and eyes on the ground. He shook his head slowly. He appeared traumatized. He looked like a man describing a non-event. Nathan is lying, I responded, cracking up. Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't say his name. Emily yelled. The texts, Lily. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I couldn't help weeping. What pictures, Emily? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them myself, Emily added. I felt insane. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. There were no texts. There were no images. Nathan has never received anything from me. Please, Emily, I pleaded. Nathan is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Babe. He hoarsely told Emily. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Emily was crying, as did my mother. I watched my life fall from the middle. I called out, Mom. Turned to locate her by the broken glass. Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this. My mother's disappointment filled my chest. I think you need to leave, Lily, she whispered. Dad. I called, but he was already headed toward the house with a suspicion. I stood there surrounded by people who were meant to adore me, but none looked at me. Nathan was watching, and when Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he grinned at me small, short, and private to let me know he had won. He hadn't. I wouldn't urge my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He merely thinks he won because he lied before I did. He doesn't comprehend. I'll expose him. His current confidence will be his downfall. His own words will des Nathan his story by week's end. I'll update. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I grabbed a burger from the grill at my parents' backyard BBQ and slapped me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie glared at me and said, "Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore." My cousin exclaimed, "What the hell?" And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. Everyone stared at Sophie and then at me because a 7-year-old called me A in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. "Sophie," I shakily murmured. "Why would you say that to me?" Sophie didn't reply. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her features before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. "Get away from my daughter." Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. "Emily, what is happening right now?" I asked. "What did I do?" My father responded, "Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly." Emily didn't listen. She was all on des Nathaning me. "You know exactly what you did," Emily fumed. "My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen." I said, "That's not true." Immediately. "Shut up," Emily shouted. "You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know." My mother said, "Oh my God, Lily," behind me. I heard whispers in the crowd of family members watching my life fall apart. "Emily, I promise to you, none of it happened." Emily asked, "So, my husband is a liar? Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan made this up for fun?" Nathan approached and grabbed Emily's shoulder. "Babe, don't do this to yourself," he said. "She's not going to confess it." "No," Emily shrugged. "I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and declare my husband a liar to his face." I looked at Nathan, standing behind my sister with his jaw clenched and his eyes on the ground. He was shaking his head slowly back and forth. He looked sad and terrified. He looked just the way a man should appear while recalling something that never happened. "Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't you dare say his name." Emily shouted. "The texts, Lily. The photographs you've been giving him for months, urging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything." "What texts?" I couldn't stop crying. "What images, Emily? There are no texts. None of this ever happened." Emily responded. "I saw them with my own eyes. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. So don't stand there and lie to me. No texts, no pictures. I had never sent Nathan anything. I felt insane." I said, "Emily, please." Nathan came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I'd tell you everything, and he grabbed my wrist and said, "No one would ever believe me." Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. In a shaky voice, he informed Emily, "This is exactly what I was scared of, baby. I warned you she would spin everything around and try to make me the bad person. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart, but I couldn't keep lying to you anymore." Now Emily and my mother were crying, and I stood in the middle, watching my life pass. I turned and pleaded, "Mom, please, you know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disappointment in her eyes made me feel it in my chest. "I think you ought to leave, Lily," she whispered. "Dad," I called, but he was already striding toward the house with a suspicion. The people who were meant to love me didn't look at me, but Nathan did, and as Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he looked at me and smiled small, brief, and private to let me know he had won. He didn't, but I wasn't going to beg my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He only thinks he won because he told his lie before I could tell my truth, But he doesn't realize I'll make a plan to expose him. He's so confident right now, and that will be his downfall. He'll write his own Nathan story before the end of the week. I'll update you. I drove home from that cookout with my hands trembling so badly I had to pull over twice. I cried until I couldn't breathe in a grocery store parking lot. Emily accused me of. That night is so vivid I feel terrible. It was her birthday party. She leased the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. I wore a green dress because Emily always claimed green was my color and I wanted to look beautiful for her big night. Nathan greeted me first as I entered. He said I was gorgeous and kissed my cheek. Brothers-in-law do that, so I said thanks without thinking. They praise wives' sisters. It need not signify anything. But then I observed him staring at me over supper, not my face. Lower. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, his glances made me feel vulnerable, so I tugged at my dress neckline. Nathan muttered. That dress is doing things to me. Lily. I giggled nervously and moved to talk to my cousin on my other side when Emily got up to use the restroom. I swore I misheard him. He was odd and pleasant like some men are after too much drink, I told myself. The alternative was too dreadful. So I told myself many things that night. Everyone went to the main room for cake after supper. Emily wished with her eyes closed and hands clasped at the head of the table. I saw her happy face and thought how lucky she was to have found love. Perhaps I'll find that too. I sneaked into the kitchen for water. Because the wine was banging my head. I stood at the sink, filling a glass and rubbing its cool edge to my forehead, in the quiet room. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Nathan stood in the doorway when I turned. His typical smile was absent. He looked at me with a new expression. Hungry. Only one word describes it. He looked famished. There you are, he said. I've been trying to get you alone all night. I laughed out of nothing. What are you talking about? Come on, Lily. He pushed off the doorframe and walked toward me. Don't play dumb with me. I see how you look at me when you think nobody's watching. I see how you dress when I'm around. That green dress tonight. That was for me, wasn't it? One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. The sink edge smacked my lower back as I backed up. The counter was cold through my thin dress. I remember thinking this couldn't happen. This must be a joke. Nathan, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you need to stop. He didn't. He kept walking till he was in front of me. I could smell champagne on his breath and watch his pupils widen in the dim kitchen light from so close. Then he grabbed my waist. He touched my hips through my dress and I froze because my brain couldn't process it fast enough to react. Emily doesn't appreciate me, he added, practically kissing my ear. She doesn't look at me the way you do. We could be so good together. Lily. Just once. She need never know. I shoved him so hard he stumbled backward and nearly collapsed. Get off me. Get off me, I shouted, loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to travel into the main room. What is wrong with you? My sister Emily. I would never hurt her. Nathan lost his charm and became ugly. His jaw tightened and his eyes grew hard. I was terrified of him for a moment. You're making a mistake, he whispered. I was being polite. I offered you a chance. However, you can play it that way. The way he fixed his shirt and gazed at me made my skin crawl. Just so you know, he said. I'll tell Emily you came on to me if you tell her about this chat. Tell her you've texted me for months. Lily, she'll believe me if I say you hurled yourself at me tonight and I turned you down because I love my wife. Since I'm her spouse and you're her envious single sister who's never been married, she'll believe me. Air exited my lungs. You're insane. I muttered. I tried to push past him to the door, but he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so hard that I gasped. He answered. No. With a calm, icy, and terrifying voice. If you do, I'll dis-Nathan you. We'll set your family against you. Mom, Dad, cousins, everyone. After I'm done, they'll think you tried to break up your sister's marriage. Do you want that, Lily? Do you want to perish on that hill? I snatched my arm from him and fled the kitchen. My wrist was throbbing, and his fingers had red marks. I found Emily in the main room, surrounded by family singing happy birthday, and I almost grabbed her arm. Pulled her aside, showed her my wrist marks, and begged her to believe me. But Nathan had followed me out of the kitchen and was standing across the room, watching me with a "I dare you" look on his face. Everything he said made terrible sense, and Emily would believe her husband over her single sister, and my parents would believe the devoted son-in-law over the daughter who had never succeeded in a relationship. Everyone would take his side because Nathan was charming and successful, and I was just Lily. So, I hugged my sister, and wished her a happy birthday, went home, and didn't say anything. I thought if I avoided him in family events, he would forget about it and move on, and we could all pretend it never happened. Nathan didn't move on. While I kept quiet to keep the peace, he was telling Emily lies about texts and pictures that never existed. Building his case against me one whispered conversation at a time, making himself the victim and me the villain. By the time I found out, it was too late. Sitting in that grocery store parking lot with tears in my eyes, I realized my biggest mistake. I gave him a month to poison my family against me while I sat in silence, hoping it would all go away. I handed him the knife he used to stab me in the back because I was so focused on avoiding conflict. Nathan always underestimates the people he hurts. He thought I was broken and would disappear. He had no idea what I was capable of when I stopped being afraid. To determine the damage's extent, I called my mother, who answered on the fourth ring. Lily, her voice was icy, not furious, but disappointed. "I don't think we should be talking right now. Mom, please," I say. "Just let me explain." Everything Emily stated at the cookout was false. Nathan made up everything. He hit on me at the party. After I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. Silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing and the TV playing quietly. I envisioned her sitting on the couch in the living room where I started to walk and open Christmas presents every year, where I had cried on her shoulder when my first boyfriend broke my heart. I said. Nathan showed Emily the text messages. My mother replied, her voice husky and subdued. "He showed her your photos." "Lily, I saw them. They were in my sight." Heart stopped. "What? The text? The images? I saw your letter to him." "What you sent him I saw." Emily showed me her phone. My steering wheel grip turned my knuckles white. "No texts, Mom. No images. Never mailed Nathan anything in my life. What he showed, Emily, was phony. Made it up. He made up proof because he knew no one would believe me." My mother sighed. "Lily, honey, I want to trust you." "I do. I saw those messages. Your writing was frank and desperate. I didn't realize you could speak like that, because I'm not." I responded, crying again because I didn't write them. "Mom, please listen to me." Nathan lied. To impersonate the victim, he wrote false texts. He did it, but how? All of you are buying it. What made him do that? Why would Nathan go through that? My mother wondered. "What's in it for him to frame you?" "Because I refused him," I answered. "He tried to kiss me in Emily's party kitchen, and I pulled him away and warned him I'd tell her." "Mom." "He threatened me. He pinched my wrist forcefully, leaving marks." My mother spoke again after a lengthy quiet, exhausted. "Lily, I don't know what to believe. Really don't. I know Nathan has always treated your sister well. He's always treated this family well. Those messages appeared real. Timestamps, phone number, everything matched. Then let me show you my phone," I said. "Come over now and see my genuine texts. You can browse everything. It's obvious I never send him anything. Please, Mom, let me prove it." The couch shifted as my mother whispered. "I can't do that. Emily made me promise not to have any contact with you until you admit what you did and apologize. Lily, after seeing everything, I agree with her. I suggest you reflect on your actions." She ended the call before I could respond. I stared at my phone, feeling like the ground had swallowed me. Nathan hadn't lied. He had evidence. He created an alternate reality with fake texts and pictures that fooled my mother. I called my father, but he didn't answer. I texted him, and the message stayed on for hours before he replied, "Give your sister some space." Calling my cousin, who asked, "What the hell?" When Sophie hit me, my call went to voicemail. 3 days went by without a word. I went to work and stared at my computer screen without seeing anything. I went home, made dinner I didn't eat, and watched TV I didn't see. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, hoping someone would believe me, but I only got spam emails and app updates. On the 4th day, I left my apartment to get groceries because I had run out of everything and couldn't justify starving myself. As I walked to my car, I saw Nathan's SUV parked across the street, sitting in the driver's seat and watching my building. He smiled and waved like we were old friends running into each other by accident. Every instinct in my body told me to run, get in my car, lock the doors, and drive away, but I was so exhausted, angry, and done being terrified of this man that I just stood on the pavement and watched him approach. "Hey, Lily," he began, standing a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, and smiling the charming smile that had fooled my family. "How are you doing?" How are you doing? Nathan, what do you want?" I asked coldly. He stared worriedly at me from the side. "I wanted to check on you. Verify your health. I regret how everything went down in this difficult situation." I watched him. "Feel bad?" I repeated, disbelieving. "I do. This awful was never my intention. I hoped you would let it go so we could move forward. You had to threaten me. You made me feel guilty for liking you. Considering that, what transpired after that is up to you." This man's boldness, shamelessness, in front of me blaming me for his actions. "Those texts and pictures are fake," I responded, shaking. "You made them, so they're false. Your ego couldn't handle rejection, so you lied to delete Nathan from my life." Nathan smiled steadily. "Lily, that's it. My knowledge is irrelevant. Only what others think matters. Now everyone thinks you're a desperate woman who tried to take her sister's spouse. Mom believes. Your dad agrees. Emily is convinced. I was thorough, therefore nothing you say will change that." I kept from backing away as he approached. "You should have remained quiet," he whispered. "That night in the kitchen, you should have kept your mouth shut and none of this would have happened. You had to threaten me. You had to act like I was a predator for wanting you. So, now you face the consequences." He touched my cheek with one finger. "Don't touch me." I smacked his hand so hard it rang off the buildings. Nathan giggled. "That fire. Lily, I always admired that about you. Emily accepts anything I say. You fight, nevertheless. So sorry it happened this way. Together, we could have been amazing." "You're delusional," I say. "I would rather die than let you touch me." "That can be arranged," he remarked, so casually that I didn't realize the danger. "I'm kidding. Mostly. You should know I told Emily." I suppressed my wrath at Nathan playing victim in his own home. "Please." I wailed again. "I don't deserve it, but I need closure. I'll give you one opportunity and then leave you both alone forever if you want. Just a face-to-face apology will help me heal." Emily sighed. "Let me talk to Nathan. Let me talk to Nathan. I'll call you back," she said, hanging up. I stared at my phone on my couch. 20 minutes later, she called. "Okay," she answered. "Lunch at home with parents. 6. But Lily, I promise to God, I will never speak to you again if you try anything or cause drama. Your only chance. Avoid wasting it." "I won't," I agreed. "Thank you, Emily." "I won't. I won't. I won't. Many thanks. I adore you. Quietly, I love you too. That's why this has been so hard." On Sunday, I spent 2 hours getting ready. I did my makeup carefully, just enough to appear put together without looking too hard. I curled my hair and let it fall loose about my shoulders, as Nathan had complimented me at a family dinner 2 years earlier. I wore a top I knew would draw attention, low cut but not too low, fitting but not too tight, just enough to make him look and wonder if I had worn it for him. At 6, I arrived at my parents' place. My mother opened the door and gazed at me with an unreadable expression. "Lily," replied, "I'm glad you decided to do the right thing." "Me too, Mom," I whispered. I walked into the dining room and saw everyone seated, my father at the head of the table looking uncomfortable. Emily and Nathan on one side. Sophie, between them, and an empty chair across from them that was clearly for me. The humiliation chair, where the accused begged forgiveness. I sat down and watched the table. I could feel everyone watching me. Especially Nathan. When I looked up, he was staring at my chest. He stared at it for a second too long before realizing I was looking at him and moving over to his plate. Good. I had his interest. My mother made small talk about the weather. My father asked me a few work questions, which I answered in short sentences. Emily barely looked at me. Sophie kept asking why everyone was so quiet. I apologized 3 times and said I was ashamed of myself. I told them I was getting professional help and understood if they never trusted me again. I kept looking at Nathan, and every time I did, He was already looking at me. By the time my mother brought out dessert, he wasn't even trying to hide it. He was staring at me while Emily talked to my father about Sophie's school. He kept looking at my top and then at my face, and each time I caught him, I held his gaze for just a second too long, not long enough for anyone to notice, but long enough to make him wonder. After dinner, I stood up and said, "Emily, can I talk to you and Nathan privately? I want to apologize to you both privately." Emily looked at Nathan, who nodded slowly but looked at me. "Fine," Emily said. "Let's go to the living room." We left the table, and I stood in front of them. "Nathan," I said, looking directly at him. "I was confused and lonely and mistook your generosity for more. My illness was my fault. I shouldn't have placed you in that position. You've always been a nice spouse to my sister and father to Sophie. I hope you'll forgive me." Nathan stared at me for a long time, trying to figure out if this was true, if I had given up, and whether his plan had worked as well as he anticipated. "I appreciate that, Lily," he continued. "I know this was hard to say, and I forgive you. I want our family to progress." He hugged Emily. "I told you she'd come around, baby. Just time to comprehend everything." Emily nodded and wiped her eyes. "Thank you, Lily," she replied. "I appreciate it. I miss you terribly." I hugged my sister and said I missed her. Over her shoulder, I looked at Nathan. He was smiling the same confident smile he had worn at my apartment when he threatened me and arrogantly certain that he had won. But this time, when we met, I smiled back. Confusion, interest, and hope flickered across his face. He believed my grin and outfit meant something. He thought I had finally recognized what I was missing when I pushed him away that night in the kitchen. I would let him think that until it devastated him. After everything he had done, Nathan still wanted me. I noticed how he stared at me over dinner, how his eyes kept finding reasons to drop to my chest, and the smile he gave me when Emily wasn't watching. Now he believed maybe I wanted him back. Good. Let him believe that. Let him become so confident that he stopped thinking straight and neglected to protect himself. 2 weeks until the next family dinner, I had 14 days to get Nathan so desperate for me that he would say anything to get me, and then I would make him say it to his wife. The next day, I started texting him innocent family stuff with a touch of something warmer. Nothing that could be used against me. "Nathan, do you have Emily's pasta recipe from last week? I want to try. Sophie's dance recital time? Send her flowers. Your supper." Understanding was appreciated. It meant more than you realize. He answered every mail within minutes. First carefully. "Okay. Here's the recipe. The Saturday recital starts at 3. Family is everything." After a few messages with happy faces and winking faces, he started texting me first by the end of the week. "I've been thinking about you. Hopefully everything is fine. You looked great Sunday. Yes, green is your color. Emily takes Sophie to her mom's this weekend. It will be lonely here." I ignored those messages and watched the little notice that told me he was typing, not typing, then typing again. He was perplexed and desperate to figure out where we were. I dressed even more carefully for the second family dinner, low cut but not too low, fitted but not too tight. I sat across from Nathan at the table and caught his eye whenever Emily looked away. Sometimes I smiled. He was drowning, and I was the only one who could throw him a rope. He didn't realize the rope was attached to an anchor. After dinner, my mother asked who wanted to help with dishes. As expected, Nathan said, "I'll help, babe." I volunteered quickly. "You stay and relax." Emily looked shocked. "That's lovely of you." Nathan and I entered the kitchen together, and when we were alone, he was too close. I could feel his heat behind me while the dish was cleaned. "You've changed lately," he whispered. "You mean what?" "I watched the dishes. How you've texted me. The way you stare at me at dinner." He got closer and breathed on my neck. "The way you dress." I stopped the water and slowly dried my hands before turning around and leaning on the counter. Nathan was inches away, his eyes black with want. "I've been thinking about that night," I whispered. "In the kitchen at Emily's party," he gasped. "Yeah, I was scared," I answered. I was afraid to say yes. "Nathan, I pushed you away and pretended I didn't feel anything, but I can't stop thinking about it. What I missed, what could have happened." He touched my arm and I tried not to recoil. "I knew you felt it, too," he whispered. I glanced up at him. I was wondering if maybe we could find some time to talk alone without anyone around. Nathan slipped his hand from my arm to my waist, where he gripped me that night. "When?" "Again, next Sunday," I said. "You do the dishes, but I'll give us more privacy." His smile was painfully big. "You're serious?" "I'm serious," I said. "Nathan, I'm obsessed with you. Since that night. I can't." I was afraid to admit it. I heard footsteps, and left him as my mother entered the doorway. "How are those dishes? Almost done, Mom?" I responded brightly, but Nathan stared at me like I had offered him the moon. 1 week to figure out the final piece of my plan. All I had to do was get her close enough to hear it, without him knowing she was there. I spent the next 3 days mentally walking through Emily's house, remembering every room, closet, and hiding spot. I remembered the master bedroom walk-in closet with the slatted doors that look right into the room. Emily could see and hear everything in the bedroom from there, and it would look dark and empty from the outside. "Hey," I said, warmly and sisterly, calling Emily on Wednesday. I was wondering if I could come over early on Sunday before the family dinner. Set up and spend time together. "Just us two. That would be great," she said. "I've missed our sister time." "Me, too. Recently, Nathan has been really lovely. He continues texting me to check in. Make sure I'm okay. Emily, you're blessed to have him." I heard a beat of quiet when the seed was planted. "He texts you?" "Supportive stuff. Nothing odd. He's being a good brother-in-law, checking on me." "Right," Emily murmured, but her voice had changed. "A tiny fracture in the foundation." "Good." I wanted her to monitor her husband more intently than ever. I arrived at Emily's house 2 hours early on Sunday and found Nathan's car gone. He took Sophie to get ice cream. Emily said, "Wanted to give us some girl time." I planted tiny seeds of mistrust during the first hour of cooking. "Nathan looks stressed lately. Everything okay with you?" "He's texting me often. Hope you don't find that odd." "I think he's trying hard to reconcile." "Sweet." Actually, each word was meant to make Emily question her husband's interest in her well-being and develop the slightest seed of skepticism that would grow when she learned what he actually thought of her. Emily said she would take a quick shower once we finished cooking. "Make yourself at home," said. "Nathan should be back soon." This was my chance. "Actually," I said, "can I use your bedroom bathroom? That one down below is soapless." "Sure, go ahead." I entered the master bedroom upstairs and saw the closet as I remembered. Sophie, yelling, "Mommy, we got sprinkles." Emily coming down the stairs to greet them. Perfect sight lines to the whole room, dark enough to be unseen from the outside. Then Nathan asked, "Where's Lily?" "Upstairs," Emily said. I left the bedroom and descended the stairs, where Nathan stared at me eager. He said, "Hey," gently. When I reached him, "Hey." He was in my space after we entered the kitchen alone. "So tonight," he muttered. "Am I on?" "Actually, I was thinking," I admitted slowly. "Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Too risky. Suppose someone enters?" His face showed disappointment. "Then when?" "After dinner. When everyone goes. Tell Emily you're exhausted and want to sleep. Then text me. I'll tell my parents I forgot something and return." Nathan exclaimed, "Want to return? To my house? To your bedroom?" "I want to do this correctly, Nathan. I desire perfection." It seems he would faint. "Are you serious?" "It's been on my mind for 2 weeks. I need to know what would have happened if I hadn't pushed you away. I must feel what was lost. I'll text you the second she falls asleep. Don't wait that long," I add. "Just tell her you need to rest." "I can't wait." The rest of the family arrived, and supper was torture. Every minute felt like an hour. I played my part perfectly. The contrite sister glad to be back, the lovely daughter helping her mother, the fond aunt playing with Sophie in the living room. Nathan watched me with greedy, yearning eyes, and I watched the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes until I could Nathan him. After dinner and everyone left, I pulled Emily aside. "I may have left an earring in your restroom. Can I run up and check?" "Sure, Emily. Want help looking?" "No problem." I remember where I stood. I was upstairs in her bedroom and examined the closet again before texting Emily. "I can't find it. Will you help me look?" "It may have rolled inside your closet." She entered the doorway a minute later. "You think it fell where?" "Somewhere in the closet. I opened it for extra towels, and guess it fell off when I bent down." Emily entered the closet and searched the floor. "I don't see anything." "Keep looking," I replied, "a small silver hoop. Perhaps in the corner." I texted Nathan, "Upstairs, bedroom, Emily showers. I'm done waiting." He rushed up the stairs and into the doorway, breathing hard. When he spotted me, his face brightened up. "Where's she?" he whispered. "Shower." I nodded to the bathroom door. "We have a few minutes." He entered the room and closed the door. "I cannot believe this is finally happening." He approached me. "I've been thinking about you all week. Since that kitchen night, I've been thinking about you." "Tell me," I began, approaching him, "what you've been thinking about." His hands gripped my waist again, possessively. "I've wondered what might have occurred if you hadn't pushed me away. Maybe you should have let me kiss you. Show you what you missed." "Would have happened?" I asked. "I would have took you right there in my wife's kitchen." He added, desperate. "Emily has no idea what I can do. She's boring and predictable in bed. But Lily, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were unusual and required someone who could handle you." A quiet sound came from the closet. Listening, Emily shifts weight. "What else?" I asked. Nathan drew me closer. "I wanted to test you against that counter and show you manhood. I wanted to hear you shout my name when my wife blew out her birthday candles in the next room. I always wanted you, not Emily. You." When I shouted no and pulled you away, his face clouded. "I spent weeks complimenting you and making you feel special, but you rejected me like I was nothing and disgusting. If I couldn't have you, I'd Nathan you." "How? Tell me how you did it." Nathan giggled. "Easy. I faked the texts on a messaging app. I made the photos too. You spent a month telling Emily how desperate you are. Watching each family member turn against you." Smiled. "My favorite part, you crawled back. Your apology. You sought forgiveness. Now you're in my bedroom prepared to fulfill my original desire." I said, "Say what you did. I want to listen." "I made it all up." Nathan boasted. "Every word an image. Nobody sent me anything. I lied and made your family despise you. I made it all up. I made it all up. Lily, no one believed you. I'm the loyal spouse and you're the jealous sister who can't handle rejection, so nobody will believe you." Emily stood in the closet doorway, staring at her husband with an expression I'll never forget. Her hands were shaking and her face was colorless. Tears filled her eyes. When Nathan turned back and spotted his wife, his face turned paper white. She had heard every confession. Every insult about how boring she was, and every detail of how he had desnathaned me to cover up his treachery. He had nowhere to hide. Nathan staggered away from me. "Emily, babe, this isn't what it looks like." Emily shakily said, "I heard everything. I heard every word you just said. You made it up. Texts. Images. You made my family detest Lily for not sleeping with you." Nathan raised his hands. "Wait. Just hear me. Lily set it up. She duped me into coming. She made me say that. Nothing was real. Just telling her what she wanted." Emily hollered. "I heard you say that. You said the texts were faked. You said the photos were fake. You said no one would trust her over you. Lily is fooling you how?" I watched Nathan's face change from panic to rage to desperation to calculating. He was looking for a way out. But there was none. His own words doomed him. "Emily, baby, I love you," he croaked. "I protected our family at any costs. Lily was dangerous. She wanted to split us. Just defending what we have. By framing my sister?" Emily yelled. "By letting my daughter call her auntie in front of our family? By making me think my blood assaulted my husband?" She cried now. "Do you understand what I said to her? What I did to her? Our mother won't look at her anymore because of you. Nathan, you ruined her life. You destroyed my sister-sister bond. Because your ego couldn't handle her no." Nathan pleaded. "Everything I did was for us. You're a coward," Emily spat. "You did it because the notion of a woman rejecting you was so awful that you had to play victim. Instead of handling that like a grown man. You ruined an innocent life." She passed him and stood next to me, squeezing my hand. "Get out," she said. "Come on, Emily, talk about this. Let's discuss this downstairs. Get out of my house. Louder, harder. I don't want to see you. Your voice bothers me. Please never come near me or my daughter again." Nathan's desperation turned ugly. "This is my house. You can't dismiss me." Emily called 900, and 11 with our address and stated, "My husband won't leave, and I'm unsafe. I have proof of his stalking and harassment of my sister. Emily, hang up the phone right now." Nathan gasped. "You're being frantic, sir," Emily remarked, holding back tears. "If you're still here when they arrive, I'll tell them everything. You tormented my sister. How you grabbed her hard enough to brand her. You created evidence to discredit Nathan. How you revealed everything thinking no one was listening. My phone recorded it. I saw the voice memo app on her phone as she recorded from the closet." Nathan's confidence collapsed in real time. His shoulders sagged and his face went gray. He grabbed his keys off the dresser and looked at us with hatred. "This isn't over," he added. "Enjoy. I guarantee it." After storming out of the bedroom, the front door slammed so forcefully the house rocked. His car started and drove out of the driveway so fast I heard tires squealing. Emily shook as she stared at her husband's location. "I'm so sorry that I believed him." She cried in my arms as I said, "You didn't know he manipulated you." Her apology continued as I hugged her, feeling years of sisterhood heal. "My husband confessed to an affair with my sister, getting her pregnant. He suggested I stay and be the primary mother, while she finishes school. I, 35F, can no longer pretend everything is normal." Last week marked 5 years of marriage for Lucas, 37M and me. Those 5 years were hard. We tried for 3 years to have a baby. 4 statewide fertility clinics were visited. I gained weight and had hives from hormones. Lucas gave samples in sterilized rooms with old periodicals. We wasted nearly Math B, Phi, 50, $0 on ineffective therapies. When my period started, I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the floor until my legs went numb. Lucas knocked on my door to check on me. Despite not being, I would say yes. We gave up 2 years ago. Sunday morning, Lucas sat me at the kitchen table and said we needed to talk. He stated he couldn't continue. He couldn't handle seeing me fall apart every month. I concurred. Without children, we moved forward. Once, I offered adoption. Lucas shut it down instantly. A non-blood child, he added, could not be raised. He stated it wouldn't feel real. Didn't push. I was too exhausted to argue. Mia, 30F, my younger sister, has always required help. When she was 20, she quit community college to live with a garage sale car parts salesman. That romance lasted 8 months. Another plasma donation facility employee was a gambler. Another who claimed to be developing a cryptocurrency business but largely smoked cannabis in his room. I can't count the times my stepmother Elaine has saved Mia. I was 12 and Mia was 7 when Elaine married my father. Mia was 2 when her biological mother departed. Elaine raised us. It cost her twice to send Mia back to school. Mia quit twice. Mia told her family she was returning to school last year for a business degree. Her goal was an MBA. Elaine was cautiously optimistic. I gave it little thought. Mia has said this previously. Lucas and I own a Benfield Pines home. It has 4 bedrooms and a huge lawn. Buying it 3 years ago. We plan to fill it with kids. The extra bedrooms now collect dust. Lucas is a commercial realtor. The man makes good money. When fertility treatments became full-time, I quit 2 years ago. After we gave up, I didn't work again. Lucas advised me not to. He advised me to contemplate my next steps. I've been trying to figure that out for 2 years. Sometimes I send resumes but nothing happens. Last week was our 5th wedding anniversary. Lucas booked accommodations at Lantern House. It serves 7 little courses and leaves you famished. Lucas proposed inviting relatives as Elaine was visiting her sister. I liked the idea. Elaine, Mia, and Lucas's mother, Margaret, 61F, was invited. Lucas's younger brother David, 32M, and his wife Rachel, 33F, came. Rachel is a business attorney. She has a 2-year-old kid with David, her husband of 4 years. It was 7 p.m. for dinner. My dress was navy blue. Since it fit again, I hadn't worn it in a year. We arrived at the restaurant around 6:45. Elaine was there. She hugged me and called me pretty. Mia was 10 minutes late. She wore pants and a sweater. After, Margaret, David, and Rachel arrived. Sitting at a huge table in the restaurant's back, Lucas sat at the head. I sat his right. Sitting across from me was Mia. First course released. It was foam with fish underneath. Margaret said portions were too little. David jokingly suggested a drive-through on the way home. Everyone laughed. Lucas ate little. I inquired about his well-being. He reported being fine. His tone was harsh. I stopped asking. The second course arrived. Lucas stood with his wine glass. I expected a toast from him. Smiled at him. He ignored me. He regarded Mia. He then announced something. He said he and Mia fell in love over 8 months. The words didn't make sense at first. Margaret gasped. Elaine stood up so fast her chair toppled back. Lucas chatted. He reported Mia's 12-week pregnancy. He said the family will finally get their baby, which was a blessing. I regarded Mia. She regarded her plate. Her cheeks was flushed, but she stayed silent. Lucas continued. He said he and Mia had discussed and planned it. Our house would house Mia. To help with baby care, I would stay. Mia could concentrate on her degree. Lucas promised a family arrangement. Family appeared 4 times in his sentence. Margaret started crying, but not because she was sad. She thanked Lucas. Years ago, she prayed for a grandchild. She said God worked mysteriously. David took his head in his hands. Rachel stared at Lucas like she'd never seen him. Elaine left the restaurant. The door slammed. I rose. It felt like my legs were detached. Rachel grabbed my arm as I approached Lucas, pulling me back into my chair. Finally, Mia looked up. She said my name. I didn't reply. So I tossed my water glass at Lucas. Missed. Broken glass fell behind him. The waiter asked if everything was okay. Lucas said no problem. He dropped money down and said we were leaving. Homeward travel took 20 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat, I watched the window. Lucas remained silent. I headed straight to our bedroom when we arrived home. Locked the door. I heard Lucas moving about the house. Neither came to the door. My stomach churned as I sat on the bedroom floor. I reached the bathroom in time. I remained an hour. Lucas was not in the bedroom when I left. I checked the guest room. He was sleeping with the door closed. I stayed up that night. I continued thinking about Lucas's words. Wanted me to stay. He wanted me to watch the child. His child. Mia's child. I considered spare bedrooms. I pondered about our childbearing expenses. I remembered Lucas saying he couldn't love a non-blood child. Her baby would be his blood. My blood would be in the infant. Niece or nephew. I wondered if it would work. Maybe I could. I was unemployed. I had nowhere else to go. Lucas was right, I had nowhere to go. Lucas knocked on the bedroom door the next morning. I opened. He requested a conversation. Yes, I said. We sat on bed. He acknowledged the announcement's shock. He said he should have told me privately. Why he did it publicly. He thought having the family there would help. He professed love. Mia loved me, he said. He said we 3 could do this. He suggested I be the baby's mother. Mia had no parental instincts. His words sounded like a compliment. I inquired when it began. He said 8 months ago. Mia delivered books Elaine wanted me to have. I saw a doctor. Lucas worked from home. They chatted. Then they texted. It increased. Just occurred, he said. He denied planning it. He loved her? I asked. He denied knowing. He called it complicated. I asked him what would happen if I rejected his idea. We would figure it out, he added. He didn't sound like he was trying to figure anything out. I requested some time to think. Fair enough, he said. Left the room. I spent the morning on the bed. Phone rings around midday. It was Elaine. My location was requested. I told her I was home. She promised to pick me up. Update 1. 2 hours after calling, Elaine arrived at the residence. In the bedroom, I wore the same thing. I was unshowered. Lucas worked. Elaine didn't knock. My spare key from years ago was utilized. She entered the bedroom and sat next to me. She was silent at first. She announced our departure. I told her I doubted I could. That was not a question, she said. She took things from my dresser and put them in a suitcase. It took 2 hours to pack. Elaine packed 6 boxes and 4 suitcases. She piled everything into her car. Lucas returned home as we removed the last box. After parking in the driveway, he got out. Asked what was occurring. Elaine informed him of my departure. He insisted we discuss this. Elaine stated nothing was worth discussing. Lucas approached the door. He stated I couldn't leave. Elaine told him to move. He did not. Elaine stated she was phoning her lawyer on her phone. Lucas's expression changed. Stepped aside. I've been with Elaine for 3 weeks. She has a smaller home. No more than 2 bedrooms. I sleep in her guest room. The walls are yellow. There are flower paintings everywhere. Every morning, Elaine makes breakfast, toast and eggs. Sometimes pancakes. Not once does she ask how I am. She simply presents food and waits for me to consume. Mia texts me. In the first week, she sent 43 texts. Most said the same. Sorry, she said. Her intention was not to cause it. She claimed Lucas pursued her. She attempted to stop it but failed. She claimed the infant was innocent. She accused me of selfishness. Then messages changed. Name-calling began. I was jealous, she said. I was bitter because I couldn't have kids, she stated. She claimed I was destroying her happiness. I haven't answered any texts. Elaine ordered me to save. Lucas calls. He no longer leaves voicemails. His initial communications were lengthy explanations. He declared his love for me. The infant could not replace what we lost, he remarked. He believed I would understand Mia's desire for help. Then messages ceased. Now he calls and hangs up on voicemail. David and Rachel visited Elaine's residence 2 weeks ago. Nobody told me they were coming. Elaine answered the door and led them into the living room. David sat down to apologize. He wished he had spoken at supper. He claimed astonishment. Rachel remained standing. She crossed her arms in the middle of the room. Lucas called the day after I left, she claimed. He asked her to represent him in divorce. I threatened him, he told her. He said I was unstable. She advised him to switch lawyers, Rachel said. Rachel agreed to represent me. She promised to do it for free. David nodded. He claimed his sibling was insane. Lucas was unrecognizable to him. Rachel retrieved documents from her backpack. Divorce paperwork. The process had begun, she said. She only wanted my signature. I signed. Rachel promised Lucas service within a week. Lucas received office service. Rachel called to tell me. He called her later, she said. Family should help family, he said. Rachel claimed she supported family. Not him. Lucas hasn't called since. Elaine has been talking. Someone started sending me texts from folks I hadn't spoken to in years. Cousins, high school friends, Elaine's churchgoers. Each stated the same thing. They reported hearing it. Apologies were made. They contradicted Lucas and Mia. I scarcely recall a high school woman who told me she spotted Mia at the grocery store and left. Lucas appeared sad at a gas stop, according to another. Elaine has been called by Margaret. Elaine doesn't respond. Margaret leaves voicemails. She said Elaine was turning the family against Lucas in the first. In the second, she said the kid was a gift, and we were ungrateful. In the third, she declared she would never forgive Elaine for ruining her son's relationship. Elaine removed them all. I resumed job hunting. I updated my resume with Elaine. I had 3 interviews in 2 weeks. One was for a dental receptionist. One was for a law firm administrative assistant. One was for insurance customer service. At least I'm trying, but none of them have responded. Breakfast is now my daily habit. Elaine makes it, but I get up alone, Mia wrote again yesterday. It was different. She said Lucas was not who she thought he was. She called him controlling. He pressured her to move into the house while I was away. She said. He talked about the infant as his property, she added. She contemplated abandoning him. I ignored that message too. Elaine claimed Mia was manipulating me. Elaine said Mia always does this when things go wrong. Update 2. The divorce proceeds. Rachel predicted completion in 3 months. Lucas initially resisted. He suggested mediation. Rachel declined. Lucas claimed I abandoned the house. I left because of his infidelity, Rachel stated. Because he told me, Lucas denied an affair. That didn't work, Rachel remarked. After that, Lucas stopped fighting. Got a job. The law firm administrative assistant role. I started 2 weeks ago. Pay is low yet sufficient. Elaine offered to let me remain as long as I wanted, but I'm looking at flats. A 1-bedroom is 15 minutes from the legal company. It should arrive next week. Mia remains with Lucas. Her house move was a month ago. Margaret informed Elaine. Margaret called Elaine to update her. Margaret claimed Mia was adapting. Lucas decorated one of the extra bedrooms for the nursery, she claimed. Margaret announced a baby shower. She was disconnected by Elaine. David phoned me last week. He mentioned Lucas was struggling. He stated Lucas called late at night. Lucas informed David that Mia was not who he believed she was. Lucas stated Mia demanded. She wanted him to purchase her a car. She urged him to fund her classes. She asked him to employ a cleaning service to avoid housework. Lucas sounds exhausted, David said. Lucas also asked about me, David said. I was asked if I was dating. David told him that wasn't his business. Elaine has totally stopped talking to Mia. Mia tried to visit Elaine's residence 3 weeks ago. She was denied entry by Elaine. Mia cried on the porch. She requested her mother. Elaine declared her choice. Mia went. She failed to return. I saw Lucas 2 weeks ago. It was unplanned. My grocery shop visit. In the frozen food aisle. I spotted him first. I reversed my trolley. He must have spotted me because he followed. He caught me in cereal aisle. Said my name. Continued walking. He took my arm. I backed off. He requested a conversation. Let go. I said. He did. He spoke nonetheless. He admitted error. He said Mia was not who he thought. She allegedly used him. He declared his love for me. We were asked to try again. No. I said. I told him to get away. One moment, he stood. Then he left. Lucas wanted to hire a private eye to watch me, Rachel said. The investigator called Rachel for confirmation. Rachel said the matter was a divorce only. The investigator said Lucas said I hid assets. Rachel claimed no hidden assets. The investigator apologized and declined the case. I learned this from Rachel over coffee. Lucas was desperate, she said. Her due date is 3 months. Margaret posted about it online. Elaine showed me posts about baby clothes, becoming a grandmother, and being blessed. Elaine felt nauseous. I quickly skimmed the posts. My date was last week. A legal company employee invited me to supper. His name is Daniel, 38M. The mailroom employs him. A informal bistro hosted us. Nothing flashy. We discussed work. The kids from his previous marriage were mentioned. He didn't inquire about my divorce. I appreciate it. He walked me to my car at night. He wanted to see me again. I said May. No decision yet. Update 3. The divorce ended last month. Got half of everything. Selling the house. Lucas said he should keep it because Mia and the baby live there. Judge was unconcerned. Lucas must buy or sell me. Selling was his choice. House is for sale. Rachel predicted a speedy sale. Mia gave birth 6 weeks ago. A boy. Margaret uploaded photos. Elaine saw. I didn't look. David said Lucas was overloaded. Baby cries nonstop. Mia helps little. She tells Lucas she's exhausted. Lucas does most of it. Lucas looks 10 years old, observed David. Lucas and Mia quarrel. Margaret informs David. Margaret says they're too loud. Neighbors also complained. Mia wants out. She has nowhere to go. Her return is denied by Elaine. Mia's old acquaintances avoid her. She's stuck. Last month I moved into the apartment. It's small but mine. 1 bedroom, kitchen with window, bathroom with good water pressure shower. Elaine moved me. David and Rachel joined. We ordered pizza after unpacking. Felt normal. I still see Daniel. Not serious. Every week, sometimes twice, we go out. This guy makes me laugh. He doesn't inquire about my background. Not asking about his. Works for now. Lucas texted me 2 weeks ago. Sorry, he said. He stated he ruined everything. He wants to return. I didn't reply. I blocked his number afterward. Elaine dined with us last night. I cooked spaghetti. We dined at my modest kitchen table. She said she was proud of me. I assured her she was essential. That's false, she said. She claimed I was stronger than I expected. No arguments with her. I start classes next month. Business management. I decided to finish what I started years ago. The law firm covers half. Going part-time. It will take 3 years, But I have time. Mia messaged me last week. She apologized again. She knew I wouldn't forgive her. She claimed she regretted everything, and wanted me to know. I erased the mail after reading. I have nothing to say to her. I'm okay. That best describes it. I'm not where I expected to be at 35. But I'm out of that house. I'm not on the bathroom floor. Not waiting for Lucas to return. I'm not worried about Mia texting. Just in my apartment with my work and next classes. Move on to the next story. Story 2. I saw my fiance's cousin at a family meal as a one-night stand from years ago. Then her 5-year-old son entered looking like me. 4 days ago, my fiance's reaction astonished me when I told the truth. One evening changed my life. I, 30, M, and my fiancée Jackie, 27 F, were invited to supper at her parents' house. This wasn't rare, since we started dating 3 years ago. We've eaten there several times. This supper was special since Jackie's cousin Sophie, 34 F, was visiting from out of state with her husband Daniel and 5-year-old kid Luke. Jackie talked about Sophie a lot, but I had never met her. We never met on Sophie's previous visits owing to distance and my job schedule, even though they grew up together. Jackie was eager to meet us. She recounted their childhood and how Sophie was always her older sister. About 6 p.m., we arrived at Jackie's parents' house. After greeting us with hugs, her mom led us into the main room where everyone was. I thought Sophie's husband Daniel was talking to Jackie's dad. As we entered, I noticed her, a woman on the couch looking up. After seeing us, her expression altered. Her smile dipped and her eyes narrowed. Something about her was familiar, but I couldn't identify it. Jackie introduced. After she introduced me to Sophie, I shook her hand and noticed she stared at me too long. Her recovery was swift. And she mentioned meeting me. However, she kept looking at me throughout the chat. Jackie's mom brought Sophie's son, who had been playing in the backyard, 20 minutes into our visit. I nearly fainted when the youngster ran in dirty from playing. Seeing him was like seeing myself at that age. He had the same nose, chin, and smile-crinkling eyes. He had Sophie's traits, but little of Daniel, who stood beside her with his arm around her shoulders. Then it hit me. My mind returned to a night about 6 years ago. I spent most Saturdays in a downtown bar. I approached a pretty woman drinking alone. We left after conversing and drinking. I was impressed by her confidence and drink-for-drink matching. I brought her home. I convinced her we didn't need protection when inebriated. On my phone, I showed her my recent blood test results. I was often tested due to my lifestyle, and she said she was clean too. She left before I woke up the next morning. I never saw her again, acquired her number, or thought about her until Jackie's parents' living room. The woman was Sophie. I fell into a cold sweat when I realized. I spilled alcohol over myself because my hands shook. Jackie inquired whether I was okay, and I murmured about feeling sick. The timing was perfect 6 years ago, 9 months before Luke was born. Now that I seen him, I was sure. My biological son. I kept looking at Luke during supper. Each time I saw him, I saw myself more. His fork holding, mannerisms, and laughter. Sophie saw me watch him. Her look is unreadable. The food tasted like cardboard, so I scarcely spoke. Jackie kept looking worriedly at me, but I ignored her. My thoughts raced. I wondered if Sophie visited Jackie the weekend we met. Was Jackie in the pub that night? Did she know Sophie and I's relationship? Has Sophie told anyone? Does Daniel know? These questions consumed my mind, making it impossible to concentrate. I made a toilet break after dinner while everyone went to the living room for coffee and dessert. I looked in the mirror after splashing cold water on my face. The man staring at me seemed unusual. A life with Jackie for 3 years was the best of my life. Future plans included having children in a few years. I felt like my past had caught up with me unexpectedly. I was lousy with ladies until Jackie. I used them and threw them away. I never made any lasting relationships between conquests. Jackie took a while to trust me because of my past. We met at a mutual friend's wedding, and she saw through me. It took nearly a year to convince her to date me, proving I had changed. After she gave me a chance, I've never looked back. I looked at my mirror and wondered if all that progress was about to end. Would Jackie leave me if she discovered her cousin's son was mine? That thought made me sick. My favorite experience was with her. 4 months. Until our wedding. Her parents already consider me a son. I get along with her whole family. The apartment we've shared for 2 years has become our home. When I returned to the living room, Jackie was playing with Luke, and watching them with no knowledge was painful. Sophie sat across the room, her eyes flitting between us, and I knew she recognized me. I was a wreck when we left. Jackie accepted my food poisoning explanation for my sweaty, pallid appearance. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't concentrate, or face people. I alternated panic and numbness in bed all day. I repeated it the next day. Jackie thought I had a stomach bug and brought me soup and pills. Her compassion made me feel worse. Indecision has incapacitated me for 4 days. No idea what to do. Should I tell Jackie? Should I confront Sophie? Should I stay quiet and hope it passes? Luke's birthday is almost exactly 9 months after Sophie's visit, according to our calendar. The time is great. Timing and appearance help me identify him as mine. $95. $. I'm afraid of losing Jackie. When we started dating, she struggled with my promiscuity. Discovering I fathered her cousin's child may be too much for her. This circumstance fits her strong ideas on trashy behavior. With Sophie and her family back in our lives, I can't bear to keep this secret. No, I never cheated on Jackie. This happened before I met her, but a bombshell may make it irrelevant. Luke seemed content with Sophie and Daniel. They reside several states away, so we rarely see each other. However, knowing I have a son who doesn't know I'm his father, and is raised by another man is eating me up. Jackie is my everything. We've discussed having kids in 3 or 4 years after settling into our careers and marriage. That I have a child who is her cousin's son seems harsh. No idea what to do. Risk losing Jackie by telling her everything. Address Sophie privately. Maintain the secret and remember it forever. I injure someone with every decision. Jackie, Luke, Sophie, her husband, or me. This can't be avoided without pain. I've been sleeping poorly for days and can't keep calling in sick. I must decide. But dread paralyzes me. Update 1. First, thanks to everyone who commented on my initial post. Reading your responses gave me the strength to do what was right despite my fear. Thanks to user The Truth Seeker 499, whose comment about secrets being out prompted me to act. I told Jackie everything 3 days after my original post. I couldn't handle the anxiety. I hadn't slept well in the week. From rarely eating, I'd lost 5 pounds and had difficulties focusing at work. I felt crushed by the secret. I requested a conversation with Jackie after supper. Sitting on our bed, I held her hands. Before I said anything, I cried. Jackie looked worried but kept quiet, letting me gather. I told her everything about recognizing Sophie at dinner, remembering our 6-year-old one-night fling, and seeing Luke and thinking he was probably my biological kid. I told her how worried I was that she might leave me over this. I felt terrible, but I didn't know about Luke until dinner. Jackie sat silently holding my hands as I explained. After I finished, she breathed deeply and asked why I hadn't told her after supper. I mentioned that I needed time to comprehend everything and was afraid of losing her. She was furious. I waited so long to inform her and made it clear that she expected immediate honesty in the future, no matter how tough. But she clutched my hands and vowed she wouldn't leave. Our relationship wasn't betrayed because this happened before we met. He added, "We've dealt with your past before, and we'll figure this out too." The relief I felt was overwhelming. For the first time in a week, I could breathe again. Jackie wasn't done. She stated we needed to talk more about my old lifestyle now that my history had appeared at her parents' dinner table. She accepted my broad past without details when we initially met. She wanted to know everything to avoid surprises. I agreed, but revisiting my mistakes wasn't enticing. Jackie decided to contact Sophie to get her perspective after our conversation. Jackie called Sophie many times the next morning. No reply. She texted many times. Nothing. Sophie replied with one text late that afternoon. Let go. Please. Jackie asked whether they could at least text or talk. Same response from Sophie. Let it go. Please. Sophie likely recognized I told Jackie the truth. Jackie was wounded by her cousin's silence, but after talking, we decided to follow Sophie's wishes for now. We prioritized each other for our wedding. Sophia altered her wedding RSVP from yes to no the day after this text exchange. Jackie was sad, but I was relieved. The thought of Sophie, Daniel, and Luke at our wedding stressed me out. Jackie and I began our deeper discussion about my background after the crisis subsided. Though painful and uncomfortable, it improved our bond. Even if it was uncomfortable or shameful, I answered her inquiries honestly. Jackie thanked me for my honesty and said she was confident there would be no shocks afterward. Sophie and Luke's issue persists. Whether Daniel knows the truth is unknown. Sophie's feelings are unknown beyond her wish to avoid discussing it. Most critically, we don't sure what to do with Luke. Jackie found old images that showed Sophie and Daniel had been together for at least 10 years, thus she was dating him when our one-night affair happened. An already problematic scenario became more complicated. Just for now, we're taking things day by day. After this storm, our friendship is stronger and wedding planning begins. Jackie's patience and dedication to our future are appreciated. My physical anxiety symptoms from that dreadful week have decreased, showing that telling the truth was proper. In the comments, some wondered how I feel about fatherhood. Well, I don't know. Luke is like us, yet his father, Daniel, reared him from infancy. His two loving parents seemed to make him happy and well-adjusted. Would my involvement as his biological father help him or cause him anguish and confusion? Jackie and I will examine these questions in the following weeks and months. We're honoring Sophie's wish to move on, but we may review it later. We may need to talk more directly about what's best for everyone, especially Luke. Jackie and I plan to move out of state for work in a few years. That will further remove us from Sophie's family, which may be best. I wonder if Luke will ever ask about his parentage. If that day comes, I aim to handle it with more grace and honesty than before. Update 2. 2 months have passed since my last update, and I have some news. Our wedding is 2 months away, and preparations are underway. Jackie and I have been busy with venue, catering, and guest list decisions. Sophie and Luke's dilemma aside, we've concentrated on our future together. Jackie got a parcel 3 weeks after my last update. Sophie sent us an expensive set of crystal glasses and a card for our wedding. The card read, "Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. Sorry we can't attend. Love, Sophie, Daniel, and Luke." It didn't address our predicament or the meal or text exchange. A standard wedding present and card. Jackie called her parents to ask about Sophie's wedding absence. Sophie told the family Daniel had a job commitment they couldn't break. Jackie's mom thought it was weird since Sophie had been so eager about the wedding, but she didn't question it. Sophie began replying to Jackie's texts a week later. Normal cousin things, not linked to our circumstance. Photos of Luke's t-ball game, employment updates, and TV show comments. She seemed to be striving to sustain their connection while ignoring the elephant in the room. Jackie felt conflicted. She cherishes her friendship with Sophie and was upset by the initial stonewalling. She thinks they're lying about what happened. We agreed that Jackie would keep talking to Sophie for now. Sophie may eventually address the issue directly. I've been thinking about Luke. Some commenters on my previous blogs branded me selfish for not declaring paternity and fighting for custody or visitation. Let me address that. Luke is 5. His father, Daniel, reared him from birth. I could tell they get along from our quick meeting. Daniel liked the boy and was patient. Luke appeared joyful and settled. Would Luke benefit from his environment being flipped? To discover his dad isn't his biological father? An unknown stranger, claiming fatherhood and demanding his life? I doubt it would. Jackie has learned from family chats that Sophie and Daniel are financially stable and successful. They have a great home and outstanding schools. The family vacations and gives Luke sports and other chances. Jackie and I are still building our careers. Student loans and a 1-bedroom apartment are ours. We're not ready for kids. We'll wait a few years to start a family. I'm not avoiding blame. If I had known about Luke earlier, I would have helped. I didn't know. An established family looks to be operating well. Disrupting that may be harmful. I still think about him. His few images on Jackie's family's social media sites are examined. I wonder about his personality, interests, and whether he acquired any of my talents or peculiarities beyond his appearance. Maybe he'll see our resemblance in family photos and ask questions. Sophie may have told Daniel something. Jackie and I have discussed what we would do if Luke reached out to us as an adult. We promised to tell him the truth while respecting Sophie and Daniel's parenting. We would explain that our distancing wasn't out of concern but because we thought it was best for him. In other developments, Jackie and I met with our first financial advisor to prepare our future. We talked about paying off college loans, saving for a house, and having kids. Our advisor asked if we had other financial obligations. Jackie stared at me, and I hesitated to decline. Though I had no legal commitment to Luke, the moment felt dishonest. Even with a truce, These minor events remind me that this matter isn't settled. Commenters inquired if I've explored paternity testing. Answer: yes. I've considered it, but I can't request one without upsetting our fragile balance. Luke resembles me so much that I'm 95% sure he's mine. The time is great. For now, I'm assuming paternity. While realizing I may be wrong, I still feel guilty about my prior behavior. My one-night fling with Sophie was just one example of how I treated women then. I'm grateful Jackie let me prove my change every day. This example shows how our past acts can have lasting effects. Update 3. 6 months have passed since my previous update, and our lives are back to normal. Jackie and I married in a wonderful ceremony with family and friends. Sophie, Daniel, and Luke sent another present and a card congratulating us but did not come. Jackie's family asked why their absence, so we cited Daniel's work. The wedding was lovely despite the strain. Jackie looked beautiful, and I couldn't believe my luck watching her go down the aisle. We forgot about it while honeymooning in Costa Rica for 2 weeks. It was perfect time to focus on each other and our future. Reality re-emerged when we returned. Jackie's promotion at work will force us to move next year earlier than expected. Moving farther from Sophie's family is both a relief and a squandered chance. Part of me wishes proximity will lead to a conclusion, while part of me appreciates the distance. Jackie's parents held a reunion 2 months ago. Sophie's family attended, marking their first appearance since that terrible supper. Jackie and I discussed it extensively beforehand. We were polite but didn't force interactions. We would discuss the problem if Sophie wished. Without it, we'd respect her limits. The reunion started awkwardly. Sophie avoided being alone with us, and Daniel looked unconcerned. He talked to me about sports and work like we were casual acquaintances, which I suppose we are. Luke ran with the other kids, stopping to show Daniel what he found or did. Watching them interact was heartbreaking and comforting. Painful because I was seeing father-son moments I would never experience, yet reassuring since they had a great bond. I briefly had Luke to myself throughout the reunion. I was seated near where he tripped and scraped his knee. He was helped up and asked whether he was okay. He nodded boldly, trying not to cry. I wiped the dirt off his knee with a tissue from my pocket and told him he was tough. He thanked me with eyes like mine before going off to play again. Perhaps 30 seconds. Yet the interaction affected me greatly. Sophie watched me from across the yard later that day. Our eyes locked briefly before she glanced away. Jackie and I were having buffet food when she approached us a few minutes later. She inquired about our new home and move. Strange but polite chat. Before leaving, she whispered, "He's happy. That's what matters most," and rejoined her family before we could react. She never acknowledged the situation beyond those 6 words. Jackie and I discussed them extensively on the way home. We assumed it confirmed our suspicions. Sophie knows Luke is my biological son but continues her family with Daniel. Her statement tried to reassure and ask for continuity. Her desires were honored. The rest of the reunion and the months since have been friendly but distant with Sophie's family. Jackie still texts Sophie periodically, keeping the conversation light and on daily life rather than the reality. Jackie and I seriously considered having children last month. Our financial condition will improve with the promotion and move, so we're ready to move sooner than planned. The discussions have been stimulating, but complicated. Jackie asked me how I felt about fatherhood, and I swallowed hard before saying I was excited. We understood deep down that I am one biologically. Sophie sent Jackie a Christmas card yesterday. Luke, 6, was missing his 2 front teeth in his school portrait. We look more alike now, especially in his smile. Jackie asked me to preserve the photo. I refused. But Mom put it away with the other family photos, after I stared at it for a while. I think about Luke less, but more intensively, as we plan for our next relocation. Maybe he'll learn the truth. Daniel may know our suspects. I wonder if we did the right thing by listening to Sophie's request. Our lives are continuing forward for now. The new house, Jackie's promotion, and our family plans keep us focused on the future. We promise to be honest with Luke if he contacts us later. While waiting, we shall respect the boundaries. However unsaid, I think we made the right choice for everyone, especially Luke. The family is stable and kind. Disrupting that for biological entitlement would benefit me, not him. When someone else is doing it well, it's sometimes best to let them do it. This is my last update until something major happens. Thanks to everyone who advised and supported me through this difficult period. Your opinions assist Jackie and me overcome an unexpected issue. The gift I wired you was $500,000. Grandpa said, but my family stole $450,000, leaving me with only $1. Math BB's $250 check to show for it. I expressed my gratitude to my grandfather for the Math BB's $250 payment. When my grandfather finished carving the turkey, put down the knife with surgical precision, and said, "The gift I wired you was $500,000. I actually laughed because the envelope my mother had slipped me an hour earlier contained a Math BB's $250 check. Ethan Walker is my name. I work as a digital thief hunter and am 29 years old. Denver-based Sentinel Tech employs a cybersecurity analyst. I've provided 4 federal court testimony, assisted the FBI in recovering $3.8 million in ransomware payments, and tracked Bitcoin fraud in 14 different nations. I am skilled at tracking money through the most obscure parts of the internet. As it happens, my own family's Thanksgiving dinner was the scene of the largest heist in my professional life. My sister Sophia called 3 days prior to the holiday. I was in my flat, watching a phishing operation out of Estonia on 3 monitors that were flashing with code. I was always skeptical of the brightness in her voice, the tone she employed when she pretended not to desire something. She greeted him as, "Hey, Jordy." I interrupted the trace I was running and said, "Nobody calls me Jordy except her. Listen about Thanksgiving. Maybe you should skip it this year." "Why?" "Grandpa's really tired lately. The doctor said he shouldn't have too much excitement. You know how he gets when you visit. I want to stay up talking, show you his old maps, and tell those stories about Korea." She chuckled, but the joke seemed artificial. "We're thinking of a quiet holiday, just the local family. Denver is where I call home. Bridgeport, Connecticut, is home to my family, a very handy distance of about 2,000 miles. Since when does Grandpa want quiet?" I responded, that statement may have been accurate. Since he turned 87, and his cardiologist told Mom he needs to reduce stress. The only member of my family who had ever truly listened to me. Grandpa Charles Montgomery Walker, a retired civil engineer and decorated veteran, had been slowing down but asking that I skip Thanksgiving. Sophia went on, "You should probably save the airfare money. I know consulting pays well, but those flights from Denver aren't cheap." In her 33 years, Sophia had never been concerned about my money. In 2019, she borrowed Math BB's $500 from me for a business opportunity that later proved to be a multi-level marketing scam. Never reimbursed me. 6 months later, when I inquired about it, she said I was being petty about money amongst siblings. When I said, "I'll think about it," before I could reply, she hung up, saying, "Great. Love you. Bye." I sat there looking at my screens for a while. There was a problem. The tempo of that exchange was similar to that of the phishing emails I examined. The phrases were perfect, but the underlying programming was malicious. Grandpa had opened a joint account with me when I turned 18, and I checked it out using my banking app. He had used Math BB's $4,500 to seed it. I was informed that it was for emergencies. "You're smart with money, Ethan," he had remarked. "This is just in case you ever need a cushion. You have no," he had really said again, "Ethan." I had only used it once, 2 days before exams in my junior year of college, when my laptop died, returned it in 6 months. I hadn't touched it since. $2,200 was displayed on the balance. I thought that was about right. Something forced me to click through to the complete transaction history, even though it was the original Math BB's $4,500 less the laptop loan and 13 years of low interest. My stomach fell. The 14th of August 2024. $450,000 in incoming wire transfer. Love-filled memo for Ethan. Grandpa. The 15th of August 2024. $475,000 was sent out by wire. The destination is an external account that ends in 7,392. Memo, chance for investment. I gazed at the screen. Math BB. $450, $0. In a day, gone. Because someone had left just enough to prevent a Math BB's $0 balance notice that could have notified me. The account now displayed Math BB's $500. I had trembling hands. I cautiously put my coffee mug down as if it may break. Before speaking with a fraud prevention representative, I had to make 3 transfers when I phoned the bank. Mr. Walker, I'm showing that the wire was initiated with valid login credentials and 2-factor authentication, the agent said. Patricia was her name. She sounded worn out. Do you not recognize this transaction? I didn't make it. The IP address shows Bridgeport, Connecticut. Is that a location you visit regularly? My family lives there, but I haven't been there since July. I see. And you're certain you didn't authorize anyone to access this account on your behalf? She hesitated and said, completely certain. I heard someone typing. Mr. Walker, we also have a document on file. A power of attorney form signed by you on August 10 granting authorization to more typing. Claire Walker, would that be your mother? The space was skewed. A power of attorney is something I never signed. The signature matches our records. More typing. Then the signature is forged. This time it's longer. I'm flagging this account for investigation. You'll need to file a formal fraud report. I'm sending you a link now. I'm also going to need you to verify your identity with several security questions. 20 minutes were needed for the verification. My coffee had gone cold by the time I hung up, and the Estonian fishing operation I had been following had ceased operations, most likely moving to another server farm. I opened the power of attorney file that I had received via email from the bank. It was a PDF with appropriate legal language and good quality. The bottom signature appeared to be mine. I knew I hadn't signed it, but the looping G and the sharp vertical stroke on the J were the same. When I sign legal documents, I have a very particular tendency. In the upper right corner of the signature block, I always add a small diagonal mark, invisible, until you're trying to find it. After witnessing too many contract fights in the computer industry, I developed a paranoid tendency. There was no mark on this signature. I enlarged the image. The ink pressure was too consistent and incorrect. This was a digital composite that was most likely made by sewing together several signatures that were scanned. Professional job, but not enough professional. I created a folder, took screenshots of everything, and began mapping the money route with the same meticulous attention to detail I applied to corporate investigations. Grandpa deposited Math BBS, $450 into the joint account on August 14. Money was deposited into Ryan Carter's account on August 15. Sophia blogs from the Maldives on August 16. Flight logs. Because of my job, I have access to several databases, but only for valid security reasons. Shown 2 first-class tickets to Malay Maldives from JFK. Bought on August 14. Ryan Carter and Sophia Walker are travelers. $16,500. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. If you know where to go and have the proper credentials, finding credit card records is surprisingly simple. It may be argued that this was a legal gray area. I didn't give a damn. It was easy to see the trend. Somehow, Sophia had persuaded Grandpa to send me money by wire transfer. Knowing he would never say no, she most likely told him I needed it for something before transferring the money right away into her fiancé's account and using it to buy an expensive trip and an engagement ring. However, I was troubled by the power of attorney signature. Sophia wasn't like that. She lacked the sophistication to falsify legal documents, but she was impetuous, careless with money. I opened the page once more and took a closer look at the signature. Although the digital composite was good, there was one more thing. Microscopic differences in ink density and minute irregularities in pen pressure indicated that this had been practiced. Before the final version was created, someone had traced my signature several times. I thought it looked like Mom's handwriting. Last year, I received a birthday card from her. She had truly remembered, which was uncommon enough to be noteworthy, so I had saved it. The G's downstroke curled slightly inward, matching the capital letters, the cross's precise angle on the T. My signature was falsified by my mother. I reclined in my chair. Denver spread in the November afternoon sunshine outside my window. On I-25, traffic is flowing. Individuals going about their daily lives unaware that mine had just collapsed. It buzzed on my phone. Sophia texted. I gazed at the message for a whole minute. So, you're definitely not coming. Thursday, right? Just want to make sure so Mom doesn't overbuy food. She responded quickly after I texted. Actually, I changed my mind. I'll be there. I had never mentioned that. Really? Are you sure? I thought you said work was crazy right now. Work can wait. 3 dots emerged, vanished, and then reappeared as I typed, family's important. Okay, great. See you Thursday. I printed all of the evidence I had acquired, packed my laptop and portable projector I used for professional presentations, and made travel arrangements. 47 papers in all, including bank statements, credit card receipts, airline data, screenshots of Sophia's Instagram, wire transfer information, and the fake power of attorney. When I graduated from college, Grandpa gave me a leather portfolio, which I placed in it. I could see the irony. I arrived at JFK on Wednesday, hired a car, and drove to Bridgeport in the kind of chilly rain that makes November in Connecticut seem like the end of the world. I spent the evening creating a presentation after checking into a Hampton Inn that was only 15 minutes from my folks' house. A case study, wire fraud, a title slide, and a family investment opportunity. How $Math BBS 450. $0 turned into $Math BBS $250 is the subtitle. I worked on the timing. The entire disclosure will take 12 minutes, including deliberate pauses for maximum effect. I've testified in court, presented to boardrooms, and instructed jurors on intricate cybercrimes. This ought to have been simpler. No. It wasn't. I had grown up with these people. I learned how to ride a bike from my sister. For 2 years, my mother took me to a robotics club every Saturday. My father, who was family but had never really been involved. However, they had stolen from me. Not only the cash. My grandfather's gift, his confidence, and his will to assist me had all been taken. And they had done it with such ease and casualness. At 2 p.m. on Thursday, I took a car to my parents' place. At 4, dinner was served. The timetable had been texted by Cannaby have you likes for Majan. The timetable had been texted by MIHC414.com for Majan. 41414.com. 414.com for Majan. Mom. Very well planned and regulated, with appetizers at 4, turkey at 5, and dessert by 6:30. After pulling my laptop bag up the front step, I parked on the street. With its cream-colored colonial, black shutters, and the maple tree in the front yard that I had climbed as a child, the house appeared much as it had always done. Innocent and typical. I knocked, but Mom opened the door first. She drew me into a rehearsed hug and said, "Ethan, you made it. I'm so glad you decided to come after all." Wouldn't miss it. She had on her lovely cashmere sweater with the pearl buttons. Her hair was styled by a professional. Her smile had a fragile quality to it. Sophia's in the kitchen. Ryan is here, too. I know you haven't met him yet. He's wonderful. You'll love him. I accompanied her inside. The smell of pie, stuffing, and turkey filled the home. Grandpa had his reading spectacles on his nose and was reading the newspaper in his usual recliner by the fireplace. When I walked in, he looked up. "Ethan." A smile spread across his entire face. I walked across the room and gave him a cautious hug, saying, "There's my boy." He felt weaker than before. His grip was still firm, but the bones were more noticeable beneath his cardigan. He inquired, "How's Denver treating you?" "Good. Really good. Working on some interesting cases. Still catching the bad guys. Always," he said with a smile. The words struck more forcefully than they ought to have. "That's my grandson. Justice before everything. If you may be for more Gevelos. If you may be for more Sal. The silence of with revided here. And their silence of with revided. When there with be give from with revided. When their silence of with revided here. When there with revided. When the store to do for more silence." Sophia emerged from the kitchen, Ryan following like a pricey accoutrement. Since I last saw her, she had lost weight. The type of weight reduction brought on by stress, eating nothing, and drinking green juices. Tiny rainbows were thrown over the wall by the engagement ring when it caught the light. "Geordie." She also gave me a hug. And when I didn't quickly pull away, I could feel her stiffness. "This is Ryan." "Ryan, my little brother Ethan." Ryan held out his hand. He gave a solid, well-practiced handshake, saying, "Great to finally meet you. Sophia talks about you all the time." Every aspect of him was dumb, rehearsed. The way he stood with his shoulders back and chest open, the smile, the eye contact. Alpha stance, the assurance that resulted from never having to say no. "Congratulations on the engagement," I replied. "Thanks, man. She's 1 in a million. He kissed the top of Sophia's head and drew her close. She was radiant. Genuinely shown. Genuinely. Either she compartmentalized the theft so thoroughly that she had persuaded herself it hadn't occurred, or she was a greater actress than I'd given her credit for. Dad was watching football on mute in the den. When I stepped in, he looked up and nodded. "Ethan, good to see you." "You, too, Dad." There wasn't much more we could say to one another. We didn't. "Appetizers," Mom said. We assembled in the eating area. Everything was picture perfect, with the table set with fine china and lit candles. Mom and Dad sat on either side of Grandpa, while Sophia and Ryan sat across from me at the head of the table. It was an aggressively normal chat. Ryan discussed a recent vacation to Scotland for golf. Sophia talked about her new job at a marketing company. Mom talked about the current pick for her book club. Dad remained silent and drank wine more quickly than was sensible. I waited. Mom got up at last. "I almost forgot. Ethan, Grandpa wanted me to give you something." She vanished into the kitchen and returned with a white, business-sized envelope bearing my name in her handwriting on the front. She whispered, "From Grandpa," and put it in my palm. "Don't mention the amount. He's a bit embarrassed that things are tight this year." I took out the envelope. There was a check inside. Pay as directed by Ethan Walker. Grandpa's shaky signature on $math BBS $250 written in my mother's hand. The space awaited my response. I turned to face Grandpa. His warm, proud expression, which I had known all my life, was observing me. Saying thank you, Mom's shoulders eased as she said, "This is really generous." Sophia sipped her wine. Ryan looked at his phone. For dinner, we went into the living room. A platter of turkey. Serving plates and sides. Everything was planned out like a painting by Norman Rockwell. While Mom managed traffic and ensured that everyone received the appropriate portions, Grandpa carved. Sophia started telling a tale about her wellness getaway in Fiji last month. The meditation sessions at sunrise were truly life-changing. I feel as though I'm at last learning how to truly appreciate the present, and be present. Ryan gave a nod in agreement. She returned a very different person, more self-assured and self-assured. I questioned whether he was aware that I had spent $math BBS $16,500 on the retreat. Most likely. He appeared to be the type of person who looked over receipts. I looked at Mom. "Ethan, you should try something like that. All that computer work. You need to learn to enjoy life. Disconnect sometimes," I remarked. "I enjoy life just fine." The irony was astounding. "Do you? You're always working. Always so serious. Life isn't just about chasing criminals in cyberspace." Dad poured more wine for himself. The fourth glass. Grandpa got up and used a fork to tap his water glass. The table fell silent as he spoke. "I'd like to make a toast." "I'm an old man," he said. "I've lived 87 years, fought in a war, built bridges that are still standing, raised a family. But one of my greatest joys has been watching my grandchildren grow into the people they're meant to be." He turned to Sophia and then to me. "Sophia, you've always known what you wanted and gone after it. That determination will serve you well in marriage and in life." She grinned and began to cry. "And Ethan?" he asked, his voice becoming more passionate. "You've always been my quiet one, thoughtful, principled. You don't take shortcuts. You do things right, even when it's hard. That's rare these days." He went on to say, "I wanted to help you take the next step. Buy a house, start your own firm if that's what you want. You've earned it, and I hope the gift I gave you will make that dream a little easier to reach." I felt my throat tight. He held up his glass to Ethan. "May you build something lasting." Everybody's glasses went up. I lifted mine. "My words? Thank you, Grandpa. We're clear." His smile wavered as he said, "Thank you so much for the $math BBS $250. The table became still. "What $math BBS $250? He questioned. After taking it out of my pocket, I held up the check. Grandpa's expression shifted as he said, "This check?" "The one Mom gave me before dinner from you. Math BBS $250. Something sinister replaced the confusion. Mom clattered her fork against her plate, asking, "Claire, what is he talking about?" "Dad, you're confused. You said things were tight. The gift I gave Ethan was $500,000. Stillness. Complete. Deafening silence. Halfway to Ryan's mouth, his wine glass froze. Sophia had turned white. Dad looked at his plate as if it held the answers. Something desperate had crumpled onto Mom's face. Dad, you're not remembering correctly, Mom said once more, raising her voice. Your medication? The doctor said it can cause confusion. Grandpa's words sliced through the room like a razor. I'm not confused. I'm Icon. Transferred $math BBS $450 into Ethan's account on August 14th. With trembling hands, he took out his phone and began scrolling, saying, I got the confirmation email, I saved it. Mom, please. Let's talk about this privately. You're getting upset. She replied. Grandpa responded, show me the account, Ethan, disregarding her. Pull it up right now. ATS. My laptop was already out of my backpack. I opened it. The area was lit by candles, and the screen shone blue. I turned the laptop around so Grandpa could view the bank statement. Incoming wire. Math BBS $450, $0. August 14. August 15th. Math BBS $475, $0 outgoing wire. Math BBS $2, $500 is the current balance. Grandpa gazed. He put his hand to his chest. I believed he was having a heart attack for a terrible moment. Then he murmured, where did it go? I turned to face Sophia. Now she was crying, mascara beginning to smudge, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Though he appeared ready to run, Ryan kept his hand on her shoulder. I answered in a low voice. That's what I'd like to know, too, Grandpa. With her hands clutched at her sides, Mom remained upright. This is a family matter. We can discuss it later privately. I opened the folder on my desktop and said, no. We're discussing it right now. I took out the portable projector, placed it on the table, moved the stuffing and mashed potatoes away to create space, and then connected it to my laptop. My first slide lit up the white wall behind Grandpa, an opportunity for family investment. A wire fraud case study. Dad lost his hand and dropped his wine glass. Like blood, red wine smeared across the white tablecloth. Individuals began to rise. Mom's sister Patricia, cousin Ava, and her husband, Uncle David, and Aunt Sarah, who had been quietly in the corner. Slowly, then more quickly, they retreated. We should go. Aunt Sarah whispered. This is between the immediate family. They simply walked away. 3 times the front door opened and closed. Automobile engines began to run. Only 6 of us were left when the chaos subsided. Sophia, Ryan, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and myself. I moved on to the following slide. The bank transfer records expanded to a size that was readable from the other side of the room. Grandpa starts a $math BBS $450, $0 wire transfer as a present for me on August 14. On August 15th, math BBS $475, $0 was transferred to Ryan Carter's external account by someone having access to the joint account. Ryan frozen. The following slide. Sophia timestamped and dated her Instagram posts. My sister posted from the Maldives on August 16. I bought 2 first-class tickets from JFK to Malay. August 14th. Math BBS. 16. $500. Sophia sounded like an injured animal. The following slide. The ring of engagement. Zoomed in. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. August 19. $30,000. Ryan got to his feet. I don't have to sit here and listen to this. Sit down, urged Grandpa. Despite being quiet, his voice was powerful. Ryan took a seat. I moved on to the following slide. The signature on the fake power of attorney is highlighted. Claire Walker was given power of attorney over the joint account via this paper, which was submitted to the bank on August 10. It's a fake signature. Here, and here. Take note of the variations in pen pressure. I made use of a laser pointer. My mother's handwriting, not mine, is reflected in the letter forms. Now Mom was crying too, but her tears were filled with rage. You don't understand what we've been through. The medical bills from your father's surgery. Dad's surgery was covered by insurance, I said. I checked the mortgage. It's current. I took out the documents. You had no right. I had every right. You stole from me. The following slide. Audio recording. This is a voicemail left by Claire Walker on August 28 to Arthur Harris, attorney at law. I filed a fraud report and was able to obtain it through legal discovery. I hit the play button. The room echoed with Mom's voice. Arthur, We already spent the first installment. If Ethan finds out, he'll go crazy. We need to paper this over. Can you help us create some kind of, I don't know, legitimate explanation? Maybe a loan agreement or something. The reply from Arthur Harris. Claire, this is fraud. I won't be a party to it. You need to tell Ethan the truth before this gets worse. Mom's voice once more. You don't understand. Sophia needed the file ended. Mom looked completely devastated. The words came out more forcefully than I had intended. I was trying to help your sister with my money. You have a good job. You don't need. That's not the point. The point is that Grandpa gave me a gift, a life-changing gift. And before I realized it existed, you took it. You falsified court documents. You told him a lie. You misled me. And after taking everything, you gave me $1 math BB2S. $250 check as if it were a good gesture. Sophia was now crying uncontrollably. I just needed the wedding in 6 months, so I'm really sorry. I freaked out when Ryan said we had to make a good impression. So, you stole from me? It wasn't like that. What was it like then, Sophia? Explain it to me. She was unable to. Ryan stood up once more, determined this time. Lose my number, he said to Sophia. All of it. This family, this drama, whatever this is, I don't do this, he said as he left. The front door banged shut. After him, Sophia yelled. I actually let out a yell. She then betrayed me. Face blotchy, mascara smeared. You just destroyed my entire life. You destroyed it yourself when you chose to steal. She reached for her coat and purse and said, I hate you. She also departed, saying, I hate you so much. As she pulled away, her automobile squealed its tires and roared to life in the driveway. During it all, Dad sat still and gazed at the wine stain that was growing across the tablecloth. He stood up at last. He said, I'm going to bed, but no one heard him specifically. He made his way upstairs. We heard the door to his bedroom shut. There are now 3 of us remaining. Grandpa, Mom, and me. Mom was trembling. She covered her face with her hands and slid into a chair. I thought it would be okay. I thought you'd never find out. I thought you thought wrong. Grandpa got to his feet. His face was fixed in a way I had never seen him do before, and his hands were steady now. Anger, sorrow, and betrayal. He took his phone out. Mom grabbed his arm. Dad, please, please don't do this. Think about the family. Think about Sophia's future. Think about. .com. Silently. I am thinking about it, he said. I'm thinking about how I trusted you. How I called you before I made the transfer. Told you I wanted to help Ethan. Asked you to make sure he knew it was from me, that it came with love, and you took that trust and turned it into theft. Dad, he said as he withdrew from her and called 911. With her hands joined in prayer, Mom literally fell to her knees. Please, please don't do this. I'm your daughter. I made a mistake. Please. Grandpa said, this is Charles Walker at 847 Maple Drive in Bridgeport. Into the telephone. I need to report a theft. Mom broke down in tears. The kind of sobbing that sounds like it's shattering. After 18 minutes, the police showed up. One cop was younger than the other. Officer Lee Sun-wen has 5 years of experience, while Officer Martin Chen has 23. I had a folder ready for them already. Every piece of evidence is arranged, chronologically. They looked over everything systematically while sitting at the dining table with the turkey cold and the candles burned to stubs. Officer Chen addressed Grandpa as Mr. Walker. Do you want to press charges? Yes. You've. Are you certain this is your daughter? I'm certain. He gave me a look. And you, Mr. Walker? Ethan, do you want to pursue this? I recalled Sophia's yelling, Mom's tears, and Dad's abrupt departure. I remembered the years of Thanksgiving dinners that would never take place again. Destroyed holidays and broken families. And Ryan's contemptuous departure. Then I remembered the look on Grandpa's face when he had prepared that toast. He was proud, loved, and had saved for years to be able to provide his grandchildren with something special. Yes, I said. I want to pursue this. Guan, the officer, made notes. We'll need you both to come to the station tomorrow to file formal reports. We'll also need to coordinate with the bank and possibly the FBI since this involved wire fraud across state lines. Mom looked up, face blotchy and swollen. FBI. Wire fraud is a federal crime, ma'am. It was as if she folded in on herself. Around $11. Mathram PM $. The cops departed. Mom was curled up like a kid on the couch. My laptop, projector, and evidence folders were all packed. I was led to the door by Grandpa. I said to him, "You okay?" Sadly, he grinned. "Last night before you arrived, your mother told me she'd given you my check. She said you'd thanked her. Said you were grateful things weren't as tight as you'd feared. Said the math BBS, $250, would really help with your rent." The manipulation was amazing. And I believed her, he added. Because why wouldn't I? She's my daughter. I raised her. I thought I knew her. I'm sorry, Grandpa, don't be. You did the right thing. It's her choice to live with. His hand touched my shoulder. It was the same hand that taught me how to tie my shoes, cast a fishing line, give solid handshakes, and meet people's eyes. When you called and thanked me for the math BBS $250 at dinner, he muttered. I almost let it go, almost convinced myself I was confused. My memory was faulty. Maybe I hadn't actually sent the full amount because it was easier than believing my own daughter would do this. He hesitated. But then I looked at your face, and I knew you were giving me the chance to see it, to really see what they'd done. You were protecting me from living the rest of my life as their fool. I had a stiff throat. Last night you thanked me for math BBS $250, stated the man. Tonight you proved you're worth more than any amount I could ever wire you. He was 87 years old, frail, and the strongest guy I had ever met, so I gave him a cautious hug. I love you, Grandpa. I love you, too, Ethan. Now go home. Get some sleep. In the November rain, I took a car back to my hotel. At a traffic light, I checked my phone. I didn't listen to 4 voicemails, 6 from Mom, and 17 missed calls from Sophia. I blocked their phone numbers. Grandpa and I went to the Bridgeport Police Department the following morning to sign statements and file official reports. James Stevens, an investigator with 11 years of experience in financial crimes, told us that although it would take months to develop, the case is strong. Power of attorney fraud, wire fraud, possibly conspiracy. The evidence you've compiled is better than most of what we see from professional investigators. I am a professional investigator, I said. Just usually for corporations, not family. He inquired, how does it feel, going after your own family? I considered that to be fair. The consequences were rapid and widespread. The police report and possibly one of the relatives who had seen the altercation during Thanksgiving were the likely sources of the stories leaked to the local media by Monday. Family Thanksgiving ends and theft charges appeared in the Bridgeport Courier. Sophia was fired on Tuesday by her business, a boutique marketing firm that took pleasure in creating ethical brands. She yelled about it in her voicemail, so I know. I didn't hear it all the way through. After 32 years of membership, my parents' church, St. Matthew's Episcopal, asked them to resign from their voluntary roles on the fundraising committee. The official reason was too much bad press. Ryan Carter removed all of Sophia's pictures from his LinkedIn profile and set his status to single. For a week, his bio was taken down from his corporate website, but it was then put up with no information on his personal life. The lawyer Mom had phoned, Dr. Arthur Harris, actually reported the conversation to the State Bar Ethics Hotline, according to the bank inquiry. He had attempted to warn her off, according to the paper trail. Intent was established in part by that testimony. Federal accusations were brought in January. Claire Walker, forgery, wire fraud, and fraud conspiracy. Sophia Walker, conspiracy, accessory after the fact. Because the wire transfer included digital banking systems that were under federal control and crossed state lines, the FBI became interested. I spent 4 hours in a federal building in Hartford giving a deposition, going over each piece of evidence, database query, and screenshot. With 14 years of experience in white-collar crime, Jessica Harris, the assistant U.S. attorney prosecuting the case, told me it was one of the cleanest fraud cases she had ever seen. Most families who steal from each other hide it better, she stated. Or the victim doesn't have the skills to document it thoroughly. You basically built our entire case for us. Saying, I do this for a living, just usually not against my own family, she said with a sorrowful smile. How does that feel? The detective asked the same question. Justice is the same response. August was the date of the trial. Mom's lawyer attempted to work out a plea agreement. I declined to take part in any deal that excluded incarceration. Grandpa supported me. Mom ultimately entered a guilty plea to reduce charges, 1 count of forgery and 1 count of wire fraud. Punishment: 3 years of supervised release, 16 months in federal prison, and full restitution of $math BBS $45,000 with interest and penalties. As a result of her conspiracy plea, Sophia received a 12-month sentence, 2 years of supervised release, and an order to return the engagement ring. The week after Thanksgiving, Ryan had sold it. She didn't have the math BBS $26,500 she needed to buy it back at auction. An aunt loaned her the money. Following the court's order, the ring was sold, with the money going toward reparation. No charges were brought against Ryan Carter. Despite everyone's paid assumption that he knew the money was stolen, prosecutors were unable to provide proof. 6 months later, he relocated to Boston. In February, Dad filed for divorce. Cited my spouse's illegal behavior and our irreconcilable problems. The process was swift and unattractive. The house was his. Mom received nothing. Since Thanksgiving, I haven't communicated with any of them. Blacklisted them on all platforms. Blocked their emails. And blocked their phone numbers. Using my cousin Ava and Grandpa as middlemen, my dad made 2 attempts to get in touch. I said no both times. Reconciliation was not what I desired. Apologies were not what I wanted. I wanted them to realize that actions have repercussions. Trust is shattered by such treachery, and once it is destroyed, it cannot be restored. Since it's a lengthy drive from Denver to Connecticut, Grandpa and I now eat dinner once a month, generally by video call. I occasionally take a plane to visit. We don't discuss Sophia or Mom. We discuss my work, my life, his career stories, and his maps. He opened a new account and transferred a further $450,000 in March. It arrived with a letter this time. This is the gift I always wanted to give you, Ethan. Use it to start a business, buy a house, or create something meaningful. I know you'll do it right. I was stupid enough to trust your mother when she asked me to do something wrong, but you showed me the truth even when it hurt. That's the mark of true integrity. Love, Grandpa. I purchased a home. Craftsman 3-bedroom home in a nice Denver neighborhood, next to a park. Now that I have a home office, I have a suitable place to conduct my research. Although I enjoy my job at Sentinel Tech and they treat me well, I occasionally consider opening my own business. Grandpa uses the 2nd bedroom for his visits. There is nothing in the 3rd. Perhaps it won't be in the future. Sophia sent me an 8-page handwritten letter last week. It came in a simple envelope with no return address. It began, Ethan, I know you'll probably throw this away without reading it, but I have to try. What I did was unforgivable. I was selfish and desperate, and I didn't think about what I was stealing from you beyond just money. I watched her words disintegrate into confetti as I read the entire thing and then fed it through my shredder. Forgiveness is seen as noble by some. Perhaps it is, but I have no desire to be honorable. Being entire is something that interests me. For me, being complete meant removing those who attempted to divide me and sell the parts. My money was stolen by them. They attempted to pilfer Grandpa's present. They came so close, but I left them with something they would never be able to steal. At Thanksgiving, my brother claimed the family business. But I revealed I had secretly gained control, silencing the room, as I took charge. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother Maxwell stood up with his champagne glass lifted like a scepter and declared to 30 members of our extended family. Mom and Dad have formally chosen to hand over the company to me. Little sister gets nothing. The room erupted with applause. Aunts I hadn't seen in years raised their glasses. The uncles whistled and cheered. The cousins applauded as if they were watching history. My mother wiped her eyes with a linen napkin, filled with pride. My father sat at the head of the table, his demeanor content, as if he had secured his legacy. And Maxwell, the golden boy, firstborn son, the heir apparent who'd been nurtured for this moment since he was 12 years old, stood there like a king getting his crown. That arrogant grin pasted across his face as he basked in the admiration. I didn't applaud. I carefully and deliberately laid my wine glass down, allowing the crystal base to click against the mahogany table my grandfather had built himself 60 years ago. Then I stared directly at my father. Dad, I replied, my voice piercing the applause like a blade. Should I tell them now, or do you want to? The room became quiet. Not gradually, but all at once, as if reality had been turned off. My father's fork struck his plate with a bang that seemed to echo off the walls. Maxwell's expression alternated between confusion, displeasure, and something that looked nearly like terror. Tell us what, Isla. So, What could you possibly say? I dug into my bag, the leather messenger bag I'd brought into this house, as if it were nothing remarkable, as if it didn't contain the nuclear codes for everything they'd built, and took out a manila envelope. Open it. My family. I had been writing out their tale since I was 12 years old. That was the year Grandpa Charles died, the year my father gathered us in the living room of this same house, sat us down on this same furniture, and declared that Maxwell would inherit Bennett Industrial Solutions when he reached adulthood. That's how it should be. Dad replied. His tone implied that this was natural law, rather than a decision. This is a family company that is run by the guys. That was how Grandpa wanted it. I recall staring at my grandfather's portrait on the wall, serious face, kind eyes, the man who taught me to read financial documents when I was 9 years old, and knew instinctively that my father was lying. Grandpa never said anything like that. He'd spent hours with me in his office, teaching me how the company operated and told me stories of starting from nothing. But I was 12. What can I say? I asked, what about me? Dad laughed. I truly laughed as if I were telling a joke. Sweetheart, you're going to grow up, marry, and start your own life. Your brother is the legacy. You'll be someone's wife someday. That is a sufficient legacy. From that day forward, I was invisible. Maxwell was sent to leadership camps every summer, business seminars during school breaks, and entrepreneur challenges, where he presented concepts that were basically mine but repackaged in his voice. When I questioned questions, I was given unpaid filing labor and a pat on the head. When I was 16, I spent 3 weeks developing a comprehensive cost-saving proposition for the production floor. Grandpa had taught me the fundamentals of operational efficiency before his death. How to detect waste, streamline operations, and interpret the figures that tell the true narrative of a firm. I expanded on everything he had shown me, performed the math, and made presentation slides. I delivered it to my father, foolishly and naively believing that it would be the catalyst for him to notice me. He did not even read it. He glanced through the pages without looking at the content, and handed Maxwell the full folder. Present this at the board meeting next week. Maxwell did everything exactly, which is good preparation for when you're in charge. He didn't understand much of what he was saying. When a board member asked a follow-up question on depreciation schedules, he stared blankly until Dad spoke up. Everyone praised him, anyhow. That night, I cried in my room for 3 hours. Then I made my decision. If they wouldn't give me a seat at the table, I'd build my own and eventually acquire theirs. I left home at 18 with a full scholarship to Wharton, 3 part-time jobs to meet living expenses, and absolutely no support from my family. Nobody attended my high school graduation. Nobody helped me move into my dorm. Nobody contacted me to see if I had arrived safely. My mother's text was the only acknowledgement I received. Good luck, sweetheart. Call once you've settled in. I never called. They never noticed. I earned a finance degree from summa cum laude. Morrison & Associates, one of Wall Street's leading M&A advising firms, approached me about a position. Started as an analyst, earning Math BBS, $87,000 a year, which felt like a lot to someone who had been living on ramen and determination. Nobody attended my college graduation either. But by that point, I no longer needed them. My job entailed identifying undervalued companies before others saw the flaws, reviewing balance sheets, identifying distressed assets, and detecting the moment when a business shifted from struggling to salvageable. I was quite excellent at it. By the age of 28, I had advanced to senior associate status. By 31, I was a director overseeing a staff of 12 analysts. And then, 3 years ago, I noticed a familiar name on a client's acquisition target list. Bennett Industrial Solutions, my family's business, is described as a potential sell-off opportunity, troubled, suffering, and vulnerable. The report was nasty. Revenue fell 34% dollar over 5 years, market share was lost to competitors, and the debt-to-equity ratio worried our risk assessment team. My grandfather's company, which my father had worked so hard to pass on to his son, was dying, and no one had told me. That night, I called my father and asked what was going on with the business. His response was swift and contemptuous. This is men's business, Isla. You would not grasp the difficulties involved. I messaged Maxwell. His response arrived 12 hours later. LOL. Stay in your lane, little sister. We've handled it. They did not have things under control. The stats definitely showed this. But More crucially, I saw something else in the records. Something that altered everything. Grandpa never consolidated ownership of the corporation. When he died, his shares were transferred according to his will, but not entirely to my father. Shares, as expected, had gone to retired employees who had helped create the business, to old partners who had invested in the early days, to distant cousins who had given money during difficult times, and to a charitable trust established by Grandpa for factory workers' children. My father held only $31% of Bennett Industrial Solutions. He had been operating as if he owned the company outright, although he did not. Not even close. I suddenly had a plan. My first contact was to Sophia Chen, a corporate attorney at Sullivan & Cromwell with 23 years of experience in hostile takeovers and shareholder conflicts. Is this legal? I asked her after describing what I intended to do. Purchasing shares in a privately held corporation from willing sellers. Absolutely legal. The challenge is if you can persuade sufficient stockholders to sell. What percentage would I need to regulate interest? 50% plus one share. That gives you the legal authority to choose and remove CEOs, approve significant business decisions, and basically govern the company as you see fit. And my family couldn't stop me. Sophia paused, and I could hear her thinking about the implications. If you acquire majority ownership through legitimate transactions with willing sellers, there's nothing they can do. They might try to challenge individual sales or claim improper influence, but if everything is properly documented and notarized, they'll lose. Good. I need you to draw up acquisition agreements, standard terms, and fair market value based on current company performance, which, given their financials, will not be very high, Sophia noted. The first shareholder I contacted was Benjamin Holloway, a retired engineer who had worked at Bennett Industrial for 37 years and owned 4. Mr. Holloway. My name is Isla Bennett, and Walter Bennett was my grandfather. Little Isla? His voice crackled through the phone, but I could hear the warmth in it. Benjamin, who was 83 years old and living in a nursing home in Connecticut, had received $2% of the company's shares as a retirement bonus from his grandfather in 1987. You used to come to the factory with Walt, and he'd set you up in his office with a calculator and a stack of invoices. Do you remember that? Of course, I do. Walt used to talk about you all the time, saying you had the head for this business and should be running things someday. He paused. Mr. Holloway. I'm calling because I'd like to buy your shares in Bennett Industrial at a fair market value based on current financials. I'm sorry to hear how things went after he died. The way they treated you didn't seem right, and my throat tightened. Why would you want shares in that mess? The company has been in decline for years. I'll sell them, but not for the money, but because your grandfather would have wanted you to have them. Walt always said you'd come back for it, that you'd find a way. Your brother doesn't know what he's doing, and your father refuses to admit it. Within a week, the papers were signed and notarized. And Benjamin Holloway's $4.2 became mine. Over the next 18 months, I made 47 phone calls to scattered shareholders of Bennett Industrial Solutions. When I called, a widow in Kansas named Eliza Chen cried. Her husband had been one of Grandpa's original partners. Investing Math BB. 515. $0 in 1962 when the company was just an idea. My husband always said Walter was the most honest man he ever knew, and she said he would be so disappointed to see what happened. Maxwell, a cousin I'd never met, made Henry Bennett, my grandfather's brother's son, laugh out loud when I mentioned him. That boy couldn't even run a lemonade stand. I've been to 3 board meetings in the last 10 years, and every time he says something that makes me cringe. Henry owned $2.1, and he signed it over without hesitation. Rebecca Reyes, a retired accountant who worked at Bennett Industrial for 29 years, owned $1.8 through an employee stock purchase plan. Your grandfather was the best boss I ever had, she said. Each transaction was handled by Sophia Chen's team, each signature was notarized by a licensed notary public, and each share transfer was properly recorded with the company's transfer agent, a requirement that meant my ownership was technically visible in corporate records. Your father is not. And your brother is even worse. They signed quietly and privately, one by one, with no announcements or fanfare. Just legal documents, wire transfers, and the gradual accumulation of power. By November, I owned $44.3% of the company, while the rest of the board was too preoccupied with protecting their own positions to notice that the ownership structure was fundamentally shifting beneath their feet. Martin Carter was my grandfather's closest friend. They met during the Korean War, founded Bennett Industrial in a rented garage in 1959, and built it into a manufacturing empire over 40 years of partnership and trust. When Grandpa died, Ray stepped back from active involvement in the company. I flew to Vermont the week before Thanksgiving and sat with Ray in his small apartment. Surrounded by photos of his life, his late wife, his children, his grandchildren, and in the corner, a faded picture of two young men in front of a garage with a hand-painted sign. Ray was 87 years old and lived in an assisted living facility in Vermont. But his mind was as sharp as ever. He owned $7.1% of Bennett Industrial shares, which he kept as a reminder of his friend, not as an investment. When Martin saw me, he said, "You look just like him." "Walt, same eyes, same stubborn set to the jaw. I need your help, Mr. Carter." "Call me Martin." "Your grandfather did." "Martin." I took a breath. "I need to buy your shares. I'm trying to take control of the company before my father and brother destroy it completely." Martin studied me for a long time before reaching into his desk drawer and pulling out an old, yellowed folder held together with a rubber band. "Walt gave me this folder 6 months before he died, telling me to keep it until someone worthy came along." He handed me the folder, which contained a handwritten letter dated 23 years ago in my grandfather's handwriting. "Martin, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and you're probably wondering what to do with your shares. I have a feeling things aren't going to go the way I hoped after I die. Richard doesn't have the vision, and Maxwell doesn't have the character, but AITA has both. If she ever comes to you, which I believe she will, give her everything she needs." Martin slid the share transfer documents across the table, which he'd already prepared. "AITA, I've been waiting for you for a long time." When I finished reading, my hands were shaking. My grandfather had predicted this 23 years ago. "Don't make me regret this." The week before Thanksgiving, I sat in my Manhattan apartment and ran the numbers one last time. Benjamin Holloway, $4.2%. Eliza Chen, $3.7%. Henry Bennett, $2.1%. Rebecca Reyes, $1.8%. 17 other shareholders, $32.4%. Martin Carter, $7.1%. Total $51.3%. Controlling interest. Majority stake legal authority to appoint and remove the CEO, approve or reject major business decisions, and fundamentally reshape the company's direction. My family had no idea I owned Bennett Industrial Solutions, so I called Sophia Chen that night and said, "I need you at Thanksgiving dinner as a witness and to answer any legal questions that may arise." Sophia laughed. Thanksgiving dinner was at my parents' house, the same house where I grew up, the same dining room where my father had announced 23 years ago that I would never inherit anything. I arrived at 2 p.m., and this could either be the most satisfying moment of your career or a complete disaster. With a bottle of wine in my leather messenger bag, Sophia Chen arrived separately, introduced to my confused parents as a colleague from New York who didn't have family plans for the holiday. The meal was standard family chaos, with children running around, aunts gossiping in corners, uncles arguing about football, my mother fussing over the turkey, and my father holding court about business challenges, carefully avoiding any mention of how bad things were actually getting. Maxwell was in rare form, wearing a new suit he'd clearly bought for the occasion, dropping hints all afternoon about big announcements and exciting changes for the company. I waited, and the announcement came between the main course and dessert. My father stood up first, tapping his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention. "After 40 years of building Bennett Industrial, I've decided it's time to pass the torch to the next generation." With grateful murmurs from the assembled relatives, I'm pleased to announce that on January 1st, I'll sign over my shares and position as CEO to my son Maxwell. That's when Maxwell stood up, glass raised, crown descending. "Mom and Dad have officially decided to sign the company over to me. Little sis gets nothing." The room erupted in applause. I set my wine glass down. "Dad, should I tell them now or do you want to?" Maxwell ripped open the envelope with his characteristic arrogance, expecting something trivial, a complaint, a protest, nothing important. Then he began reading, and I watched his face change from confusion to disbelief. And then to a dawning horror that spread like ink in water. "What? What is this?" "The company isn't being signed over to you," I said, standing slowly, "because Dad doesn't own enough shares to sign over anything. I walked around the table, spreading documents as I went. Grandpa never consolidated ownership of Bennett Industrial, and when he died, shares were distributed to dozens of people, including retired employees, old partners, family members, and charitable trusts. There are share transfer agreements, notarized ownership certificates, and a complete breakdown of the company's current shareholder structure. Dad now owns $31%. My father's face turned pale as I pulled out the final document. We've been operating as majority owners for 20 years, but that's not enough for the kind of unilateral transfer he just announced. Those shares are scattered and impossible to collect. My mother's hand was pressed against her chest, as if she was having difficulty breathing, and Sophia stood up from her seat. As of last week, I owned $51.3% of Bennett Industrial Solutions, making me the majority shareholder and legally controlling the company. I'm Sophia Chen, a corporate attorney at Sullivan & Cromwell, and I've been advising Miss Bennett on this acquisition for the past 18 months. Every transaction has been properly documented, notarized, and recorded. The ownership transfer is legally unassailable. Maxwell stumbled backward and knocked over his chair. You can't just say it's not fraud, Sophia remarked calmly. It's a genuine acquisition of shares from willing sellers at fair market value. Miss Bennett approached every stakeholder, and they all chose to sell voluntarily. Many of them were really enthused about it. Actually, they were duped. They were manipulated. I've recorded phone talks with every stakeholder. I said, each one explaining exactly why they wanted to sell. Would you like to hear what they said about your leadership, Maxwell? He went silent. My father finally spoke, his voice shaking. Isla, this is ridiculous. The company is mine. I built it. Grandpa built it. I interrupted. You inherited it. And you've been running it into the ground for 20 years. Since you took over, revenue has dropped $34%, market share has been cut in half, and debt levels would make any investor scream. You didn't build anything, Dad. You just managed the slow destruction of everything Grandpa created. How dare you? How dare I? Something in me snapped after 23 years of being dismissed, ignored, and written off. It all came pouring out. How dare you? You told me when I was 12 years old that I didn't matter, that I'd never be a part of this company, that all I was good for was to grow up, marry, and be someone's wife. I took out Grandpa's letter, which Rye had given me, and handed it to my father. Grandpa didn't agree. He wrote this 23 years ago, knowing exactly what would happen. He knew you didn't have the vision, Maxwell didn't have the character, and I was the one who should be in charge. My father read the letter, his hands shaking by the end. This doesn't prove that the man who built this company believed in me. It proves that you've been lying to everyone, including yourself, for 2 decades. I returned the letter. The board meeting is scheduled for Monday, and I'll be presenting my ownership documentation and calling a vote to remove the current CEO. That's you, Dad. You're out. My mother burst into tears. My aunts and uncles sat frozen in their seats. Cousins exchanged shocked looks. Maxwell finally found his voice. You can't do this. This company is supposed to be mine. I've been preparing my whole life. You've been coasting your whole life. I said, every idea you've ever presented was stolen from someone else. Every success you've claimed was earned by other people. You couldn't run a lemonade stand without Daddy holding your hand, and everyone in this room knows it. That's not the cost-cutting proposal from 2008 that saved the company $2.3 million. That was mine, which Dad took from me and gave to you. Everything you've accomplished was built on my work, Maxwell, and now I'm reclaiming what was always supposed to be mine. My analysis, my strategy, with your name on it, and the restructuring plan that kept you out of bankruptcy in 2019, were all sent to Dad anonymously through a business consultant. The board meeting on Monday was brief. I presented my ownership documentation. Sophia walked the board through the legal implications. My father tried to object, claim procedural violations, and everything else he could think of, but the vote was 7-2 in favor of removing him as CEO. The only dissenting votes were his own and Maxwell's, and I was appointed interim CEO with immediate effect. My first act was to fire Maxwell, not out of spite, but because he genuinely lacked the qualifications for any position of responsibility. I offered him a severance package that was more generous than he deserved. You can't fire me. This is my birthright. This company has my name on it. It has our name on it. Bennett and Bennett Industrial Solutions is going to survive because I'm going to save it. He didn't take it well. I offered him a 6-month salary, continuation of benefits, and a positive reference if he wanted to find work elsewhere. He stormed out. And I haven't spoken to him since. It took 3 years to save the company, so I hired Jack Williams, a turnaround specialist with 27 years of manufacturing experience, to help restructure operations. We reduced costs, modernized equipment, and renegotiated supplier contracts. We focused on our core competencies and divested non-performing divisions. I hired Rachel Chen, no relation to my attorney, as CFO. She had been the CFO of a Fortune 500 company before retiring, and she came out of retirement specifically because she liked the story of what I was doing. We brought in new blood at every level, promoted internal talent that had been overlooked for years, and created actual paths for advancement that weren't dependent on family co. By year 2, we were profitable again. By year 3, we were expanding, with revenue up 23%, market share recovering, and new product lines launching. The company my grandfather founded was finally becoming what it should have been all along. My parents never apologized. My mother calls occasionally, makes small talk, and never mentions the company or what happened. My father doesn't call, and I've heard from relatives that he spends his days playing golf and telling anyone who will listen about how his ungrateful daughter stole his legacy. He doesn't realize that it was never his legacy to give. Maxwell relocated to Florida and started working as a sales manager at a car dealership. His wife left him 6 months after he was fired because she married him for the money and the family name, not for his winning personality. He's now engaged to someone new, probably telling her stories about the empire he was supposed to inherit. The relatives who cheered at Thanksgiving have split into 2 camps. Some of them have contacted me, apologized for how they treated me, and wanted to reconnect. I flew to Vermont for Martin Carter's funeral last year, where I sat in the front row and gave a eulogy about his partnership with my grandfather and his faith in me. Others have completely cut me off, but I'm fine with both. Martin Carter died last year at the age of 91, and his daughter approached me later. She handed me a small box containing a faded photograph of 2 young men in front of a garage from Martin's apartment. Dad talked about you all the time in his final months, saying that giving you those shares was the best decision he ever made. He gave me more than just shares, I said. He gave me permission to believe I was worthy. The beginning of everything, 1959, is written on the back in my grandfather's handwriting, and I have it framed on my desk now, next to my grandfather's letter. Last month, I was named to Forbes 50 over 50 list, which recognizes business leaders who achieved significant success later in life. The article described me as the woman who reclaimed her birthright through patience, strategy, and an unwavering belief in herself. A reporter asked me what I would say to young women who felt forgotten in their homes or workplaces, and I advised her, don't wait for anyone to give you a seat at the table. Build your own talents, expertise, and leverage so that when the time comes, you have the ability to change things. Do not hesitate. Take what's yours. The story went viral, and I received thousands of letters from women who had been told they weren't good enough, clever enough, or male enough to thrive, and that they should stay in their lane while less qualified brothers and sons were given opportunities they hadn't earned. I couldn't respond to all of them, but I read every single one. Maxwell texted me last week for the first time in 3 years. I need money. The dealership fired me. Can we talk? I didn't respond. Some may call that petty. Perhaps it is, but I've spent 23 years watching my family steal my ideas, my work, and my place in the world. They didn't just ignore me. They actively pushed me out, mocked my ambitions, and treated me as if I didn't matter. When I finally fought back, when I finally claimed what should have been mine, they acted as if I was the villain. I'm done apologizing for winning, feeling guilty for being successful, and rescuing people who have spent decades attempting to destroy me. Every Thanksgiving, I host dinner at my Manhattan apartment for the family I've created. Sophia Chen, Jack Williams, Rachel Chen, the senior team at Bennett Industrial, and friends who believed in me when my blood relatives didn't. We eat turkey, express gratitude, and toast to the things that are important. Every year, I raise my glass and make the same toast to Grandpa Charles, who knew I'd find my way back, and to everyone who told me I couldn't. Thank you for the motivation. The room laughs. We drink. The night goes on. But sometimes late at night, when everyone's gone and I'm alone in my apartment overlooking the city, I think about that 2-year-old girl sitting in her father's living room, being told she'd. Nah. I wish I could go back and tell her what was going to happen. That the pain would be temporary. But the determination would last forever. That the people who dismissed her would one day watch her take everything they thought was theirs. And that she was going to win, but perhaps she already knew. Maybe that's why she never gave up. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother jumped up and proclaimed he was receiving everything. I took a glass of wine and modified the conclusion. Some novels write themselves, while others require you to struggle for every word. This one took me 23 years to complete. My parents forced me to attend their anniversary dinner, where they joked my wife was a better match for my brother. Then she exposed my mother's affair, and now my brother won't stop stalking us. There is open flirtation between my brother and my wife, and my parents joke that they are a better match than each other. Then, over their anniversary meal, they humiliated us a great deal. As a result of my wife's revelation of my mother's infidelity, my brother is now following my wife, which has resulted in our relocation to a different city. The celebration of my parents' 25th wedding anniversary will take place this coming weekend, and they have extended an invitation to both my wife and I to join them for a special meal with other members of our family. To tell you the truth, I have conflicting emotions about coming there, despite the fact that it is supposed to be a pleasant family get-together. The fact that Ryan is involved is the primary reason for my reluctance. As you may know, Ryan is my younger brother, and despite the fact that we are only 3 years apart, we have never been particularly close to one another. We do not share a very strong connection. The manner in which he feels about me is a significant contributor to that. Since we were children, he has harbored a great deal of anger toward us. This has been the case. While we were growing up, our parents, particularly our father, were really, extremely rigid. After serving in the military for a number of years, he undoubtedly brought that perspective into the way that he brought up his children. On a consistent basis, he encouraged us to compete against one another. It didn't matter what it was, whether it was attempting to outdo each other while performing tasks around the house or racing each other to the school bus in the morning, they were always competing with each other. There was a sense that everything was a competition between the two of us. It wasn't enough to simply give it your best effort. It was about outperforming your sister better than they did. To be honest, I didn't think the competition between Ryan and I was all that bad when we first started out. There was a possibility that it was even healthy initially. Considering that we were just children, a little amount of competition is perfectly reasonable. On the other hand, as time progressed, things began to change. My brother started falling behind, particularly when it comes to how well he was doing in school. I was always successful in my academic pursuits. When I was in school, I would always receive perfect grades, do well on examinations, and bring home report cards that my parents would be proud of. That, unfortunately, just served to make things more difficult for Ryan. As a result of the fact that I was doing so well, my father would frequently compare himself to me. Even when Ryan did not live up to expectations, he was subjected to severe sanctions. There were evenings when he was not permitted to consume dinner, and there were also instances in which he was compelled to stand in a corner for a considerable amount of time right up until the point where his legs would stop working. Not only did it harm him physically, but it also injured him emotionally. I could tell how much it hurt him. It was always Dad who used me as an example. His words were, "Take a look at your brother." I was even forced to tutor Ryan because he believed that if I assisted him in his studies, his grades would increase. He asked me, "Why can't you be more like him?" It didn't bother me to lend a hand. I wish I could, but I was only able to accomplish so much. The reality was that Ryan did not take pleasure in learning. He was not interested in it. As a child, he was more of a child who enjoyed being active and lively. He enjoyed being outside, running around, and utilizing his imagination. Sitting still with a book was not something that piqued his interest. In spite of the fact that everyone worked really hard to make it happen. As time went on, it became increasingly apparent that Ryan had been subjected to a great deal of pressure and continuous comparisons, which had taken their toll on him. To tell you the truth, I can comprehend why he started to feel resentment toward me. Regardless of how hard he worked, he had the impression that he was always falling short of expectations and was always one step behind. In addition, I will confess something that is difficult to utter out loud. My younger brother was suffering as a result of all of that because I was so preoccupied with making our father proud that I failed to take the time to observe our relationship. It never occurred to me to actually pause and consider how he must have been feeling at the time. Being forced to live in my shadow, and being punished for not being like me on a consistent basis. Something occurred then, just before I was due to leave for college, and it was something that shook our entire family to its core. A significant action was taken by Ryan. It was an entire bottle of sleeping tablets that he consumed. I was utterly terrified. We are extremely fortunate that our parents were able to locate him in time and take him to the hospital. The fact that the physicians were able to preserve him is something for which I will be eternally grateful. Nonetheless, that particular moment altered everything. It was as if someone had removed the blindfold that had been placed over my parents, particularly my father. For the first time, they were able to comprehend the extent of Ryan's suffering, which he had been concealing for so many years, and how profoundly he had been suffering. The damage that had been building up inside of him for such a long time was suddenly visible to them because it took something that terrible, something that had the potential to end in tragedy, for them to finally see it. Things at home underwent significant transformations after the overdose. My parents began attending therapy sessions with Ryan in order to better comprehend what he was going through at the time. In the years that have passed since then, they have treated him as if he were made of glass, as if every incorrect remark or slight amount of pressure could cause him to shatter. Throughout the years, I have also expressed my regret to my brother on multiple occasions. When we were younger, I apologized to him for not being more conscious of the situation and for not speaking up for him. I feel terrible about that. In an effort to put things right, at least between the two of us, I have made an effort. Even now, after such a long period of time, it is still the impression that my parents have remained to be overprotective of him. As a result of him, they are constantly walking on eggshells. My brother threatened to kill his own life once more after graduating from high school. When my father wanted him to continue his education at a college or university, he said that he was unable to live away from home and that he did not actually require any higher education. As a result, he never ended up leaving without a degree of any kind. Ryan has had a difficult time securing a high-paying work that is stable, in spite of the fact that he is able to secure employment. He struggles to maintain them. Either he is absent from work for an excessive number of days or he has disagreements with his coworkers, and eventually, he is terminated from his position. One may say that it is a pattern that continues occurring. Even though he does not pay rent, he continues to reside at home and is completely reliant on our parents for everything. You can name it: groceries, bills, and other day-to-day expenses. One thing I want to make perfectly clear is that my brother does not currently suffer from any documented mental disorder. Despite the fact that he has been going to therapy on occasion, he is doing well presently, with the exception of the depression that he experienced in the past. He achieves his goals. It is not as difficult for him as it was in the past. Indeed, he is surrounded by a strong circle of friends with whom he spends time on a daily basis. They partake in activities such as smoking, drinking, and going to parties together. It is not as if he is shutting himself away in his house or isolating himself. There he is, living his life. The only catch is that he is doing everything on the bank account of my parents. Moreover, I believe it is the thing that irritates me the most. He is never challenged, pushed, or asked to step up by my parents. They never do any of those things. The fear is palpable. And I am aware of that. They fear that they may exert too much pressure on him and end up losing him once more. He is aware of the fact. He has a perfect understanding of how to tap into that dread. In several instances, it appears as though he is making use of it to his own benefit. I have always had a lot of sympathy for my parents because of all that has happened. It was impossible for me to say no to them when they began requesting that I send money back to them in order to assist them with their day-to-day costs. As far as I am aware, they are now retired and do not have the same income that they did in the past. Due to the fact that Ryan has not made any contributions, I believe that it is the least that I can do to show my support for them because they are going through a difficult time. My brother seems to be living his life as if he doesn't have a care in the world, and ever since then, I have been sending him money on a monthly basis to help him out. The situation has reached a stage where I feel as though I am responsible for making up for the shortcomings in the family. Now, my wife is aware of every detail of my family trees. She has a deep aversion to my little brother, and this is not just due to the fact that he is a son who has abandoned his parents. It is also due to the fact that he has managed to make her feel quite uneasy on several occasions. You see, Ryan is really flirtatious with my wife all the time. Beginning from the moment he first laid eyes on her, he has consistently displayed an excessive amount of affection towards her, attempted to be touchy-feely around her, and even made provocative comments that are completely improper. Under the appearance of being nice or childlike, he engages in this behavior. If I were to call him out on it, he would laugh it off, shrug it off, and act as if I was exaggerating the situation. The manner in which my parents react to these circumstances is what makes the situation much more difficult. However, they fail to see it for what it truly is. On the contrary, they utterly disregard it, rather than pointing the finger at Ryan or supporting me. Some people believe that it is nothing more than a harmless crush, as if it were some simple schoolboy thing. There are occasions when they even make a few remarks that give the impression that they are discreetly promoting doing it. As an illustration, the occasion that my wife was intended to have with my parents for the very first time was supposed to be one that was warm and welcoming. I'm referring to the regular situation in which the family gets together. However, as we were all sitting around and conversing, my mother suddenly said something to my wife, who was just a girlfriend at the time, that might have been something along the lines of, "You are so funny. You know, you'd actually be a much better match for my other son, Ryan. You two have the same kind of humor." She even laughed a little as she said this, as if she thought it was an amusing and harmless joke. Ryan is my other son. In response, my father jumped in and concurred with her. When he was talking to my wife, he remarked something that was similar to, "Yeah, Ryan is a hoot." I remember just sitting there wondering if I had heard them correctly. "You'll probably have more fun with someone like him." It was then that I realized what they had said. Why were they attempting to bridge the gap between my brother and my partner? Who would even consider saying something like that to someone's partner? As a result of the fact that both my wife and I were initially so taken aback by their remarks, we initially believed that they were merely joking and attempted to laugh it off. Nevertheless, my parents have never stopped bringing up the concept that my wife would have been a better match for my brother. They have done this throughout the course of many years. It's almost as if they've never stopped focusing on this recurring motif. The same thing has been expressed over and over again, "She's so much more like Ryan." Or they have made comments about how my wife and Ryan have personalities that are so similar to one another, as if that were some sort of indication that she had the wrong boy in the end. Even on the day of our wedding, just before the ceremony, my mother took my wife aside and asked her, "Are you sure you want to marry him?" She said it as if she was giving my partner one last opportunity to change her mind and run away. It was as if she was hoping that my wife would change her mind and go away. During the day of our wedding, can you even fathom how heartbreaking it was to hear that? I got into a heated argument with my parents about this matter, and I came dangerously close to cutting them out of my life at that time. However, after that, they apologized in a partially sincere manner and promised that they would never again speak to my wife in such a manner. Nevertheless, on the occasion of my brother's birthday, they make it a point to go to great lengths in order to secure my wife's presence in the photographs or films that they take. Whatever degree of discomfort it causes us, it does not matter. Some of the things that they will say include, "Come on, you two look so good in pictures together." Another example is, "Just one photo. Don't be so stiff." Although it is subtle, it is consistent. It doesn't matter how many times we try to shrug it off or transfer the topic in a nice manner, it continues to occur. Whenever we have brought this up, and whenever we have attempted to have an honest conversation about how uncomfortable all of this makes us, my parents have simply dismissed it as if it were nothing at all. My mother usually makes an effort to rationalize it by claiming that my brother has never had a real girlfriend, and that he is simply smitten with my wife because she is so beautiful and enjoys standing next to her. It's not much better with my dad. His statements include things like, "What's the harm in standing next to him for a photo, if it makes your brother happy?" He is sincerely under the impression that it is not a significant issue, that it is merely a minor matter, but in reality, it is not. After a while, we simply reached our limit, following an excessive number of instances in which we were made to feel uncomfortable and disregarded. My family and I have decided to cease attending family activities that involve my brother. Absolutely nothing, not even birthdays or get-togethers. Our withdrawal has been total and complete. Not only have I stopped going to see my parents, but my wife has also stopped going to see them. On the other hand, my mother is adamant that we show up this time because she has invited all of my cousins and other distant relatives, and she does not want me to miss it because she is afraid that people would start asking questions. Lily, in the event that I do not show up, bring it up to date. Please accept my gratitude for the comments. The fact of the matter is that I have not yet made up my mind about whether or not I will go to the upcoming gathering my family. My thoughts have been bouncing back and forth about it for quite some time. The other part of me keeps thinking about everything that has happened over the years, including how they have treated my wife, how they have always made excuses for my brother, and how they continue to brush off our boundaries as if they don't matter. And while there is a part of me that feels like maybe I should go just for the chance of meeting other members of my family, there is another part of me that keeps thinking about each of these things simultaneously. In order to maintain the peace, should I go and act as if everything is fine, or should I stay away in order to safeguard the tiny peace that we have been able to construct for ourselves? To be honest, I'm still undecided about this. This is the second update. So, we made the decision to travel to celebrate the anniversary of my parents' wedding, and to tell you the truth, it was a terrible idea. In the course of the occasion, it was obvious that my parents were overjoyed to see me. When I arrived, my mother gave me a bear embrace and told me that she was overjoyed that I had come because she had honestly not anticipated that I would. I simply smiled and nodded my head. At least up until supper, everything was going along quite smoothly. Everyone was sat around the table, catching up with one another, and engaging in idle chatter. After that, one of my aunts made a passing comment about how all of the cousins, with the exception of my brother Ryan, were either married or in engaged relationships. A small chuckle came out of her mouth as she asked him, in a half-joking manner, why he was still unmarried and whether or not he was dating someone he might want to marry in the near future. The only thing my brother did was smile in an odd manner and blush as if he were trying to conceal something. After that, one of the cousins responded in a playful manner by shouting, "Come on, Ryan. Spill it. Do you have a crush or what?" My mother responded without missing a beat by saying loudly, "Oh, I don't know about a girlfriend. But he does have a huge crush on his brother's wife." She then pointed her finger at my wife and laughed as if it were the most hilarious thing in the world. When my father joined in, he laughed even more loudly. Both my wife and I became ice cold. Despite the fact that I was staring up from my plate with my jaw clenched and my eyes locked with my mother, she did not even notice. She was too busy laughing and talking to my aunt, saying something about how my brother had been entranced by my wife for so many years, as if it were some kind of romantic movie storyline and not a completely improper fixation to be obsessed with your own brother's wife. She was speaking about how my brother had been blown away by my wife for so many years. Then, as if that wasn't enough, my aunt turned to my wife and asked her in a loud voice and without any thought, "Do you have any sisters or female cousins that Ryan could possibly date?" Some of the other relatives really chuckled when they heard this. The only thing that my brother did was sit there, blushing and smiling faintly, as if everything was completely under control. There was no attempt made by him to silence my parents. He did not make any attempt to sidestep the topic of discussion. Simply sitting there, he seemed to take pleasure in the attention that was being paid to him. It was clear that the temperature was increasing in my face. I turned around to look at my wife, who was sitting there giving off an embarrassed and humiliated appearance. These events were the final straw. I didn't even give it a second thought. I have just lost my temper. I raised the volume of my voice to a level that was audible to everyone seated at the table. I then turned to my mother and expressed my disapproval by saying, "How dare you talk about my wife in such a manner?" The entire table fell silent. You might have been able to hear a pin drop. "You promised me, both of you, that you wouldn't cross this line again," I remarked to my mother and father as I stared at them both. My voice was shaking, but I didn't care since you were laughing about my brother having a crush on my wife. You vowed that you would respect our limits and stop putting us in awkward situations. But here we are again. You're laughing about my brother having a thing on my wife. Afterward, I turned my attention to the other members of the table, which included my cousins, aunts, and uncles, and I said, "Allow me to ask you something. How many of you believe that it is okay for someone to openly admit that they have a crush on their own sibling's spouse, and for the entire family to laugh about it as if it were a scene from a sitcom? Do you think that this is normal?" No one spoke up. The grin that had been on my aunt's face was wiped away. A couple other people just sipped their drinks in an odd manner. Suddenly, nobody had a response to provide. My brother was the next person I turned to, and I just let it out. "You've been acting like a creep around my wife for years," I shouted, my voice quivering with anger. "I do not feel comfortable around you. You flirt with her every time we are in the same room. You have sent her late-night texts, but she has never responded to any of them. You attempt to stand too near to her, touch her when she is obviously uncomfortable, and act as if it's all a joke." The expression on my brother's face changed instantaneously, and I continued by looking around the table and asking, "And you all think this is funny? Do you really believe that it is acceptable for someone to behave in such a manner against the wife of their brother?" Upon turning my attention to my parents, I asked, "And you, too? How many times have you made remarks about how my wife and Ryan would be such a terrific match for each other? It's been years since you started doing this. You went so far as to say something similar to this at our wedding. Do you even have any idea how disastrous the situation is? What a shockingly disrespectful expression it is." I was also angry at my aunt for participating in my mother's joke, so I looked directly at her and questioned, "Would you ever say this kind of stuff about your own son's partner?" Everyone was very silent. I was also angry at my aunt for playing along with my mother's joke. "Do you think it would be appropriate to tell your daughter-in-law that she would be more suitable for another member of the family? Would you allow your son to behave in such a manner while he was around the wife of another person?" She looked stunned and then slowly she shook her head. "Exactly," I said. "So why are you okay when my parents are doing it to me?" You could feel the room shrinking into itself. Everyone was uncomfortable now, not because of me, but because I said what needed to be said, what everyone probably already knew deep down, but had chosen to ignore. My parents were completely taken aback as they sat there. My father appeared to be on the verge of exploding, with his face flushed and his fists clenched on the table. My mother, on the other hand, began to experience panic. She attempted to laugh it off, but her voice was shaking because she was saying, "I didn't mean anything by it. Let's face it, this isn't even that serious. It's nothing more than a slight squeeze. Just kidding around about your wife, and Ryan has always been our way of doing things." My wife, who had been sitting next to me the entire evening, mute and ashamed, eventually snapped at my mother. She pushed her chair back slightly and stared straight at my mother. "I'm sorry, but it is just funny, and I wasn't really trying to offend anyone," she was saying at that moment. The tone of her voice was soothing, but it was also loud and cutting, and it was audible to everyone. "Oh, I get it now," she continued. "Since everything is just a joke to you, I guess cheating on your husband all those years ago was just for fun, too, right?" My mother halted, her eyes widening in surprise. "I mean," my wife added, her tone becoming more aggressive, "I'm going to suppose that just like everyone else, you had a crush on the neighbor, right? At the time, when you made the decision to sleep with him, I suppose it didn't mean anything at all. Wouldn't you agree that it was only for fun?" There was full and utter silence throughout the entire room. My father appeared to have been punched in the stomach, and my mother appeared to be completely devastated. My mother's face turned white. I couldn't stop myself from letting out a satisfied laugh. What my wife had said was absolutely true. This was an ugly little secret my parents had buried for years and kept it from everyone. Long ago, my mother had cheated on my father with their neighbor, and when he found out, she begged him not to leave. I had told my wife about this truth, and she had kept it to herself for many years. Now, finally, she had turned the truth around and used it to hit back hard at my mother for always hurting her. She had endured years of pain, years of inappropriate comments, weird jokes, and watching my parents treat her more like a prize for my brother than my partner, and she finally used the one thing she knew would shut it all down. He stayed merely for me and my brother. Over time, he appeared to have forgiven her, or, at the very least, he appeared to have moved on from the situation. My mother burst out of her amazement and instantly began yelling at my wife. She yelled that my wife had no right to throw that old affair in her face, and that she had crossed a boundary. My father joined in, increasing his voice as well, and he called it disrespectful and pointless to bring up the past whenever it was brought up. But I wasn't having any of that. I stood up and yelled right back. "You crossed the line the moment you made my wife the punchline to your creepy jokes. The moment you kept defending Ryan like he was some kind of harmless little boy when he's been making my wife uncomfortable for years. Don't you dare talk about disrespect when you've disrespected our marriage over and over again." My mother began to cry in front of everyone, attempting to make it seem as though she was the victim at this point. However, people were still trying to come to terms with the fact that my mother had cheated on my father when everyone had thought of them as the ideal couple. Ryan finally opened his mouth, but he only yelled at me for ruining the party. He yelled at me. "You always have to make everything about you." I just stared at him, stunned that after everything, this was what he took away from it. "You think I'm the one making this about me?" I asked, my voice calm but firm. "You sat there and let Mom announce your crush on my wife as if it were some kind of lighthearted joke. You didn't say a word to stop it. You blushed like it wasn't disgusting. You let them humiliate me and my wife again in front of everyone. And now you're mad at me for standing up." He rolled his eyes and waved his arms around dramatically. "Oh, please. You always act like the victim. No one even said anything that bad." My wife and I made the decision to leave because my parents and Ryan continued to yell and point fingers at each other. The yelling didn't appear to be going to stop anytime soon, and to tell you the truth, what was the point of staying there any longer? It was obvious that they weren't interested in listening to us or understanding where we were coming from. "We're done," I announced before leaving. "Don't dare to contact us unless you all grow up and are ready to take some accountability." Since that night, my phone has been buzzing constantly. They just wanted to anger themselves and play the role of the victims. So, without another word, we quietly picked up our belongings and walked out of the room. The majority of them come from my mother, and a few come from my father as well. They are full of anger and guilt tripping. They keep saying that my wife and I had no right to expose Mom's cheating, especially in front of the entire family. According to them, we completely destroyed their so-called picture-perfect marriage by exposing my mother's affair to everyone. My mom, in particular, has been relentless. She says she's been humiliated, and that everyone is now looking at her differently, and that we've shattered her reputation. And because of all this, my mom now expects my wife to publicly apologize to her for what she said during dinner. My mom truly believes that my wife owes her an apology for calling out her hypocrisy and for bringing up something that, according to her, should have stayed in the past. It's honestly exhausting. Update 3. After days of back and forth in my own head, I finally picked up the phone and called my parents. I knew the conversation wouldn't go well, but I also knew I had to say what needed to be said clearly and directly. I told them calmly but firmly that after everything they had said and done, not just during that awful dinner, but over the years, I couldn't keep pretending like things were okay between us. I stated that I had spent years trying to keep the peace, giving money every single month to assist them out, not just because they had asked, but because I really sincerely wanted to help. I thought it was the right thing to do. I told them that my wife and I were tired of feeling disrespected. I also told them that I had been trying to keep the peace for years. I had the intention of providing assistance to them since they are my parents and because it was obvious that Ryan was not making any contributions. However, after witnessing the manner in which they have continued to treat us after all of the humiliation, the obvious favoritism, and the utter lack of accountability, I informed them that I could no longer continue. I told them that I would be cutting off all contact with them, which meant that there would be no more phone calls, no more visits, and no more financial support. I explained that this was the only way forward for me and my wife to heal and live in peace. My parents did not take it well at all, and the moment I told them that I would be cutting them off financially, they completely lost it. They kept saying that I was taking things too far over something that they still claimed was just a joke, and they never once accepted their mistakes, or even apologized for them. My mother began yelling at me, calling me ungrateful, and accusing me of abandoning my family. My father jumped in and said that I was turning my back on the people who had raised me for years. My mom even accused my wife of turning me against them, as if I'm too weak-minded to make my own decisions. They cursed me literally and said I would regret this for the rest of my life when my wife would eventually leave me. It was brutal to hear, but I didn't waver. I stood my ground and then I ended the call. Since then, my wife and I have blocked them. Update 4. It has been almost 4 months since my last update, and a lot has happened since then. To begin, Ryan has continued to send my wife creepy unsolicited love letters, despite the fact that I have cut off my brother and warned him multiple times. This is despite the fact that we have threatened to involve the police. He just didn't seem to care. Then, about a month ago, my wife and I were given some incredible news. We are expecting a baby and are pregnant. We were overjoyed and shared the happy news on social media. However, this was clearly a huge mistake because earlier this week, things took a terrifying turn. When my wife came home from work, she was very surprised to find Ryan sitting on our porch waiting for her. He started to get up as soon as she saw him. She immediately felt unsafe, so she ran back to her car and started driving away as he ran towards the car and begged her to stay and talk with him. I can't even begin to explain the panic that she must have felt at that moment. She called me and I rushed home as fast as I could. We both called the police right away, but unfortunately, since Ryan hasn't technically broken any laws yet, like attacking my wife or breaking into our home, they couldn't arrest him. According to the police, he hasn't actually committed any crime, just persistent harassment. So, they let him off with a warning, and that's the part that frustrates me to no end. However, we did speak to a lawyer, and he is helping us file a restraining order against my brother. My wife no longer feels safe in our current home, and I don't want to put her or our unborn child in danger in the event that Ryan decides to show up again. He is crossing so many lines, but the law doesn't seem to be able to do much until it's too late. As a result, we have made the decision to sell our home and relocate to a different area in order to get away from all of this chaos before our child is born. I am beyond angry and exhausted. This situation is out of control, and I am doing all in my power to protect my wife and child. I cannot allow anything to happen to them. My dad's urgent text. At 3:30 a.m., grab your sister and run. Don't trust your mother. I had no choice but to obey. At 3:30 a.m., my dad sent me an SMS. Take your sister and flee. Don't rely on your mom. I did, then. In the dark, the phone screen burned my eyes. There were 3 sentences that didn't make sense until they finally did. For 5 days, my father traveled to Seattle for business. He did this every month for his consulting business. Consistently dependable and professional. He never used urgent language, never texted beyond 10 o'clock at night, and never mentioned anything that would have alarmed us. Something had gone horribly wrong since this message went against everything I knew about my cautious, methodical father. At the age of 18, I was mature enough to distinguish between adults who were truly afraid and those who were overreacting. In just 15 words, this letter read like true dread. As I struggled to understand what "don't trust your mother" would imply, I tossed off my blankets and picked up some clothes off the floor, putting on jeans and a hoodie. An hour after I had left her, Mom was in the living room downstairs, drinking wine and watching a crime documentary, like she always did on nights when she was a suburban mother. Dad wouldn't send this communication without a purpose, but other than that, nothing seems unusual or dangerous. Furthermore, the detail of snatching my sister and fleeing indicated impending danger rather than paranoid hallucination. I stuffed my feet into sneakers and reached for my backpack, substituting the textbooks with my laptop, phone charger, and the emergency cash that, for reasons I couldn't quite put my finger on, I had stashed in my desk drawer. In my 50 seconds, math BBS, $350 felt like the most valuable possession I had. Emily, my 4-year-old sister, slept soundly, unaffected by my frenzied movements in the adjacent room. Wincing when the hinges squeaked, I slipped down the hallway and carefully opened her door. Buried beneath covers, only her dark hair showing, she breathed in the steady beat of sound sleep. Since Dad had made it clear in his letter that he didn't trust her, it would be very impossible to wake her softly. However, waking her loudly would alert Mom downstairs. I then crouched next to Emily's bed, covered her mouth with my hand, and shook her shoulder. I felt her attempt to scream into my hand as her eyes sprung open in fear. Even in the quiet room, I could hardly hear the whisper I made as I put my finger to my lips and spoke straight into her ear. Dad messaged me about an emergency. We must depart immediately without Mom's knowledge. Once we're secure, I'll explain everything. However, you must believe me and keep quiet at all costs. Emily's eyes were filled with perplexity and worry. However, she nodded in opposition to my hand. She sat up and reached for her glasses on the nightstand after I opened her mouth. I had already taken jeans and a hoodie out of her closet and shoved them into her hands while making frantic motions for her to change. With trembling hands, she pulled on the garments over her pajamas, and I shoved her feet into the closest shoes without bothering to secure the laces. Emily's room had a backyard-facing window with a screen that I had taken off numerous times for slipping out to hang out with friends. With practiced ease, I released it and peered down at the garden below, which was 9 feet lower. Although not perfect, it is doable, particularly since the flower bed offers a softer surface than concrete. I helped Emily climb through the window frame after tossing out both of our backpacks and seeing them land in the mulch. She paused at the edge, clearly afraid as she gazed down at the plunge. I took hold of her wrists, lowered her as far as I could, and then released my hold. And with a faint thump that sounded explosively loud in the still darkness, she fell the last 4 feet. Soon after, I dropped and rolled to cushion the blow. When I landed, my ankle twisted a little, but when I stood up, it supported my weight. Emily's face was filled with questions as she stared at me, but I took her hand and dragged her over to the back fence. Before Mom checked on us or heard something fishy, we might have had a few minutes. I stepped on the ornamental crossbeam of the 9-foot privacy wood fence, pulled myself over the top, and fell into the neighbor's yard. Emily found the height more difficult, but I helped her through it by catching her when she fell next to me. 3 blocks from our house, we emerged into a street after running through 4 backyards. We're both breathing heavily. Then, in an attempt to find the specifics I had overlooked in my stress, I took out my phone and read Dad's message once more. 3:15 a.m. was the time stamp displayed. Sent 10 minutes ago. Just those 3 phrases, dangling in cyberspace like a grenade, with no missed calls or follow-up texts. When I tried to call him, the call ended up in voicemail. His professional demeanor was inconsistent with the situation he announced. Emily's voice was becoming closer to panic as she tugged at my sleeve and demanded explanations that I didn't have. Even in the faint streetlight, her face became pale when I showed her the words. What does "don't trust Mom" mean to him? What's going on? Dad wouldn't say this unless it was serious, but I'm not sure yet. We must find a safe place and investigate the situation. Despite having no plans other than to leave our house, I was attempting to come across as composed and in control. At 3 in the morning, we were stranded on a residential street with nowhere to go and no means to get in touch with the one parent who had told us to flee. A new text message buzzed through my phone, this time from my mother. Girls, where are you? Upstairs, I heard sounds. Given the situation, the informal tone seemed out of place, as if she were acting as though nothing out of the ordinary was going on. Perhaps, from her point of view, nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. Perhaps Mom was truly perplexed about her missing girls, and Dad's message was the anomaly. However, I couldn't stop thinking about those 15 words, the warning's precision, and the fact that Dad's phone was suddenly off. Before I could decide how to reply, Mom sent me another SMS. "This isn't amusing. I'm going to call the cops, so come downstairs now." What would she tell the police, which is why the threat landed oddly? That her adolescent daughters had gone out late? We weren't abducted or missing. Based on our father's admonition, we had departed voluntarily. Unless Mom was attempting to compel us to return under some sort of formal authority, or unless she had good reason to want the police to get involved. Emily was sobbing softly, the type of terrified sobs that come from being 14, and having your everyday existence blow up at 3 in the morning. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and we continued walking, heading 4 blocks away to the 24-hour convenience shop. While I worked out my next course of action, at least there would be lights and possible witnesses. Mom's texts, which ranged in tone from bewildered to irate to menacing, kept vibrating on my phone. With the exception of a bored cashier using his phone behind bulletproof glass, the convenience shop was almost deserted. Despite being 2 adolescent females by myself at 3 in the morning, Emily and I snuggled in the back corner close to the chilled beverages, attempting to look casual. I tried calling Dad again, but it went straight to voicemail. His phone undoubtedly shut off. Instead, I tried texting, requesting more details and stating that we had escaped but that I still needed to know what was going on. Mom's name came up on the screen when my phone rang. I put it on speaker so Emily could hear me answer after staring at it for 3 rings. Mom's voice sounded tense, her emotions barely contained. "You're where? What's happening? My 2 daughters are gone when I wake up. Windows are open. You're not responding to text messages. I'm afraid of you. Honey." She sounded genuinely scared and perplexed. Her tone didn't imply any threat or danger, but Dad's warning kept coming back to me. The clarity and immediacy that had made us flee. I said, carefully observing Emily's face for reactions. "Dad texted us. Leave the house and don't trust you," he urged. We must ascertain the reason for his statement. I believe the call had dropped because of the prolonged stillness on the other end. Mom then chuckled. Every hair on my neck stood on end at this brittle sound. "At 3 in the morning, your father contacted you to advise you to flee from me. That's crazy. He is likely intoxicated at a hotel bar while attending a conference in Seattle. He has no idea what he's saying, but I've never seen my father intoxicated. Even at parties, he hardly ever drank." Additionally, the message had not said, "drunk." It had read "scared." Why would he suggest expressly that you should not be trusted? What does he fear you will do? On the line, Mom's respiration accelerated. Additionally, her voice had become rougher when she spoke again. "Pay close attention to what I have to say. Your dad is experiencing a mental breakdown. For weeks, he has been acting suspicious, saying odd things, and making false accusations against me. He's been seeing a therapist for delusions, but I didn't want to concern you girls. That includes everything he told you. So that we can deal with this as a family, you must return home immediately." With the exception of the timing, the explanation seemed plausible. Why send the emergency text tonight if Dad has been hallucinating for weeks? If he was simply intoxicated and disoriented, why would he turn off his phone after sending it? And why did Mom's voice seem off, as if she were acting rather than genuinely worried? I noticed that Emily's expression mirrored my own hesitancy. I said, "I want to talk to Dad first. I want to hear from him that the communication was an error and that he is all right. After that, we'll return home." Mom sounded upset, and I heard footsteps, the jingle of car keys, and activity on her end. "All right. I'll come get you if you stay where you are. Together, we'll call Dad from the automobile to resolve this. Specifically, where are you?" My gut told me not to inform her, not to reveal our whereabouts until I knew what was going on. "We are at the home of a friend. After we've spoken with Dad, we'll return home." Before she could reply, I hung up and turned off my phone right away, concerned about location tracking all of a sudden. Without my request, Emily followed suit. We are both using the same distrust frequency. The convenience shop employee was now observing us suspiciously, perhaps considering whether to report 2 teenage females who were acting suspiciously in his establishment to the authorities. I tried to appear natural and unhurried as I picked up 2 bottles of water at 3 in the morning and paid with cash. We had to relocate, but I didn't know where to go. Dad had told me to run, but he hadn't mentioned where. Beyond that first warning, They had not provided us with a safe haven or contact details. As we were leaving the store, Emily took hold of my arm and gestured back toward our starting place. There was a car on the road, moving slowly. With its headlights off, it moved as if it were looking for something. I recognized Mom's silver SUV even though I was just 3 blocks away. She used it to get to soccer sessions and her real estate career. She had traced or predicted that we would be in this region and was searching for us. We watched the SUV drive by while hiding behind a parked truck. Through the driver's window, Mom's profile is apparent. Her phone screen was shining on her face, and I could see that she was calculating coldly rather than frightened. Mother. We rushed in the opposite way after she rounded the corner, keeping low behind parked cars until we came to the next significant crossroads. Temporary cover was offered by a bus stop shelter, and I made an effort to rationalize our options. Dad couldn't be reached. We had nowhere to go but the houses of friends whose parents would call our mother right away because Mom was actively pursuing us. We required an adult who would consider all the facts before passing judgment. Someone in a position of authority who isn't already loyal to Mom. My phone buzzed with messages as soon as it turned back on. One was from an unidentified number, but the majority were from Mom, who spoke in an increasingly panicked tone. This is FBI, Special Agent Victoria Hill. If something occurred to your father, he wanted me to get in touch with you. Make a secure phone call to this number right now. Don't return home. The local cops should not be trusted. I had to read the message 3 times before my brain processed it because it was so unexpected and out of the ordinary. Crimes much beyond family turmoil were hinted by the FBI's involvement. Dad may have warned of something more serious than marital issues or mental health issues. Emily's face paled even more as she read over my shoulder. For what reason would Dad be speaking with the FBI? Mom did what? She was posing the queries I was pondering but was unable to express. Now that I was worried about phone tracking, I used the convenience store's payphone to call the number from the message. Despite the hour, a woman's professional and attentive voice replied on the second ring. Agent Hill is this person. With whom am I conversing? Zoe Jacobs is this person. Regarding my father, Robert Jacobs, you sent a message. He contacted us tonight, urging us not to trust our mother, and to leave the house. We must be aware of the situation. I heard keyboard clicking in the background while Agent Hill was silent, as if she was retrieving data or confirming facts. For the past 4 months, your father has been assisting with a federal investigation into financial crimes. He found proof that your mother is using her real estate firm to move money through a complex fraud operation. Our surveillance team lost communication with your father tonight, despite the fact that we have been constructing a case. Before his phone died, he sent you that text message, which was his last correspondence. I gripped the payphone cradle for support as the words hit me like a ton of bricks. Mom wasn't only acting strangely or having marital issues. She was being investigated by the federal government as a criminal. Something went wrong tonight that led to Dad's emergency warning. Dad had been secretly working with the FBI, collecting evidence against his own wife. Now, where is he? Is he secure? Agent Hill took a moment to respond. We're not sure. His hotel in Seattle was meant to check him in 4 hours ago, but he didn't. At the motel, his phone location last pinged before going offline. Although our agents are currently inspecting the hotel, his lack of communication and the text he sent you indicate that he thought he was in imminent danger. Emily was listening to my portion of the conversation with increasing terror while holding onto my sleeve so tightly that her fingers ached. What sort of risk? Why would his mother harm him? However, even as I asked, I was recalling things that, while seemingly ordinary at the time, now had a terrible connotation. The frequent, inexplicable absences of Mom. When her father inquired about her business accounts, she became defensive. The manner in which she had begun to password protect her computer and phone. Dead. If they believe their operation is compromised, the people your mother works with are not likely to leave witnesses. Your father would become a liability to remove if they found out he was assisting with our investigation. Additionally, you and your sister are possible witnesses who are familiar with his habits, and may be able to identify associates if they have managed to get to him. His message advised you to flee because of this. I felt the whole weight of danger descend upon me. And all of a sudden, I realized why my father had texted me in the middle of the night with such specificity and urgency. We weren't fleeing typical turmoil in the family. We were fleeing financial crimes and those who killed witnesses. How do we proceed? Where should we go? I was given the address of an FBI field office 30 meters north by Agent Hill. With the exception of emergency calls, Get there as quickly as you can without using credit cards or your phones. Call 911 right away if you witness your mother or anybody else acting strangely. Agents are being dispatched to pick you up, but they will be gone for 50 minutes. Until they get there, you must remain concealed and on the go. After I hung up, I told Emily everything, and I watched as her expression changed from shock and terror to grim acceptance. She was absorbing the fact that our mother was a criminal at the age of 14. We were fleeing those who slaughtered witnesses, and our father was missing and possibly dead. For anyone, but particularly for a child who had gone to bed contemplating homework and friend conflict, it was too much. We hurried to the strip mall across the street, where a cab service was based, and kept looking for Mom's silver SUV. Despite being half asleep, the dispatcher agreed to send a car to our address and asked where we were going. I provided him the address of the FBI field office, which is 3 blocks away, paranoid about providing precise locations, even to taxi services that appear to be trustworthy. 15 minutes later, the taxi, a battered vehicle driven by a man who appeared irritated at being roused for a fare out, arrived. Emily and I got into the back, and I gave him money up front while advising him to drive cautiously and stay off of the major thoroughfares. Despite giving me an odd look, he pocketed the cash and left the lot. After around 4 miles, we noticed headlights approaching quickly from behind. When the cabbie saw, he swore and sped up a little. Since we departed, someone has been pursuing us. Most likely inebriated fools playing games. But when I turned to look, I could see Mom's face through the windshield, determined and set, and I recognized her SUV. I told the driver that was our mother. She poses a threat. Right now, we must let her go. Before Mom's SUV struck us from behind, hard enough to knock Emily and me forward against the front seats, he gave me the expression that I was crazy. The motorist floored it and cursed more loudly. The old taxi responded slowly as our mother struck us once more. There wasn't much traffic on the semi-rural road we were on. It's the perfect location for a chase scene. I could now clearly see Mom as she pulled beside us. Something I didn't identify distorted her face. She was attempting to push us off the road. Her SUV was stronger and heavier than the taxi. Mom repeatedly crashed into our passenger side, while the driver, in a panic, swerved violently in an attempt to maintain control. As I was on my phone, dialing 911 and shouting our location and circumstances to a dispatcher who kept urging me to slow down and repeat myself, I must admit that Emily was screaming. The cab spun out after Mom gave it one more strong slam, turning twice before falling off the road and into a shallow ditch. Despite seat belts, the collision flung us around the cabin, and my head struck the window hard enough to see stars. I watched Mom get out of her SUV as it skidded to a stop and make her way purposefully toward our wrecked cab. Emily was sobbing next to me, and the driver was sprawled over the driving wheel, either asleep or bewildered. I took hold of her hand and kicked open the far side door, pulling her out into the roadside drainage ditch. Mom yelled behind us as we rushed through undergrowth in the dark. "Girls! Stop!" she said, her voice echoing through the silent night. "I'm attempting to keep you safe. The FBI is telling lies. Your dad is telling lies," she said. "I just need to talk to you." Yet her behavior contradicted her words. It didn't fit someone who was attempting to defend rather than hurt. A culvert beneath the road was connected to the drainage ditch. And we crawled through it, coming out on the far side, scraped and dirty. I heard sirens coming from behind us. At last, the 911 call received an answer. Mom must have heard them too, because as she ran away, I heard her SUV's tires squealing and her screams stop. Officers leaped out of flashing police cars to explore the area and inspect the crashed cab. We shouted that we had phoned 911 and that we were the victims as we emerged from the culvert with our hands high. While his partner scrutinized the slow-moving cab driver, one police approached cautiously with his hand on his pistol. Emily sobbed into my shoulder as I hurriedly explained everything. Until I named FBI Special Agent Victoria Hill and showed him the communication from Dad. The officer appeared doubtful. Before instructing us to wait in his patrol car while he confirmed our account, his demeanor changed and he radioed something coded to his dispatcher. 20 minutes later, federal agents in black SUVs with badges showed up and escorted us away from the local police. Agent Hill was a 40-something lady with keen eyes and a look that said she had witnessed too much to be shocked by anything. She helped us into one of the cars after wrapping emergency blankets around us both. She said, "Your father is alive." Right away. And I felt my chest relax. He is in protective custody and wants to know how you are as well. He was attacked in his hotel room tonight, but he fought off his attackers and managed to escape. After failing to kill him, your mother's friends turned their attention to you, girls, presumably in an attempt to use you as leverage to prevent your father from testifying. Emily was crying more now, a mixture of relief and trauma and weariness. With a gloomy shake of her head, Agent Hill asked, "Where's Mom? Did you arrest her?" Before the local police could arrest her, she left the scene. Every law enforcement agency in the state is searching for her. But she has proven to be very adept at disappearing when she wants to. We currently have warrants out for attempted murder, assault, fraud, and about a dozen other charges. The drive to the FBI field office went by in a blur of fatigue and shock. After processing us through security, they recorded every detail of the evening and Mom's actions in our individual statements. Someone brought blankets, coffee, and food, as if we were delicate objects that could shatter if handled roughly. Around dawn, Dad showed up, looking worse than I had ever seen him. His left arm was in a sling, his face was damaged, and he moved as if his ribs were hurting. However, he broke down totally when he spotted us in the conference room, bringing us both into a cautious embrace that caused Emily to cry onto his chest. The words "I'm so sorry," he repeated. Over the next few hours, the whole narrative became clear. "I'm so sorry I put you through this. I thought I could handle it quietly. I thought I could protect you." For 5 years, Mom had been operating a real estate scam, using her license to help a criminal organization launder money. Dad unintentionally found proof of it. Discovered correspondence demonstrating her pivotal role in the scheme, not merely her involvement. Instead of going straight after her, he had gone to the FBI. Had pretended everything was normal for 4 months while surreptitiously collecting proof. Mom's associates found out about his. To get rid of the witness issue, they had dispatched personnel to his hotel, but Dad was so worried that he had extra locks in case this happened. Before fighting them off and making his getaway, he texted us a warning, saying, knowing that if they'd come for him, they'd come for us next. Dad clarified, "She was never planning to hurt you directly. She wanted to grab you before the FBI could use you as collateral to force me not to testify. But when you ran, when you didn't come home, she panicked. The woman who chased you tonight wasn't your mother protecting her kids. She was a criminal protecting her operation by any means necessary." 9 months later, the trial took place. At the Canadian border, Mom was apprehended while attempting to escape with large sums of money and forged documents. Dad and the FBI had a ton of evidence that showed years of money laundering and fraud involving millions of dollars. Mom was given the longest sentence, 30 years for fraud, conspiracy, attempted murder, and a list of other offenses that took the prosecutor 10 minutes to review out of the 20 individuals charged in the conspiracy. Throughout the trial, she never turned to face us, expressed regret, or made an effort to clarify. I finally realized that we had been living with a criminal our entire lives without realizing it when I saw the stranger in the defendant's chair wearing my mother's face. For 2 days, Dad testified, his voice steady despite obvious emotional distress, describing how he had fallen in love with a fictional character who had been acting out a role all along. Under partial witness protection, Emily and I now reside in a different state with Dad. Not a complete move and name change, but enough security so we don't have to worry about SUVs crashing into our car at night. After the basic safety of family was destroyed, we are both in therapy to process the trauma and betrayal and learn to trust once more. In addition to trying to forgive himself for not recognizing the warning signs sooner and for exposing us to danger he was unaware of, Dad is rebuilding his consulting business. You will undoubtedly want to watch the subsequent ones if you like this. Please subscribe now and share your thoughts in the comments section. "You slammed the door in your sister's face," my mom said. I replied, "I didn't agree to free childcare. I said, if you show up, I'll call CPS. Your apartment is located that much closer to the airport." At 10:45 p.m., my sister sent me a text message. "My 5 children will be there for a period of 3 weeks. My hubby took me by surprise by giving me Bora Bora." I responded with a letter. "It is not my home." The response came from her. "Your mother has your spare key. She is allowing us to enter." After giving a friendly grin, I immediately called security to have the locks changed. She had 5 pieces of luggage with her when she arrived at my building, and the doorman had new instructions for her. I am David, by the way. I am 36 years old, and I make my living by flying passengers all around the world. I am the family's success story, at least according to the paper. Being the first person to graduate from college, having a solid job with a major airline, and having a decent apartment in a city that my parents still consider to be too costly are all accomplishments that I have achieved. Over the course of my life, I spend half of it in the clouds and the other half attempting to get some rest. A single interpretation can be drawn from that in my family. It is you who is in possession of it. Certainly, you put in a lot of effort. We are not proud of you at all. Exactly, David. You are able to pay it. My age is the oldest. Emily, my sister, is 33 years old. For example, she has 5 children who are younger than 12 years old, a husband who is interested in cryptography, and the ability to make any problem sound like it is my job. When it comes to being a selfless mother, my mother, Susan, is the kind of lady who lives for Facebook posts about being a mother. The majority of the time, my father is hiding behind his phone or his newspaper, and he allows her to speak for both of them. Because of how hectic my schedule is, I don't get to visit them very often. My mind is like a mess of scrambled eggs because of things like rotating shifts, red ice, and different time zones. On the other hand, if I happen to be in town on a Sunday, I make it a point to go out to the suburbs for dinner at least once a month. That evening, the evening in which everything began to significantly deteriorate. A grueling 5-day expedition has now come to an end. Travel from New York to London, then to Rome, then back to JFK, and finally to Miami through Miami. There are delays, turbulence, and a drunk person screaming in row 20. Over the course of 2 days, I slept for approximately 5 hours. On the other hand, my mother sent me a text message that read, "Family dinner. Everyone is coming. Don't disappoint your nieces." I went. When I entered the house, I was immediately confronted with the typical maelstrom of noise. The cartoon station is playing loudly. Children jogging on hardwood floors while wearing socks. The sound of my mother ranting about potatoes from the kitchen. She immediately cried out, "David!" without turning around. "You're running behind schedule. I just landed," I said as I unloaded my overnight bag and placed it by the entrance. My arrival was a direct result of my arrival at the airport. In one hand, Emily was shoving macaroni into the child, and in the other, she was browsing through TikTok. Emily was sitting at the table with her phone. With a sneer on her face, she looked up at me. She commented, "Must be nice," as she was traveling around the world while the rest of us were focused on our everyday lives. As I did so, I inhaled deeply. My exhaustion prevented me from engaging in a debate. As she turned around, Mom used a dish towel to wipe her hands. She stated, "We were just talking about the van." And I concurred. "Emily's dying. The mechanic said it's dangerous to drive with the kids. We figured you could help." There it was at the scene. "No. How are you? No. Have you had a good flight? Let's go right to the question." With a dramatic eye roll, Emily rolled her eyes. "We did figure it out since it seems that Tom and I are meant to be able to conjure up $8,000 out of thin air. You do not have a partner. Not a single child. That pilot money is in your possession." I turned my head to look at my father. As he calmly watched the game on the television in the corner, he maintained his focus on the game. "I just finished paying off my own automobile," I added. "What about my school loans? Still trying to get caught up." Mom smiled at me with the tight smile that she possesses just before she says something that will remain ingrained in your mind for long periods of time. "I beg you, David, please. In a single month, you earn more money than your father ever did when he was your age. Families are able to assist one another. Do you really want your nieces to get caught in a deadly trap as they are riding around?" That statement sat like a brick in my chest when I read it. Since family helps family, this means that you help us. Upon taking a seat at the table, I was immediately experiencing that old, familiar mixture of rage and guilt that was rolling about in my gut. Even though I was unaware of it at the time, that was the very first crack that occurred before everything exploded. Emily did not always have 5 children and a van that was in disrepair. She had the title of princess when we were younger with her. To begin, not in a snobbish manner, but rather to just protect. In order to save money for flying school, I was the one who was mowing lawns when I was 15 years old and bagging groceries when I was 17 years old. My parents made it abundantly plain that they would not be paying for anything that was pricey and risky. At one point, my father asked me, "You want to fly planes?" And I responded by saying, "Then you better figure out how to get off the ground on your own." Okay. I did it. I spent years bouncing between crummy apartments and crash pads with 4 other pilots in order to make it through training. I worked every spare hour, studied, and took out loans that made my head spin. All of this was done in order to make it through training. In the meantime, Emily spent her gap years switching between several majors and men. Her pregnancy at the age of 25 caused my parents to experience a week of intense anxiety. After that, they changed their strategy. Having a child is a blessing. She made the decision that we will sort it out. Through us. She came into contact with me. It began on a modest scale. Emily was in tears when she phoned me because her rent was past due, and the baby formula was pricey. Only for this one time, David. I am certain that I sent her a wire transfer of math BBS $500 that I did not actually possess. Then there is the monthly power cost. Then there is the security deposit for a more spacious apartment. Following that, the kid will require urgent dental care. Time and again, there was a justification. She would repeat. You know they're struggling. Throughout each and every call that my mother made immediately after. You have no idea how challenging it is to deal with children. To be able to travel is a blessing for you. I am fortunate. This word has always had a sour taste to it. At the time that Emily gave birth to her fourth child, I had lost count of the number of times that I had intervened. Because she was so upset about the late fees, I paid off one of their credit cards after she had a phone call about it. The minivan that they ultimately damaged was financed with my cosigner's signature. In order to provide the children with memories that would last a lifetime, I utilized my work benefits to book them inexpensive flights to Disney World. In spite of the fact that I couldn't recall the last time I had gone on a vacation of my own, I was excited. In every instance in which I attempted to establish a boundary, it turned into a family vote on my personality. On one occasion, I declined Santa's offer to buy me an iPad for Christmas. Emily creased her face in pain. Are you truly going to force me to tell my children that Santa Claus was unable to finance it? It was my mother who leaped in. Please, David, stop acting so dramatic. Simply said, it's money. Taking it with you is not an option. The father cleared his throat as if he were going to speak, and then he returned his attention to his ham. My feelings began to shift from those of a son to those of a walking automated teller machine with a pilot's license. The issue about flying is that it appears to be a glamorous activity from the outside. When people think of layovers, they think of traveling and drinking drinks. When you're actually doing it, you're dragging your wheeled bag through airports at 5 o'clock in the morning, eating depressing sandwiches by yourself in hotel rooms, and waking up not knowing which nation you're in. On my days off, I was completely worn out. Instead, I required a peaceful night's sleep. The buzzing on my phone continues unabated. Hello. Uncle David. Would you be able to watch the children on Saturday so that Tom and I may go out on a date? Do you have any hotel points that you are not currently using? This resort is located here. Does this car seat have the capability of covering the difference? The ones that are safe are really pricey. If I did not respond in a timely manner, the group chat would become active. The family unit. It's Mom. David. This is Emily. Wow. It is rather polite of you to overlook your relatives. The only time we ever begged for anything, Mom, was when we were in dire need of it. I was wrong about that. They inquired on a regular basis, but they never witnessed it. When I was in Chicago for a stopover, I recall sitting in a hotel room and glancing at my banking app every minute. Just now, I had transferred math BBS $10 to cover the costs of school uniforms and fees. When compared to someone who worked as much as I did, my savings account appeared to be quite small. Math was done by me. I'd given them enough money over the course of the previous 4 years to buy that van twice. The amount is sufficient to make a down payment on a modest dwelling. A sufficient amount to have taken myself on a trip that consisted of more than just sleeping in a different bed between every flight. On the other hand, I had Emily's text message from the previous week. In all honesty, you ought to feel grateful. We infuse your life with significance. In the absence of us, you would be nothing more than a solitary individual sitting in the cockpit. There was no response from me to that one. Eventually, the hatred grew to the point where it was comparable to a flight that was continually delayed by 20 minutes. Because you are certain that this delay will be the final one, you choose to remain at the gate. It was a Tuesday evening when the final straw was thrown. After yet another series of consecutive flights, I was at last back at my house. A strange documentary was playing in the background while I was half sleeping on top of the covers. I had just showered, eaten some inexpensive takeout on my couch, and it was already half asleep. When I was at 10:45 p.m., my phone rang. Emily was the one in question. Your apartment is located that much closer to the airport. She sent a text message stating that she will be dropping off the children for 3 weeks. Tom took me by surprise by bringing Bora Bora. My eyes were fixed on the screen as I attempted to persuade myself that I had misread it. Is it 3 weeks? There is no prior notice. I scrolled up in an attempt to find any past messages that were related to this trip. None of it. What was it that I typed? There are 3 dots. Following that, we will go tomorrow afternoon. It is without a doubt the only time that we are able to travel. You won't have any problems. Children adore you. The beat of my heart began to begin. I took a glance at myself in my 1-bedroom apartment. A small couch, a single bathroom, and no child safety measures. While I was trying to get some rest in between flights, I had a mental image of 5 young people ripping through my belongings. On top of that, I wasn't even going to be in the city for the majority of those 3 weeks. My agenda had already been planned out. A number of overnight flights and long-distance flights. She responded almost immediately, as if she had already prepared it. I typed, I can't. I'm working. I won't even be here. Her response came quickly. Mom has your spare key. She's letting us in. We'll drop them at your place on the way to the airport. Don't make this a thing. The contents of my stomach fell. The decision had already been made. That line caught my attention. Something inside of me felt numb as I heard the words, Mom has your spare key. At that very instant, I came to the realization that in their minds, my own home was not truly mine. It was an additional resource, something else that they could make use of. I drew my phone to the side. I didn't instantly start thinking about how to make it work, which is something that I hadn't done in such a long time. In its place, I experienced a peculiar and piercing quiet. After picking up the phone once more, I smiled at my reflection that was displayed on the black screen. Then, I scrolled down until I reached the number for the front desk of my building. What about the front desk? Your name is Miguel. As I was saying, hey, it's David in 14B. In spite of the fact that my heart was beating rapidly, my voice seemed to be strangely stable. For whatever reason, I have a question for you regarding the locks. A brief pause transpired. Indeed, Mr. Collins, I am. Is everything correct? Not yet. I responded. In spite of this, I swiftly indicated that I needed my locks rekeyed first thing in the morning. However, it certainly will be. That under no circumstances was anyone to be escorted inside my flat without my personal presence being present. No one, not even my mother or my sister, not even my family. After a little pause, Miguel was silent. I finally understood, he said. At 8 o'clock, we are able to perform maintenance there. I'll also write a note for all of the doormen for you. There is no access without you. As I mentioned, I am grateful. After a moment of hesitation, I continued. My mother might show up and pretend that I gave my okay. It wasn't me, he said with a quiet chuckle. This occurs rather frequently. There is no need to worry. We will carry out your directions. As soon as I hung up, the rush of adrenaline began. My hands were shaking. Once more, my phone is buzzing. It's Mom. I was informed by Emily that you are being difficult. Her phone rang before I could give her a response. I responded to it. As far as I can see, you are not willing to assist me in any way. She yelled out before I had a chance to greet her. Despite the fact that your sister has finally received something pleasant, you are going to spoil it. Nothing is going to be ruined by me. I responded by saying, I have work. I can't take 5 kids for 3 weeks. That's not babysitting. That's parenting. You're exaggerating. She responded by saying, they'll be in school most of the day. You're barely ever home anyway. What's the difference? I told her that whenever I am not on a flight, I am at home. During those days, I am only able to take a break and relax. It is not possible for me to oversee 5 children by myself. It may not be safe. With a big sigh, she exhaled. I had anticipated this happening. You've let money get the better of you. You used to have a kind smile. It made me laugh. In the end, it was cruel. When I was younger, I used to be afraid. These two things are not the same. I was able to visualize her face because she was silent for a brief moment. Lips were pressed down, and eyes were squinted. Listen to me, she called out at the end. The kids have already been informed that they will be staying with you. Neither Emily nor Tom are able to get their tickets back. This does not have a backup plan. You are going to put an end to this nonsense, and you are going to arrive at your apartment the following day, and you are going to open the door. There was a deafening stillness on the line, I said, and I was correct. What exactly did you say? Her voice was soft. No, I replied, repeating myself. You don't get to volunteer for free childcare without asking. You don't get to wave family around like a contract. I didn't agree to this. You are such an ungrateful fool. She severed her connection with herself. I was on the verge of choking after everything that we had done for you. She continued going on and on about everything you had done for me. Your fantasy was supported by us. What we saw was you chasing after the sky. Quotes from the air were audible to me. There was no request made for you to repay us. The door is slammed in your sister's face, and now that she is in need of your assistance. In the past 4 years, I have provided Emily with more than $18,000, I stated. Although my voice was shaking at this point, I continued on. The transfers are retained in my memory. The rent, the bills, the van, and the loans. To make it possible for you and your father to go on cruises, I have taken shifts off to babysit. My flight benefits have allowed me to take you on holidays that I would not have been able to afford for myself. That is not the same. She retorted angrily. That is what they do as a family. You were not required to do so. It is very evident that I did not. When I hesitated, you branded me selfish, I said. I said this every time. I saw you cry. In your statement, you mentioned that the children will be deprived of food, school, and Christmas time. Can you even hear what you're saying? Once more, she remained mute. I said, I'm going to say no for the first time in my life before you force me into a corner. However, I am not your contingency fund. The locks on my door will be changed tomorrow, and I am not your free nanny just yet. She snarled. You wouldn't dare to do that. This is your notice, I said. Consider it such. Should you arrive at my building with those children and baggage, they will not be permitted to proceed to the upper floor. I will contact Child Protective Services if you continue to leave them there. It is not because I intend to bring you harm, rather, it is because it is neglectful to leave 5 children in a lobby. Regarding the government, you are making threats against me. Over the subject of her family, her voice became frantic. As I was saying, I was protecting myself. And to tell you the truth, I'm shielding your children from your sense of entitlement, she exclaimed. David, I hope you take pleasure in your life of solitude. One day, after we are gone, you will come to regret it. When the line was cut off, I was sitting there in the darkness, with my phone still placed to my ear, and I felt a momentary tremor. The shame rushed over me to such an extent that I considered calling back and apologizing for my behavior. Make an offer to figure it out, take a leave of absence without pay, and further impoverish myself. After that, I remembered my cramped apartment, the walls that I had to pay for, the bed that I hardly ever slept in, and the years of time and money that I had wasted that I would never get back, and I allowed the guilt to be forgotten. My lock was changed by maintenance the following day at 8 o'clock sharp. It was at 10:30 o'clock when I discovered them on my way back after getting some coffee. Emily and Tom are my mother's children. In front of Miguel's desk in the lobby, there are 6 luggage that are all standing together. While she was yelling, Emily's arms were flailing around. Already, the children started complaining about something. I could see my mother making a dramatic gesture toward the ceiling. Miguel was the first to notice me. A slight widening of his eyes occurred, and then he moved his gaze in their direction. David. Emily spun around in a circle. Request that your small guard dog come and let us in. What he means is that you altered the instructions. As I stated, I did. Her lips parted with a sigh. Is this something? Mum made a demand. A performance of some kind possibly? Are you pleased with the fact that the entire building can see what a chilly person you have become? Tom remained silent, his eyes darting back and forth between us as if he were a nervous spectator. I told you that you were told no. My words reverberated throughout the marble lobby. You came to the conclusion that it was irrelevant. You attempted to use a key that I had given to my mother for use in case of an emergency. Emily cried out, this is a critical situation. Would you be able to tell me how much these tickets cost? We have already left the house. We have checked out. The children are quite amused. You are not allowed to treat us in this manner. I could feel the gaze of everyone on us. It was the receptionist, a couple dressed in gym attire, and a delivery guy who was carrying a bundle of things in his arm. Providing free childcare for a period of 2 weeks is not an emergency, I stated. You are doing me a favor. And I did not consent to it. The mother took a step forward. Her eyes flaming. In front of everyone, you are humiliating your family. It was you who brought us here, I whispered. You've done this. After pulling out my phone, I opened the banking application on it. I was unable to control my quivering hands as I scrolled down to the transfers. Repeatedly, Emily Collins was mentioned. I angled the screen so that it was facing her. I mentioned that this is the final 4 years. Rent, bills, car, vacations, uniforms. You've treated me like a bank with no security questions. That ends today. She scoffed as she glanced at the screen and then continued her statement. So what? You want a medal? No, I clarified. The tone of my mother's laughter was high and harsh when she said, I want you to stop acting like you're entitled to my life. Listen to what he has to say. As far as Mr. Pilot is concerned, he is superior to the rest of us. No, I reiterated my previous statement. I believe that I am on par with you. That is the thing that irritates you. I gave Miguel my attention. They do not appear on my list of guests. I beg you, do not allow them to go upstairs. He nodded, maintaining a bland expression. As you would expect, Mr. Collins. Emily appeared to be oblivious to my presence as she glanced at me. You are prioritizing financial gain over the well-being of your own nieces and nephews. She murmured. I turned my attention to the children. He was picking at his shoelace with his fist. An additional individual appeared to be on the verge of crying as a result of the strain. I said, I'm choosing to keep my sanity. I have made the decision to stop being used in any way. It is not I who is their parent. You are. Mom shook her head, eyes slick with angry tears. You're dead to me, she yelled. I nodded once. Okay. They hurried out, pulling suitcases and kids behind them. I stood there in the suddenly quiet lobby, feeling like someone had just depressurized the cabin. It ached. There was no point in pretending that it didn't happen. But below the pain was something else. Relief. They traveled to Bora Bora nonetheless. I found out about it through Instagram. 3 hours after the confrontation in the lobby, Emily uploaded a photo of herself wearing big sunglasses and holding a coconut that appeared to have a small umbrella inside of it. The caption read, finally taking time for us, number deserved, number blessed. The children were tagged with their grandparents. So much for having no backup plan. I gazed at the screen for a moment before laughing, not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. That evening, my mother sent me a text message, which read, you humiliated us. Your father is furious. The kids are confused. I hope your empty apartment keeps you warm at night. I put my phone on so it does not disturb me. After that, there was an oddly quiet period of time. This means that there will be no incessant buzzing for favors, no guilt-laced messages, just checking in, and no requests for money. After going to work, flying my flights, and returning home, I found that the silence was oppressive at first. It was as if I had been missing a frequency that I had always tuned into. After that, it started to feel all right. I was able to enjoy my first full day off, during which I did nothing but exist. It was a late night for me. Instead of eating food at the airport, I prepared a real breakfast. In the absence of anyone calling my name, I sat on my balcony with a cup of coffee. I decided to pay for a massage on a whim. I immediately flinched when the receptionist informed me of the price, and I immediately converted it into, that's half a utility bill for Emily. After that, I stopped myself. Not only was it my money for my job, but it was also my body, which was continuously experiencing jet lag and pain. I responded with yeah, that's fine, and then I paid. On the other hand, something in my chest seemed lighter afterward, and my shoulders felt lighter as well. The smear campaign had a modest beginning. Direct message, DM, from a cousin I hadn't talked to in years. Hey, what exactly took place with your mother? Something that she posted was a little ambiguous. Today, I checked Facebook. There was a lengthy piece that my mother had written about being a martyr. In her writing, she expressed that there are some of us who offer everything for our children, but in exchange, we receive nothing but harshness. Imagine you are responsible for the upbringing of a son who prioritizes financial success over his own family. Say a prayer for my heart. Numerous comments, hundreds of likes, and hugs are being sent your way. You are such a wonderful mother. Remain steadfast. God is aware of everything. She did not tag me, but it was unnecessary for her to do so. Everyone was aware of it. Once upon a time, the shame was really intense. One part of me wanted to compose a response that was so lengthy that it would mention every dollar, every sacrifice, and every manner that they had taken advantage of me. I turned off the application instead. If there is one thing that I have learned from flying, it is that you cannot exercise control over the weather. Only the reaction from you. During the subsequent few weeks, other things came to light. It was my aunt who called me in private. As far as I can tell, She stated that she was aware of what had taken place. Your mother made it appear as though you had abandoned 5 children on the pavement, but then she revealed that she and your father are in fact the ones who are responsible for their care. It was a pause. You are aware that she has been boasting for years about how David will take care of us when we are old, right? She whispered. You did the right thing. And I figured that I had the proper answer. We talked for a longer period of time than we had in years, and I wish I had done it sooner with my own children. At the end of the call, she admitted that she had been giving money to her own adult son for years, and that she had felt trapped. She said that seeing you say no made her think that maybe I am allowed to stop as well. Huh. I started therapy. I had been meaning to start for a very long time, always telling myself that I would do it when my schedule calmed down, which was a joke. During the first session, I told the therapist about the van, the money, the hallway scenario, and the trip to Bora Bora. She leaned back and asked, "You know this is parentification, right?" I found a therapist who worked online between trips. Ever since you were a teenager, they have been treating you as if you were a third parent and providing you with a financial safety net. Isn't that just the fact that you are the oldest? I shrugged. She provided me with terminology that I had not before encountered, such as boundaries, investment, and financial abuse. No, she answered. It's being exploited. I made a number of changes at home, some of which were relatively minor, but they added up to a significant impact. I canceled the automatic transfer that I had set up to Emily every month, just in case. I also closed the joint emergency credit card that my mother had for the children. I changed my will to leave my assets to a charity and a couple of friends instead of my parents in the event that I outlive them. My mother had urged me to write this will when I first started flying. Account. During a rare extended period of time off, I decided to book a trip for myself. I did not travel as a crew member, I did not wear a uniform, and I did not make any cabin announcements. I simply traveled as a passenger, to a place that was quiet by the ocean, where my needs were the only ones that mattered. I almost felt guilty as I stood in the boarding line with my own suitcase and no responsibilities. After that, I recalled Emily on that beach with her coconut, which she had captioned with the hashtag #blessed. The picture was paid for in part by the money that I had already given her over the years. I allowed myself the exact same luxury, but this time it wasn't on anyone else's back. Back at home, things were shifting with the rest of the family as well. My father called once, just once. He cleared his throat in the manner that he always did before saying something that was unsettling. He said, "You know your mother is upset." I responded, "I know." He continued, "She says you disrespected her." "And Emily?" I waited. Then he surprised me. "I also know how much you've helped them," he said quietly. "I've seen your name on their bank statements an excessive number of times." Silence. "I should have said something sooner," he admitted. "I didn't. That's on me. I didn't know what to do with that." "I'm trying," he added, sounding old all of a sudden. "I don't agree with how that Bora Bora thing went. It wasn't right. It wasn't a full apology. It didn't erase anything. But it was the first time in my entire life my father had acknowledged the dynamic at all. Thanks for saying that." I managed. He didn't push me to make peace. He didn't order me to apologize. He just let the line lie there, kinder than usual. "I hope you're taking care of yourself up there," he said before hanging up. "I am," I responded, and for once it was true. Emily was quiet. No texts, no calls, and no happy birthday, despite the fact that I was aware that she had seen the notification on Facebook. Then, one day, approximately 6 months later, my phone buzzed with her name, Emily. Hey, I just stared at it for a long time. Then another bubble appeared. "I'm not asking for money," she wrote. I exhaled, not realizing that I had been holding my breath. She followed with, "I just wanted to say, we found a sitter. We budgeted. It sucked, but we did it. I waited. And I shouldn't have tried to dump the kids on you like that," she typed. "Tom said if anyone tried to do that to us, we'd lose it." I sat down on the edge of my bed. "I'm glad you figured it out." I wrote back. "You're their parents. You'll find a way." She didn't exactly apologize. But it was the closest she'd ever come to admitting I'd been right to say no. We didn't suddenly become best friends. I didn't start wiring her money again. But the tone had shifted from "you owe us" to something more level. I realized then that me saying no hadn't destroyed them. I still hear my mother say, "You're dead to me." And my own calm, "Okay." I was scared that moment would haunt me, But therapy made it clear that I didn't end my family. I ended my role as their wallet. It had forced them to finally grow up a little bit, and it had forced me to finally live my life like it belonged to me. Sometimes, on red-eye flights, I still hear my mother say that. I am still their son, but I fly my own plane and choose where my time and money land. Now things are distant, but quiet. Emily is responsible for her own bills, and the spare key is finally mine again. I am on the side of the narrator because David came home exhausted from a multi-city run, received a text at $10.45. Mathram PM. Informing him that 5 children would be dropped off at his 1-bedroom apartment for 3 weeks, and discovered that his mother had his spare key and intended to let them in. This tale reminds us that family assists can become a blank check if you don't specify limits early and in writing. 2 important implications from this story are that you should document everything, save transfer history and screenshots like David's $math BBS 18, $0 plus over 4 years, and secure your life as if it counts. You don't deserve this place, my mother-in-law said. I packed my bags and moved out. My rent payments of $4,850 a month. Her life was destroyed by me. My mother-in-law was unaware that I was paying $4,850 in rent each month. In order for her eldest son and his spouse to begin a family, she instructed me to go. I abruptly packed everything I owned and contacted movers the following day. She was scared. As if she owned my kitchen, my mother-in-law stood there. She casually added, "You should move out," as if she were recommending that I try a different coffee brand. Andrew and Lauren need this place. They're trying to start a family. They need the space more than you and Emily do. I was frozen. Halfway to my lips is the mug. She didn't look uncomfortable, didn't inquire, and didn't explain. She simply made up her mind. Emily, my wife, was using her phone while seated at the kitchen table. When her mother talked, she looked up for a brief moment before returning to Instagram. Not even a flinch, no objection, no defense. Margaret's statements were not as painful as that. Daniel Harper is my name. My age is 34. I work for a mid-sized tech company as a financial analyst. Additionally, Emily Harper and I had been wed for 4 years. Our home was in Westchester County, New York, and had 4 bedrooms. Good schools, a pleasant neighborhood, the kind of place that young families will stop at nothing to afford. Since the beginning of our marriage, my mother-in-law, Margaret Collins, has been a consistent presence. She was opinionated on everything: where we should go on vacation, how we spend our weekends, our furniture, and our meal plans. I had learned early on to simply nod and be silent. The son-in-law, who is easy. The one who remained silent when Margaret made passive-aggressive remarks about my career not being as remarkable as her other children's. Who smiled at family dinners and offered to help with the dishes without being asked. I had been practically invisible for 4 years. And up until now, I'd been okay with that in terms of functionality. When did you start thinking? Silently, I asked. Margaret gestured with her hand. Oh, not right away. In 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps. You have time to find a smaller, more suitable place for the 2 of you because Andrew's lease expires in September. Cheaper is a more accurate translation. I cautiously put down my mug. Regards, Emily. She continued to ignore me. All right, I replied. Margaret grinned. I knew you would comprehend. Daniel, you're always so sensible. After 15 minutes, she departed. I thought I was already texting Andrew the good news. At last, Emily raised her head from her phone. Actually, you're not angry, are you? What would make me angry? I'm not sure. You appear tense. I chuckled. It was unavoidable. I was just advised to leave my own home by your mother. This isn't your home. Emily uttered it out of habit, then stopped herself. It's ours, after all. But Mom is right. Lauren and Andrew require the space. We are not yet parents. But I said it again. Do you understand? Yes, I understood what she meant. She meant that I had been too understanding to recognize that her family came first and always had. While Emily slept sweetly next to me that night, I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. I reflected about the rent payments I had been writing for the past 4 years. $4,850 from my account each month, consistently on schedule. Emily paid about $700 a month for utilities and groceries. As a part-time social media manager, her pay fluctuated, occasionally being fantastic and other times not. Margaret believed that the Collinses owned this house in some way and that I was living here because of their kindness. It seems that neither she nor Emily knew. All of the invoices had been handled by me so discreetly and effectively that the work had become invisible. Background noise is something that simply occurred without anyone noticing. I turned over and examined Emily's dozing visage. How could I have been dismissed so easily? That night, I had the best sleep I had in months. Because I was finally allowed to let go of everything when Margaret urged me to go. I called Precision Movers at 9:12 a.m. the following day to make a reservation. Not to get a price. I need a full-service move. I need a full-service move, I said to the scheduler. Susan Miller, who, based on her email signature, had worked for the company for 14 years. A home with 4 bedrooms. My goal is to leave by this Sunday. This Sunday? Her voice was startled. That will be in 6 days. I am aware. Are you able to do it? We're capable of it. The cost of the haste will be higher. That's all right. Additionally, the deposit must be paid today, $2,100. Without hesitation, I provided her with my card number. After hanging up, I pulled up my files and sat at my home office desk, which I had erected while Emily was at her mother's place using a desk I had purchased at AITA 2 years prior. Every significant expense in this home, including rent payments, furniture receipts, appliance purchases, and more, was monitored and organized like the financial expert I was thanks to years' worth of spreadsheets. My credit card was used to pay $450 for the living room couch in October 2021. I used my credit card to pay $550 for the Samsung 65-inch TV in December 2021. My credit card was used to pay $780 for the KitchenAid dishwasher. My credit card was used to pay $420 for the Whirlpool washer and dryer set. My credit card was used to pay Math BBS2 $950 for the dining table and chairs. My credit card was used to pay $650 for the guest bedroom furnishings. Almost everything in this house was purchased by me. Margaret referred to it as family property. I claimed it as my own. I methodically began packing on Wednesday afternoon. Clothes come first, followed by personal papers, literature, then electronics. It turned out to be less than they would have anticipated, but I didn't touch anything that wasn't definitely mine. Emily returned home from a coffee date with her sister at approximately $330 p.m. Dan, you home? Office? I asked as she dropped her purse on the table I had purchased for the doorway. She observed the boxes when she emerged in the doorway. Her smile wavered. What is this? What are you packing for? I'm leaving. Like your mom requested. Her face displayed a variety of emotions. Disbelief and confusion. Then what could have been panic? You weren't serious, in my opinion. Why wouldn't I take this seriously? Because she made a hazy gesture. As we don't have to accomplish this right immediately, and it takes a lot of work. Mom just said aloud what she was thinking. In order for Andrew to move in, she instructed me to vacate. Where will you go when I move out? Yesterday, I signed a lease. In White Plains, nearer to my workplace. 1 bedroom. That was untrue. Emily's expression made the little lie worth it, even if I had signed it that morning. Without speaking to me, you have already signed a lease? I gave her a look. Glanced closely. Before your mother told me to go, did you speak to me? For that, she had no response. Margaret arrived unexpectedly, at 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday. I heard her key in the lock as I was in the living room wrapping bubble wrap over picture frames. Ever since we moved in, she had a key. I had never doubted it. With her shopping bags in hand, she paused at the doorway and gazed at the partially vacant living room. The TV was already wrapped, the coffee table was emptied, and 4 boxes were piled up by the door. What's going on, Daniel? I'm leaving. She lost her grip on the shopping bags. What? I was told to move out by you. I'm leaving. Her expression became tense. This week wasn't what I meant. What time did you mean? I'm not sure. September. After Andrew's lease expires. I should move out. You remarked. I chose a timeline because you didn't specify one. Her voice rose as she turned to face the kitchen. What's going on, Emily? After hiding in the bedroom since her mother's car arrived, Emily came out. I'm not sure, Mom. He simply began packing. Stop him. I can't force him to do anything. Margaret's countenance changed as she turned back to face me. There was a small crack in the entitled confidence. She stated this was irrational. You're acting like a child. I used a Sharpie to write books, taped a box shut, and kept quiet. I'm speaking to you, Daniel. You were heard. Then answer. I stood up and turned to face her. I was told to move out by you. I'm leaving. That's what I'd say. She had a working jaw. We must have an adult conversation about this. I'm willing to talk. What are you interested in talking about? For starters, your mindset. I have a cooperative mindset. You requested that I go. I'm going. Do you understand what I mean? Do I? Like fog, the question hovered in the air. Margaret's cheeks turned red. The family must continue to own this home. I added softly, it's not in the family, it's rented. Andrew requires it. Andrew can then rent it. He is unable to pay. It was too late when she stopped and caught herself. What can't you afford? I inquired. The rent is $4, $850 per month. Her face lost all of its color. Emily's head jerked upwards. What? I continued to look at Margaret. You were unaware of the rent amount? Somehow, I thought it was split, or protected by? She paused once more. Who is covering? She remained silent. You believed the family trust would take care of it. I provided. Or perhaps you believed Emily's father was still making the payment prior to his death. Daniel. Emily snapped. What are you discussing? I looked at my wife. For the past 4 years, I have been making monthly rent payments. I took $850 out of my account. Emily's expression froze. That isn't feasible. Examine the bank statements. I never heard from you. You didn't inquire. The ensuing hush was oppressive. Margaret took a heavy seat on the couch. My couch cost $450. Her hands trembled a little. If you go, who will pay for it? Quietly, she asked. We both knew, so I didn't respond. No one. The movers showed up on Thursday with packing materials and boxes. Kevin and Ethan are two efficient and professional men in their early 30s. They asked which things belonged to me as they methodically went through the house, loading boxes, wrapping furniture, etc. All of them. I informed them. Margaret reappeared at noon, saying, all of it. All morning, she had been phoning. I hadn't responded. She froze when she entered the living room. The plastic-wrapped couch was prepared for loading. The truck already has a TV. The dining table broke down. You can't have it all, she remarked. What I paid for is mine to keep. This is ridiculous. I gave a folder to her, credit card statements, purchase confirmations, and receipts. This house I purchased is highlighted in every way. She unfolded the folder and turned the pages. Her face turned white instead of pink. The couch, the appliances, and the dining table are all mine. Like she was seeing the place for the first time, she surveyed the quickly emptying house. What should we sit on? She muttered. It nearly made me giggle. I have no problem with that. Emily emerged from the bedroom. She had been in tears. She had swollen red eyes. He's taking the dryer and washer. Mom. Margaret jerked her head up. You are unable to. I can. I said. We need the receipts, but I have them. You must. I interrupted her. You told me to go 3 days ago. You didn't inquire about my payment. You didn't inquire about my possessions. I should leave. You just decided. I'm taking what's mine and I'm heading out. On a dolly, Kevin wheeled out the washer. As if she were witnessing a funeral march, Margaret watched things unfold. Please, Daniel. Her voice broke. We can resolve this. No. I answered softly. We are unable to. Why not? You never showed me enough respect to inquire. By 6:45 p.m. The house was gutted on Thursday. No TV, dining table, couch, or appliances other than those that were included with the house. There was even no nice cookware left. After Emily's old pans continued to burn everything, I bought everything. The furnishings I had left behind, including Emily's dresser, nightstand, and childhood desk that Margaret had demanded we save, were all around her as she sat on the bedroom floor. When I went to pick up my final package, she remarked, "I didn't know. I promised that I was unaware that you were covering every expense." "How could you be unaware?" "I simply believed that we were splitting it." I pondered. She halted and began to cry once more. "I apologize. Sorry is insufficient. What should I say, in your opinion?" "Nothing. Nothing can be said." I grabbed my package and headed out. I stopped. "Daniel. Are we divorcing?" I considered it. Very thoughtful. I honestly answered, "I don't know yet, but I'm done being invisible." I blew up my phone on Friday morning. Margaret, Lauren, Emily's sister, and Andrew himself all sent texts. "We must speak. This is crazy. The family is being destroyed by you. Mom is inconsolable." Margaret was blocked by me. I muted the group chat, but then I got a call from an unknown number. I nearly didn't respond. "Speaking is Daniel Harper. This is the landlord, Robert Walsh. I have to talk to you about your lease." My stomach fell. "How about it?" "I received a call this morning from your mother-in-law. Stated that her son Andrew will be taking over the lease, and that you are leaving. Leases don't operate that way." "I know." He sounded worn out. "She's insistent. Though. And I need an explanation. The lease only has your name on it. I require 28 days notice before I return the unit to move-in condition if you decide to leave." Yesterday, I gave notice. At 9:12 a.m., an email was sent. "I understand." Mrs. Collins appears to be thinking, though. Mrs. Collins has no time to reflect. "I cut you off. It's me, not her or my wife, who owns the lease." "Me? I get it. To be clear, you are ending the lease with effect from yesterday, which is 28 days from now." "Indeed. And it won't be assumed by anyone else." "That's right." A pause occurred. "Mrs. Collins will be displeased." "I have no problem with that. In fact," he laughed. "All right. The move-out checklist will be sent to you." After hanging up, I opened my banking app, transferred $850 for last month's rent, and included a final payment message. I then gave my attorney a call. Thomas O'Neill, a 48-year-old family law practitioner, was his name. On Wednesday evening, I spoke with him to learn more about my alternatives. "It's Daniel Harper, Thomas. How was the transfer, Daniel?" "I'm done, but I need some guidance. My wife and her relatives are going crazy. They are phoning, messaging, and visiting my new residence. Can a restraining order be obtained? Against your spouse? In opposition to my mother-in-law?" He was silent for a while. "You would have to provide evidence of threats or harassment. Do you possess any documentation?" Since yesterday, 61 texts have been sent. 9 calls. At 6:20 a.m. this morning, she arrived at my apartment. That could be acceptable. Please forward everything to me. First, I'll draft a cease and desist. We escalate if she doesn't respond. How much time will it take? The cease and desist letter can be sent today. Mail that is certified. Tomorrow, she will receive it. Take action. Margaret got the letter on Saturday morning. She called me from a number I hadn't banned yet, so I knew. Lauren's mobile. I received a legal letter from you. She had a high-pitched voice. From an attorney. You would keep getting in touch with me. Your mother-in-law is me. I followed your instructions to leave my house, and now you're harassing me for doing so. Daniel, this is cruel. No, I answered softly. I was fired by Cruel for 4 years. Cruel thought I was merely furniture that could be moved around as needed. These are merely repercussions. She broke down in tears. Real tears. The house is about to be lost. I have no problem with that. Where should we go? Like I had to. Figure it out. I ended the call. Blocked Lauren's phone number as well. Robert Walsh sent me an email on Tuesday morning. Subject, 53 Oakmont Drive, early termination. Daniel, your mother-in-law and her son Andrew visited my office this morning. They'd like to take over the lease. I clarified that would necessitate a fresh application, income verification, credit check, and security deposit, in addition to the first month. 595 is Andrew's credit score. He makes $39,500 annually. He is not eligible. Despite being retired and on a fixed income, Mrs. Collins offered to co-sign. Doesn't qualify either. They have till September 15th to leave, as I have informed them. In case they get in touch with you again, I wanted you to know. We appreciate you being an excellent renter. Robert, after reading the email 3 times, I sent it along with a message to Thomas O'Neill. For your information, the family disintegrated quickly. On Tuesday night, Lauren, Emily's sister, called me from a new number. I was curious, so I responded. Please, Daniel. Mom is experiencing panic attacks. I can't afford to take her in with Andrew and me. You must assist. Why would I lend a hand? Since you are related. When it suited me, I was family. When I was silent and paid for everything. I'm disposable now that I'm inconvenient. It's unfair. Lauren. Life isn't fair. You'll quickly figure that out. She ended the call. Emily arrived at my office on Wednesday. The first call was from building security. Emily Harper is here to visit you, Mr. Harper. Do I have to send her up? No. Inform her that I'm not available. It's urgent, she says. It's not. I observed her go out of the building via the window of my office. Somehow dejected, she appeared smaller. It buzzed on my phone. A message. I filed for separation, Emily. The paperwork will be sent to you shortly. I felt that you ought to be aware. I spent a lot of time looking at that message. I then said, okay. I had another meeting with Thomas O'Neill that evening. Michelle Alvarez, CPA, an accountant. This time, 21 years of forensic accounting experience. Michelle spread documents out on the conference table and stated, here's what we've got. 4 years of rent payments, $18,900 total, all from your account, 0 from Emily's. She opened a second document. Appliances and furniture, $21,200, $7,600 for home office supplies. $3,800 for kitchenware and necessities. $32,600 is the total amount of recorded purchases. I invested a total of $209,000 on the residence, including groceries, utilities, and upkeep. But let's limit ourselves to the costs that can be verified. Indeed, $209,000. Thomas bent forward. This is important in a divorce. Rent reimbursement is available to you. Because it was rented, it is not marital property. Although the furniture is already gone and belongs to you, depending on how the settlement proceeds, we might be able to get some money back. I told her that I didn't want her money. I want her to realize how much she's lost. Thomas cautiously stated that seeking revenge is not a legal tactic. It's clarity, not retaliation. Michelle shut her file. For what it is worth. I've witnessed a lot of financial manipulation during divorces, including people lying about their income and concealing assets, but I've never witnessed someone pay for everything in silence while being regarded as though they made no contributions. That is. She hesitated. It's a unique form of invisible. I said, I'm no longer invisible. Margaret called from a different number 4 weeks after I moved out. I responded either out of curiosity or because I was feeling giving. Her voice was unusual. Daniel. Silent, vanquished. I must apologize. All right, I was unaware. I promise that I was unaware that you were covering every expense. You did, indeed. I didn't. Margaret, you were aware. In your mind, I was supposed to pay, therefore, you simply didn't care. I was meant to be appreciative of the honor of being a member of your family. You didn't think you needed to ask. So you didn't. Quiet. At last. She replied. The landlord is evicting us. Andrew cannot afford a good place to live. Lauren refuses to assist. Emily and I are returning to my retirement condo. Daniel, I'm 66 years old. I'm meant to be on the road. Instead, my daughter's spouse departed, so we share a 2-bedroom. I stayed put. I made the correction. You instructed me to. I am aware. Do you? Are you certain? Her voice broke. Indeed. Excellent. For 4 years, I went above and beyond to be what you wanted and fit in with your family. And you attempted to get rid of me like furniture as soon as I became useless. As if I were unimportant. Did you matter? No. I answered softly. I was handy. There is a distinction. Before she could answer, I hung up. The divorce papers were finalized 10 weeks after I moved out. Emily made no objections. Didn't request alimony. Didn't quarrel over property. She recently signed. I received the news over the phone from Thomas. It's official. You're no longer together. Tidy split. No continuous commitments. That was quick. She didn't want to prolong the situation. To be honest, I believe she feels bad. She ought to. Daniel. He hesitated. This is something I've been doing for a while. I've witnessed violent custody disputes, bitter divorces, and financial warfare. This is as polite as it gets. She had numerous opportunities to argue with you. She realized she was probably mistaken, so she didn't. But at least give her credit for that. I considered it. About her mother's voice breaking over the phone, about Emily sobbing on the bedroom floor. Perhaps. I mentioned that I received a Facebook message from Andrew 4 months after I moved out. I felt that you ought to be aware. Mom suffered a heart attack. She's all right. However, the physicians stated it was connected to the stress of everything. If you would like to visit, she is in the White Plains Hospital. For 2 hours, I gazed at the message. I then took a car to the medical facility, cardiology wing, 5th floor, White Plains Hospital. Margaret's room was located. 4:17 p.m. Monitors beeped softly while she slept. She appeared smaller and older. Emily was seated in the chair next to the bed. When I walked in, she looked up, her eyes widened. Daniel. I received a message from Andrew. You arrived. I arrived. For a few minutes, we sat in silence. Margaret breathed steadily. Rhythmically, the monitors beeped. At last, Emily apologized for everything. For failing to recognize the extent of your actions. For failing to stand up for you. For allowing your mother to treat you as if you were unimportant. I am aware. Do you? I gave her a look. I understand your apologies, but they won't make up for 4 years of being invisible. I am also aware of that. Margaret woke up. She opened her eyes. Took some time to concentrate. She froze when she saw me. Daniel. Hello. Margaret. You're here. But why? Because I'm not cruel in spite of everything. She started crying. I lost everything. No, I answered softly. What you took for granted was gone. That's not the same. I ought to have. She paused and then resumed. I ought to have inquired about everything, including the rent and what you were paying. Yes, I replied. You ought to have. Will you pardon me? I considered it. Very thoughtful. Sincerely, I said, I don't know yet. I can tell you this, though. I'm tired of being the silent son-in-law. I'm done being handy. It's on my terms if you want me in your life, even in a supporting role. With gratitude, with respect, or not at all? She gave a slow nod. I get it. I got up and gave Emily a look. Look after her. Daniel. Emily got up as well. I appreciate you coming. You were not required to. No. I concurred. I didn't. Before the tears could come, I went. I'm sitting in my White Plains 1-bedroom apartment 7 months later. It's all mine, quieter, and smaller than the house. Sometimes my phone buzzes. Emily occasionally texts, giving brief updates about her mother and engaging in light conversation. I reply courteously but aloofly. Last month, Margaret gave me a modest, handwritten card. We appreciate your visit. I'm grateful for all of your efforts that I never recognized. I apologize for seeing you at such a late hour. This is what I ultimately comprehended, therefore I saved the card. You cannot make others respect you. They can't see your contributions. Only what you are willing to accept is up to you. I chose to accept my invisibility for 4 years because it was simpler than trying to be seen. However, Margaret unintentionally allowed me to quit accepting less than I deserved on the day she urged me to go. She believed she was creating room for her son. In reality, she was creating room for me to remember that I was valuable beyond obedient silence. It wasn't the loss of furniture that caused the fear I noticed in her eyes when the movers left that house. She had lost control. Which she shouldn't have had in the first place. On my daughter's 7th birthday, my in-laws sent her a cute teddy bear. I opened it, then froze when I saw something inside. My in-laws gave my daughter a cute brown teddy bear for her 7th birthday. After a moment of happiness, she froze. What is it, Mommy? I turned pale when I took a closer look. I didn't yell. I did something about it. The police arrived at their house 4 days later. Emma was expected to have a straightforward 7th birthday. Paper hats, cupcakes, and 4 young girls screaming in my living room like little opera singers who had only been exposed to glitz and resentment. The issue with simplicity is that it necessitates a simple life, which was definitely not the case for me. Ryan and I were going through a divorce at the time. The documents were all over the place like a foul odor. When you're trying to keep a 7-year-old from realizing that her world is changing, the stress was both everywhere and nowhere, which is an enjoyable way to live. I made an effort to make up for it. Mom. I went all out for my birthday. I posted streamers. I created goodie packages. Instead of purchasing cupcakes from a grocery store bakery that employs professionals and most likely has a health certificate, I made them myself. Even parents were invited to stay. I have no idea why I did that. Perhaps guilt. Self-harm, perhaps. Perhaps I needed witnesses in case I lost my temper and began eating frosting with my hands straight from the piping bag. Yes, I did. The witnesses were courteous. These 4 friends were Emma's best friends, however, they alternate every week. The uneasy atmosphere of folks trying to be encouraging without acknowledging they've already asked their spouse loomed over their parents. You know, are Ryan and Olivia? I grinned excessively. I laughed too quickly. I spoke in the same tone you use when throwing a baby shower for someone you despise. Everything was all right. Emma was all right. The mail then arrived. The box, a tidy pink one with a ribbon, appeared to have been measured and tied by someone who irons bed linens. Tom and Susan. My in-laws. Those who think that a person's appearance defines their character. Since Susan and Tom were obviously not attending this party, a message was pinned to the top for Emma, open today. A few days later, Emma and Ryan were celebrating another birthday. Emma referred to it as her father's birthday. For example, Ryan wasn't just the person who would likely arrive late and then blame traffic for the idea of time. He was the one turning 7. However, we added it to the stack because Susan and Tom wanted their gift opened right away. Just like a natural disaster with better wrapping paper, kids opening presents together is total anarchy. Emma held up a plastic unicorn as though she had discovered fire, tore through a bag of stickers, and shrieked at a glittering water bottle. She then reached for the pink box. Grandma and Grandpa sang this one as if introducing a new character in a play. Carefully, she opened it. Take caution. Because she learned to be gentle from Susan, which sounds lovely until you understand that gentle is really Susan's euphemism for submissive. A brown teddy bear with a small heart sewn into its chest was inside. Emma's entire face brightened. She cherished plush animals. She cherished anything quiet, devoted, and gentle. To be honest, the same. She hugged it like it had saved her from a burning building and whispered, "Oh my gosh." The other girls swarmed around. "Oh, it's adorable. I'd like one." Bear is going to be her best friend, according to one of the dads, a pleasant guy with an ambiguous name, most likely Mark. That's what you do when people say ordinary things at ordinary parties, which is why I laughed. The house resumed its typical birthday clamor as Emma brought the bear off to play. Parents drinking coffee as if it were medicine, children running, paper plates piling up and icing showing up where it shouldn't. It felt very normal at the moment. Nor tranquil, nor serene, just typical. The problem with normal is that it's only when it's gone that you know it's the last time. After 15 minutes or so, Emma showed up in the living room doorway with a teddy bear in one arm and a pinch on her small forehead, which is how it gets when she's trying to do math. "Mommy," she called. I turned while still grinning since I was acting as though it were my full-time job. She moved in closer. She was not in tears. She was just perplexed, not angry. She then raised the teddy bear. Near one of the seams was a little gap, like a zipper concealed by fur. You don't see it unless you're a child who thinks everything is a mystery that needs to be solved. She looked up at me and squeezed the bear's side, asking, "Emma, what did you do?" "Mommy," she whispered softly. Her voice made me feel as though a hand was reaching inside my chest, asking, "What is it?" I became motionless. As I drew closer, I felt a chill go down my spine because, barely visible through the gaping seam, there was something hard and unfit for a kid's toy within the bear. I felt my stomach plummet so quickly that I went to my knees. My initial reaction was to shout, demand, call Susan and Tom, and ask them what kind of crazy little game they thought this was. That was how my body wanted to react. However, Emma was followed by 4 young girls. My parents were in my living room. Candles were waiting to be lit on a birthday cake. Emma's face was staring at me as if I were the last response. I swallowed it as a result. I softened my voice. As if she had just shown me a loose button, I answered, "Oh. Sweetheart, give me a moment to see it." Emma paused. "Is it damaged?" "No, I was lying. All I want to do is make sure." Gently, I removed the teddy bear from her grasp. Like I was holding a bomb, but very gently. I said, "Go play. I'll return it immediately." Emma gave a nod. As Emma is a decent child. Since Emma has faith in me. Emma was unaware that she had just given me the beginning of the end. I didn't haste as I went down the corridor. Hurrying would have caused the parents to glance up. I also didn't want inquiries. Not quite yet. I entered my bedroom, which Ryan and I had shared prior to the divorce, made it a neutral space, and closed the door. Before I even noticed that my breathing had changed, my hands were trembling. The bear was in my lap as I sat on the bed's edge. That scene caught my attention. I gazed at the hard form within. And I came to a pretty obvious realization. This, whatever it was no accident. This bear was more than a present. There was a message. Once, my heart thudded slowly and heavily. I slightly widened the seam, examined, verified, and repositioned the bear in my palm so that the interior was illuminated. My face turned pale, my breath became labored, and I sensed something within myself. Something aged and worn out. Get mad at last. I could hear the party outside the door to my bedroom. Someone shouting about juice, laughter, and racing feet. A brown teddy bear rested innocently on my lap. No, it wasn't. I refrained from crying. I refrained from screaming. I didn't make any calls. I took the only action I could. I smoothed the fur, sealed the seam, and got to my feet. In my room, I placed the bear in a secure location where Emma couldn't get to and where it wouldn't unintentionally fall back into her arms. Then, because I still had a birthday celebration to finish and wasn't ready to reveal what had just changed, I practiced my smile in front of the mirror like I was rehearsing for a play. While I was serving cake, singing happy birthday, clapping at the appropriate times, and walking back out to the living room, one thought kept coming back to me like a warning bell. Even though I didn't know what that teddy bear was, it had already fulfilled its purpose. I stood in my kitchen looking at a pile of paper plates after the last visitor had left. Emma was singing to herself as she brushed her teeth upstairs. She had enjoyed her day. I ought to feel relieved. Instead, knowing what was waiting in my room and who had delivered it made me feel as though I had walked a marathon while holding a secret in my mouth like shattered glass. It was no coincidence that Susan and Tom ended up becoming my in-laws. Like a warranty you don't read until it's too late. They arrived with Ryan. Ryan was the type of guy who could talk his way out of a speeding ticket and then convince you that the cop was at blame for standing there. He was charming, humorous, and laid back when I first met him. He wasn't mean. He was not noisy. He wasn't the type of husband you instantly warn your friends about. He was slick. Money would vanish. Not in a dramatic manner. Not in a way that would cause us to lose the house tomorrow. Enough to force you to check the account again. $300 here. $150 there. He had an explanation for everything. Oh, I should have told you. The auto insurance was paid for by me. Oh, I went to get groceries. Oh, I had a work-related matter to attend to. And because that's what happens when you love someone, I did believe him for a while. You adapt their tales to fit. Tom and Susan were constantly present. It was close enough that it seemed like a hobby to stop by. Sunday dinners, sporadic Tuesday visits, and phone conversations that began with simply checking in and ended with, "We're worried about how you're managing things." They had an outdated obsession with money, as if it were morals. They would pose seemingly informal questions that ended up sounding like inspections. How much do you save each month, then? Have you switched banks yet, or are you still using that one? What distinguishes Ryan's name from yours? Susan would smile and bend her head as if I were a kid concealing a report card if I hesitated. And it was never halted by Ryan. If anything, he would shrug, grin, and nod in agreement. That's how Mom is. She has good intentions, he would say. Occasionally, he would add, maybe they have a point. It's a unique kind of betrayal, the quiet kind, where you're standing in your own marriage, and still somehow outnumbered. After Emma was born, the financial situation worsened. Not because babies are costly, which they are, but more because Ryan began to worry about money as if it were a personal slight. He would become agitated, furtive, and restless. He began hanging out with buddies late at night. In the garage, he began answering calls. I discovered transactions on the internet that were illogical. Payments I couldn't match to anything in our lives. Withdrawals at strange periods. He would become defensive when I inquired. "You're following me, but why?" "No, I'm not following you. I'm attempting to figure out why the account is bleeding, and the rent is due." He constantly made it into a fight because of my timing, tone, and trust concerns. To be honest, I didn't have any hypothetical trust difficulties. Brick by brick, they were constructed gradually. I took longer than necessary to give it a name. Gambling. Not just a gaming night, not just a few wagers with buddies. Gambling in such a way that money disappears and nothing remains but debt, adrenaline, and excuses. He insisted it wasn't that horrible when I challenged him. It wasn't often, he vowed. He insisted that he was in control. Tom and Susan didn't react as you may have hoped. They said things like, "Olivia, you need to be more supportive. Money stress makes men do things. Maybe if you didn't make him feel judged. It was always my fault somehow. Olivia, you need to be more supportive." Ryan did nothing again. He snorts. Let them. He let them talk over me like I was furniture. "Can we not do this right now?" I tried for longer than I'm proud of, attempted budgets, tried collaborative counseling, and tried giving him more freedom which, in retrospect, is comical since what he wanted was freedom from consequences as if the issue was the talk rather than the gambling. I tried to be cool, collected, and encouraging, but I also had a daughter, and one of them has a driver's license. The last straw was when my father passed away. He wasn't young, but it still felt like someone had pulled a chair out from under me. He left me some money, not a fortune, not enough to quit your job and buy a vineyard, but also a trust set aside for Emma, roughly $175,000. My father trusted my judgment and didn't restrict it to the last penny. But he trusted my judgment, and the idea was that it could be used for Emma if necessary. When Ryan found out, our marriage took a drastic turn. At first, it was just a suggestion we could borrow a little, we could pay off some things, it's for Emma anyway, and if we use it on expenses now, that's still for her. He started pitching it like a loophole. Then, the requests became more aggressive, claiming he had a business opportunity, a debt that needed to be paid, and an urgent situation that would blow up if we didn't act. Later, I refused. Susan and Tom got involved, and they cornered me at dinner. Tom muttered, "What's the point of money if you won't use it?" Susan grinned and remarked, "A good mother uses every resource for her child." I filed for divorce because I didn't want to, and I didn't grow up dreaming of joint custody schedules and split holidays. My own parents divorced when I was Emma's age, and I remember the confusion, the 2 birthdays, and the feeling of being passed back and forth like luggage. I vowed I wouldn't do that to my child. But I also vowed I wouldn't let my child grow up witnessing her mother being drained financially and emotionally by a man who wouldn't stop and parents who would never allow him to face himself. And then, because I'm apparently allergic to making things easy for myself, I tried to be generous. I offered 50/50 custody. I offered to split assets cleanly. I even offered to keep things peaceful around the inheritance I'd received while we were married because it wasn't worth a legal war. Legal fees can eat a whole life. Ryan acted like he agreed. We were almost settled. Rachel Green said, my lawyer, calm and sharp, the kind of woman who could stare down a hurricane. Ryan hadn't signed yet, but he played cooperative. And I believed him because I wanted to believe him because Emma deserved adults who could act like adults. So when Susan and Tom mailed that bear and insisted it be opened early, part of me thought it was just them being them, a power move, a performance, a way of making sure their presence hovered over my house even when they weren't in it. I didn't yet understand how far they were willing to go. But I did understand one thing. Standing in my bedroom earlier that day, I'd offered them peace, and they'd answered with something hidden inside a teddy bear, which meant the amicable part had never been real. It had just been the mask. And now I couldn't stop wondering if I was already giving Ryan half. What else did he want? By the time Emma was in bed that night, I felt like my face hurt from pretending. She was still glowing from the party. Sticky hair. Cupcake frosting in places I didn't want to identify. The soft exhaustion of a child who'd been celebrated properly. Best birthday ever. She mumbled into her pillow. My throat tightened. Mine. Too. I lied. Because mothers lie for love all the time. I tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and stood in the doorway for a second longer than usual. Emma didn't know. Not really. She was aware that there had been something strange about the bear. that I had taken it away. But she wasn't aware of the storm or the shape of what was coming, and that was the most painful part. Now that the house was quiet, the silence was loud. I returned to my bedroom and took the teddy bear down from where I had hidden it, and it sat in my hands like an accusation. I opened the seam Emma had discovered wider this time, and inside was a small device, hard plastic wiring, something metallic, not stuffing, not a squeaker, and I didn't fully understand it at first. I'm not stupid, but I'm also not the kind of person who casually recognizes electronics concealed in plush animals. My hands went cold all over again as I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the bear, thinking about how many times Emma had hugged it. How many times she'd pressed her cheek against it like it was safe. How many times Susan had kissed her and called her sweet girl while grinning at me like I was failing a test. I did what any modern woman would do when faced with a nightmare wrapped in fur. I took pictures, close-ups, angles, the tiny printed numbers on the plastic casing. I didn't cry, I didn't yell. And I didn't even call Ryan right away because I knew what that call would be. He would deny it, say I was paranoid, and say I was spiraling, and then he would report back to them and they would adjust. No, if they were playing games, I wasn't going to announce my moves. I put the bear back together as best I could, as if I hadn't seen anything. Then I put it in a sealed bag and tucked it away. After that, I sat there in the dark thinking one thing: Ryan is good with technology. Susan and Tom are good with guilt, control, and casserole dishes. When I called Rachel Green the following morning, I didn't even try to sound casual. I said, "I need to see you." Rachel didn't ask why. She just gave me a time. Her office smelled like stress and clean paper. I sat across from her desk and slid my phone forward, saying, "I took photos of a device inside Emma's birthday gift." Rachel's face didn't really change, but her eyes sharpened. After studying the photos, she zoomed in and out before looking up at me. "Olivia," she said calmly. "This is serious." "I know," I said. "That's why I'm here." Rachel put the phone down carefully, as if it might bite her. And before we discussed the device, she said, "I need to tell you something." My stomach clenched as she opened a file labeled, "My File," and indicated a page. Her words, "Ryan rejected the 50/50, caused me to blink." What? I know what he said. I know what he presented to you, but in the paperwork, he's alleging you're unstable. Rachel interrupted, remaining composed. He rejected the custody proposal. Rachel repeated. He wants full custody. My mouth went dry. That doesn't make sense, I said. He snorts. Calling me unstable. Rachel nodded. And he's asking the court to give him authority over decisions pertaining to Emma's care and finances. There it was, the click, the reason. It wasn't really about Emma. If it had been, 50/50 custody would have been sufficient, but full custody meant control. I sat with my hands clenched in my lap, and I felt something shift, something that had been trying to stay polite for months. I'd offered him peace, I'd offered him fairness, and he'd responded by trying to wiretap my home and take my child. Full custody meant access. Full custody meant a pathway to Emma's trust fund, the only real money in this whole mess. Rachel leaned forward. Do you have proof of his gambling? I said right away. Yes, she said, and this device, we need to treat it properly. You should file a police report. And this device, we need to treat it properly. Good, she said, referring to the texts, bank statements, and messages in which he asked me to use the trust money. Rachel watched me for a moment, then said quietly, you offered him an uncontested path. He chose conflict, and I felt my jaw tighten. Then he's going to learn what conflict looks like, I said. Any forensic results take time, but the fact that it exists is powerful. I nodded because my body was operating on something older than fear now. That's the right answer. Rachel didn't smile, but her voice was full of approval. I left her office with a list of things to collect, copies to print, accounts to record, and something else, clarity. Ryan hadn't been fair. He'd been playing for keeps, and now so was I. A few days later, Emma's second birthday, the one with Ryan, was approaching. I didn't want to let Emma go, even though every protective cell in my body begged me not to. However, I also knew how this would appear if I stopped it without evidence. If I suddenly became difficult, or if I became the story they wanted. So I did what mothers do. Susan and Tom hovered in the background as if they had never done anything wrong in their lives. I made plans. That morning, I put a watch on Emma's wrist that looked like a typical children's watch, bright and basic, the kind you'd buy because kids love accessories but can't tell time. I crouched in front of her and spoke softly, saying, If you feel scared, press this button, as I brushed her hair out of her face. Emma looked down, and I said, just in case. Sometimes adults get confused, so if you need me or can't find Daddy, you press it. All right. Emma nodded. All right. I kissed her forehead and grinned, but my smile didn't reach my bones. Ryan arrived to pick her up, standing on my porch like a man who had practiced being innocuous. I watched his hands, his face, everything. He handed me a slip of paper with an address and pickup instructions. Hey, he said, as if we were just two friendly co-parents who had unintentionally ended up divorcing due to scheduling conflicts. Hey, I said back. Emma ran to him. He lifted her up and spun her once like a typical dad. I tried to be normal, cleaning, doing laundry, staring at my phone excessively, checking the time, checking it again, because anxiety is just your brain hitting refresh as if it were going to load new information. We'll drop her here, he said. Same time. Text me when you're leaving, I replied. Sure, Ryan said easily. When it came time to pick Emma up, I drove to the address Ryan had given me. It was a building, not a house, a backyard full of balloons, nothing that shouted children's parties, just a place. I pulled into the lot and took a moment to look around. There were no cars I recognized. No music. No children. No decorations. No signs. I got out and looked around, checking the address on my phone, looking at the doors, trying to find something that made sense, checking the time, checking my messages, calling Ryan and getting no answer. Calling again and getting no answer. And texting. I'm here. Perhaps it was inside. Perhaps there was a back entrance. Perhaps I was early. You're where? I walked around the perimeter like a lost tourist, blaming myself at first. Maybe I had the wrong building, maybe I misread the number, maybe I was on the wrong side. Maybe they were late, maybe they got stuck, maybe they were 5 minutes away with Emma in the car singing happy birthday to herself. I waited. My hands went numb as my phone buzzed an alert, not a message, not a call, an SOS, and I opened it to see the location ping. I looked around the street, called again, and still got no response. Slowly, painfully, the excuses faded and fear took over because when your child is missing, your body knows it before your mind permits the words. At Susan and Tom's house, Emma's stomach fell so hard that I thought I may throw up, but I didn't. I got in the vehicle and drove quickly but deliberately because panic driving is how people die. And I needed to live long enough to pick up my child. I called the police as I was driving. The dispatcher asked questions, and I responded. My daughter's 7, I said in a tight voice. It wasn't dramatic, just factual. I got an SOS alert from her watch, and when I got to the designated pickup location, she wasn't there. I have her GPS location, so I can't reach her father. Please send someone to check. When I turned onto Susan and Tom Street 5 minutes later, I saw a patrol car already there. My heart seized with relief and rage at the same time. I pulled up and ran to the door, but before I could knock, it opened and Emma burst out like she'd been held underwater. My voice sounded like someone else's, like I'd become a woman made of pure checklist. I gave the address and continued driving. Emma, I said, I'm here. She raced right into my arms and wrapped herself around me so tightly that her little fingers ached. I held her and inhaled her scent, warm hair, shampoo, and the scent of a kid who should never be used as a weapon. Here I am. She slightly withdrew to gaze at me, her eyes moist and perplexed. Grandma coughed out. You didn't come. You abandoned me, she said. My throat shut. I said right away. I did come. I was present. I was trying to find you. Emma's face contorted as if she were juggling two truths at once and was unsure of which to believe. Susan emerged in the doorway behind her, her hands clasped as if she were leading a Bible study. Oh, Olivia, she remarked in a charming voice. Tom stood behind her, arms crossed, and said, this was all a misunderstanding. He appeared annoyed, as if my lost child had interrupted his evening. A policeman approached and made some simple inquiries. Neutral stance, a calm voice, and the trained tone of someone who has witnessed every kind of family turmoil. My chest constricted as Emma sniffled and whimpered. I got scared. Mommy didn't come. She was 7 years old. It had been told to her. She had trusted it. She was afraid, so she pressed the button. When children believe they have been abandoned, they are at a loss for what to do. Susan whispered. Lately, she has been really emotional. I gave her a look. Glanced closely. And I noticed the same grin she had on her face when she had inquired about my bank account as if it were her own business at Sunday dinners. I refrained from arguing on the porch. I didn't give an explanation. They wanted to fight, but I didn't. Susan opened her lips to object, but the officer's presence stopped her. I scooped Emma into my arms and said, "We're going home." Tom appeared to have something to say, but he remained silent. Since Ryan was nowhere to be found, it felt like the most Ryan thing imaginable. Shaking with restrained anger, I got Emma into the car and headed home. I made hot chocolate once we got inside. Hot chocolate provides young hands with something warm to hold, not because it heals trauma. The initial step back to safety can occasionally be that. Emma and I sat on the couch until she started to breathe more slowly. I said to her, "I didn't abandon you." "Never." Emma, weary, nodded. Despite being 7 years old and determined to be big, she leaned against me like a baby. I went to my room and launched the watch app after she had fallen asleep. I just anticipated a location log and a timestamp. However, there was an audio file attached when I clicked the SOS event. For a moment, my fingers lingered over it. I then hit the play button. Initially, the sound of a child's breathing, movement, and cloth was muffled. Then I heard Susan's voice, which was so clear it made my skin crawl. "You see," Emma's little voice was saying, "your mommy didn't come." "I will," she said. Once more, Susan, softer than ever, likes poison in honey. Mothers occasionally say things they don't mean to. You must keep that in mind. In the background, Tom's voice growled, "Put an end to your tears. Big girls aren't emotional." My gut churned when Emma's sob got stuck in her throat. Then Susan's voice once more. And it wasn't a consolation this time. It was training. I stopped breathing as she said, "You tell them your mommy forgets things. You tell them she gets upset. You tell them she isn't stable." Susan continued as Emma whimpered. Susan whispered, "You don't have to like saying it. But it's important. Daddy needs help. We need help. And your mommy, well, your mommy can't take care of you the way we can." The recording went on. More adult hands trying to mold my child's reality, more coaching, more shaping, more purposeful, nauseating. This was not an error. This was a strategy. I submitted the file to Rachel Green after saving it and backing it up. Then I listened to the peaceful home while sitting on the edge of my bed and gazing into the darkness while forming a single, calm thought. They sought evidence. They were going to repent everything now that they had handed it to me. The hearing took place months later. It was more than one incident by that point. There was a pattern. Ryan handled a teddy bear that Susan and Tom had received with a recorder and tracker inside. A forensic result linking Ryan to the gadget, a police report, Emma's SOS audio, and my 7-year-old's frightened voice while adults coaxed her like they were rewriting her testimony. He didn't say it anymore. She did. It was their fingerprints, their voices, and their decisions. I didn't have to be theatrical for the judge. I didn't need to give a motivational speech or demonstrate my superiority as a parent. All I had to do was be honest and present the proof. I was granted complete custody. Ryan received visitation under supervision. It was structured on paper. He actually hardly utilized it. Occasionally less, but every other week if he felt like it. He would occasionally make last-minute cancellations, treating fatherhood as an elective. Tom and Susan vanished entirely from our life. Emma stopped inquiring about them. Not after that day. Not after the falsehoods. Not after recognizing you've been used as a pawn and experiencing it. Sometimes children lack the vocabulary to describe betrayal. They simply give up on the perpetrators. And I was finally able to breathe financially, thank God. My household continued to receive my salary. No more money disappearing. No more crises where I had to make sacrifices every time. Emma's trust fund invested and remained unaltered. $175,000 is right where it should be. Not in the appetite of others, but in her own future. I occasionally reflect late at night on how close I was to playing nice right into a trap. I know I didn't go too far when I look at my daughter, who is secure, sleeping, and stable. I went just far enough. What do you think, then? Did I go far enough or too far? Tell me in the comments below. Remember to subscribe for future updates. My mom said, "You're out." 52 missed calls later. I took control of the family business, leaving them with no backdoor to get back in. Lena Carter is my name. I'm 32 years old and work for a Denver-based fintech company as a worst-case scenario predictor. However, I was never ready for the 12-second voicemail that rocked my family. It arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, sandwiched between a cold cup of coffee and a risk report. I heard my mother's flat, business-like voice as if she were canceling a subscription when I hit play. Not her daughter. "You're gone. Don't return. Without you, we are going on." Just a decision, with no feelings or justification. I felt my heartbeat in my ears as I gazed at my phone for a moment. The part of my brain that spends the entire day stealthily locking down other people's money then came into play. I didn't return the call. I refrained from arguing. I typed a single, short text, "All right." I was the first to move on. I locked every permission with my name on it after logging into the family LLC I had created from the ground up, the one that owned our rental properties and the new triplex we were going to close on. I have stopped signing deals using my credit. No more transfers without my consent. After that, I gave the real estate agent a call and managed to back out of the house deal they were depending on. The house made a decision. In order to prevent anything from being altered or depleted behind my back, I finally froze the retirement account structure I had established for them. Every simple route they believed they had through me was gone by the time I finished my coffee. That should be the end of it, I thought. Rather, by the following morning, my phone had 2 missed calls and a voicemail from their attorney stating, "We have a serious problem." I laughed as I typed my response. Because they were unaware that my absence wasn't the issue. I brought it with me. If you stay with me until the very end, you will witness how a cold voicemail evolved into a tale of family retaliation in which the person they attempted to cut out ended up possessing every last card. My phone was buzzing itself toward the edge of the nightstand when I woke up the following morning. I briefly believed it to be my alarm. I then noticed the screen. 52 calls were missed. Unknown numbers. Mom? Dad. I recognized one from a law office. Their lawyer's voicemail was the most recent notification. I plugged in my earphones and pressed play as I turned on the coffee maker. "This is James Harris, David and Susan Carter's counsel. We must speak, Lena. This is a serious matter. Kindly give me a call back as soon as you can." His tone was tense, the way attorneys become when they discover their clients have omitted crucial information. I listened to the coffee drip as I stared at the wall for a while after the message ended. Mom kept sending me new texts, and my phone kept lighting up. "This is merely a miscommunication, Lena. Give me a call. We must speak." From Dad. "Whatever happened, kiddo, we can make things right. Give us a call back, please." Mom gave me another one. "That's not how we meant it. We were angry. Let's explain when you get home." It was funny, I thought, because her voice had been completely clear yesterday. "You're gone. Don't return. Without you, we are going on." I had thought that was pretty obvious. Half expecting to see Emily's name somewhere in the flood, I scrolled. Nothing. My younger sister, who frequently bombarded our family group chat about the tiniest things, didn't send me a single text or miss a call. She was quiet for someone who loved attention. Now, almost automatically, as the coffee was finishing, I launched the building security app and retrieved the front entrance camera feed. A clip from earlier that morning appeared on the screen. With his hands stuffed deep in his jacket pockets, my dad stood outside the glass door of my apartment building, gazing up at the second floor, where my apartment was located. He looked at his phone, paused as if he were going to press the buzzer, then turned around and left. Retreat without making a call or knocking. For a brief moment, my chest constricted, but I forced the sensation away. When someone demonstrates to you how easily they can cut you off, you should wait to offer consolation until they feel the knife swing back. My phone kept vibrating in my bag on the way to work. I allowed it. I finally wrote 3 brief responses to my mother at my desk. "I'm secure. Dad. I need time." The voicemail reached me. "I'm not prepared to speak with the attorney. I got your message. I'll write back." That was the most I owed anyone. Olivia, one of my coworkers, lowered her voice and rolled her chair over to my desk just before lunch. "As if you were going to blow it up, you have been looking at that screen. Everything okay at home?" she asked. I was about to answer, yes, out of habit, but I restrained myself. "Not at all. My parents made the decision to remove me from the family business." She raised her eyebrows. "Are they aware that you are the family business?" I gave a shrug. A voicemail was left. "I secured everything. Their attorney is now involved. Olivia blew her whistle slowly. You know how this works, but I'm not telling you what to do. It involves the second sum of money. Everyone begins to perform. They will turn any actions you take out of guilt into an admission of guilt. Make sure that every choice you make is something you could easily defend in front of a judge in the future. I gave a nod. I knew that part better than anyone. I was responsible for risk management. I had devoted years to creating systems that prevented people from discreetly transferring money behind one another's backs. I was now aware that I had created the ideal mechanism to prevent my own family from harming me in the same way. My phone buzzed once more as I made my way to the break room to get more coffee. A fresh text message from an unidentified number. I heard you left the triplex because you were feeling overburdened. Are you all right? It was a relative of my father. Feeling overwhelmed? I certainly didn't say that. It had the sound of something Emily would say while feigning tears. In my mind, the pieces began to fit together. The timing of her marketing job loss. At Sunday dinners, she had begun using terms like streamline the LLC and free up equity. As though spreadsheets had never been important to her. Like a puppeteer who has already pulled the strings and is waiting off stage to see the result, she was the only one who was now silent. I felt the first cold, sharp edge of anger slide into place as I stared at my phone. Emily had picked the wrong sister to pick a financial argument with, if she was responsible for this and believed she could push me out of what I had built and take my place while our parents played along. 2 days later, I did something painfully ordinary in an attempt to make life seem normal. I visited the neighborhood coffee shop. On Saturdays, I always hit. The kind of place where the regulars discuss housing costs and hiking, and the barista knows your order. I heard my name called just as I was picking up my latte. Lena. Hello. One of my dad's old friends from the garage where he used to work, John Stevens, was there when I turned around. He gave me a shoulder clap as if nothing were wrong. Have you heard of the triplex? He lowered his voice as if he were going to reveal a secret. Difficult material. I scowled. How about it? He flinched. That's exactly what Emily and your mother were saying in the family group chat. That you left because you were under too much pressure at work. That you weren't feeling well mentally and that you were overburdened. The way people think when they're scared to say breakdown. He said. Overwhelmed, I felt my jaw tighten. Once more, there it was. I tried to smile so hard that I thought it might break. Yeah. Well, you know how rumors travel. I replied. After giving me a pat on the arm and telling me to look after myself, John strolled over to the sugar station. I left the store before my true emotions could be seen on my face. I took out my phone and went back through my messages outside in the chilly Denver air. Emily never called or texted me, but for some reason she felt comfortable telling my extended family that I was too unstable to manage a house deal that I had essentially planned. That wasn't merely rumors. That served as preparation. I opened my contacts while driving and tapped a name I hadn't used in months. Before my parents were influenced by Emily, Michael Davis, the financial advisor who had assisted me in creating the initial framework for our family LLC, changed to a more modern and ostentatious one. The second ring was picked up by Michael. This is a surprise, Lena, he said. Maintaining everyone's safety. As I worked on it, I asked a question. Has anyone recently attempted to alter Carter Holdings LLC's ownership percentages? A pause occurred, the sort of pause where you can hear someone straighten up. Some draft documents have passed by. He spoke slowly. I saw references to adding another family member as a managing member. Your signature line was blank, and your mom mentioned a new advisor and asked a few hypothetical questions. I told her that nothing could move without you because it appeared disorganized. I gripped the steering wheel more tightly. Emily. Another relative. Naturally. Was any of it successful? I inquired. No, he said. The documentation was, to be honest, dubious and lacking. However, Lena, you must act quickly if someone is attempting to gain control of your LLC through a backdoor. After thanking him, I hung up and spent a considerable amount of time looking at the dashboard. The voicemail informing me that I was out crossed my mind. I pictured John Stevens repeating the word, overwhelmed. I considered how, immediately following Emily's job loss, my mother suddenly wanted a new advisor. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a plan with a lot of emotional manipulation on top of a weak legal foundation. As I sat there, Emily sent me a new notification. Lastly. Lena, what do you think you're doing? Locking down accounts, frightening everyone, and pulling out of the house deal. You are adding to the mess that already exists. My fingers lingered over the keyboard for a moment. I nearly let loose everything that was brewing inside of me. Rather, I opened my email and erased the draft reply. I started by writing the real estate agent. In accordance with our conversation, kindly take this written confirmation as my primary qualifier and borrower withdrawal from the Carter triplex purchase. Any additional claims that I am involved in this transaction are false and unlawful. I then requested that my parents receive a formal cancellation notice that was copied to their attorney. I opened a new message after that. This time, it was written like any other risk escalation I would send at work, but it was addressed to Emily. This email serves as official notice to Emily that any attempt to change the ownership, signature authority, or financial structure of Carter Holdings LLC, its affiliated properties, or retirement accounts without my written consent is prohibited and may be fraudulent. Don't sign my name. Don't assume that I approve. Any such action will be recorded and communicated to legal counsel. Lena. There should be no shouting or name-calling, only facts and consequences. After sending it, I placed my phone on the passenger seat, face down. My call log revealed that my mom had made 6 more attempts, my dad had made 3, and Emily had made none by the time I got home. I opened my laptop at my apartment and created a new folder called Family Risk File. I dragged in screenshots of my recent email, Michael's notes, the lawyer's voicemail, and texts. Every action, falsehood, and effort to portray me as unstable was being made. Because I was going to create a better story if Emily was creating one in which I was the issue, the weak point that needed to be removed to allow her to enter. One supported by evidence and timestamps. As I watched the files stack up on my screen, I couldn't help but wonder how many families fall apart like this because one person values the victim role they've been practicing their entire life more than the truth. 3 days later, in the middle of a spreadsheet, an unidentified number flashed on my screen. Before I noticed the company name, I was on the verge of letting it go to voicemail. It's Lena here. Hello, Lena. He introduced himself as Jason Liu, the new financial advisor for your parents. All I have to do is review some of the differences in the Carter retirement plan. I sat up when I heard that word. He clarified that he had been looking over the LLC and retirement accounts, and that he had seen draft forms that added Emily as a managing member or co-trustee, with my name listed as approving the changes but without my actual signature. Just so you know, Jason, I haven't given my approval to anything. Jason sighed when I said, I haven't signed a thing since the day I set it up. I assumed that your family believed you had moved on and that you wanted these changes. Overwhelmed was the word that emerged. I needed your confirmation from the perspective of compliance. Until you see my live signature, consider every request to be unauthorized. After we hung up, my cousin Olivia called. I told him, if someone claims otherwise, ask for written proof. You won't get any. Are you okay? She blurted. I wanted to know exactly what Emily was saying. Because the way Emily has been talking, it sounds like you are falling apart. That you pulled out of the triplex because of anxiety? That you hoard control of the LLC? That you threatened to cut mom and dad off financially? Said Olivia. Now she's posting about abusive power in families. I refuted all of that. Olivia spoke more softly. I didn't think so. The Lena who paid for their roof is not comparable. I simply wanted you to be aware of the conversation. Thank you. Take a screenshot if you'd like. Don't feed her audience otherwise. We ended the call. An email thread appeared in my inbox a moment later. Subject, update on the Carter triplex purchase. My parents, Emily and James, as well as the lawyer on copy, received it from our agent Susan. Emily's message was quoted beneath her response. Susan. As we previously discussed, Lena has withdrawn because of her own mental health issues. Without her, we must proceed. Please respect her limitations, Emily had written, sounding so caring it made my skin crawl. Susan's real response was succinct. I'm grateful, Emily. I'll pause the file for the time being and require written confirmation from Lena regarding liability. Before the rage subsided, I began typing. Hello Susan, I sent you a message. My written withdrawal from 2 days ago and the pre-approval documents are attached. I'm not leaving because of my mental health issues. I am withdrawing because, given the current family situation, I no longer agree to the use of my name, credit, or income. My decision cannot be described in any other way. Thanks for pausing the file. Lena. I attached all the documentation proving I had been the driver from the beginning, and I copied Jason and James. Susan replied quickly to the smaller group. I get it. I will only follow your instructions and disregard Emily's previous message. James then sent a quiet email. Acquired. We ought to discuss our next course of action. My mother's handwriting appeared on an envelope that was taped to the door of my apartment that evening. Inside, on lined paper, she'd written, "We love you. We were upset. Please give us a call so we can resolve this before it gets out of hand. Love. Mom." My chest ached for a moment. I could see her setting up the story at the kitchen table as Emily paced and sobbed. Once more, my phone buzzed. Olivia had forwarded a screen grab of Emily's most recent post. The person who controls all the money and punishes you when you disobey is sometimes the most dangerous member of the family. The comments were heartfelt and "You go girl." I placed my mother's note next to my laptop and opened the family risk file folder. It read, "Healing means walking away from people who weaponize their power. Even if they share your last name." Voicemails, advisor notes, screenshots, and emails are all arranged in tidy little rows. Up until now, I've just been shutting doors. I came to the conclusion that defense was insufficient as I saw the files pile up. I was going to respond with something Emily couldn't fabricate, a straightforward, recorded story that left her standing by herself in the light if she wanted to construct a story in which I was the antagonist. My phone buzzed with a fresh text from my mother the following morning as I was at my desk. "No arguing, just 6 minutes. Please." I stared at it. It sounded more like her than anything she had sent in weeks, but 6 minutes wouldn't change a voicemail telling me not to return. "Call me," I wrote. She responded right away, and I could hear the speaker echoing faintly. Her words. "Your dad is here. Too. Hey. Kiddo." David continued. "You wanted 6 minutes, I replied. Mom let out a breath. "We messed up, Lena." Saying, "You're out. Don't come back. That was extreme. We shouldn't have said it like that." "You didn't." I said, "You said exactly that." She stopped talking and tried again. "We heard things from your sister." I asked, "Did you hear those words from me directly?" "Well, no," Mom replied. "She said you were planning to cut us out of the LLC, talking to lawyers about removing us from retirement accounts, saying you were tired of carrying us and wanted full control. She said you told her after dinner in the car. None of that ever happened." Emily claimed that on the way home. "You spoke in the car." "I took my own car that night," I replied. "I left alone. There would be no car ride," Dad muttered. Mom muttered, "Why would she make that up?" But it sounded as though she already knew the answer. "Maybe because she wanted what I have," I replied. "If I am unstable and power hungry, sliding herself into documents looks like protecting you, not using you." Dad murmured. "Now that the family drama is over." James called. "I know," I replied. "Jason called you." Susan paused to the house. "That's why I'm done with whispers. We're going to sit down, all 4 of us, in the same room. No speakerphone, no vague posts. It'll bring documents. You bring everything Emily told you. Then we see what survives. Do we have to involve lawyers?" Mom responded. "They're already involved. The question is whether they see the evidence or Emily's story first," I said. "When?" Dad inquired. When I said, "Tomorrow, 6, at the house." The following evening, I entered my parents' living room carrying a thick folder and said, "If Emily won't come." That's an answer too. The framed school photos, the beige couch, and the air are all different. My parents sat together on the sofa, using a tissue as a prop. Emily sat in an armchair. She wouldn't look at me. "Thanks for coming," Dad said. I placed my phone and the folder on the coffee table. "Just so we're clear," I replied. "Nothing about this is off the record in my head. If anyone lies, I won't keep it here." Emily laughed. "Wow. What a hostile way to go. We're related." "Then nobody should be afraid of the truth," I said. Mom's hands twisted. "Emily. Honey, tell Lena what you told us." "No," I replied. Emily rolled her eyes and said, "Emily can speak for herself." "Go ahead." "I just repeated what you said," she yelled. "That you were considering removing your name from things because you were tired of carrying everything." I asked. "This was in the car after dinner, right? You wanted complete control of the LLC so you didn't have to consult them?" She gave a nod. Opening the folder, I took out a printed statement and slid it over. "Yeah. You were upset. You probably don't even remember. Mom looked down the page and said, "That night at Harbor Grill? Right? Check the timestamps." At 10:30, Emily's ride-share receipt arrived at their home. At 10:25, I charged my gas station across town. Different routes, different cars. I took the wheel myself. There was no car talk, so I said, "You took a car alone." Emily said, "Maybe it was another night," without much explanation. I turned to another printout and said, "Before you say that, here's the only other time we all had dinner in the last 4 months. I stayed to pay, but you left early that evening to meet friends." Dad leaned back slowly. "No private ride then either." "Emily," he uttered softly. She gave a shrug. I wrote the email to Susan after saying, "Memory is weird." "Okay, I was trying to help." I thought she was serious about needing a break. Emily's mental health story came after my withdrawal. Susan's response that she would disregard anything that wasn't for me came next. Then Jason's note regarding draft documents that mentioned but did not sign my name. Next. Screenshots of Megan's messages and Emily's posts. One by one, the pages built a line from my voicemail to this couch. At last, Mom looked at Emily. "You told us you saw emails," she muttered. "You told us Lena said she was done with us." Emily sat up straighter. "So now you just believe her because she printed things?" She responded. Dad stared at her, saying, "She said she's always liked control. She's twisting everything to make me look crazy. The truth doesn't fall apart when you hold it next to a receipt," he stated. For the first time since that voicemail, I noticed a change when Mom looked at me and said, "Yours did. We always thought you could handle more." She replied, "We saw Emily as fragile, so we protected her and pushed responsibility onto you. And now I am sitting here realizing the only person who has lied to us is the one we told not to come back." Emily opened her mouth, and her mother raised her hand. "Not this time," she murmured. When the word no fell between them, I felt something inside of me at last subtly return to its proper position. "They had tried to cut me out based on a script," Emily wrote. "They realized they were only a few seconds away from losing the one person who had truly kept them afloat as they watched that script burn page by page." Like a fifth person in the room, the silence that followed my mother's remarks lingered. Emily moved in her seat, glancing between our parents and me to see which way the wind was blowing. At last, she snapped, "So what now? You've got your little packet of papers. Congratulations, Lena. Are you happy you made Mom cry?" I ignored the insult. "This is not about anyone crying," I replied. "It's about consequences. You told me I was out. You tried to push changes through behind my back. You told people I was unstable so you could step into things I built. That must mean something more than a depressing Facebook post and everyone acting as though it never happened." My dad rubbed his jaw the way he did when he was mentally lining up a challenging repair. He questioned, "What do you think should happen?" Emily jerked her head in his direction. I looked him in the eyes and said, "Seriously, Dad, you're asking her? You wanted me out of the family business?" I replied, "All right. It'll step back from being the default safety net. But that also means no one gets to quietly use my name, my credit, or my work. Starting with making sure Emily has zero access to anything I've set up." My mother hesitated. She began, "Emily doesn't have access." But I shook my head. "Not formally, maybe," I replied. "But she's been in meetings. She's been in group chats about the triplex." Dad sighed and turned to face Emily. "She's been talking to advisors, like decisions were already moving in her favor." "That stops today." "Honey," he replied, "we need to be clear here. No more talking to advisors for us. No more speaking on our behalf. No more hinting that Lena is okay with things when she is not." Emily gave a stern look. "So you're just going to ignore me?" she said in a high-pitched voice. "After everything I have done for you, what exactly is that?" I asked, unable to stop myself. "The half-baked business plans you wanted me to fund, or the Instagram story about being raised by wolves in the suburbs?" Mom winced, but she didn't reprimand me this time. "David," she said quietly, "we've been saying for years that we'd help Emily start something, pay off this card, co-sign that loan, but all it has done is make her believe she is entitled to money that isn't there until Lena builds it. Perhaps we should make it official. No more beneficiaries, no shared accounts, no promises we can't keep." Susan turned to face me, and I was taken aback by how direct she was. We want you to rewrite the documents, the LLC, the retirement stuff, all of it. Based on what you think actually makes sense, not what we say in the middle of a fight. She said. You're asking me to take control again after you just told me to get out. I said slowly. With tears in her eyes, she nodded and said, I'm asking you to do what you have been doing this whole time, only this time with us admitting you know more than we do. Emily laughed harshly, saying, It's unbelievable, you are handing her everything. You're punishing me because I told the truth about how she treats us. Dad stared at her steadily, and the truth would have held up against a gas receipt. Yours didn't, he remarked. That's the difference. Here's what we're going to do, David said, settling into the firm tone he used at the shop. For the first time since I'd walked in, Emily looked truly shaken, her eyes darting to me, looking for some old version of me who might offer a lifeline. But I didn't. Lena, you and James and Jason figure out whatever it takes to make the LLC and the retirement accounts bulletproof. The only managing members are still you and me. One beneficiary is your mother. Emily has no control at all. Emily sat forward and said, If we help her, it will come from our own pockets, not by opening back doors into what you built. I'm your daughter, too, so you can't just erase me like that, she said. My mother flinched. We're not erasing you, she said, and we're stopping acting like money that we don't have will magically appear because we put your name on something Lena made. If we ever assist you, it will be because you have a genuine plan and we can afford it, not out of guilt. Emily changed strategies so quickly that it made my head spin. Okay, she said, tears welling up. Then let me prove it, Lena. Give me a small role in the LLC. Let me do social media or something. Let me show you I can contribute instead of just taking. Her transition from outrage to pleading to the most reasonable angle was almost impressive. I might have fallen for it a year ago, but now I just saw another version of the same pattern. I got up and picked up my folder, saying, No, if you want to prove you can build something, you don't do it by wiring yourself into what someone else has already built. You do it by starting with nothing like I did. My mother glanced between us. Lena, isn't that a little harsh? She asked softly. I shook my head. Harsh was being told I was out and should not come back, I said. Harsh was having my stability used as a prop to get sympathy online. This is just boundaries, Mom. There's a difference. Emily glared at me. You are going to regret this, she hissed. I picked up my phone and put it in my bag, saying, You think you can cut me off and walk away clean? No. I replied. My dad escorted me to the door as I was leaving, saying, I think I can protect what I have earned, and stop you from turning my work into your safety net. Whatever happens to you after that, is not on me. I apologize. He said softly. For letting it go this far, for leaving a voicemail, and for not asking you first. What was easiest to hear, I believed. I know, I said, nodding as a complex wave of relief and melancholy passed over me. Over the course of the following week, the changes became apparent. But believing the easy story does not mean the consequences are easy, too. Only David's and my names were in control positions in the updated drafts that Jason sent over. My parents signed documents restricting who could ever access their accounts during a meeting that James arranged. In order to make it clear that no new managing member could be added without the unanimous written consent of the current ones, I updated the LLC operating agreement. Emily's name could not even be written on any line later. I sensed a sense of stability when the final signature dried. Retaliation as a structure, not as a dramatic moment. A system that made it impossible for the person who attempted to push me out to get in. A few days later, Emily asked the receptionist for me when she unexpectedly showed up at my office with big red eyes. She had a binder in her hand, the kind you bring when making a project pitch. I crossed my arms and met her in the lobby. She pushed the binder in my direction and said, I have a business plan. Events, influencer partnerships, and brand alliances. I can repay you and disprove everyone if you just put in a little money. The binder was not taken by me. I said, Start it without me. You won't need my money if it succeeds. You'll understand why I declined if it doesn't. She flinched. Panic and rage vying for room. She muttered, You are really not going to help me. Not after everything. I thought of Michael's warning, Jason's caution, Olivia's screenshots, my mom's note, my dad's quiet apology. That voicemail that started all of this. I'm done helping people set themselves on fire with my gasoline, I replied. Then I turned and walked back to my floor through the locked door, leaving her, her binder, and herself practically on the other side. A month later, I watched my parents fight over where to put a bird feeder while holding a box of kitchen supplies in the driveway of a pale brick triplex on the outskirts of Denver. With a written agreement that stated they could live there for the rest of their lives without anyone touching it, the bottom unit was now legally theirs. My apartment was on the second floor, with large windows letting in plenty of light. The third apartment had already been put up for rent. I was the only one with control over the numbers written down in a spreadsheet. Emily had attempted to slide into Carter Holdings LLC, which was cleaner and leaner. My mom is the beneficiary, my dad and I are the managing members, and there are more safeguards than any family drama could ever breach. No space for imaginative interpretations, no side doors. My dad would watch a car show in the living room on the weekends, and I would come down and cook with her in her new kitchen. We stopped acting as though money was some enigmatic mist that no one could comprehend, but we did not go over every detail again. Instead of showing them what they wished were real, I would show them what was real by bringing up the accounts on my laptop. It was not perfect. When Emily's name was mentioned, there were still moments of sadness and guilt in their eyes. But now, when she texted me to ask for help with another credit card, my mom would show me the message, put her phone down, and say, "We can't fix this for her. Not this way." Based on what I heard from cousins, Emily ended up living in a small apartment across town while juggling gigs. She never really got her big event plan off the ground. Her stories always required a villain and a spotlight. And people were beginning to notice. I wasn't in either role for once. I did not sue her. I didn't attempt to ruin her on the internet. I took a more subdued and, in my opinion, sharper action. I took away the power she believed she possessed, allowing her to live a life independent of my labor. I had lost my anger. I was explicit. It's obvious that trust without limits invites the wrong person to take over and change everything. Make it clear that having strength in a family does not entail allowing others to use it against you. If there is any lesson in all of this, it is that you can love your family and still refuse to be their insurance policy when they gamble with the truth. It is possible to forgive without returning the keys. Additionally, don't return if someone tells you you're out. You are free to believe them. Take a step back and pose a more challenging query to yourself. What do I no longer grant them access to going forward? Maybe you have your own version of this story. A moment when someone exploited your loyalty, like an unlimited credit card. If you do, I hope you realize that saying no is not retaliation as quickly as I did. It's self-respect. And occasionally, that is the only thing more important to safeguard than the actual house. His face was ruining the aesthetic, she said. I left without a word, drove away, and a few hours later received a text. "She's still crying. I didn't care." She sneered in the middle of a group photo. "Get out of the picture. The aesthetic is being ruined by your face." I left the frame, continued walking, got into my car, and drove off without turning around. One of her friends texted me later that evening. She continues to cry. Before we continue with the video, viewers, if you would like to see more stories like this, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. It wasn't until I saw her Instagram grid that I realized I was a ghost. We had lived together for 2 of the 3 years that we had been together. I was there if you scrolled back to 2023. Selfies of us hiking, hazy pictures of us on a Tuesday eating tacos, and captions that used my name, Ethan, were all there. I had soup made by Ethan. The sink was fixed by Ethan. Have a romantic evening with Ethan. However, I had disappeared if you scrolled up to the previous 6 months. At first, the change was subtle. Her latte-holding hand took the place of my face. After that, it was just her attire. Then it was her by herself, wearing jewelry I had purchased for her birthday, eating dinners I had paid for, and posing in front of places I had driven us to. Additionally, the captions were altered. The vague aspirational word salad of the would-be influencer had replaced the date night with Ethan. A soft life era, chasing sunsets, and attracting abundance. I was no longer her boyfriend. Her production crew was me. She insisted that we needed the natural light in our 2-bedroom apartment in the city, and I paid the rent. She refused to drive the Audi because parallel parking made her anxious, even though I had paid the lease. The dinners, the travel, and the investments in her personal brand were all covered by me. As long as I didn't disrupt her daily vlog or create too much noise, I was given permission to remain in the background in exchange. Then, Damien arrived. Damien and Sophia met at a mixer for content creators. I believed she would benefit from making friends, so I had urged her to go. She was radiant when she got home. A visionary, Damien was. Damien recognized the style. Because digital photography was too sterile, Damien was a photographer who only used film. Damien had never offered to pay for a drink in his life, was unemployed, and was sleeping on a friend's couch. He regarded me as though I were a member of the catering crew when we first met. He had enough silver rings to trigger a metal detector and was dressed in baggy linen pants. We were at a bar on the roof. Naturally, it's my treat. Damien sipped the $20 craft cocktail I had just added to my tab and said, "So, Ethan. You work in logistics, according to Sophia." I mentioned supply chain management. He tilted his head condescendingly, smirking a little. "Business. Incredibly steady. That's excellent. To be able to fly, Sophia needs stability." Sophia laughed. In fact, she laughed. It was his arm, not mine, that she squeezed. Isn't he incredibly poetic? Ethan has a strong left-wing bias. He doesn't truly understand the creative aspect of things. I took my beer and sipped it. "Sophia, I understand that the creative side of things is expensive. The flight must be paid for by someone." There was a pause in the conversation. Sophia gave me a venomous look. She yelled, "Don't you dare embarrass me in front of the cool kid. Don't be gross about money, Ethan. The vibration energy is so low." That was the dynamic. I served as the safety net, the driver, and the wallet. Damien served as both the inspiration and the proof. Damien began to appear everywhere during the ensuing weeks. When I got home from work, he was at our apartment working with her to come up with ideas for content. On weekends, I drove them to shooting locations while he sat in the passenger seat. In my own relationship, I turned into the third wheel. I made an effort to mention it. I expressed my disrespect to her. I told her that I felt like a living, breathing ATM. She twisted it right away. She claimed that I was jealous of her development and insecure. Damien was gay, she said. He wasn't. He wasn't asexual either. Or he was definitely not, like a brother. She assured me that I would help her pursue her goals if I loved her. And looking the part was a part of that dream. "Ethan, you must dress for the life you desire." Once, while critiquing my jeans and polo shirt, she told me, "You're currently dressing for a life of mediocrity." I gulped it down. I loved the version of her I met 3 years ago. So I swallowed it. And I kept hoping that girl was still there, hidden beneath a mountain of hashtags and filters. If she eventually made it, I reasoned, she would relax, and things would return to normal if I just gave her enough support. I was a fool. It wasn't a scream that reached the breaking point. It took place on a Saturday in the middle of July. For a month, Sophia had been discussing the Solstice White Party. It took place at a vineyard approximately 100 miles outside the city and was an invitation-only event. It was the summer's top IT event. Everyone would be present. She needed to impress local brand representatives and influencers. 3 days prior, she told me, "I need you to drive. Damien's license is suspended, and I want a drink." Damien is coming, but why? Even though I already knew the answer, I asked. Since he is filming the material. God, why must you make everything into a fight, Ethan? Would you like to attend? I ought to have declined. I ought to have changed the locks, ordered a pizza, and stayed at home. However, I was curious to see it. I believe that deep down I was curious to see how far she would push it. I was curious if the disrespect had any boundaries. "I'll drive," I said. It was 90 degrees on the day of the celebration. I wore fitted beige chinos and a white linen button-down shirt. It was exactly as she had instructed. I felt like I looked good. Sophia and Damien were in the living room when I entered. They appeared as though they were featured on the cover of a magazine. She was wearing a white silk dress with a flowing backless that was probably more expensive than my first car. Damien was dressed in wide leg pants that dragged on the ground and a white mesh shirt. Sophia's lip curled as she studied me from head to toe. "Are you wearing that?" she inquired. "As you mentioned, it's made of white linen. It appears businesslike." As he adjusted his sunglasses inside, Damien spoke up. "At a corporate retreat, it's giving it to guys." Sophia let out a deep, dramatic sigh. "Whatever, connect. Let's leave now. However, until I check the lighting, Ethan, please try to avoid standing right next to me when we arrive. I don't want to ruin the atmosphere." I remained silent. I reached for the Audi's keys. Her bag was carried by me. Damien's camera equipment bag was too heavy for him. So I carried it. It was a torturous hour of driving. They took a seat in the rear. The driver was me. They criticized their friends' Instagram feeds, gossiped about people I didn't know, and laughed about inside jokes. Sophia never once inquired about my week. She never touched my shoulder or gave me a more impatient look in the rearview mirror than this one. We reached the vineyard. It was lovely. White tents, rolling hills, and pricey cars lining the gravel driveway. I parked my vehicle. I opened the door for her after getting out. She didn't express gratitude. She went outside, straightened her dress, and turned to face Damien right away. She grabbed Damien's arm and said, "The light is perfect right now. Before it gets crowded, let's head to the main entrance." They moved forward. I trailed behind, carrying Damien's backup lens in her purse. We headed over to the step and repeat, a huge floral wall that was set up especially for pictures. People were waiting in a line. Sophia gave her phone to the event's professional photographer when it was our turn. "Okay, Damien, get in here," she squealed. She slid in beside Damien. They struck a pose. Blue steel, howdy lips. With frank laughter at nothing in particular. Flash. 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 Sophia hesitated before the photographer turned to face me and asked, "Does the gentleman want to join?" Her eyes were calculated, and I saw it. She glanced at me, then at Damien. "Sure," she said, her voice tight. "Come on, Ethan." I stepped in. I stood next to her, putting my arm around her waist. The waist of the woman I had lived with for 2 years. The woman whose rent I paid. I smiled. Sophia stiffened. She leaned away from me towards Damien. The photographer raised the camera. "Wait," Sophia said. Her voice sharp. She raised a hand, turned to face me, and said, "Ethan, can you really move? Loud enough for the 10 people in line behind us to hear. You're crowding the shot." "I'm just standing next to you," I said calmly. She rolled her eyes. "Yes. And it looks cluttered. The aesthetic is ethereal. And you look stiff. Just get out of the picture. Your face ruins the aesthetic. Just stand behind the camera." "All right, you can hold my purse." Damien laughed, covering his mouth with his hand, but I could see the smile. The people in line shifted uneasily. I looked at her, really looked at her. "You want me out of the picture?" I saw the desperation to be liked by strangers, the heavy makeup settling into the lines of her face, and the complete hollowness of a woman who would humiliate her partner for 40 likes on an app. "Yes. Ethan," I said in a steady voice. "God. Please leave." "Okay," I said, stepping out of the frame. Finally, she muttered, turning back to the camera and putting on her fake smile. "Okay, Damien, ready?" I refrained from going behind the camera. I didn't take her purse. Instead, I placed it on the grass beside the photographer's foot and continued walking through the garden, past the tables adorned with pricey crystal and bubbling fountains. I didn't run or stomp. Instead, I walked with the purposeful, brisk gait of a man who had realized he was at the wrong gathering. The child behind the podium looked up as I arrived at the valet stand at the front of the estate. The party had just begun. And no one was leaving yet. "Leaving so soon? Sir?" he asked. "Taking my ticket." "Yeah," I replied, giving him a $25 bill. "Emergency? Can you get it quick?" He jogged off, and I stood there looking in my pockets for my phone, wallet, and apartment keys. I had everything I needed. 2 minutes later, my Audi arrived, and I slid into the driver's seat. The leather was still warm, and I adjusted the mirror so that I could see the far-off white tents of the party. I pictured Sophia standing there, grinning for the camera, tilting her chin down, not realizing that her bankroll and ride home were currently putting the car in drive. I waited for the wave of sadness, the heartbreak, the panic of "oh my God, I just left my girlfriend at a winery." But it didn't come when I pulled out onto the main road. Instead, I felt a physical sensation in my chest that I hadn't experienced in 2 years, as if a heavy, wet wool coat had been lifted off my shoulders. I took a deep breath. My phone buzzed against the center console 40 minutes into the drive, cruising down the highway, and I switched on a podcast about economics. It was dry, boring, and completely silent about vibes. The air conditioning blasted cold, clean air into my face, and I chose to listen to it instead of the top 40 pop station Sophia insisted on listening to because it keeps the energy up. Then it buzzed again, and a third time I looked at the screen, and saw 3 missed calls, 1 text message from Sophia, and I didn't answer, didn't even unlock the phone. And I knew exactly what was going on. The photo shoot was over. They had moved to the bar, and she had grabbed her clutch to buy her new friends a round of drinks. The texts intensified 10 minutes later. Sophia, where are you? Sophia, stop joking around. Come back. Damien needs to charge his camera. Sophia, Ethan, seriously, you're embarrassing me. Where did you go? I pulled into a rest stop about 10 miles from the city limits. Or perhaps she had just realized that I was no longer holding her purse. I continued driving. I parked the car, took care of the logistics, and when I finally picked up the phone, I saw that there were now 12 texts. The tone had changed from irritation to fear, and then there was the text from Lila, Sophia's best friend of the month, who made everything possible. Lila was always whispering in Sophia's ear that she was a star and that she deserved more. I stared at the words. Lila, where the hell are you? Sophia is crying. You ruined the whole vibe. Come back and pick us up right now. A week ago, I would have turned the car around, apologized, pleaded for forgiveness, and driven back at 90 miles per hour to dry her tears. But today I read it like a supply chain report. She was crying because she was 60 miles from home in a remote vineyard, and Uber surged to about $200 for that distance on a Saturday night. She didn't have a car. So her tears weren't because she missed me, or because she was worried about my safety, or because she had just told me that my face ruined her aesthetic. She hadn't even called to ask if I had crashed. Damien didn't drive, and most importantly, I opened my banking app and saw that she had no money. I had given her a backup credit card on my Amex account for emergencies, and she used it for brunch and Sephora. The card was in the purse I had left on the grass. I tapped the Manage Cards tab and chose Sophia Supplementary. Freeze card. Yes. Report lost. Stolen. Yes. Reason. Users are no longer authorized. The card was dead. I returned to Lila's text and carefully typed my response, making sure every word was correct. She told me that I was ruining the picture. Recent pending charge $1. I took myself out of the photo, said, I'm almost home. Tell Damien to call an Uber. I'm sure he has the money, and hit send. Then, I did what I should have done months ago, which was to go to my contact list, block callers, Sophia, Lila, Damien, and myself. I put the phone down, added premium gas to the tank, and got a black coffee. It was 7 p.m. when I returned to the apartment, and the silence was lovely. If they were able to find a ride, it would take them at least 90 minutes to get back, and probably longer if they had to wait for a car that would accept a ride that long. Instead of sitting down, I went straight to the closet, and I didn't burn or cut her clothes. That's dramatic, and I was done with drama. I went into the bedroom, grabbed 3 boxes of heavy-duty trash bags from under the sink, swept her skincare products off the vanity into a bag, and took her clothes off the hangers, including the designer coats I had bought her, the silk dresses, and the aesthetically pleasing neutrals, and stuffed them into bags. By 8:30 p.m., there were 12 big black trash bags sitting in the hallway outside our apartment door. I worked efficiently, moving from the bedroom to the bathroom to the living room, taking down the vision board she had hung in the hallway and the ring light she had left in the living room corner. I went to the router, pressed the reset button, and saw a new network name, 404, not found, a new password, a complicated string that only I knew. And I sat down on the couch. The apartment appeared larger, cleaner, and more like my own again. I wasn't throwing them away or putting them in the dumpster. A notification from my bank app said, transaction declined. Uber Technologies has a $200 card ending in 402. I grinned. Transactions declined. Uber Technologies amount to $200. Card ending in 402. She was trying. She was desperate. Next. A frantic notification from Venmo said, request. Sophia requests $250. Memo. Ethan. Please. I declined the request. Walk to the front door. Engage the deadbolt. Engage the heavy security chain I had installed when we moved in, the one she detested because it was ugly, made a sandwich in the kitchen. Opened a beer, and said, my card isn't working. We are stranded. Stop being a psycho. It was 10:45 p.m. My clothes. Is this my stuff? Ethan. She hammered on the door. Ethan. Open this door right now. This isn't funny. I didn't move. I heard the elevator ding. I heard footsteps, heavy, angry footsteps, and then the sound of someone tripping over a plastic bag. What the F? Damien's voice. Then Sophia's voice. I was watching TV on the couch. I knew you were in there. Ethan. The Wi-Fi was down. My card wasn't working. Damien had to call his mother to pay for the Uber. Do you know how embarrassing that was? It was humiliating. I went to the door, but I didn't open it. I spoke through the wood. She screamed. She was crying now. Real tears. Panic tears. Where am I supposed to go? Go to Damien's. I said. He's a visionary, and I'm sure he has a vision for where you're sleeping tonight. You have Damien, and you have the aesthetic. You don't have an apartment anymore. My name is on the lease. You're not listed as a tenant. You can't do this. Sophia. I said, good night, Sophia. I went back to the bedroom, put on my noise-canceling earplugs, and turned off the light. She pounded for another 20 minutes. And eventually, I heard the elevator ding again, followed by the sound of dragging plastic bags. I slept like a baby. Ethan lives on a couch, and doesn't have a room. It sounds like a logistical problem. The first month of silence was the loudest month of my life. I had locked down my digital perimeter. I didn't hear from Sophia directly, at least not in a way that needed a response, and social's private email filters were set to send anything with her name straight to a trash folder. However, the silence wasn't empty. It began with the flying monkeys and was filled with the desperate scratching sounds of someone realizing the walls were closing in. Her friends and some of my friends reached out to check in, saying things like, "Hey, Ethan. Just heard what happened. That's crazy. Sophia is really hurting, man. She's staying at a motel. She's staying at a motel. Maybe you two could have a conversation." Block. Ethan, you can't just leave someone you lived with. She needs her birth certificate. I placed it in the important box, which was the first bag I placed in the hallway. Block. Damien is acting strangely toward her. I'm concerned. Give me a call. That one made me hesitate, but I recalled Damien's sly smile when I was told to get out of the frame, and I recalled Sophia's dismissal, not my circus, not my monkey block. After the commotion subsided, the clarity came, and ironically, the first thing I noticed was my bank account. I had always known Sophia was pricey. 30 days after the breakup, I sat down to create my monthly budget and stared at the spreadsheet. Without her extra expenses daily, $20 salads, aesthetic coffees, Sephora hauls, investment pieces for her wardrobe, and weekend trips for content, I had no idea she was a financial hemorrhage. Not only had my savings rate doubled, but it had quadrupled. I was no longer just breaking even. Instead, I was banking almost $3,200 a month, which used to disappear into the emptiness of her brand. I also upgraded to the sauna tier of my gym membership and purchased a new espresso machine, a nice, chrome, industrial-looking machine that Sophia would have detested because it looked too manly. The low-level anxiety that used to hum in the back of my skull, the fear that I was uninteresting, insufficient, and that I was holding her back, vanished as I began dressing better, not for the sake of appearance, but for myself. I also felt lighter and got 8 hours of sleep every night. Gravity was taking over now that I had let go. 3 months later, I was reading a book at a coffee shop close to my office when I ran into Nina, one of Sophia's few friends who actually worked as a nurse and had always treated me with respect. I tried to hide behind my book, but she saw me. Ethan. I put the book down. I'm good, busy. She paused, then lowered her voice. I'm not going to give you a speech, Ethan. I know you blocked everyone. I get it. I would have done the same thing. I nodded, grateful that there was no guilt tripping. Hey, Nina. She looked at me, surprised. Wow, you look great. I feel great. How are you? She hesitated, shifting her weight. I'm good. She bit her lip and said, thanks, but you should know. I took a sip of my coffee and said, karma is real, and it came fast. She said, oh, Damien. The name brimming with contempt. They moved into a studio apartment in the garment district because it was their only option. He's a nightmare. I forced myself not to smile and said, it has no windows, Ethan. It's a basement unit. The aesthetic, Sophia's weakness, and the lack of natural light, I inquired. Nina gave a snort. Dead. She was persuaded by Damien that her previous brand was overly commercial. He's attempting to reinvent her as a gritty, avant-garde artist of some kind. He forces her to dress in baggy, mothball-smelling second-hand clothing. He now oversees her account. He shares these grainy black and white images of cracked pavement and cigarette butts. I'll make a guess. Her fans detest it. I said. In just 2 months, she lost 10,000 followers. Nina claimed she was dropped by the brands. She is no longer an influencer. She's Damien's helper, Ethan. He won't take a job as a capitalist slave, so she's working double shifts at a diner to pay for his film development. I gazed at the bright street outside the window. I remembered the girl who made fun of me for destroying a picture. I considered the entitlement. Silently, Nina added, "She cries a lot. She told me that until the power was turned off last week, she was unaware of how much you did." I firmly stated that she didn't miss me. The electricity was lost on her. After giving me a long look, Nina nodded. "Yes, you're most likely correct." I left that conversation with a sense of invincibility. I kept doing well. At work, I was promoted to senior logistics manager. It included a transfer to the downtown branch and a raise. I began searching for a condo that I could own. No roommates, no renting. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I looked at a sleek, contemporary loft with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the skyline. It wasn't a text message. A block number left a voicemail. Normally, I would have ignored them and deleted them, but something stopped me. I hit play while gazing out at the city lights from the balcony of the house that would soon be my new residence. "It's me, Ethan. I am aware that you blocked me. I'm using a payphone to make this call. Do those even exist anymore? God." A ragged, wet breath. She was in tears. However, it wasn't the vineyard's tantrum crying. It sounded worn out. Broken. I erred. A grave error. Damien is. He is insane. My camera was sold by Ethan. The camera you got me was sold by him. He claimed that we needed the money for art supplies, but I'm not sure. She gave a sniff. You are missed. We are missed. I miss being secure. I'm at the Starbucks in Maine on 4th. Tonight, I have nowhere to go. Just come talk to me, please. Only 5 minutes. All I need is a welcoming face. Please. The message came to an end. I glanced at the phone. I was standing 3 blocks from the Starbucks on 4th and Main. It would take me 5 minutes to walk there. I could go rescue her. I might be the protagonist. I could show up, cover the cost of a hotel, and hear her express regret. I gazed at the cityscape. In the other room, the realtor held a sold sign, which I looked at. I was no longer the protagonist of her tale. Even though I was the main character, I knew I had to put an end to this. She would call from payphones and borrow phones until the end of time if I didn't. I had to get the loop closed. It was time for me to give her one last look. To make sure she realized the door was welded shut. Not to save her. I returned to the living area. I told the realtor that I would accept the condo. Tomorrow, I can sign the documents. Excellent. She smiled. What other appointments do you have today? I checked my watch and said, just one. I must go pick up the trash. The 4th and Main Starbucks was well lit. Everything inside is exposed by the fluorescent glare in a fishbowl. Before I even opened the door, I saw her. She was looking into a cup of water while seated at a tiny round table in the corner. Free tap water in a plastic cup, not a refresher or a latte. I was more affected by the visual shock than I had anticipated. The Sophia I knew, the Sophia of 3 months ago, would never have left the house without blown-out hair, a full makeup application, and an effortlessly stylish outfit. She resembled a rough draft, the woman in the corner. She had grown out her roots, which contrasted sharply with the fading blonde. I recognized the oversized, shapeless gray sweater she was wearing as one of mine. The trash bags I left in the hallway must have contained it. It had stains on it. Her normally flawless acrylic claws were bitten down and bare. She appeared exhausted, but not in the drowsy girl way. True poverty-level fatigue. I entered. Above the door, a bell chimed. She raised her head. Her face fell apart when she saw me. Her features twisted into an agonizing sight as a result of a mixture of relief and shame. She inhaled. Ethan. She got to her feet and tapped the table with her hip. Water slashed across the cup's rim. She came over to give me a hug. I didn't move forward. I kept my arms closed. I remained precisely where I was, just inside the door, separating us with an invisible wall of glass. Sensing the drop in temperature, she stopped. She dropped her arms to her sides. Her voice cracked as she asked, "You came? I didn't think you would." "I was in the neighborhood," I replied. I spoke in a conversational, calm tone. "Closing on a condo." Her eyes grew wide. A condominium. You purchased a downtown property. Windows from floor to ceiling. Fantastic light. The irony struck. She winced. That sounds fantastic. That was what you've always desired. I did. I replied. You called. Then. You've got 5 minutes. She took a deep breath and glanced around to check if anyone was observing. Please. Ethan. Can we take a seat? People are looking at each other. I said. Let them stare. You seem to enjoy the audience, I thought. Her scuffed boots caught her attention. Please don't be cruel. I'm drowning, even though I know I deserve it. Damien is a monster, Ethan. I was gaslighted by him,